Naismith hit all those big threes in game one of the conference finals at Madison Square Garden. He can get hot. Williams has been hot all night. Falling away. Got it! 40 points for Jalen Williams. A playoff gem from Jalen Williams. Tyrese Haliburton, the Pacers, a strong comeback. But the Thunder had the answer. It's 3-2. OKC in front here in the NBA Finals.
As far as officiating, I think it's awful what some of the things I've seen about the officiating, and Scott Foster in particular. I've known Scott Foster for 30 years. He's a great official. He's done a great job in these playoffs. We've had him a lot of times, and the ridiculous scrutiny that's being thrown out there is terrible, and unfair and unjust and stupid.
That's right. Thunder get the Game 5 win at home, take a 1-game lead and 1 game away from their first NBA championship. Here's the situation. Indiana was somehow in the game, and I don't even know how that's remotely possible, considering the guy that I have dubbed the closest thing in the league that I think we have to Jamal, but is, in his case, the superstar of his team, did not make a shot in 34 minutes. Which, to me, felt previously, if you're the number one on a basketball team, like an impossibility. He had 4 points off of 4 free throws, 7 boards, 6 assists, no blocks, no steals, 3 fouls, 3 turnovers. So 4 points and 3 turnovers on no made shots in 34 minutes. What do you do with that? Like, this has been a very magical run for the Pacers, and Haliburton in particular. It has vaulted Haliburton into discussions of being, a top 10 or better player in this league. I've never really bought that. I think I could go through pretty easily 10 players that I would take on my team before him, but it's not to say that he's not good. Now, the story comes out that he's got a calf problem. Okay, fine. But it's kind of the same situation that the Nuggets were dealing with, and, Michael Porter Jr., and you're judged by the performance. If you're going out there on the floor, you can acknowledge some difficulties that the guy is playing with, but also be like, all right, if you don't got it, then you don't got it. This, again, to make a Jamal comparison, feels a lot like last year in Minnesota and kind of Jamal's entire playoff run last year, where he was dealing with, correct me if I'm wrong, Nelly, it was a hamstring, wasn't it? Was it a hamstring or a calf for him too? Because
you're talking about Aaron Gordon?
No. Going back to last year with Jamal Murray.
Oh, okay.
Jamal Murray when he played against those series against the Lakers and then Minnesota.
By the way, professional radio tease, I wasn't really listening because I'm editing a clip of Rick Bucher talking to Jason Smith and Mike Harmon about why he thinks the Nuggets should trade for Kevin Durant, so maybe we can get to that a little bit later.
Okay.
So I was editing that. I apologize. I did not hear your question.
All good. I believe it was a hamstring for Jamal last year. But again, when you're on the floor, you're judged by what your production is. And I've mentioned this. It's really hard for someone with some inconsistency problems like Haliburton to be taken in that serious of a discussion when he has, like, the highlights, right? He's got the end of game situation, get the ball in his hand, and he is almost assuredly knocking down a massive shot that is going to win, tie, whatever you need in the moment. He is going to do that for you. He also has these long, dry spells that last games in which he's not the same. And this is why I think that he's the closest you got to Jamal. It's the explosive, amazing sort of rise to the moment plays that he has, mixed in with why was he really bad this game? You know, say what you want about Shea. Shea's kind of the same guy every night. He's going to get you 32 points. It might take 20 shots. It might take 30. It might take 12 trips, goodness, to the free throw line or 6. But he's going to do it. And, that's the kind of echelon that Joker's in. It's why these two were battling for MVP this year. It's every single night. You know that Nikola Jokic is going to put a performance on the floor that you're going to leave satisfied with. But I feel like in this league, one of the dumbest discussions, I saw Bill Simmons say this yesterday, and I think it's so true. One of the dumbest discussions we got going in the NBA, and it's another one of these, you can put this in the same ball of MVP talk after 3 weeks into a season, or LeBron, Jordan, who's the GOAT, these stupid discussions that we have surrounding this sport. The face of the league convo is the dumbest thing in the world because there's no criteria and it's just people who want to have an argument. There's another one that is the guy a superstar or not, which they've been doing with Haliburton this entire postseason. And the bottom line is, who really cares? If Haliburton comes back and wins the next 2 games, I guess he's a superstar. If he doesn't, then he's not. But that's a tough one to deal with. We're fighting our own battle here with a couple of different guys that make a ton of money. And Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Their contracts, along with others, but their 2 specifically, are ones that they make it really hard to maneuver. It takes away flexibility in how you can go about building a team. And the reason why you're bothered by it, why does Jokic, if Jokic made $80 million a year, why does that not bother you? Because every night he's the best player in the world and he brings it. Haliburton is making Jamal Murray money. And it's part of the reason why I asked the question sometime last week, would you rather have Jamal or Haliburton? And there was a lot of people, if you remember, Nelly, a ton of people just went straight to, yeah, Haliburton, no question. And I go, are you sure about that? Because I think you might getting wrapped up in the cool end of game situation where he's knocking down a shot and not paying attention to some of the other things that are happening to him. If Jamal Murray had, I think it's 6 games now over the course of this postseason where he scored 10 or less points, you guys would be having kittens about it.
I think you did ask that question after one of his crazy last-second shots. I don't know if it was the one where he forced overtime and then he turned around and he did the Reggie Miller choke, but it was after one of those moments, one of those signature playoff games.
Well, in that, though, part of the reason why I asked the question then is because I do kind of want to see how many people get wrapped up in the moment that they're in right now. Haliburton, just as a reminder, went from somebody who's voted the most overrated player by players in the NBA to this rising shooting comet when the playoffs first hit. And I think he's a great player. But injury, calf problem, no calf problem. going 0 for 6 from the field for 4 points in a crucial Game 5 series tied at 2, and you're the alpha dog of the team type situation is going to raise a ton of eyebrows. You know, this is where you start to figure out how guys separate. And it's part of the reason why I think that Jamal is just somebody that's different in that category.
I don't know if that was a question.
I'll give you an example, because it's amazing how similar they are. Jamal last year, when he was going through his injury problems, which again I think was a hamstring, and he was not good in the postseason. He only shot like 40% from the field. His three-pointer was off. All these different things. But then you get to close out Game 5 against the Lakers. He had 32 points. You get to Game 7, which the Nuggets lost to Minnesota last year. And in Game 7, Jamal Murray put up 35 points, despite having that hamstring injury. Him and Joker were kind of the only two that were putting numbers on the board in a game like that. And you don't really hear when Jamal is hurt until after the fact. I think that him and Haliburton are very similar players. But Jamal would never have a 4-point game on 0 for 6 from the field in a crucial Game 5. Would never it doesn't matter how hurt he is. Would never happen. But that's part of the reason why this series is so interesting. That was a close game. Like, despite all of that, Indiana was in striking distance. I mean, they were within 2 with 8 minutes left. They started to turn the ball over a little bit, and then OKC would knock down some shots, and then the game was over. You know, some big plays made by Caruso down the stretch. I mean, Jalen Williams was unreal all night. Like, they had a game in which Jalen Williams and Shea combined for 71 points. And Jalen Williams had 40 of them. Going to be tough to beat when you put that combination next to best player for the Pacers has 0 made shots. It's tough. But look, we all know this. OKC, when they need to buckle down and play defense, they do. And they do it in a very physical way. Could they be called for fouls? Sure. Like Dort is. If Dort was pointed in the direction of football pads as opposed to a basketball, he would be starting as a defensive end for some team in the NFL right now. I mean, he's 6'4", 220. You ask him to put on another 30 pounds, and he's your third down pass rush specialist.
And also, I'm surprised that we haven't gotten the Vic Lombardi special analysis about Dort because, respectfully, that thing is thangin'. He's a thick boy.
What thing you talking about?
I'm talking about his caboose.
Oh,
he's got that Yabusele build, man.
He does. I mean, look,
that's a thick boy.
I'm not kidding. He's built like an edge rusher, and he just happens to play basketball. And defensively, he plays as physically as an edge rusher would against a right tackle.
Hey, Dort, what that thing do?
But Dort is the beauty of the construction of OKC is that they do give me some reminders, the Nuggets, when they won, where everybody had a role and everybody was comfortable within the role. They all know that Shea's going to be the guy who takes the most shots, typically. Jalen Williams is your number 2, and if he's on, he can take shots too. But we're going to play a defensive brand built around being unselfish and not caring who gets minutes or who gets the shot. Again, not Jalen Williams, the starter. The other Jalen Williams was somebody who got a ton of minutes when he was playing against the Nuggets. I believe he played in every single game. And he's played in one during the postseason. And nobody cares. So just an interesting dynamic in the way that's set up. But 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Obviously get more into this in a bit. I do want to talk about the sound that Nelly just put on here with Rick Bucher wanting the Nuggets to trade for Kevin Durant. First of all, is it even viable? But secondly, is a big trade that doesn't involve a depth move what puts you over the top or not? I think it's a big thing surrounding the Nuggets offseason and a big question that you need to ask and answer. But how about some good news? Because I got some coming your way next. Texture says apples to oranges. Haliburton is a true point guard and Murray is a two guard. Ask this question to those outside Colorado, and nobody would pick Murray over Haliburton. Give Haliburton an all-time great, and he would be even better. Okay, first of all, I acknowledged many times that these are not the same types of players. Haliburton is more of a ball in my hands, get other people involved, big assist numbers, not huge on just scoring type of guy. I'm just talking about consistency. And I would challenge you to do this. We could ask that question now if you'd like. I'd like to go back 2 years ago and see if people would rather have that version of Jamal Murray or this version of Tyrese Haliburton. You tell me who wins. Because I think we all remember, Nelly, back me up or tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. After the Nuggets won a title and Jamal Murray had an epic postseason filled with zero clunkers, people were putting Murray in the is he like a top 5, top 3 point guard in the league right now thing. Because that's how Jamal's always been. He plays in the playoffs and people go, wow, well, up until the last couple of years. But he plays in the playoffs, people go, wow, this guy's really good. And then in the regular season, he's just fine. But because he always rose to the occasion, the off-season discussion surrounding Jamal was always elevated. Again, I'm not taking anything away from Haliburton. I do think if the discussion is if I'm starting a team, would I rather have Jamal or Haliburton? I would take Haliburton. But for the Nuggets, and they run their offense through Joker, you want people who are good offensive players who can score. The thing that Haliburton does that makes him really good, which is distribute the basketball, doesn't work as well when you're running an offense through a 7-footer. So I think Jamal is a better fit with the Nuggets. So anyway, last night, I'm watching, yet again, end of the Rockies game. So the Rockies jump out to a 2-0 lead after the first inning. They take a 3-2 lead after the top of the fifth, but they give up 3 in the bottom of the fifth. And then you get all the way to the 9th. You're down 1. Can you find a way to make something happen? And the best catcher in the National League, Hunter Goodman, steps up to the plate first AB and rips a homer. Ties the game up. You're like, all right, back in the game in good shape. And I really thought it was probably just going to end there. McMahon flies out. Then it's a base hit from Estrada. Doyle then pops out to first. And Mickey Moniak hits the ball, I think, 3 inches over the top of the fence for a 2-run homer to give you a 2-run lead. And the Rockies win again.
Huge, yeah.
3 of their last 5.
Life finds a way.
Maybe going on a little bit of a run. Who knows? Now, Washington is also terrible, but you know what? When you're playing other terrible opponents, maybe you can get a little bit lucky. And in the case of the Rockies, got a little bit lucky against a bad team. So Rockies come back and win last night. That takes them to, what's the record? 15-57. That's right. But yeah, Rockies do come back and win yesterday. So a couple of things this morning. At 9:15, we have an announcement on a really cool Nuggets giveaway that will be happening. That's all I'm going to tell you. You have to tune in at 9:15 for all the details. We got a really cool giveaway that's going to be happening on this station. So tune in at 9:15. Also have a chance for you to win Nate Bargatze tickets as he is coming up on September 13th. The Ball Arena. Is this right? Is he doing this September 13th at 3 p.m.? Like a little matinee session for Nate Bargatze?
Well, it says additional show added. So I'm assuming that that's the early show, and then the late show is going to be at 7 o'clock because dude's the hottest act in town. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, he's gotten really huge over the last couple of years. I think especially he did that skit on SNL where he was George Washington, I think, or he was one. I don't know.
He was George Washington.
Washington.
That's what I always think of when I think of him. He says, "We are free to create our own measurement system. It'll be feet and inches."
Which I watch SNL still, and I watch it in a way where I'm like, I'm begging you to make me laugh because they've fallen off. I think we all kind of understand that they've fallen off. But that one is like one of their gems that it could stack up with a lot of different sketches even in their heyday.
But we will still use meters for some unpopular sports like track and swimming.
Yeah. Everything
So
about that
good.
sketch was hilarious. But on top of all of that, we are slated to talk to, hopefully, the man who will become Broncos phenom with another year under his belt, Marvin Mims, tomorrow. So a whole bunch going on. Now, just some quick news. The Nuggets let go of assistant GM. Is it assistant or associate? What are they calling him? Assistant GM, Tommy Balcetis. I got to know Tommy a little bit. I think he's a fantastic guy. Sucks to see him go. But it has me curious about a couple of things. So he's out. Tenzer is still the interim acting GM. The NBA draft is how many days away now? Is it 8, 9 days away?
Yeah, it is a week from tomorrow, I think.
Okay, so a week from tomorrow, so 9 days away. And we're still like letting go of an assistant GM here, but not really getting news on the GM. I mean, Vic has mentioned this yesterday, that maybe they have their plan in place already, and they just can't say it out loud. But here's what I'm getting at here, Nelly. I saw this rumor floated out there. I think this actually makes a lot of sense. So, if the job was Ben Tenzer's, then I think they just say that, wouldn't they? If that's who's going to get the gig, then they would just announce it and there'd be no reason to kind of drag their feet. And I think the line of delineation here is like the day before the draft. If they don't announce that he is the GM the day before the draft, then they have to have something else in mind. And the sort of conspiracy theory behind this is maybe it's Bob Myers, but they're letting him finish out his TV duties with ESPN during the finals before they make the announcement official. I don't know if that's the case or not, but it would make sense as to why we haven't heard anything yet, right? It would kind of follow along. It would also make sense as to why ESPN, who employs the likes of guys like Shams and all these different NBA analysts, would be mum on the idea of outing a coworker. Now, I can't remember how this stuff worked, but if the people who have worked for ESPN in an analytical role, or analyst role, I should say, if they're up for jobs, I don't think that the company that employs them outs them for interviews. You know, I don't think Shams, it would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? If Shams drops a report that the Nuggets and Bob Myers are deep in discussions for a contract, and then he goes to see him that night at the ESPN NBA set before a finals game. Would be odd.
And that would make sense because a lot of texters have been tossing that out there over the past few days that would be the only, I don't want to say the only, but that's the most likely reason that we have gotten complete radio silence is that you can't announce this until the finals are over.
Well, it's one of two things. I think it's either that or that it's just Tenzer and maybe they're working on contract stuff right now. Like, hey, you operate in the role. We'll get the contract done. Trust me, blah, blah, blah. Like that sort of thing. But those two things are viable. Everything else I think is kind of not, to be honest. But Rick Bucher on the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon said this about what the Nuggets should do.
Ultimately, the best place for him if Phoenix were willing to do it, is to send him to the Denver Nuggets. And I would even trade Jamal Murray to make that happen. If I have Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Kevin Durant, I'd first try to see if I could make a deal built around Michael Porter Jr.
Sure.
But if they don't go for that, I would deal Jamal Murray if I could get KD, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, because Jokic is he's kind of my point center anyway, right? I can play through him, and the idea of having KD and Aaron Gordon working on both sides of the floor off of that, I can fill the rest of the blanks. And if you put KD there, I look at that team, and I think they can contend with Oklahoma City right now.
So, look, fun to dream. I think there is a 2% shot of this happening. I will say this, though. Can you guys take a trip down memory lane with me for a second? When it was the first games that we had back in the bubble, that the NBA was the first sort of sporting event that got back into it. And they trotted out a lineup. Do you guys remember? It was it was Joker.
Oh, are you talking about the super tall lineup?
Yeah, it was Joker. It was Bull. It
was Mason Plumlee on that too?
Mason Plumlee. It's I think it was Porter. But it was huge. It was everybody was 6'10" or taller. Think about this for a second. Just for the fun reasons. If they somehow had a Jamal Murray trade for KD, and your starting lineup is Jokic, who's a 7-footer, KD, who's a 7-footer. I've seen him stand next to Jokic. They're the same size. Porter, who's 6'10", Gordon, who's 6'8". Gordon would be the second smallest guy on the floor. Fun to dream. Also, don't think that would work, and don't think that's what the Nuggets need. Again, when we talk about these big moves surrounding a Jamal or a Porter being traded for a KD or something, you're going to have to give up more than just the guy that we're talking about. Even in Jamal's case, Jamal for KD straight up doesn't work, which means you need to attach things to it. Well, guess what? You don't have draft picks, so that means players. That means a Christian Brown or a Peyton Watson or a Strother and something else. There's things that you would have to remove from your team. And if you thought the problem was depth and you go and make a move like that, it only further stresses your depth problem in the hopes that your starting five can carry you even more. Is that what you want? And I don't think it is. The Nuggets' situation and their problem, to me, is very, very clear. They need more guys that they can throw out there. It's something that Jokic said after the last game of the season, is that teams that are still in it, and he pointed to OKC, have a lot of different guys they can throw at you. A trade like that doesn't fix anything. It's cool to do on 2K. You got the Xbox controller in your hand, then yeah, pretty neat. But I'm just saying, first of all, I just don't even think it's feasible. Second of all, I don't think it fixes what ails you. You got a headache and you take an amoxicillin. It's amoxicillin works for a lot of different things, not that. KD fixes a lot of different problems for teams, not the one the Nuggets have. Now, do I think the Nuggets would be better? Yeah, I do, because KD is one of the greatest offensive players I've ever seen in my life. And it would make your starting five even better than what they already are. But what happens if Aaron Gordon's hamstring blows out again? What happens if Christian Brown or Michael Porter Jr. also have a shoulder problem that ails? You know what I mean? It doesn't fix that. So, again, cool to dream. Still don't know if that would be the proper route to take. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Texture makes a good point. This is exactly what Phoenix is trying to get out of right now with Kevin Durant. They traded so many assets, and it made them so much worse. That's kind of the thing. Now, I don't think that they want to get rid of KD. They want to get rid of Bradley Beal, but they cannot. KD's probably the one that they want to keep. But, Durant is... God, how old is KD now? Kevin Durant is 36, going to be 37 by the time next season starts. He's still really good. He averaged 27 points a game.
You want to know how old Kevin Durant is? Do you know what team drafted Kevin Durant?
The Supersonics.
The Supersonics. Yeah, he's getting up there, man.
And now the artist formerly known as the Seattle Supersonics are a win away from their first championship in OKC. So, get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. Again, got a big announcement at 9:15 this morning on a really cool Nuggets giveaway. And a chance to win tickets to Nate Bargatze as he comes here in September for his tour around, is it the country or the world? Is it a world tour? He's going a lot of places. Man is very popular. So we got a way to win those tickets as well. Stick around. No, there's something that happened yesterday that hasn't been seen in forever. And I've told you guys over and over again, I think that if you can, you need to be able to get yourself out to the College World Series at some point because it's one of the coolest sporting events that I think exists in this country. And yesterday, Arkansas was playing against Murray State. So Murray State is they were the underdog darlings of the tournament, the team that nobody expected to make it. It's an elimination game. And this pitcher for Arkansas by the name of Gage Wood put up a performance that I think very few in super competitive baseball history can do. First of all, he throws the first no-hitter in college, the Men's College World Series since it was 65 years ago. So the first one in 65 years. But he didn't just throw a no-hitter. He threw a no-hitter while striking out 19 different batters. Almost a 20 strikeout no-no in the College World Series. And just for the record, they use metal bats, okay? A little bit different. Now, not like the old boomsticks that existed 15 years ago, but still, to strike out 19 different dudes on your way to a no-hitter in the College World Series in the middle of an elimination game is pretty damn remarkable. So shout out to Gage Wood of Arkansas, who is the number 3 overall prospect. Seemed like somebody who could have been maybe on the Rockies' radar had they had a pick that existed in the top 10 that they don't. Because of the anti-tanking rules.
Pop quiz, Brett, by the way, quickly. Murray State, what is their mascot?
Oh, I mean, I was watching a little bit of this game yesterday. Is it the Racers?
It is the Murray State Racers.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you. I have no idea where Murray State is located, though. Can you help me out with that? Where is Murray State at?
It is located in Murray, Kentucky. So their logo, they have the M with a guy riding a horse down it. Does Kentucky have a history of horse racing? What would I know about that?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I can't name it off the top of my head. I think a little bit of that, yes.
But actually, they were having a fun discussion yesterday. I believe it was on PhD, maybe during their No Dumb Questions segment. They, in honor of that no-hitter, they asked, could a college baseball team right now beat the Rockies?
Oh, why?
Well, I mean, of course, they all shot it down, and they had a good discussion about the gap in talent between the college or the minors and whatever pro league in any sport. But you know this conversation comes up. It's the same thing. Could Alabama beat the Cleveland Browns in 2017? We have to do this every time there's a bad team, Brett.
But it's a simple math equation. It's an MLB team or an NFL team or an NHL team or an NBA team has a roster that is full of professional players on it. Arkansas is very good. They might have 7 or 8, maybe, that get drafted. Those guys aren't MLB players. They're professionals. But how many, here's the thing. Gage Wood, as good as he is, and again, I think he's the number 3 prospect in college baseball, he might not ever make the show. Or if he does, he might not be. There's not a slam dunk here that the guy's going to be any good. So, yeah, all that stuff, it's just silly. Texture says, can you explain the anti-tanking rules? So in baseball, if you have a pick, I believe in the top 10 for 2 consecutive years, you cannot do that for a 3rd straight year. And because the Rockies lost 100 games the last 2 years, they were obviously in the top 10. And so this year, their worst year ever, they are not allowed to have that.
Yeah, 11th is the highest they can go.
Yes. So that is the baseball version of anti-tanking. I just kind of sitting here like, does that need to happen in baseball? Baseball, you draft somebody, you don't see them for 4 years anyway.
See, and this is also my point that I was making yesterday about why the Rockies need to secure the worst record in baseball this year. And if they finish with the 2nd worst or the 3rd worst in baseball history, you're going to be sad. I mean, if they fall short of being the worst and then they still can't get a top 10 pick?
Yeah.
Like, that's just adding insult to injury. You got to go all the way.
Hey, boys are playing some good baseball lately, though. 1-3 of 5. They're getting a little something together. The biggest thing to me is they're actually scoring runs as of late, which weren't happening earlier in the year. Like, everybody's numbers are kind of picking up a little bit. You know, Hunter Goodman has been the steady Eddie of the group, hitting 287, but Ryan McMahon's power numbers have gone up, and he's been hitting the ball a lot better. Brenton Doyle's kind of the only one that's really struggling still. But, I mean, a guy like Tyler Freeman's hitting 300. Estrada's actually doing all right since being taken off the IL. So their bats are turning around, which is helping because they're starting pitching, which at times has been okay, but very inconsistent. They need to have some run support. They're finally getting that. So I just wish the Rocks could have been in position to take a guy like a Gage Miller. Really could have helped him. I would take somebody who goes 9 innings of no-hit baseball with 19 strikeouts. I would very much do that. So, 303-504-0925. Again, big announcement, 9:15 this morning. Stay tuned for that. Nate Bargatze tickets we're going to give away as well. We'll tell you how here shortly.
And by the way, just quickly, some texters have pointed us out. Thank you for fact-checking us on the fly. That anti-tanking would go into effect for the 2026 draft. So not this year, but next draft is when the Rockies can go as high as the 10th pick, I believe.
I thought that was in effect this year. Wait. It's next year's draft, but the next year's draft is based on this year's results.
Yeah, but I'm saying it for the 2025
I see.
draft.
Yes, that makes sense. So Gage would not be in next year's draft. He'd be in this. I see. Yes, but I'm saying their finish this year would stop them next year. So
yes.
You're right. Maybe they could. They still could. I don't even know how old Gage Wood is.
And I know this is.
I don't know if he's eligible.
I know this is a huge question to ask you with about 2 minutes left in the show, but how come I feel like relative to other pro sports, maybe hockey is on par with baseball. You see guys drafted, and then you just never see him ever make the bigs. It's maybe the worst with that. I think that's why I don't follow baseball's draft ever, because all these guys get drafted, they get stuck playing for the Toledo Mud Hens, and then they never make it to the team you care about. So why is baseball probably the worst with that?
Because it's just really hard to move your way up the ranks. I mean, you think about it. There's AAA, there's MLB. Then there's AAA, AA, single A, but there's like high single A, there's low single A, there's an Arizona rookie league, there's a fall league, there's like 15 different places they can put guys, which means a whole bunch of dudes are on a roster or in a farm system. And with that being the case, there's only a certain number of spots, I believe 26, that get to make the show. So 26 out of take all of those rosters and add them up together. You got to be, even when you get to the professional level in the minors, you still have to be part of like the 1% of guys that are the best within that. So it's just tough. And there's specialties, like there's guys there's only a certain number of starters and a certain number of bullpen guys and only one closer, one setup guy. There's a whole bunch of different ways to look at it. So you just got to be good for a long time and really prove your worth. It's difficult.
I think sometimes that happens in hockey because you select the guy's draft rights.
Yeah.
And then they decide to go back to college for 3 years. And then by the time they come out, maybe the team doesn't want them anymore. And it's weird in hockey too, but I feel like baseball's the absolute worst.
Yeah. It's one of the tougher treks, even with being drafted high, to make it to your ultimate goal, I'd say. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Naismith hit all those big threes in game one of the conference finals at Madison Square Garden. He can get hot. Williams has been hot all night, falling away. Got it! 40 points for Jalen Williams. A playoff gem from Jalen Williams. Tyrese Haliburton, the Pacers, a strong comeback, but the Thunder had the answer. It's 3-2. OKC in front here in the NBA Finals.
As far as officiating, I think it's awful what some of the things I've seen about the officiating, and Scott Foster in particular. I've known Scott Foster for 30 years. He's a great official. He's done a great job in these playoffs. We've had him a lot of times, and the ridiculous scrutiny that's being thrown out there is terrible, and unfair and unjust and stupid.
Stop simping for him, Rick. Come on, just call him out. Say Scott Foster's the reason you lost. Come on, do it. Do it.
He's looking for the whistle in Game 6.
Yeah, he's trying to catch, what is it? Is it more bees with honey than you do bee spray?
Listen.
What's the line?
I can't watch Oklahoma City anymore. I can't hear OKC when they have the ball from the fans. I can't watch Lou Dort fall. I can't see Jalen Williams and his stupid gestures after every I can't. I don't want it. I'm sick of it. It's a team that's been around just the last minute. They're a young team, and it feels like they've been around 30 years. I am so tired of the OKC Thunder. Go away. Your commercials, all of it. Just stop it. Shut up.
There's a solution to this. Would you like to hear it, Moj?
I would love to hear this.
The best player on the Pacers can't not make a shot for the entire game.
I was just going to say.
Calf injury or not, you can't not make a shot.
I don't care how injured you are. If you're going to play 34 minutes, you can't go 0 for 6 from the floor and 0 for 4 from three-point range. You can't.
You're right.
The series is over now anyway. I mean, now they're making excuses as to why their guys are not making shots. The whole thing right now is unpalatable.
This series, Mark Moser, is a mirror image of the Nuggets OKC series.
It sure as heck is.
I mean, to the game.
To the injury. Now you got a leg. Now you got a leg on a guy.
To the way each game finished. I mean, just cue up that series, and it's the same thing. Game 1, OKC leads the whole way. It takes a miraculous finish to win. Game 2, OKC controls. Tie series. Game 3, Nuggets win, Pacers win. Game 4, Nuggets had a chance to win. They led late. Pacers had a chance to win. They led late. Squandered those leads. Tie series. Game 5, Indiana had a chance. They cut it to 2. Nuggets led late. Squandered it again. It's the same series.
I keep going back to this. I can't help it. Tyrese is so much like Jamal, so much like it. I'll give you another example, Vic. You want another similarity?
Yeah.
This feels a lot like 2 years ago. Jamal Murray had a very obvious injury that was ailing him and making him not as productive as he usually is. And with Jamal, that was a hammy 2 years ago, right? When they went against the Lakers in the T-Wolves?
Yes, I believe it was a hamstring 2 years ago.
Very obviously was hindered by something, and it was making him less effective.
I think it was a calf.
Or was it a calf? Okay, so it's even more similar to Tyrese.
Same thing.
But, God, man, you can't go over in a tied series, Game 5. And remember, Vic, 8 minutes left in that game. They're down 2. If Haliburton gives them something on offense, that game changes. And I know that you can do he's hurt thing, and I understand it, but he's on the floor, and you got to make some sort of judgment for how the guy's game is.
I mean, think about it. MPJ couldn't put his own jersey on.
And he was ridiculed by people. And
destroyed. I mean, but he tried his butt off, and he made some point. I mean, he made some shots. Wasn't himself. Then AG gets his thing, but you had no choice but to play these guys.
Yeah. It's such an interesting series between these two teams because there's basically been one guy, and this is what OKC has that I think that very few teams in the league do. The Nuggets certainly possess one. Say what you want about Shea, and maybe the style of his game is not palatable to you or whatever. Shea's the same dude every night. He's going to drop 32 points. It might take 20 shots. It might take 30. It might take 15 free throws. It might take 8. But he'll give you 32 points every single night.
His consistency is amazing. And I would never – listen, I have no qualms with his MVP. We all acknowledge it. He's the MVP. Now, he'll push off on occasion. He'll do stuff like that.
On occasion?
But tell me you don't watch
occasions.
that series.
Many occasions.
Tell me you're not watching that game, that series. Okay, see. I can't. I can't anymore.
Okay, so
I'm
give me your
tired of that franchise.
Give me your I
And
hate
I'm
that.
thanking you for knowing exactly what a pro wants, what a pro needs.
Nelly, I will throw you out of this building.
Oh, yeah, kill me now.
Give me your I hate this franchise
Kill me
power
now.
rankings then. So the Lakers are still number 1.
Yes.
But
By far.
give me like your top, just 3. Top 3 right now in order. So Lakers are 1, who's 2?
Well, OKC's new to the party, obviously, because of what they've done recently. I just don't like them. Lakers number 1, OKC number 2.
Wow.
So you're getting a little prisoner of the moment-y with OKC that they're number 2 right now.
There's recency bias there because I know that they're here to stay for a while. I also know that.
Who's 3?
They just they moved into the cul-de-sac. I don't like them, and I know they're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Who's 3?
3? Ooh. Minnesota.
I think that's mine
I
too.
think Minnesota and Golden State could have a nice tussle on who's number 3.
I think Minnesota and OKC could actually flip for me because
Really?
it's been longer. It's been longer
I
that
suppose-
I've hated Minnesota.
Yeah, but Golden State with the Steph, as great as he is, the shenanigans, the sleepy time, and the all this crap.
yeah.
That drives me
Yeah,
insane.
but you've played really well against Golden State.
You
That's
have,
why it
but I
hasn't
just
bothered
don't,
me
I
as
don't.
much.
I just don't like. I don't know, man. They're all pretty guys.
I got some Nuggets news yesterday. Assistant GM Tommy Balcetis was told he's not returning to the franchise.
We all love Tommy, by the way. He's a great guy.
I confirmed it. It's been out there. It's confirmed. And let me, you know how I've been about this whole GM search. I said they can take their time. They're fine. There's no problem. I've been hands off. I'm a little stunned about this one.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. When I saw this news, I was like, wait, what? Tommy is a great guy with an impressive mind. And when I heard that he's not coming back, I was shocked, to be honest with you. I thought for sure he would carve out a role with whatever regime they're going to put in there. And I don't know what this means. I don't know if they've already hired or talking to someone who has his own plans in place. I don't know if the current status, there was some back and forth, some conflict. I don't know. All I know is this. Tommy Balcetis is a smart man, a good man. I would want him on my team, and I was surprised to hear that the Nuggets are parting ways with him.
I was too. I mean, we've all met Tommy. We all like Tommy. But beyond that, he was good at his job, like he was.
He reminds me a lot of Tim Connolly, the way he handles a lot of things. I'm just, again, I'm surprised. I don't know what they have planned. I'm surprised, and I was hoping that the Nuggets would hold on to Tommy.
We're a week and a day away, right, from the NBA draft. And there's kind of 2 things that I think I believe in right now of what's happening. Number 1 is that Tenser's going to be the GM, and they, for whatever reason, haven't announced it. Maybe they're working on a contract, and they haven't got all the details ironed out or something. Here's another one, though, and I've seen a lot of people think the same way. You know what else makes sense to me? Is that maybe they would hire a guy like Bob Myers, and they're going to let him finish his TV duty throughout the rest of the NBA Finals with him working behind the scenes, and that might be a reason why a guy like Shams didn't say some sort of report. I'm just saying, Vic, like they're coworkers, and maybe out of a courtesy, a guy like Shams is not going to put something out there like that. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you just announce it and finish your work?
I have no idea. But Vic, this is a very weird situation where I think there's a lot of options on the table that might sound silly, but why wouldn't they have done anything yet?
Listen, it's the same thing, though, Vic. To me, it's just it's no different than when you have a new coach who is comfortable with some guys, now with other guys or whatever, or you need to make way for whatever. It's no different. It's just it's the cost of doing business in a professional sport. That's it. Last thing. Every year, terrific coaches and front office people are let go by teams because they're changing things.
Moj, have the Avs made moves where they make a move on somebody that you really like, admire, respect, and it surprises the hell out of you? Have they made those moves?
Oh, absolutely.
This is one of those moves. And honestly, every move that's been made so far hasn't surprised me. Hasn't really surprised me. I've been here this one does.
The Avs moves, though, Vic, not necessarily coaching-wise or anything of that nature. More of the player side. Although when Tony Granato was named by Pierre to be the real head coach after Bob was let go, that was surprising to me. That was really surprising.
Well, the one with all right, so Tommy is the assistant GM. The only explanation I would have is that whoever's put in charge here already has an assistant GM in mind, already has somebody that he would like to serve in that role, and there's just simply no place for Tommy. I just wish they would have found a role for him, because a bright mind like that, who is very well-versed and well-liked in league circles, I don't get it.
Well, maybe if that's the case, if they had another assistant GM and he was asked to take a lesser role, maybe he was like, no. That's, I guess, also a possibility.
Could be.
Yeah,
it's been quite the process, put it that way, in organizing this front office. And I think time is working against them now. Before it was, okay, take your time, no big deal. We're a week away here.
Time has been taken.
Yeah.
Time has been taken. And that's why I'm still sitting here, Vic. Like, if it's Tenzer,
just announce it.
Then say it. Because here's the other thing. What if it's not? I mean, you're kind of leaving him in a awkward position of, if a new GM comes in and wants to clean house, then those guys are kind of like, they're on the outside looking in for a job when they head into the offseason too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got to be honest, if it is Ben, and he'd be a great choice. I nothing but admiration for him. The delay in making it official is odd.
Yes. Very.
If, in fact, that is the decision.
But if it is, then, again, if it is, then it's like, well, then what took so long?
But what if it isn't?
I just prefaced it. If it isn't, fine, then I understand.
That's what I'm saying. What if it isn't?
But if it is, what took so long?
Yeah, okay. But what I'm trying to tell you is, what if it isn't?
Okay, no. Let me go to what if it isn't for him. What if it isn't? Then announce the other guy.
Yeah.
Then whoever else is doing it, then announce them. Like, we're getting really, really close. There are deals and phone calls being made. I would like to have somebody who has a permanent GM tag with a contract next to his name on the receiving end of phone calls.
If you want to deal with the Nuggets right now, who's doing the dealing?
It depends on what you're asking. You're talking about dealing with cap stuff, or are you talking about dealing player stuff? I mean, trade-wise.
Any deal.
Yeah. Well, it's ultimately going to be made by Josh Kroenke anyway. I mean, I think that even if you have a GM in place, I think
that's not totally true.
Well, if you're going to sign off on a mega deal, if you're trading for Kevin Durant, that goes all the way to the top.
Any deal. From mega contract to, should we offer something to Russ, to who's in the summer league? Any deal. Anything.
Yeah. I mean, he's right.
Well, right now, yeah.
Who's making those decisions?
By the way, this whole business of, well, what if he isn't? I just like to see him do this. I just had to.
But what if he is?
I just had to see that this morning.
Just saying, but what if?
You want my
What if? But what
you
if?
want my
Rick?
irritability level at an all-time high in the first segment?
If you get your irritability level at an all-time high over that, then you probably better take the day off.
Speaking of your little salt shooter, I used it several times yesterday.
Yeah.
Nah.
What does that mean?
Doesn't work. I want my money back. I tried to use it on some small snakes in the backyard. Didn't work.
I tried to use
Didn't work.
I had it right up close on a wasp. Not effective against those.
No,
not
I mean,
not good.
it's what
Now
I'm saying.
flies, it takes out flies.
Well, wasp will take you out if you.
Well,
you do that
I
to
hit
a
him,
wasp.
and then I think he kind of stopped and looked at me like, I dare you.
Is that all you got?
I dare you to do that again.
Is that all you got, sucker?
And then I panicked and I got a shoe.
Shoes work good, man. Shoes are permanent.
So basically, Moser, that works on mosquitoes and small, fragile, infantile flies.
Here's what the wasp did. You ever seen those fights where the guy goes, get one free one to start? That's it. That's what the wasp did to me. I took my one free one. I said, I'm sorry to bother you. Go on about your day.
By the
Wasp
way,
looked at
here's
you
a
and said-
size 12 Nike. Bam!
Yeah.
Yeah, Wasp looked at you. Is that stupid little spray gun that Moser got you, boys?
Well,
I heard about that. I had a whole gang that left Moser's
I'll
house
tell you what,
a couple years ago.
Dude, I'll tell you what, you can give it back anytime. The price, by the way, was free. Second of all, you can give it back anytime you
I
like.
expect gifts given to me to work.
Hey,
It does work.
By the way, this is another one that, look, because we don't know what's going on with the GM stuff, maybe this is the case. Maybe it's somebody who's still participating right now. Maybe this guy is still employed by one of the teams that are currently in the middle of an NBA Finals battle. Maybe.
Could be.
And that's why they can't do it. Because right now
Well, if that's the case, then we all do a collective,
yes.
right? But if it's not the case, then what? What's our reaction?
Yeah, but what if it isn't?
What if Sam Presti... What if Sam Presti's going to be offered?
Well, here's
I'm just teasing.
one of the people that a texture's talking about, Nick Collison, the former Thunder player, he's in a position of basketball operations with the Thunder right now. If it's a guy like that, then maybe you wait to make that announcement until afterwards. Who knows? But that's another one that I guess would kind of make sense.
How much does Sam Presti get paid? Look that up. I'm just curious.
Yeah, you can do it faster than me.
Sam Presti, over the last decade, has been the best GM in the NBA. And there's no arguing, there's no debating that. He's the best GM. He's redone the entire roster twice and built it to a championship level.
So it says the exact... They don't have anything. They said the exact length and financial details are private.
Okay. Just curious. Most of those are. You know, that's the one thing about pro sports that gets me. All of the financials are out there for players, down to the penny, right? But for coaches, front office, everybody
Why
else,
is that?
everything else is top secret.
Why does that happen?
Because the players they have to live by a salary cap. There is no salary cap on front office and coaches. You can pay them whatever you want. There's no payroll structure. There is no first or second apron. You want to pay Sam Presti $1 million
I suppose.
or $100 million, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm going to start hitting potential GMs with salt guns eventually just to see if I can mark some territory on some of these guys. So we got a couple things happening today. At 9:15, we have a pretty cool giveaway that involves the Nuggets that we'll do at 9:15 this morning. We have a chance for you guys to win one of the hottest comedians in the world right now, Nate Bargatze. Tickets to go see him. Nate Bargatze.
I want two of those.
So a chance to go see him. He's going to be here in September at Ball Arena.
Who is that guy?
Listen to me.
Bargatze's-
You don't know who you don't know Nate Bargatze. Dude, you are so uncultured.
I'm just, okay, I recognize him. I don't know him by name, but I'll look at his face.
Me and Deli were
He's
talking
only
earlier.
He's got the beard. Yeah, I know
he did
that guy.
the George Washington sketch on SNL, which is probably
Correct.
the funniest thing they've done in years.
He's only one of the best comics on circuit right now.
Yeah, okay. My sister the other day.
Keep going to your Def Leppard Vigil concerts.
Now, you want me to get agitated now? My sister goes, hey, we're going to Nate Bargatze. And I said, I don't know who that is. Now I do. Now that I look at his face, I know who that is.
Well, I'll give you a keyword.
Nate!
You know what? We'll do the keyword now because that's what it is. It's Nate. If you want tickets to that, text Nate and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Puts you in the running. We'll announce a winner at the end of the show.
Who's Dave Chappelle?
Dave Chappell?
Who's he?
Get back to this in just a second. Stick around.
Hey, Nate, you got to hurry up, man.
Where are you going this summer? Maybe you drive up to South Dakota. Maybe you're heading down south someplace. Maybe you're going to see Grandma in Kansas. Who knows? But road trip time is summertime. So you should do it in a brand new ride from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Amazing deals right this second. Employee pricing lasts until July 7th. And they are going to give you the most for your trade out of anybody. Trust me when I tell you that. Over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs are sitting there right now. They're going to get you to where you're going in style this summertime with the fam. So get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Greg Larson and his crew, they're going to take care of you. It's Silterhar Motors. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Our dog sleeps in our bed, and someone told me you're not supposed to do that because you lose dominance over the dog. And I asked him, I said, what year do you think it is? These are all doodles. They're barely dogs. It's a person. They're people. This guy acts like it's 1980 when you kept the dog outside all year. Those you needed dominance over. You had a wolf in the backyard. Friends come over, you want to go outside? I wouldn't.
He's a funny guy, Moj. So again, if you would like to go see him at Ball Arena in September, well, text Nate and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Nelly, later in the show, play a piece of that SNL skit where he plays George Washington. One of the best things I've seen. Outstanding.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you're paying attention. I was. What? Okay, first of all, don't say that when my mic's open. I don't care if yours is or not. Don't say that with my mic open. What do you not care about? What do you think I'm going to say?
The Rockies have won
The Rockies came back and won last night.
I knew it. I knew it. I know you were baiting me into it. I know you.
What do you mean? I think that this is great. They came back. They're down 1 going into the 9th. Hunter Goodman leads it off with another. By the way,
Hunter Goodman's a stud.
Hunter Goodman, best catcher in the National League. I think we can all agree on that now.
That is your Rockies all-star right there.
That dude ropes.
He's not going to be because Will Smith out of L.A. is getting a jillion bajillion votes.
Well, you got to take one guy from every team, though.
Well, I think it's going to be Bird instead of him, even though it should be Goodman. But I'm not over Bird. Bird deserves it too. But I think you do have 2 all-stars on this team, believe it or not.
L-A-M-E. Dude, Hunter Goodman's hitting almost 300. He's jacking the ball around the yard. He's the only offense they got going on any given night.
Not true anymore. Their offense is
they're so good. They had 15 wins.
So I was trying to get at.
All right.
Recently, their offense has turned around. They've been hitting the baseball. They've been actually doing that. Like Ryan McMahon has actually gotten a lot better over the last few weeks. And after he ties it up in the top of the 9th with a solo bomb, Mickey Moniak drops a 2-run bomb that I think went 3 inches over the fence. And the Rockies hold on to win. They've won 3 of the last 5. So good for the Rocks.
I think I'm just going to sit here and make hand gestures at you off camera.
I've seen them. Yeah.
This aggression will not stand.
Yeah, no, man, it will stand because, dude, we should only talk about the Rockies if the futility continues. That's what should garner attention. Not winning a couple of games and possibly getting to 20 wins someday. You're caught between a rock and a hard place here, Brett, with your analysis.
Why?
They got 15 wins on the season in 72 games, bro.
You're onto something here. The waves of the season, like watching on a week, that doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't. They've already cast themselves as one of the worst teams to ever be fielded. They're historically bad. So I can't ride those waves with them. I can't. I'm not invested. I'm sorry. I'm not invested. I didn't watch a single pitch last night.
It's not riding the waves. Just a 2-second mention that they won the game last night.
I understand.
And they won it in pretty cool fashion. 2 homers in the 9th.
No, I'm not mad at you saying it. This is a sports talk show. I wish I could be invested. I wish I could sit there last night and be invested. But my investment's gone. I took my money out of the bank already.
No, I
wish
understand.
I could. It is mid-June, and I want to be able to watch those games. I really do.
That's baseball, right?
It's on me, I guess. It's more on me than anybody else. But what is on the other side? I mean, why am I watching? What's the point?
Well, I can give you something else baseball-wise. Do you want that?
But no, answer that question. What is the point of investing my time?
You don't have to do anything. You don't have to.
But I'm asking you as a friend and give me an answer. Why, Moj? Why would I invest my time?
Let me follow up Vic's question to you.
Okay.
We know that DMac is a mutant.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's become a sports absolute mutant. I mean, he's the kind of guy that emerges from some sort of weird egg. You, on the other hand, you don't waste your time on things like this.
You seem more rational.
Why are you doing this?
I kind of just watch the end of games right now.
But because if you do, then you're not who I thought you were.
But what's the point? I guess. What are you
Why
watching?
are you interested?
Okay, I mean, to make it a very simple answer, I had fun watching them come back last night. Once Goodman hit the home run, it's usually just kind of background. Goodman hits the homer, and then I'm like, okay, let's see if they can win. Look, I don't have an answer for why you guys should be even remotely invested on any given night. I was just sitting at home. I was watching the end of the game. I had playing on the carpet with my daughter. It was just on. Goodman homers, and I'm like, I wonder if they can win. That's all.
They're now 28 and a half games back. They're 21 and a half games out of the second team ahead, out of the fourth place team. I'm sorry. So they're so far back between themselves and the next place team is higher than any last place team in the league and the first place team.
Hey, Vic, this guy comes to me and says, the bats are picking up. They're minus 201 in run differential. Minus 201. But
what is the end game?
Why are you guys?
He got some bats. Hey, Vic, you got some bats picking up.
Give me what should I watch tonight?
And I'll give you the last handful. Look, just everybody stop for a second, okay? I'm not telling you to watch the game. I'm not telling you the Rockies are good.
But I want to watch the game.
I get it. Hang on a second. Hang on.
I need you to
because
tell me why
Moser
I should.
is bringing up a season-long stat, and I said as of late, when they've scored 5, 5, 7, 8, 4, 1, 10, and 6, that is picking up the bats a little bit more than scoring 2 runs a game or none like they were earlier in the season. So you are incorrect, and I am correct.
Okay, so where does it get you, though? Where does it? Let's say they win 5 in a row.
I don't got an answer for you. I'm not saying that. I'm not even giving you a reason to watch. I don't have a reason for it. I'm just saying I did yesterday. I don't know what you guys want from me.
You might as well.
You guys are probably right that I shouldn't have it on because it's boring, but I do. I don't know what to tell you.
This is as simple as I can put it. You might as well go over to County Line Road and wear one of those sandwich boards, over your shoulders, one of those sandwich boards that says "I'm an SWeePay." And just walk up and down.
How does any of this bother you?
And let people honk at you.
What is me investing 20 minutes and watching the end of the baseball game? Why does it bother you?
It bothers me that it doesn't bother you.
It bothers me too that it doesn't bother you. You know what? I invested my time, to be honest with you. I watched baseball too. You know what I watched? Shohei pitching, 1 inning.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
hit 100.
That's fine,
dude.
I invested my.
He gave up a run, but he hit a hundo.
I feel shame. Look at what I just did. I feel shame that I watched a Dodgers game and a dude pitching for the Dodgers, and that to me, to be honest, I forgot the Rockies were playing.
This is kind of what I'm getting at, Moj. I know that they're bad. They're terrible historically.
No, bad's not even the word. Irrelevant.
Well, I said historically.
Yeah, I think the word is irrelevant. What is the relevance? That's the word I should be using, and I apologize. Maybe I confused you. What is the relevance of viewing?
There is none. There is none. For a casual fan. Now, look, I love baseball. And a texter says this. This is the truth, okay? Texter says, the Rockies have been very entertaining recently. Doesn't mean they're making the playoffs.
You left out the middle part.
Just enjoyable to watch. Yeah. It's been kind of fun watching them lately. I don't know what to
if
tell
I
you.
want to watch it, if I want to be entertained, I'll watch the Savannah Bananas. I mean, it's the same. At the end of the day, you're not going to the playoffs.
So go ahead. I'm not telling you guys to watch it. You're asking me why I watch it. I'm saying they have played a more enjoyable brand of baseball over the last couple of weeks.
All right, let me get in on this way. For me personally,
I don't want to defend this stance. I'm telling you, I feel like I'm kind of stupid watching the team, but I do think they've been fun as of late.
Okay,
they have been.
The 4-3-9-4. It's difficult for me personally to watch the Rockies, although I do on occasion. It's difficult for me to do it and even watch them, hit a couple of bombs in the ninth to win without putting what they're doing overall in context of the season. If you want to take the microcosm of this pitch or this at-bat or this inning, that's fine.
Well, if you didn't call
overall, it doesn't mean jack squat.
Okay, fine. If you weren't calling the games for the Avs and they had their 48-point season, would you still watch them?
I didn't.
It was at times, bro. It was hard. Hey, when they're
I didn't.
But answer the question: would you still watch them if you weren't calling the games?
Oh, probably.
I watched my football team go 0-16.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I like watching the teams that I root for, even if they're terrible.
I don't know. That's a good point. We watched the Broncos when they were struggling for 9 seasons, but it's a little different because of this. Because the Broncos season was lost maybe in October, November, whereas the Rockies season was lost in April.
No, I got it. I don't know what you guys want from me. That I watched the last couple innings of the baseball game and I was entertained by it. I don't have a better answer than that.
I want you to apologize for your admission.
And it was going to be like 2 minutes, and it's turned into a whole segment because you guys are berating me for something where I spent 20 minutes last night doing something.
I'm not berating you. Do you understand psychology?
I'm
berating myself.
He's doing it. He's berating.
These people are funny.
He called me an ass sweepe for watching the last 2 innings of a Rockies game.
See, I missed in 2018, this team was 1 game out of first place. In 2018, this was a team that finished a game behind the Dodgers for the best record in the National League West. Think about that.
Crazy.
I missed
91 wins, Brett. Say 91.
91.
I missed the days where I could flip on the TV on the back patio, sit there, just mess around on the back patio, do what I need to do, water the flowers if I had to, and watch the games with interest and look forward to looking what time of the Rock's on tonight. What time of I missed that so much.
Your hot tub, all your hot tub soaks.
Okay,
remember
how about
all your
this?
hot tub
Yes.
soaks?
Can I give you a better answer maybe?
Please.
Vic, you watch the Nuggets every night. Mose, you watch the Avs every night. The Rockies will be my cross to bear for this show.
Okay.
I'll be your Rockies correspondent in the middle of this awful year. Because I literally have watched at least a couple innings of every game over the last, I would say, 2 weeks. And I'm telling you, it is different than what it was earlier. Not that the team is super amazingly better, but they have been actually quasi-entertaining. It's something, again, I was texting back and forth with Dempsey when we were talking so a while ago. We were talking about managers and the impact that they have on the team and how much was Bud Black responsible or Warren Schaefer responsible now for maybe some mistakes and losses in the middle of all this. And Dempsey and me came to a conclusion that is actually the Rockies, when you talk about historically bad teams in sports, again, I go back to Detroit because I watched every game of it when they went 0-16. They were very clearly the worst team in the league. They couldn't do anything. They were getting their butts kicked. The Rockies have been competitive in these games.
You know what's amazing to me, Vic?
If you don't want me to talk, it's fine. I'll just stop. I don't care.
Let me say that I'm stunned. Let me say. Let me say that I am completely.
You guys don't want to be educated
stunned.
on the Rockies from somebody who's watching? That's fine. You guys go ahead. You take your ignorance is bliss approach. I'll keep watching them, and I'll try and give you little nuggets of little Rocky stuff throughout the course of the year.
I am remarkably stunned. The amount of people defending Brett and the Rockies is overwhelming.
It's why.
By the way, you and I have
why
been
this
called,
general malaise exists in this town. It's stuff like that. You know what it is? The people that defend them, all of you people were excited about winning a pink ribbon at field day. You people were. Me, my standards was blue, and if I didn't win the blue, I don't want the other ribbons.
The 4948.
That was my standard.
The 4948 called you and I b-holes. That's not cool.
I don't even think it's that. It's just I was just gonna do a 2-minute thing on the Rockies, and it's turned into this.
They
and
won
then,
the white ribbon, and they were so competitive.
I mean, I'm not. Look, there's a professional team in town. I'm a baseball guy.
Well, then be professional. You're right. There's a professional team in town. Be professional.
Again,
is that too much to ask?
Again, teams are bad all over professional sports. They are. Okay, they are. If the Nuggets won 11 games, as they had before...
They were not professional. They sucked. You would hear the same thing out of me.
But I would still watch the game. I would still watch. I would occasionally talk about them, even if for 2 seconds. And I don't think if we're in the middle of an 11-win Nuggets season and I talked about the Nuggets for 2 seconds, you guys would react the way you're reacting right now.
I guess here's my
I don't
take.
think you do that.
When you fall off the deep end and you become that insignificant, you don't deserve to be talked about.
Just a 2-minute mention of 2 home runs at the top of the ninth to win a baseball game. I mean,
you referenced the Nuggets, you referenced the Avs 48-point season.
Yeah,
I can't jump into a time machine and discuss what we discussed during that season. But I gather you this: few and far between were the Avs mentioned on any radio show when they had 48 points, and they didn't deserve to be.
I'm on the air for 4 hours a day, couple of minutes, maybe twice a show. I don't think it's all that much.
You're right. This is not. I'm not knocking you. I'm more angry. I'm shouting at. I guess I'm shouting at a rubber wall because I want them to be. I want that relevance. I want to be able to tune into something. But what you're giving me is fake relevance.
Yeah, but dude, for somebody as jaded as me, and clearly maybe even jaded as Vic, for you to say,
they've been hitting the ball lately,
and nobody gives a rat's rip.
I don't care if they're hitting the ball lately. But the last couple, what? Look at the standings. Yeah, what? They would have to win 40 straight games to be relevant again.
Yeah, they would.
All right, so when they win 40 straight or 40 or 41, let's talk. Because they're currently 28 and a half.
I would like to remind people.
Jesus.
See, you are yelling at me. See, I'd like to remind people. Here's what I was going to say. Hunter Goodman dropped the bomb to start off the top of the ninth to tie it up, and Mickey Moniak got the 2-run homer, and the Rockies win. That's how the discussion was going to go.
But then what do I do with that information?
You take it and you say, oh, cool. That's all you had to do. And instead, it's become 20 minutes.
About it, then why even bring it up?
Cool, Carl.
What did you want to elicit from us exactly?
Well, because you got it.
Well, I was going to transition that into another baseball thing, as I tried to do earlier, and then you guys wouldn't let go of this.
Well, the kid at Arkansas was awesome.
Which is what I wanted to get to, and we weren't allowed to. And now we're out of time.
Well, then blame yourself.
No. No. All right, go ahead now.
I got it. We're a team. We're
Nelly,
all a
you're
team.
Good. Nelly's just so good at this.
He is.
I love this song.
It's a banger, too.
It's a great song.
Turn it up for a second, Nelly. About the Rockies for just 2 minutes of a segment.
I want to talk about Mini Boniac.
Hey, that was on beat. Improvised.
Did you just say Did you just say I want to talk about Mickey Moniak?
Uh-huh.
Busted it out.
This doesn't hold a candle to Will Smith's new banger. You guys heard Will Smith's song?
No, I haven't even heard it.
Oh, God, man. Nelly, cue that up in a second. We'll play it in a second.
So there's from my favorite all-time television series. Which is
Band of Brothers.
Okay. When they're on the boat from New York to England, Liebgott gets in a fight with Garnier, right? And so the two guys in the bunk playing cards, they go, what's that all about? And he goes, well, somebody da-da-da-da-da, and somebody da-da-da-da-da. So they're fighting over the company commander, whom they both hate. Herbert
Story's
Sobel.
getting long, man.
No. And one guy goes, fighting about Sobel, that's smart. Fighting about the Rockies, that's smart.
I don't know where the fighting's got. I'm not fighting anything. I was going to say,
we are a team
Hunter
here.
Goodman, who has had a great season, hit a home run in the top of the ninth to
And
tie it. And then
love the guy.
Moniak hit the go-ahead 2-run homer, and they won last night. That's
all
all I was going to say.
I love the guy. I do. I mean, Hunter Goodman's my all-star, man. He's absolutely banging the ball all over the yard. He's there every single night behind the plate. He's only 25 years old. I mean, he's got stuff ahead for him. If you want me to say some good things, hey, Vodnik, nice job last night to get the dub. I mean,
no, you aren't allowed to talk about this, Moj.
Okay,
why would I care about anything that you have to say about the Rockies?
What I'm saying, Brett, in the overall context, it's just hard for me to.
Well, then no. We'll just mention that and then move on, like I wanted to with this. Something that happened yesterday. That look, it's a piece of my heart. Obviously, I think the College World Series is one of the coolest sporting events that this country has, and that if you have a chance to go, you should because it's a lot of fun. Yesterday, Arkansas plays against Murray State in an elimination game. The number 3 overall prospect in college baseball, Gage Wood, takes the bump for Arkansas. Not only does he throw the first no-hitter in the College World Series in 65 years, he struck out 19 batters while doing it. 19!
Dude, that's hard to do in college baseball.
Metal bats are a little different. Little different, even though they aren't the boomsticks from 15 years ago. I mean, to strike out 19 dudes.
Brett, what are the bats today versus 20 years ago? What are they today?
They're basically metal bats that are fashioned to be more like wood bats.
They're like flight-restricted bats.
And the reason they don't use wood bats is it gets really expensive for a lot of colleges because they break a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So they're metal, but they react like wood?
They're better than wood bats still, but not... You don't hear that ping like they used to have. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But, I mean, to strike out 19 dudes on your way to a no-no in an elimination game in the College World Series is just insanity. So shout out to that guy,
He
Gage
also threw 119 pitches. Can you imagine a modern-day Major League Baseball pitcher throwing 119 pitches in a game? Hey, they'd be yanking him so fast, man. Got to worry about the elbow.
83 for strikes, by the way.
The fact that they pull guys when guys have
He only had 2 3-ball counts the entire game. 2.
The fact that they have a guy, let's say he takes a no-no into the 7th, or even into after 7 he's got a no-no and they take him out. I'm like, come on, man, let dude try to get it done. Anyway, it was incredibly impressive. This kid, I don't even know how old he is, but he can touch 98.
Yeah.
I mean, this kid can really deal.
No, here's something that I was reminded of, by the way, and it is something to keep in mind. I keep thinking when your season ends, that's where you pick in the draft, but the draft's in the middle of the season, which means it dates back to your previous season. So the Rockies do get a pick that's in the, what are they, Nelly? Are they number 1? Do they have the number 1 overall pick this upcoming draft?
I don't know if has the lottery been decided yet. I know they have the best odds. I can tell you that.
Right.
Oh, you're exactly right. So they will have a pick this year. It's next year where they won't.
Next year where they can't pick in the top 10. So this guy, Gage Wood, maybe that's going to be, a Rocky coming up.
Rockies are picking fourth this year.
Yeah, so it's right around that area.
Are you with me on the plan of attack for the Rockies? I've said this before. I said this 10 years ago before they've gone to historic lows. I think they pull in Anaheim Angels. I would take nothing but pitchers. Nothing but pitchers. Just keep drafting them. Because you can't recruit them here. If you're an established pitcher of the major leagues, you're a free agent. You're not coming here, correct?
No.
Correct. You're not.
Unless you're offering a ton more money.
Yeah, you'd be stupid to come here. Unless you're doubling my income, which is be stupid on the franchise, because now you're giving money away.
Right.
So the only way you get them is by drafting them, by owning their rights,
by
developing them.
Didn't they pick like 20 pitchers?
Yeah.
20, right? 20?
Nothing but pitchers in one entire draft. I would employ the same tactic. I really would. You could develop position players. Think about all the position players that have come through Colorado and been great, great players. Tulo, Trevor Story, Nolan Arenado. People that have come through this program. Todd Helton. And become great position players.
Helton was already these guys were super high prospects anyway. I mean, they were.
But position players can be found. They can be. You can make them. Okay, you can't.
Trevor Story.
You can't make a pitcher at Coors Field. So what you do is you draft nothing but pitchers. Because even if you conduct a trade, all right, we're going to trade for a pitcher. You're giving up a whole lot.
Yeah.
To get a pitcher.
Well, and I think that their number 4 pick probably has to be that, and very well might be Gage Wood, who just pitched for Arkansas last night. He's the number 3 prospect in the country, so that falls right around that area. Hey, before we get to a break, Nelly, and a reminder to you guys, 9:15, we got a really cool Nuggets giveaway that we're going to do. Did you find that Will Smith song, Will Smith is Making Music Again?
I did, and I was wondering, is that what you want me to use anytime you try to attempt to woo us with Rockies talk? You just want me to hit the...
This song is terrible.
It's weird.
I slap Chris. Rock, 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 rock.
See, I don't know. There's some people.
Hold on a second.
It's.
Will Smith is 56 years old.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
What 56-year-old will say, you don't have to wait in line tonight, baby? I mean, dude, you're 56.
It doesn't fit the profile. You're right.
Bro,
it doesn't fit the
profile. You're not
profile.
26 anymore.
It just doesn't fit.
I'm telling you,
we know too much about Will Smith to get away with these lyrics.
That is correct.
Do you know what else I found out about? Yeah, you can cut this. That song's awful. Do you know what else I found out about Will Smith?
That song is really dumb.
You guys want to hear? So there's always a story of like an actor who passed up on a big role and missed out on a whole bunch of money, right?
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Whew. He passed up on 3 roles on movies that were unbelievable. 1, he passed on being Neo in The Matrix. And he said it's because he didn't understand it.
And do you know what movie he went to make instead?
Wild Wild West.
Wicka Wicka Wow Wow West.
I kind of like that movie.
That movie's awful.
I thought he was, dude, what are the movies with the aliens? Men in Black.
Or Independence Day.
That too.
Both of
he
them.
was great in all of those.
So hang on. You tell me which one's the worst. So that one, passed up on Neo in The Matrix.
Okay.
Keanu Reeves role. Second movie he passed up on, Inception, Leo DiCaprio's role.
Wow.
Why? He didn't understand it.
Well, so
he helped produce Karate Kid instead, the movie his son was in.
Yeah,
that's a good movie. Hey, don't crap on Karate Kid.
It ain't Inception. Inception's pretty good.
What's the third one?
If you gave me a choice between Karate Kid remake and Inception, 9 times out of 10, I ain't watching those cartoons.
Third movie he passed on. Quentin Tarantino wanted him to play Django. Turned it down and went to Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx was
killed
awesome.
that role.
Yeah,
he killed it.
I think Will Smith could have done that one. I don't know about the other 2. I think he could have done that.
Jamie Foxx was awesome.
Jamie Foxx was awesome in that. No, I agree with you.
Beyond awesome.
Which one's the worst? Neo, Inception. I forget the
in
role
Neo
of
just because of the franchise
factor,
the Matrix franchise. And by the way, now that Keanu Reeves played that role, can you imagine anybody else playing that role? He was great, right?
No, I can't.
Yeah.
But how about that? Those 3 bangers.
I'll
of
take
movies.
Jamie Foxx over Will Smith all day, all night, twice on Sunday. But Will Smith, some of my favorite in Bad Boys 2, when Reggie
Bad Boys movies.
when Reggie comes to pick up Martin Lawrence's daughter for a date. That's one of my favorite scenes in the history of cinema because I'm a Martin Lawrence guy. I friggin' love that guy.
Mm-hmm.
God,
anyway,
what a good scene.
Got that giveaway at 9:15. Back after this.
Dan Kaplan's law wins. Win. You got to win in these court cases. They win big because they attract world-class lawyers. They represent honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Kaplan's Law, a serious firm for serious cases. Dan Kaplan's Law accepts righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need their help today, give them a call, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Again, if you get to court, you got to win. You want to win. They win. Hit them up, dankapleslaw.com.
She will come back to you.
So a couple things that are reminders. First of all, tomorrow, scheduled for 8:20, is Marvin Mims, the breakout candidate of many for the Broncos' upcoming season. At 9:15 this morning, we will have details on a really cool Nuggets giveaway.
Sponsored by Revitalized Health.
So we'll do that at 9:15 this morning. And if you'd like a chance to win some tickets to Nate Bargatze, who's coming here in September at Ball Arena, you text Nate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I hope that extends all the way through Kreckman's show, so that gets really annoying for them.
That'd be awesome. Hey, I was watching some football highlights. And just some random NFL from last year. And for the first time this summer, what's today, the 17th of June? For the first time this summer, I'm like, I'm going to start jonesing for some football here before too long. I'm not necessarily today.
I'm not there yet.
But I think and training camp, I hate.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't necessarily hate it. I just want to get to the games. But I'm going to get there sometime in the next 3 weeks, I would imagine. Sometime right around there.
I've learned to enjoy the offseason. I've really learned to, take your time because it makes the regular season, and when you're in it, makes it that much better. But
I will, to Moser's point, look, it's been 4 months since a football game was played. Yeah. If you're not watching the UFL, which I'm not, it's been 4 months. And when I turned the TV to NFL Network, like on a Saturday morning, they got some replays of games.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of,
something. Also, tonight, Vic, it can happen tonight.
Tonight.
Are you ready for tonight?
For Florida winning the Cup?
And they've only gone up as a favorite. If the Florida Panthers are at home with the Cup in the building, and it will be, and they can put their, no pun intended, their claws into Edmonton early, man, I don't see how they lose this game.
Yeah.
I mean, how much fight does Edmonton have left? Probably plenty. Don't get me wrong, but I just think Florida, when they want to play, when they play their game, the Oilers can't beat them.
Again, if I were made commissioner of the NHL, my solution would be simple. I would walk out to the streets of Miami. I'd say, okay, show me that you can produce natural ice. If you can't, we take your franchise, and you're not allowed to win anymore. Show me you can produce ice without artificially producing ice. In nature. Mother Nature only. Let's go. You guys have 1 hour.
I've got a little update for you, bud. Right now in Edmonton, they can't produce ice either.
Okay, but I would do this at another time.
It's like 80 degrees in Edmonton.
Okay. I would choose mid-February to pull this stunt. And I would go to every city and I'd say, show me your ice. And if you don't produce the ice, you're done.
It's one of my favorite things.
I'm going to get you a T-shirt that says "Show me your ice."
It's one of my it's one of my favorite things about playoff hockey, specifically the playoffs. Like, especially when you get to this time frame, like Stanley Cup final. Like, imagine the Avs are in this, and it's Game 6 tonight, and it goes to a Game 7, and Game 7's at Ball Arena on when's Game 7? If Edmonton pulls this out tonight, is it Thursday or Friday, Moshe? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't know.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, it's Friday. Give them another 2 days, okay?
Sure.
And it's 100 degrees in Denver on Friday. It's supposed to get to 100 this Friday.
Yeah, it would be Friday.
So you would walk into a Game 7, I mean, just bro tank in shorts, freeze inside the arena just to walk out to 90 degrees again afterwards.
It's supposed to be 100 in town?
No,
Saturday.
Friday.
I thought Saturday.
I saw Friday.
Oh, my God.
You know, it's interesting, though. We're not into the, we're watching the series, but we're not into the minutia of a series. If the Avs are playing in any playoff series, the topic always goes to, well, how's the ice in Tampa? Well, how's the ice in Florida? Mm-hmm. Well, how's the ice in Dallas? It's got to be choppy ice, right? It was always, wasn't that the case when they played the
Yeah, but Vic, that's 25 years
Lightning?
ago, man. 20 years ago.
No, when they played the Lightning, it was a storyline. What are you talking about?
He's right.
A little bit. A
little bit.
The sophistication. Look at this guy. The sophistication now of these systems and the ability to keep rinks cool is pretty significant. But that being said, humidity seeps in, right? Temperatures seep in. People breathe.
Paint a scenario in which Edmonton can find a way to win the Stanley Cup final. They'd have to win the next two, clearly. What would they have to do? And tell me, Skinner's got to get the start tonight, right?
They have to have terrific goaltending. That's the point, Vic. They're going to have Stuart Skinner bounce back.
Imagine playing Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final, backs against the wall, need a win to push to a Game 7. And one of the questions around your team is, who are they starting between the pipes? Yuck.
Which goalie are we going to put in there?
I mean, that's a brutal question.
Well, I'm sure that both goalies are admired by their teammates. You know, they're all team, all for one for all. Both have given up some. I mean, Pickard suffered his first loss in the postseason last game, but he's given up plenty of goals.
Pickard.
He's had plenty of goal support. So that's got to be in the back of everybody's mind. How much can we attack the Florida Panthers and not worry about our own zone quite as much because we got to force this thing to a Game 7? I will say this. The get-in price right now in Florida is $800. That's the get-in-the-building price.
Yeah.
If it goes, met a Florida Panther fan?
Yeah.
I'm really good friends with one.
Yeah, Dave.
Are you?
Man, we talked about him.
Like, how do you become a Florida Panther fan?
You grew up in Miami?
Like, how do you become a hockey fan growing up in Miami?
You get a team. Team shows up.
What do you mean? He grew up in a place that had a hockey team, and then he liked the hockey team that he could see that was not too far from his house.
What's kind of cool what they've done.
How often in mid-February did he go to the local pond to skate?
Okay.
Probably never. To the local pond, you saying?
Yeah.
No, you try to skate on a local pond, you get your leg bit off by a gator.
I was going to say, I think it's less the ice thing and more the gator thing.
Right. No, but they used to have a team in Florida called the Everblades, which I thought was very clever.
That's cool.
There was a team in Kentucky called the Kentucky Thoroughblades, which I thought was also very clever for a hockey team.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter to Vic, because they can't make their own ice.
There's a team in Omaha called the Omaha Cornblades, believe it or not.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, I am kidding you.
Okay.
Of course I'm kidding. Did you think I was serious?
Anyway, the point is, I just don't see.
Husk Blades.
The Omaha Husk Blades. There you go. I'd buy their tickets.
I know there's a good team in Omaha. They're called the UNO Mavericks.
Yay.
Is what they're called.
I don't see how the Oilers. I don't know, man. If you've got Game 6 in your building, and the cup is in the building, and you're ready to win back-to-back, I don't know how you let that scenario go. I just don't know how you do it. If, by chance, Edmonton should win Game 6, the get-in price in Edmonton for Game 7 right now sits at $1,800.
Huh.
That's just to get in the building.
Moser, how did Bobrovsky, is that the correct pronunciation?
That is correct. Officer Bobrovsky.
How did he turn his career around? Because there was a time there where he was belittled. Remember, he made the big number.
Overpaid.
And people said, what a joke. You know, this guy's a joke. What happened?
He was always a very good goalie, which is why he got paid so much money to begin with.
Sure.
But Dale Talon gave him a $10 million a year contract, which is like, good Lord almighty, that's a lot of money. And his first year in Florida with that contract, he had a 3.23 GAA. Yug. 2.91 GAA. Yug. 2.67. 3.07. And that was 2 years ago when they went to the Stanley Cup final and lost. But he just turned it on, man. And Bob, he's always been very good. It's always been in there.
He just regained it. He just found it again. All right, let's batten down matches.
I don't think he forgot how to goalie. I think perhaps his motivator cuff was broken.
Mm-hmm.
Had a tear in his motivator
so
cuff.
So the money affected him.
Well, I mean, $10 million a year, yeah.
So I guess the reason I bring that up is take that across other sports. The NBA, for example, you get paid a huge sum of money with a lot of security. Human nature dictates unless you're one of the best, unless you're a Hall of Famer, unless you're one of those guys that just stays motivated intrinsically, that doesn't need the money to motivate you, it automatically affects how you play. It has to.
I mean, I've said it a bunch of times on this show, but I'll say it again what Jeff Bzdelik said, the former coach of the Nuggets. He said, some guys win the lottery and then what would you do if you won the lottery? You'd quit your job. Some guys win the lottery and they quit their job. Even though they're on the floor still playing basketball, it's not the same. Even though they're on the ice, not the same. Hey, what about, who's that, the dude with the Angels who had got the gigantic...
the former Washington player that we continue to
What's
mock
his name?
because he's always injured.
Oh, Rendon.
Yeah. I mean, they quit his job. Now, I'm not saying Chris Bryant did that because he's been injured too, but you see what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, listen, injuries are injuries, and you can't discount injuries. What drives me crazy most is when guys are still healthy and they can't go. Can't do it.
It goes back to the number one tenet of sports, and if you're a general manager, if you're a person who's looking to build a program, and this is why Bill Belichick was so damn good running the show in New England for so many years. You're not paying guys on what they've done. You're not. You're paying guys on what they'll do. You can reward somebody for something they did for you, sure. But it doesn't have to be long-term reward. It can be a short-term reward. It could be something, here's a little something for which. But if you start paying guys for what they've done rather than what they'll do, that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's a big time.
Unless you know that person is self-motivated, unless you know for sure that person is not going to be run by money.
Yeah. Can I ask a dumb question?
You ask a lot of dumb questions. Why not? Why stop now?
What? Oh, never mind. I think I understand.
Okay, well, there you go.
Never mind.
You answered your own dumb question.
I was going to ask, why does it say Bobrovsky's birthplace is the USSR, but all these other Russian players say it's Russia, but he was born in 88, so that's a year before. He was technically born in the USSR.
Back in the U.S. Back in the U.S.
But he was, before the wall fell.
Back in the USSR.
He was born then.
Yeah.
And Val was born in 95.
Tear down this wall.
See, I got it. I put the pieces together.
So Bob is 36 and playing some of the best hockey of his life, Vic. His season last year, his regular season was fantastic. And he stepped it up in the postseason. I mean, the guy's always been very good.
Mose, you know what I watched last night? I was watching a little bit of NBA Countdown on ESPN2, and then they switched because the NBA game went to ABC. They switched to Saving Sakic, which was on again. That wonderful documentary.
How good is that?
And I watched the whole thing again. And have you seen this, Brett? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's so cool.
If for anybody who's an Avs fan or maybe new to Denver, go watch it because it basically gives you some behind-the-scenes wonderful details of how this franchise was saved by a movie, Air Force One. That enabled the franchise to keep Joe Sakic here.
You know what's great about that?
Change the course of history.
What's great about that is it's a legitimately good movie too.
But see,
I will watch Air Force One whenever it's on.
It was terrific.
See, that's an example of handing a mega contract to a player, Joe Sakic, with no risk at all because you know he's a self-motivator, because you know that money is well spent. You're paying for the future, but you know that guy's future, he is as hard on himself as anybody. And that's an example. That works. There are so many more stories of dudes that you're paying ridiculous money for, they fall flat on their face.
When we come back.
Yeah, real quick. If you're Neil Smith and the New York Rangers, and let's say you got him, you know you don't have to, you never have to worry about him ever.
You got your C? Yeah, exactly right.
Ever. Yep.
We come back. There is a proposal from, I think, Vic, even for you, because you were very picky about your NBA analysts and the guys that you feel like know what they're doing and what they don't. I think you like this guy. He had a proposal for the Nuggets this offseason that we'll get to next.
Get off my plane.
Circus Sports is all the odds that you want, including tonight's Stanley Cup Final Game 6, a chance to close out and win the final for who? Florida Panthers with sharp teeth and claws. They are minus 146 on the money line tonight to close things out in Florida and take home their second consecutive cup. That with all the game props and the best odds in the game on the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. So at this time tomorrow, we should be talking to Marvin Mims, so tune in then. Vic, are you a Rick Bucher fan?
I remember Rick from his Sports Illustrated days. He was always well-versed and well-researched and had Plenty of information on hand. Where's he work now?
He works FS1.
Oh, okay.
So he was on with the Jason Smith show with Mike Harmon and said this.
Ultimately, the best place for him, if Phoenix were willing to do
Sorry,
it.
hang on. This is about Kevin Durant. Sorry, I should have set that up. This is about KD.
Ultimately, the best place for him, if Phoenix were willing to do it, is to send him to the Denver Nuggets. And I would even trade Jamal Murray to make that happen. If I have Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Kevin Durant, I'd first try to see if I could make a deal built around Michael Porter Jr.
Sure.
But if they don't go for that, I would deal Jamal Murray if I could get KD, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, because Jokic is he's kind of my point center anyway, right? I can play through him, and the idea of having KD and Aaron Gordon working on both sides of the floor off of that, I can fill the rest of the blanks. And I would, if you put KD there, I look at that team, and I think they can contend with Oklahoma City right now.
So, two things here. Number one, fun to think about, right? Just in dreamland, I think this has like a 2% chance of happening, but fun to think about, especially in this case. It would remind me, remember in the bubble? So sports were gone, then sports were back, and the Nuggets trotted out that preseason lineup that was like Bol, Jokic, Mason Plumlee, Jeremy Grant, like everybody was 6'10". That your starting lineup would be that. If he's talking about a Jamal for Durant trade, AG would be the smallest of Jokic, Durant, Porter, and Gordon. He'd be the smallest guy out of those. So it's just fun. I also don't think this...
I just don't think it's feasible. I think it's just a shot at the wall. I always look at trades in reverse. I never look at them. Well, of course, the Nuggets would benefit from having KD on the floor. A shooter, an assassin like that, of course. Why would Phoenix do that?
Maybe Phoenix feels like Jamal Murray is good, and he's under contract for a while, and he's younger than Durant by a wide margin.
They already have guys at that spot.
They have guards. There's zero reason for Phoenix to make that. They would never do that move, ever.
Well, beyond that part of it, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think. No, Vic. I don't.
But it's funny. Rick Bucher. Nothing but respect for Rick Bucher. Why would Phoenix do that? Why propose a deal that you know can't get done?
I don't know what Jamal is. I don't know what Jamal is to other people. I don't know what he is. Like, he's not KD, obviously, but KD is 37 and he doesn't want to be there anymore. So what are you going to do? But I agree. I don't think it's feasible. But beyond that, it's a core question in this. Whenever we talk about a big move, to get KD, it's probably going to be Jamal in something else. And you don't have picks. So what is the something else? It's going to be another player. It's going to be a Christian Brown. It's going to be a Peyton Watson. It's going to be a Julian Strother. It's going to be something like that.
First of all, if that trade were to go through, because I'm reading some lines. You're right. There are some trades where people make moves. You're like, why would they do that? Dallas just did that, right? If that trade were on the table, would you take it?
Yeah.
You're talking about for KD?
I would,
for KD.
But this is kind of what I'm getting at. Do the Nuggets just need another really good starter?
No, they really don't. They really don't.
KD is above Jamal. He's above Porter. He's above everybody other than Jokic on this team. Okay? And KD, I think the prospect of him catching open jumpers from three-point range from Jokic in the paint is really appealing. But it doesn't fix your depth problem. It kind of exacerbates it. Because you get KD, there's no moving any other stuff anymore. Okay? Mm-hmm. It's your mid-level exception and then hoping other guys pan out.
KD is just, he's intriguing because he's a point machine. Even at the age of 36, the guy still can fill it up, and so that's all exciting to people.
But how many years do you have left with him?
And see, now here's the thing. He's going to be eligible to sign a new 2-year contract.
Let's say you get 2 more years at 27 points per game.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
That's all I need is 2 more years.
Because he scored 27 points per game this year at 36.
That was going to be my retort. The window is exactly what his shelf life is, right? That's the window you're looking at anyway, so make the most of it.
He's got 1 year left on his deal, and he's going to be eligible for a contract in the 2-year, $120-something million range.
Yeah.
When
Here's the problem
when
with
does
the move.
Father Time catch up with him? When?
Here's the problem.
When does Father Time get to these
Hasn't
guys in their
yet.
late 30s? I know it hasn't yet.
You are going to have, if that's the move that's on the table, some major deficiency at the guard position.
Yeah.
And it is going to show its face many, many times.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to need to find some capable guards somewhere, somehow, some coupon-friendly guards. Otherwise,
what would you say
that won't work.
over the last, let's just say, 15 years? Go through your memory bank. The team that won a championship with what you would say the worst point guard, because I think I got it.
The worst point guard?
The team that won a championship with the worst point guard.
All right. Well, I mean, the definition of point guard has changed. I mean, there's a lot of guards that handle the ball that bring it up that aren't classic point guards. Like Boston had two point guards. It's not Boston. It's not Denver. It's not Golden State. Steph Curry was a point guard. I guess it would have to be the Lakers.
Lakers?
Who was their point guard in the bubble?
Who was their point guard? Great question.
Was it D'Lo?
I don't think D'Lo was on that team yet. Who played point guard for them? I can't even remember the damn guy. Rondo? Yeah, Rajon Rondo.
Oh, Rondo. I mean, Rondo's all right. I mean, really good defender. I was going to Mario Chalmers in Miami.
Yeah. Yeah, again, they had so much talent, and LeBron brought the ball up. That's why I say who is a classic point guard. The Nuggets' Joker is the center guard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You just need somebody that gets the ball past half court and gets it to Jokic. I mean, let's think about this in real context. Would you say Jamal Murray's more of a point guard or a two guard?
He's an amalgamation of both.
Like to me, he's more of a two because he's looking to score, not run the offense. And so that's where maybe you could get away with that on a team like this. But
in fact, I would say that Jamal's better when he's a two guard.
I think so too.
When he's freed up to shoot, catch, and release.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gets into trouble when he dribbles around, and you know, we've seen that before.
Right. So, I mean, it's fun to think about. You asked the question, Vic, would I do that? I mean, let's say it's Jamal, and who's the other piece you want to throw in there? I mean, take your pick. I don't think I'd do it for him and Christian. You can't lose that many guards. You can't lose your starting two guards, but Jamal and Watson, Jamal and Strother, Jamal and whatever, I think so. Just because if I could get KD putting in, 25 to 30 a night along with Jokic running the offense, I mean, that sounds pretty appealing. I mean, what would you do it, Moj?
I just what I want is I want stability, and I want to have a team in place that can win multiple. I think when you start to talk about getting a KD in and how much you'll have to pay him and all this, I just think you're setting yourself up for excitement and probably some disappointment.
Man, I just cannot get over.
Texture says Milwaukee? No, they had Drew Holiday, bro. Drew Holiday's a baller.
By the way, Drew Holiday's game has evaporated.
Yeah.
Evaporated the last 2 years. He went from a force of nature. There were times he was close to becoming a Denver Nugget. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the Nuggets nearly traded for Drew Holiday several years ago. And
I thought Drew was good last year with the Celtics, though, when they won a title.
This year he was terrible.
This year is bad, yeah.
And I think they're done with him. He makes big money, and they're shopping him. They're done with him. But I just can't help but think last night watching the NBA Finals, I'm just shaking my head saying, I know this script. I've seen this movie before.
Mm-hmm.
This was round 2 of the Western Conference playoffs. This was Nuggets OKC. I know exactly what takes place. We've seen it. The exact same series is unfolding with Indiana playing the role of the Denver Nuggets. Every game. Every single game's unfolded the same way. Game 1, same thing. Nuggets win at the buzzer. Pacers win at the buzzer. Game 2, OKC wins. Game 3, Nuggets win. Pacers win. Game 4, goes to OKC. Game 5, back home, OKC wins. And they had a chance to fall apart in both games. They win. And we know how this series ends. It's the same series, guys.
There's one difference in Game 5.
One difference in Game 5, I'll tell you what the difference was. In Game 5, the Nuggets big man, 44 points.
Yeah.
The Nuggets wasted one of the best games I've seen Nikola Jokic play in the postseason.
Correct.
He had 44, and he was dominant, and they were up by 8 late and spoiled it.
Sounds like you're reliving it every single night.
I am.
Yeah.
That's the big difference, though. The superstar
I was there.
Of the Nuggets in the game that they lost in Game 5 had one of his all-time performances, and it just went to waste. Meanwhile, Indiana's best player didn't make a single shot.
And it was that night, because I was there, and I had to hear the whole KC crowd. Oh, KC, my God, shut up. Shut up!
Wait, wasn't that... Okay, that was the game in which Nuggets were down 3 late. It's the end of the shot clock, and Jokic did one of his turnaround, heave it up at the hoop things, and went in to tie it.
Exactly.
And the whole crowd was like, are you kidding me?
The whole crowd shut up. That was the game in which the Nuggets led by 10.
Yeah.
Led by 10 early in the fourth. That was the game in which Ramona Shelbourne wrote that article right before the game on ESPN.
Ridiculous.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And all the distraction that posed about Russell Westbrook, and AG came to his defense afterwards. I put a mic in AG's face, didn't even ask him a question, and he went on the defense for that game. It was that game out of the blue. It was really weird that story came out that day. Really weird. And I look back at it, man, Oklahoma City, they've gotten a lot of breaks. They've gotten, I keep getting reminded by people when the Nuggets won the NBA Finals. Oh, well, look, they beat Miami. Well, yeah, but Miami took out the top seed. What has Oklahoma City done? Exactly. Historic. Well, they've already lost more playoff games than the Nuggets did on their way to a title. They've already been tested. I saw these numbers back to back. The Nuggets playoff run was just numerically speaking, data-driven. It was much more dominant than when OKC's title run is on right now.
Sure, absolutely.
Much more dominant.
It was fantastic.
Much more dominant.
And I want to get back there, which is why I want this. I want them to do things smartly from this point forward. You got
want to stay on parade.
Yeah, you've got to pull a couple of more out of this era. You have to.
And then here's another similarity between the two series, and it came a game apart. Nuggets win Game 6, and in the final minute of a game they had won, it didn't even have to be that close. Aaron Gordon pulls his hamstring.
Yeah.
Just out of the blue. Here in a series for the NBA Finals, Tyrese Haliburton seemed to have, they said it, he's hurt.
Yep.
He strained his calf. It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Hey, speaking of strains or sprains, LeBron James did an interview with the Associated Press. He's got this new commercial called What's Next coming up for Amazon. See that?
I did not see that.
Okay. And they say, what are you feeling? What's going on? He says, well, I'm feeling pretty good, but my big thing is to take care of my injury, my knee.
What injury?
Hold on. Make sure I'm as close to 100% as possible when training camp begins in late September, whatever. Working on his knee.
Mm-hmm.
Getting that all healthy and feeling good. Got to get it back, He's 40 years old,
Mm-hmm.
Entering his 23rd season in the NBA, which is phenomenal. Didn't I just see him a couple of weeks ago at a wedding?
Dancing?
Now, listen, dancing at a wedding. Dancing at a wedding is a
Moj,
little
did
bit...
you see Gabe golfing?
Yeah.
When he wasn't playing hockey?
A strained ligament is far different than having your leg taken apart and a dead guy put in there.
I got it.
Okay? I already told you that this guy, talking about Gabe, it looks like a normal human being, will behave like a normal human being. Can he play hockey or not? The answer is yes, he can.
I'm just saying it doesn't mean it translates to every aspect of your life. Your knee is hurting or something's hurting.
I'm way over here. I'm literally 4 feet away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I'm a little bit in the distance here. Something's lost in translation.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're defending LeBron.
I just think there's other things. There's other things you can point out with LeBron.
Like what?
But that he was dancing at a wedding or something like that, so that means he wasn't actually hurt. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Oh man.
No, I think what Moser
I don't know what to believe with this guy.
I'll tell you what drives me nuts about
he
LeBron.
Exacerbates. He embellishes. He wants sympathy. He wants love. He wants respect. Remember, he said it into an open mic. I need my respect.
Here.
You like getting nailed by the king?
For those watching on Twitch and on YouTube and on Altitude Television, I would like to do an impression.
Okay, please.
And Moj, can you give play-by-play of
sure.
this impression?
Brett Kane is now standing up.
Okay, so this is after the Lakers have been eliminated from the playoffs, okay? And I am LeBron walking to my final post-game press conference.
Okay.
Here comes Brett Kane walking across, and he can barely move. He's dragging his leg behind him. Oh, Yeah, I can barely even function as a human being.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got 2 ice packs on my knees.
Yeah, ice packs on the knees. Okay. Now, wait. Now, 2 weeks later, you're at a wedding.
I look like Gary.
They're not dancing to Jethro Tull.
I also don't think that's it either. I don't.
What is it?
I think it's Will Smith. I think it's pretty. I like pretty girls.
That's the more I think about the lyrics to that song, I got to look at the lyrics to it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, you look it up. We'll get to it in just a second. I want to remind people if they want a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze in September at Ball Arena, text Nate and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Summer is here. Vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with the people you love, right? You feel great. Well, do you really feel great? Your energy level's low, your drive is off. You could be suffering from low testosterone, and getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all summer activities. It happened to me. Went to the doc, had a physical. Yeah, you got some low T going on. What do I do? Well, you're just getting old. Don't slough it off. Don't say, nah, that's okay. Do something about it. Low testosterone, it causes a host of problems, including a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and much, much more. And a lot of guys wait a year or longer to get tested. Right now at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can take care of you. They've got awesome treatment, and they are experts. Schedule an appointment today. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It's right there on the website. Super simple. $99 for the appointment. Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, should you need it, the appointment's absolutely free. So there's no need to wait. Have a great summer. Get back to feeling like you should feel. Again, it's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this beautiful, hot Tuesday in Denver, Colorado. Vicky telling me it's going to get to 100 this weekend.
100 by Saturday, 99
Oh, my
on
gosh.
Friday. Hey,
I've got an art show to do, though.
Okay, weirdo. What do you mean?
Bear's got an art show on Sunday, and I got to do all the tent setup and all that kind of thing. So I got to.
Oh, where are you doing the show?
Cheeseman Park.
So you're bringing all of her art to sell? How does that work?
Whatever she tells me, bro. Whatever that is.
Because I did see that last piece she did, which she asked for my assistance on great old buildings of Denver.
Yeah, she just did another one yesterday. Finished it up yesterday. Of the old Jolly Rancher place in Golden.
No, that's in Wheat Ridge. The old Jolly Rancher
Wheat Ridge. I'm sorry, Wheat Ridge, yeah.
Where if you drove down I-70 off of Ward Road, you could smell Jolly Ranchers. That's how close
it was the original little shop in Golden. Then they built the factory in Wheat Ridge.
Gotcha.
But the original little shop. Anyway,
did she end up doing that Duffy's, the old Duffy's?
Yeah, she did. And in fact, she sold all three of them as a set.
See, I will buy. See, can I make an offer? Tell her if she's going to do.
It's too late now, bro.
Have her do the old Elitch's in the old, or have her do an Elitch's Lakeside side by side.
Oh my God, that would be pretty cool, huh? Okay, I will. Hey, during the break, Brett, I took it upon myself on a hunch to go and look at the lyrics to the new Will Smith song. All right, Nelly, hang on a sec. Okay, but we'll play it in a second. Now, Will Smith is the same age as me. Okay.
70?
Oh, for God's sake. Hang on a second now. I can't. When do you stop chasing it? Not that a young guy who's 26
when
should
you
have
stop
a song
wearing
like this.
the leather jacket. What you're saying is
right.
When did that was one of the milestone when ESPN debuted. What was that show?
I forget.
Help me out. So ESPN back in the day, Brett, you were too young.
Yeah.
They took Keith Olbermann and Dan Patrick and split them up. And they put Keith Olbermann on ESPN2 with Susie Colbert. Okay?
Yeah, what was that show?
They fashioned this brand new show. And they wanted to dress it down. No more suit and tie. And they put Keith Olbermann, the biggest, you know what, in my rear side, in a leather jacket. And it was so forced. It so bad.
Was. Okay, here, can I just give you the words, Brett, real quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay, here we go. You don't got to wait in line tonight. You too fine for the line tonight. 5 + 5, you a dime tonight. It's a full house, better play your cards right.
Yeah.
I'm a post your pick if you pose. Make one phone call, you in vogue. Head, shoulders, knees, toes. Hold up, wait, pose. I'm about to do some investing. I spend it on you and your bestie. You and your twin on a jet ski. I'll change your life if you let me.
Okay, basically, it's him saying, this whole song is about him going out to the clubs. He's no longer with that one.
Right.
It's about him going out to the clubs, letting all the girls waiting in line know that when he's there, you have a ticket in.
Okay, here we go again.
My wife's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the second verse. Stop, Nelly. Hold on a sec. Hold on. I just got to read it first, then you can play. All the pretty girls, put your drink up. I'll get you anything you think of. I like BBLs. That stands for Bad Bees Link Up.
Wait. What?
I like BBLs. That stand for Bad Bees. It's another.
Yeah. He's not talking about the thing that he used to harvest, not those bees.
Bad female dog, link up. Popping in the club all night in the section. Picture perfect. I swear you're perfection. I like you, and you. Doesn't matter about your complexion. Not a lot of women not pretty to me, huh? I mean, she's pretty to me. I ain't talking about just the pretty you see.
Okay, got it.
I'm like, dude,
he's a poet.
Dude.
You're trying to say he's a poet.
No, I'm trying to say, dude, you're almost 60, bro. What are you doing?
Having a good time.
I reckon.
Hanging out with the boys and the girls. You know what I mean?
He's hanging out with the BBLs, baby.
He's 56. Same age as me, and he's doing this. You're too fine to wait in line and all this kind of stuff?
I mean, Moj.
What?
Mick Jagger was singing songs like that at 70.
Yeah, what's the difference?
But he wrote them when he was 20.
Not all of them.
That's Mick Jagger at the age of 70 isn't going, oh, I'm going to get you pregnant because you're a South American supermodel.
No, he just did it.
I know.
He actually just
did
it.
I mean, there's a certain amount of respect for that kind of game, but he's not writing songs about that at the age of 56.
Hey, can I?
Anyway, you drew it into the show today, so it's all your fault.
You know, the arc of Will Smith, though. I used to be a huge Will Smith fan. He went from, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He was so good, so funny. He was actually, his music was outstanding back then. Then he went to motion pictures and one of the best there is, right? He made so many great.
Dude, he was the biggest star in the world for like a long time.
And he was still considered hip. And then he turned the corner to flat out weird. And I think that's where he is right now.
I mean, you're making.
So I just want to tell you guys something. Like, he had an unbelievable run there for a minute with his movies. Never been back.
Well, he was great. All the Men in Black stuff, the Independence Day, Bad Boys. They were great.
What is the one where he was the doctor and everybody turned into zombies and he had the?
He did I, Robot, which was great.
I Am Legend.
I Am Legend. Great movie.
So hang on. Trying to find the bulk of this stuff here. Yeah, like it was Men in Black. Then it was Enemy of the State, which is a great movie. You haven't seen that?
That's
Enemy
a
of the
great
State,
movie.
Great movie.
The late great Gene Hackman was terrific in that.
Wild Wild West was terrible. The Legend of Bagger Vance. I don't know if you guys
pretty
seen
damn
it.
good.
Movie.
Yeah,
Good
very
movie.
Good movie.
Yeah,
pretty damn good.
Then
good
he
movie.
did Ali. Good movie.
Yep.
Men in Black 2.
You know what?
Okay.
Will Smith had played a great Ollie. Great.
He was
Ollie.
great.
But
He
then
had
it
to
was
put on a lot of weight for that.
Listen to this. Bad Boys, I, Robot, Hitch, depending on who you talk to, they like Hitch. The Pursuit of Happiness, which got a whole bunch of...
Stop right there.
That was a good movie.
The Pursuit of Happiness made me cry more than most movies. I mean,
it was great. It was, and it's a true story.
I Am Legend.
That bathroom scene in Pursuit of Happiness, how do you not cry there?
I Am Legend, 7 Pounds, which is another good movie. And then, it was I missed Independence Day. Was in the middle. Like, he was a huge movie star.
And then he yelled at Chris Rock, and everything went off the deep end.
It kind of went downhill a little bit before that. But
anyway,
that's
all.
Can I ask you a question about being a father? So let me paint the scenario for you. Like, I just dealt with this the last few days. Baby Jamal Cale's got a little bit of a bug. Puking going on, right? Sick. So let me just take you through this. You're somebody that has been so-so at your job, and then all of a sudden, it is the biggest day of your life. You find yourself in a position to achieve every hope and dream that you ever had that maybe you didn't even think was possible. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, about 4 hours before you got to do the big thing, wife elbows you and says, the kid's sick, I need you to run over to CVS and get some medicine. What do?
You're JJ Spahn. You're about to win the U.S. Open. You get up out of bed. You go to CVS. You get that medicine because you want to keep everything the same. The last thing you want to do is lie in bed and say, I can't do that because I got the U.S. Open final round, and that's all you think about, and it takes you out of you live your life is what you do. That's the answer. He did the right thing. Good for him. Good for JJ.
Do you think it might have contributed, like the lack of sleep, to bogeying 5 of the first 6 holes, maybe?
I don't know. I think the course may have contributed more than that. The course, I mean, it's not like he was the only one that was struggling out there. He won the damn tournament. Good for him.
How brutal would that be, though? It's like you're already nerves at an all-time high. This guy's never finished higher than, 23rd in any major, and he finds himself in position to win on Sunday. And it's, I got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to a local Walgreens or CVS to get medicine for my sick kid.
Yeah.
About, I guess it wasn't 4 hours, but 6 or 7 before his tea time?
Can you imagine coming home had he lost? Hey, honey, appreciate you sending me to CVS. Just cost us $2 million.
The more I think about it, too, the reaction of McIntyre. Now, maybe he didn't think he was going to get into a playoff anyway, right? Because all Spawn had to do was 2-putt. But to watch McIntyre realize that I'm going to finish second, I won't have a chance to compete, in a playoff. But he's doing the clapping, going, "Wow!" Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty cool, genuine reaction from a fellow golfer, right?
Yes.
I mean, it was. I thought it was pretty cool. We just appreciate what an amazing moment that really was.
Well, Melinda says you go get the medicine because the wife is keeping the kid comfortable, period. Hey, Melinda, don't get so angry. I'm not disagreeing with this at all. I'm just saying that's a bad set of circumstances. You're already in this position that you've never been in before. You're scared. You're probably scared heading into Sunday because you're like, what am I going to do?
Maybe he couldn't sleep anyways. Like, yeah, I can go. No problem.
Yeah, maybe.
But the way Melinda put it.
You don't have to write the word period, by the way.
See, Melinda, that's when we can tell you're
angry.
You're a little mad.
A little miffed.
So if she says, you go get the medicine because the wife is keeping the kid comfortable. Oh, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you say, you go get the medicine because the wife is keeping the kid comfortable, period. That has a totally different tone to it.
You called me an M and an F at the end of the sentence is what you did.
That's exactly right.
That's what you did. I know that. I know that sound and that tone. I've heard it many times in my life. I know exactly what that means.
When somebody throws period on the end, that is a punctuation on that statement big time. So thank you, Melinda.
Another text coming in. Vic just said a motion picture and hip in the same sentence trying to rag on Will Smith. Thanks, Grandpa.
I'm 56. I'm not sure which one. What, you want me to fake like I'm 30? I don't know what to tell you.
I haven't heard somebody call it a motion picture in a long time.
I'll tell you what, though. It makes it sound more important, does it not?
Yeah.
It does.
If you say, he was in a movie. But if you say, no, he was in a motion picture.
Maybe that's the way we need to distinguish movies. Like, if you guys have seen a movie that you really like, say, hey, I watched this motion picture the other day that was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. But if you thought the movie was just okay, you're like, yeah, I saw this movie. It's like flick.
I don't know.
Right.
I mean, since when do you apologize for using words that perhaps you don't understand, Junior?
Who are you talking to?
Whoever texted that in.
Oh, no. Here we go. So Travis says, with millions on the line, you calm the hell down, Melinda. Sorry, Melinda.
That is true. I wonder if Spawn walked out doing that dad trailing off voice as he's walking out of the room, something like this. Yeah, just $2 million on the line for the family.
Hey, don't worry. I got it. I mean, 3 hours sleep. I got a tea time. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, what, do you got to play your stupid golf game today?
You're playing golf with the boys again?
And then Quinn says, Melinda sounds like a real great partner, period.
Oh, don't do that to Melinda. It wasn't the
I
point.
Know.
It was...
No, I actually love the fact that she put period on the end.
Let me tell you something.
Because she's exacerbating. She's trying to get on your bacon.
I'll tell you what.
And I appreciate that.
I guarantee you, JJ, when he was ripping every drive into the 5-inch rough and struggling to get out the first 6 holes was probably like,
I needed more sleep, period.
Really glad my kid's feeling better right now. Let me just chip this out, get it back in the fairway.
I'm going to tell you something, though. And here's the truth of the matter. My wife would have been the same. She'd have been, go get the damn food and shut up, or whatever you need. Quit being a B. And that's just the way it is. And if you're a disciplined father, you go do it. And you don't make any excuses. And then you go win the U.S. Open.
What if you do this? What if you say, honey, I think the kiddo's going to be all right. But even if not, I will buy the best doctor that ever existed when I win this tournament. And he or she will go see him or her.
Honey, after I win, we will never have this problem again. We'll have a full-time nanny.
Hold on a second.
I will pull a South Park. I will put hundreds in a blender with water and have her drink it, and I think that's what helps everybody, doesn't it?
Melinda's not done yet.
What?
No.
Melinda, don't yell. We agree with you.
Melinda, we agree with you. You're awesome.
We agree with you. Don't yell at us.
I don't know Melinda's voice.
The damn sports radio.
I don't know Melinda's voice, but I can picture her saying what she just said. What's the wife supposed to take the puking kid to the store with her in the middle of the night?
Does she have a tea time in a few hours? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Thank you, Melinda.
We agree. All right.
Well, wait a minute. You're different, though, Brad, because doesn't your wife make the money in the family?
Yeah.
We are done with
this
segment.
Your wife makes the money. If the kid needs help, you better do your part, sucker.
I help. I'm a helper. A very big helper. Need to keep that household together. But here's the thing.
You got cash coming in.
But her fear is If I don't, he's going to take me to court. That's how it works. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Got that big announcement coming up, a huge giveaway at 9:15. Stick around.
It's a loser situation.
Oh my gosh, I finally have hot water in the shower. When I turn on the shower, I don't have to wait for it. Thank you very much, AAA service, because I don't know how to get water to the spout, let alone hot water. I don't know how to do a lot of things. That's why AAA service exists. AAA service plumbing, heating, and electric. Anything you need done in the house, they have the answer. A 2-hour arrival window guarantee. They save time, they save my sanity, and that's all that matters. If you need AAA for anything right now, a $49 AC tune-up, make sure that AC is pumping for the summer because it is going to get hot, hot, hot this weekend. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
At the beat alone, rock with you all night.
All right, so a big announcement of something pretty cool. Moj, we get to look at it right now.
I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty dang cool. Can't say anything yet, but it's really cool.
So tune in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'll tell you just what it is.
Guess what just came out, Vic? It's probably going to make you mad that it's already out.
Street and Smith's top 25?
No. Pete Steele's, no. I have the groupings and the schedule for the Olympic Games next February for hockey.
Bunch of avs on that sucker.
4 as of right now. So the U.S., what they've done is they put a heavyweight. They put, oh my God. The group for Team USA is easy. USA is going to cruise through groups, no problem whatsoever. With the United States of America, you've got Denmark, Germany, and Latvia.
Okay.
Sounds pretty easy. The Canadians have Canada, Czechia, which is a pretty good team.
Marty Nachos?
Yeah, France and Switzerland. And the Swiss have some good players. They can bite you in the butt if you don't look out. Group B. This is where Vic's going to be interested. Finland, Italy, Slovakia is pretty good, and Sweden. So Finland and Sweden are in the same group, and they hate each other. It's going to be good, man. This is going to be really, really good. The USA got such an easy draw. It could, I mean, it for them, it couldn't be easier. Unless you threw Italy in there.
When are the Olympic Games again?
Next February, right?
So how much of is it a 4-week, 3-week? What is it? How much are they off?
I'll probably be off 3.5 weeks, something like that. Yeah.
I hate that. I understand that this is going to be great and cool. I hate that long of a break, though.
The tournament, the men's tournament runs the 11th through the 22nd of February. The women will play the 5th through the 19th of February.
Wait, so are we going to do that same thing that we did in the Olympics last year, where it's not quite the same because I don't think there is as hateable people on the U.S. hockey team as there was in general for the U.S. basketball team to a lot of basketball fans? But are people going to be looking at McKinnon, McCarr? I know we just kind of had this with the four nations. It felt like most Americans were on board, or I guess most Coloradans were on board with America, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah.
Because that wasn't the case with Serbia. In basketball, that wasn't the case.
No, it was pretty kind of 50-50. Oh, by the way, you remember the smart room? Okay, hold on, a couple things. You just struck a nerve with me. I can tell you who I'm not going to be rooting for.
Okay.
Finland.
Oh, God.
Number 2.
Why? Is there some Finn that has burned you in the past, Moj, that you can't let go of?
Some people call him the Moose.
Patrick Laine.
Yeah.
Drives me crazy.
Your little venom game, vengeful game, whatever
Your little
game
venom
it is.
game is getting tiresome.
I'm so sick of it. It's just so old.
It's so old. It's tired.
The moose is loose.
I'm just tired of it.
It's immature.
It's immature.
You're right, it is. Sports is irrational.
You're an immature man.
Sometimes.
You're supposed to be a professional broadcaster. Like we're professionals, right?
Right.
And you're an immature moron.
Pretty much. Sounds good.
Are you cool with that label?
Doesn't bother me at all.
All right.
You can call me what you've called me a lot worse in my life. It doesn't
we're
bother me whatsoever.
supposed to be the beacons of professionalism in this business. You carry yourself at a different level and standard. You carry yourself with head high. You never poke fun at anybody.
If the United States cannot win it all, then I will be rooting for our guys who are playing for their respective countries.
Oh, screw them.
Like Landy, Kale, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the dudes, right?
Yeah.
Nachos. You know, the dudes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. But I'll be USA first and foremost.
Yeah,
You know
of
what I mean?
course. Of course.
The other thing you brought up Kevin Durant, what Rick Bucher said. Didn't Kevin Durant spout off about...
Oh, yeah, he got into it with the Nuggets fans, yeah.
Vic, do you recall Kevin Durant
I do.
spouting...
Yeah,
I mean,
he said you guys are corny.
Yeah, corny.
We all love Jokic, but are you American or not?
Okay. I don't want him.
Oh, from that. So that just reminded you. You don't want that.
I don't want him. Nope.
I would take 27
KD. What? 27 a night is fine. You don't need 27 a night, you dork. You need depth.
It certainly helps.
And you need some D.
It certainly helps.
You need some depth and some D. 27 a night, you don't need that. You score all you want anyway. You score enough points.
What did happen against OKC?
I can give you...
It didn't. Why are you rolling your eyes at me? They didn't score.
I can give you 10 different trade scenarios that I would appreciate and probably welcome more than that one.
Name one.
One?
Yeah.
Here's one. Who's that Cam guy that plays for Brooklyn?
Yeah. The guy you don't know the name of? That's not a strong start. You're thinking of Johnson, by the way.
Yeah, let me think about it and report back to you. Because...
Yeah. Well, you can't say I can name 10 and then you can't name one.
Okay, here's one that I saw. I saw this the other day.
Cameron Johnson, he's
I saw this the other day. If the Suns execute a deal to send KD to San Antonio may have to part with a lot of different pieces. And in parting with those pieces, they'd have to send out guys like Harrison Barnes, who doesn't have much left, and I get it. Harrison Barnes is nowhere near what he used to be, but he's a capable veteran who can help you, who can play rotational minutes. I'll take Harrison Barnes on this team and another key piece. You give me a Devin Vassell or somebody of that ilk, somebody of that nature. You give me those two players, maybe a draft pick. You throw in some. Now we're talking.
More than KD.
Now I just think you need depth. You're giving me numbers now. Yeah. I need depth.
Well,
depth is more important for me, and I'm with you. I'm with you on that, Moj. I think the fact that you just go from one starter to another starter, that doesn't really solve your problem. That exacerbates your problem. Because I'll say this, MPJ, for example, he was available. He played, man. He played. This dude with those injuries played right through him. Take a look at how many games KD missed just this year. Go ahead. Look it up. Look it up. And now he's a year older. He's teetering, man. No. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you, Mo.
62.
I'm with you.
75 last year.
How many games now? Now look up like MPJ's games. And I get it. Different effects, but you need somebody there.
Let me go back to what Durant said. Ready? To all you Nuggets fans, nobody gives an F who y'all lames believe is the best player in the league. He called us lames. Remember that? He called us lames. Players got major respect for Yoke. We don't worship him like y'all do.
Well, you should have, because he nearly, you know what? I'll say this, Kevin. He nearly single-handedly beat your ass in the Olympics. Or in the, was that, what was that? The World Championships? What the hell was
the Olympic
that?
Games.
The
Olympic Games. Y'all lames. He's got a good tongue.
Shuffle, baby.
He's got a great tongue, man. He really does.
It really was. There's things that actually, as annoying as that can be, I kind of appreciate that Durant just does that. Like it's a little like overly sensitive at times, but
I think it's hilarious
that he just jumps on and calls everybody lame. Nobody cares what you lames have to say.
The blank y'all.
I think it's great.
I do too. Doesn't he have a couple burner accounts too? I mean, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's admitted to it.
Okay. So he's out there with burners, just smoking people and whatnot. I think it's funny.
Just lurking in the shadows.
Here's the deal I saw. I saw this prospective deal. And this included some trades. The Suns eventually would send Kevin Durant to the Spurs. The Spurs you have to have a third team involved. And it would net the Nuggets Harrison Barnes, Grayson Allen, and Royce O'Neal. They have to give up Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji to make the salaries work.
For what now?
It's a 3-team deal. And these things, again, these are far-fetched. You put them in the trade machine. The Nuggets are part of a 3-team deal to make the money work. And the crux of this deal is for the Spurs to get Kevin Durant. Suns send Kevin Durant, Spurs set Kevin Durant. The Spurs would then have to wheel and deal and send the Nuggets Harrison Barnes, and the Suns would have to send the Nuggets Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal. So the Nuggets have Harrison Barnes, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal.
We have to have Grayson Allen on our team?
I love Grayson Allen.
Grayson Allen's a guy, dude.
He'd be, right now, Grayson Allen, right now, outside of MPJ,
dude, his face,
he'd be your best three-point shooter.
Dude, his face.
I'll take the face.
Yeah, but Moj, he shot his 3-point percentage this year was unbelievable. It was 43%.
I'll take Grayson Allen right now and 3 times on Sunday.
All right.
Have him.
So,
who do you like exactly? Every time I bring somebody up, you don't like them. Who do you like?
I don't like Grayson Allen. That's all.
I need you guys to pause for a moment because it's time. What we're looking at will be revealed. The Core 4 score presented by Revitalized Health. And starting on Monday, the 23rd, we're giving out keywords for one listener to win the ultimate prize package.
Why am I looking at Kevin's face?
He switched it. He flipped it around.
Kevin, never show your face, please.
One winner will get an autographed Jokic jersey, an autographed Murray jersey, an autographed AG jersey, and an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey. One person gets all 4 of those. And all next week, from Monday through Friday, there's going to be keywords every hour on the 20, starting from 6:20 to 5:20. The winner will be announced 9 a.m. on the 30th by us. But every keyword is another entry into the grand prize drawing for all 4 autographed jerseys. 60 total opportunities to get your name in the hat.
Yeah.
The more times you enter, the better chance you have to win. The Core 4 scores presented by Revitalized Health. Custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com.
And the genesis of that Core 4, let's establish this right now, because I know there are a lot of you out there saying, well, why isn't Christian Brown in the Core 4? He's a core player on this team. He's Core 5, all right, whatever. These are the 4 guys right here, and that's a wonderful shot there, Kevin, of the 4.
Good shot, Kev.
Looks so good in someone's living room, office, basement. The genesis of this is pretty simple. It's these 4 players. Hey, get out of the shot, Raj.
Get out of here, Raj.
Get out of the shot. These 4 players, those 4 jerseys, represent the one and only NBA championship in Denver Nuggets history.
That is correct.
Those are the 4. Those are 4 of the 5 starters that remain. So moving forward, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. Those 4 might be still back next year. Who knows? But those 4 right there, they will live in the lores and the archives of Denver Nuggets history. They will live as legends for eternity for what they brought to this city. The one and only NBA title.
And you can have, God, the idea of having all 4 of those hanging next to each other somewhere, your basement, wherever you want to put them. One person getting all 4 of these. Again, Jokic, Murray, Porter, and Gordon signed jerseys to one winner. So that all starts on Monday with the keywords. What are you looking at? Why are you leaving? So Moser is looking at the AG right now. You think his autograph is the best? Yeah, all right, cool. Okay, well, Moser, nobody can hear you on the air, so the shouting is probably not translating.
You can hear me now, can't you?
Yeah, barely.
I like the AG. You know what? I just like AG a lot. I like AG. AG's my guy.
I think he's pretty much everybody's guy in Denver.
Amalfi Coast AG? Are you kidding me? You kidding me?
So all of that is going to be here on Monday with keywords on the hour, on the 20s of every hour, 6:20 to 5:20 each day, 60 total shots to win. Back after this. All right, so a pretty cool prize coming up next week with your chance to win. A cool prize today, as well as if you want to see Nate Bargatze on his tour when it comes to Ball Arena in September 13th. It's a Saturday. Text Nate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll draw a winner at the end of the show today.
Did they change the date? I thought he was coming in September. Did they change that date?
Said September.
Oh, I thought you said December. I'm sorry.
September 13th. It's a 3 p.m. show, a little matinee. Nate Bargatze. So we'll announce a winner of that. Just text Nate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Mose, you said that Skinner's in the starters net this morning?
Reportedly, Stuart Skinner will get the start tonight for the Edmonton Oilers in a must-win Game 6 for them. Otherwise, the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup in back-to-back years.
What kind of game does Edmonton need to see to survive tonight? Like, what do you expect? What do you need to see? This low-scoring, high-scoring, crazy chaos? What do you need?
I think they probably need a high-scoring game.
Okay.
I mean, Florida, I just feel like Florida's going to get theirs. If Edmonton's going to win this game, they got to get at least 5 goals. That's my opinion. At least 5. I know it sounds crazy. It's a lot, but they can do it. I mean, they've got tremendous offensive talent. I just don't think they have the overall horses to beat Florida. Sorry. Just don't have it.
They have top-end horses, but not as many. What Florida has.
And again, when Florida gets playing their game, when they're properly locked in and focused, they are a pain in the tail. I even think to myself sometimes, what would this Avalanche team have done against Florida? Dude, it would have been incredibly hard. Maybe could win, maybe could. But it would have been difficult. Florida's just, they're put together. Now, they're going to suffer in the offseason. They're going to lose at least one big gun, if not 2.
Yeah.
We'll see.
By the way, ESPN2 has flipped over to the College World Series. I always get weirded out by stuff like this because they had a big rainstorm yesterday in the middle of this LSU and UCLA game. So they're starting today, and there was runners on first and second. It's always such a bizarre thing when you're resuming a suspended game. And I can't imagine. It's like you get warmed up, and then you start the game. All right, put your helmet on. You're at second base. And then you go. Hard to get back in the feel, the flow of it. So LSU just singled to start this off, so they're up 6-3 now. If you're into the College World Series, which, Vic, you got into the women's. Men's not the same?
Not really. There's too many games. There's too many double eliminations. Blah, 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 blah. Elimination. Let's play. Come on. What are we doing? All these eliminations on losers bracket, winners bracket, eliminate. Let's go.
Literally the exact same format as the women's College World Series.
I don't like
it. The exact same thing as what they did. Anyway.
The women just seem to do it quicker.
Yeah.
The women just seem to get down to business quicker. It's like, look, get all the mids out and let's get the big guns playing some ball here.
I'll tell you this right now, going back to last night's game. So we all have it's funny. It's hidden in these. It's how much money the guy makes stuff, and I get it. Like with Jamal or MPJ, it's they're making max contracts, so it has to be more consistent and better than what it's been, or something along those lines. What do you think of Haliburton? You know what Haliburton does? He makes around $50 million a year. That's what Jamal makes. And he had a game in which it was a 2-2 series tie, pivotal game 5, 2-point lead for OKC with 8 minutes left, and the guy didn't make a bucket.
Well, we get greedy as fans. You expect it, right? 2 things could be true. Here's number 1. Indiana would be nowhere close to this situation. They would not be here without Tyrese Haliburton. They'd have been done in maybe round 1 or 2, right?
Yeah.
That could be true. Number 2, if you're a great player, you got to be great in big moments. And he was nothing but poor last night. And I guess I'll add a third element. He looks hurt.
Yeah.
He looks hurt. You know, it's funny. We just said something about a player. You could just record that entire riff and replay it about Jamal Murray many times, right?
Sure.
The Nuggets would not have won a championship without Jamal Murray. Would not have been close. So many key shots. They wouldn't have won key games without him. At the same time,
and Jamal during that run, I don't think he had a bad game that entire playoffs.
he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
You know, we quickly forget that he could have easily been named the MVP of the Western Conference Finals, the MVP of the finals themselves. He had a triple-double as well as Nikola Jokic in Game 4 of that series.
Yep.
Do we remember that?
Yep.
2 players on the same team with triple-doubles. First time it's ever happened. Only time it's ever happened in NBA Finals history.
God, man.
You're so right in comping Haliburton and Murray.
I mean,
Similar.
they aren't the same style of player, but for all of the criticisms you could lob at Jamal, you could lob the same thing at Haliburton, but he has these such high moments, right? Where he is just, and this is what we do in the NBA because the latest thing that happened is the only thing that you can remember. Haliburton hits a shot in Game 1, and it's like, could he this is one of the dumbest discussions I think the NBA has going, and they have a few of them. But I saw Bill Simmons tweet about this yesterday, and he's absolutely right. The NBA has these who's the MVP like 3 weeks after the season starts stuff, which is dumb. They have obviously the MJ LeBron thing, which is dumb. They also have, is this guy a superstar or not, which I think is dumb. Mm-hmm. And then they have, which I think is the dumbest of all of them, who's the face of the league thing.
Oh, God, that part really grinds me.
I mean, why do they care so much about that stuff? But after Haliburton hits a shot in Game 1, he has this magical run, it's like, well, maybe Haliburton could be. It's like, or maybe he won't.
Who the hell cares who the face of the damn league is? Why is that even a narrative? For the last 2 years, the face of the league, Anthony Edwards. Shut up. Who says that? Like, who are the members of the media? I want names.
Names.
Find names. I don't know, put it in the computer. Who comes up with questions? The face of the league. Who are these nerds who try to force this topic?
Who we'll never have on here ever again.
Who are these people? And why does it matter? And why is it a narrative? And why do people pursue that line? Why? For what? A face of the league. What does that even mean? Why?
I guess because, Vic, over the years, you've had these star players who set the tone.
Who cares? It changes. People die.
Agreed. I don't disagree with you. I'm just trying to give you an explanation as to why this has been sown into the public thought process regarding the NBA. Does anybody ever say who's the face of the NFL?
Nobody cares.
No. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Who's the face of the NHL?
Who's the face of the NHL? Nobody cares. You just play sports. The NBA media has these weird little things, these hang-ups.
Little categories.
So dumb.
Weird little hang-up categories.
So dumb. Like, shut up. Play basketball.
Here's what's so funny, too. The amount of discussions that revolve the NBA that have no tangible thing to point to that people just love to yell about. I don't know how. I mean, what's the closest any other sport has to stuff like that? You know, we've talked about a lot the NFL, which is the most discussed sport in this country without question. It is. They don't have these petty little things of, imagine if every 2 weeks you tune into NFL Network and they had somebody on talking about who's better, Tom Brady or Joe Montana.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
They don't do it.
And by the way, you spend 2 hours on Montana versus Brady. It's like, it would be laborious and it would be ridiculous.
It's like, who's the face of the NFL? You're like, I don't know. Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are all pretty good players. I mean, take your pick. Who cares? Who's the MVP? The most, quote, heated discussion I remember the NFL about MVP was probably last year, and it was just kind of like, yeah, they're both pretty good. You could go either way.
Yeah, and then it went away, and there wasn't any, no big deal. I mean, the NBA, people take things so personally in the NBA.
Yeah, why is that?
That's a great way to put it. It is like personal. Why is it personal?
Like the Embiid Joker thing, that was personal.
Yeah.
It was personal to guys like Kendrick Perkins.
But not between Joker and Embiid, which was weird.
They didn't care.
Well, I'm sure Embiid cared.
But
he lobbied like hell for it.
Not that Embiid didn't care about the award, but it wasn't a beef between him and Joker. He didn't hate Joker over it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Nobody's going, hey, McDavid versus Lemieux. Gretzky versus all of them. Yeah, nobody does that in hockey.
It got hyper.
Why does it do that? Why do they do that?
I think it's just the NBA is hyper individualized. When Jordan was playing against the Pistons back in the day, it wasn't Jordan versus Isaiah. It was the Bulls versus the Pistons, right? Like that was the big thing. It was two teams. Wings against the Avs. It was teams. It wasn't a certain individual versus individual. That's why they market things.
I'm trying to remember back to Bird and Magic. I think it was when the Lakers and the Celtics were scoring off for NBA titles. It was a little bit like that. Bird versus Magic, that kind of thing, but not nearly to the extent it is today.
You know what's interesting back then in the 80s, Moj? Oh, God, I'll never forget it. We would play pickup basketball at a small gym in Arvada. A bunch of high schoolers would get together, watch the NBA Finals on a small little, I think it was a black and white television at the time. And it was Showtime against the Celtics. I'm going to make an admission right now that's going to make you just, your mouth's going to go wide here. But back then, when you're sitting in that small gym in Arvada playing basketball with your buds, and you're stopping in between games to watch the finals, you're either a Western Conference guy or Eastern Conference. And all of us wanted the Western Conference Lakers to win those finals. That's just the way it was. Because those were the two teams. Those were the two teams. The Nuggets were in there on occasion, but they weren't they weren't the Lakers. They weren't the Showtime Lakers.
The Sixers were in it a little bit.
Yes, but you always rooted for your I remember we rooted for the conference. Today, I want OKC to lose by 100, and they're in the same division.
You just admit there was a time in your life where you were rooting for the Lakers?
Not rooting for the Lakers necessarily, the conference.
Well, Vic, ipso facto. So wait a minute. There was a time in Vic Lombardi's life, Mark Moser, listen to me.
I don't want to acknowledge it.
That somebody in a Lakers uniform would hit a shot and Vic would do this. Yes.
There was a time
Can you believe that?
Let me put it to you this way. There's never been a time in my life where I've rooted for the Boston Celtics. Ever. And I hate to say it, but it's just the truth.
What if it happened today? It was this year's finals was Lakers. It was Luka and LeBron versus Tatum and all the other guys.
I would root for the Celtics.
So that would do it for you.
Yes, it would change. Yes.
When I was a kid,
that's what I'm saying. It was a different time.
When I was a kid, the team that won the title that I was most enamored with was the '83 Sixers.
Well, they won it once, though, Moser. Everybody was enamored with the full Sixers and Moses Malone and Bobby Jones and
keep going.
Andrew Toney and Mo Cheeks. And come on, man.
Dr. J.
Everybody loved that team.
Mark Ivoroni was on that team.
Yes, he was.
This is a great question. All right, texters, help us out. 303-504-0925. We're all in the trust tree. Who did you feel the most shame, whether it was an individual or a team that you've rooted for before? Like, you don't want anybody to know that you did it.
That you were pulling for that
but
player or team?
You're pulling for a player or a team, and you don't want anybody to know. We're all in the trust tree together. I want to know what it is. I want to know who it is.
Wow, man. Wow.
Well, I know mine, but I'll get so much blood and venom and vengeful attitude. I don't even want to say it.
So you have to. We're in the trust tree.
Come on now. Say it again.
You're in the trust tree. Come on, Vic. Say it.
I don't want to say it.
No, you have to say it. You have to.
A team you rooted for that you didn't want to root for?
Come on, Vic. Go.
I don't want to say it.
Say the thing.
I don't want to say it.
You have to say it.
You say it first.
Me say mine?
Yeah.
I kind of like Favre when he played.
I
kind of like.
Up until last year.
I know.
Up until this season, I've always been a fan of Mahomes.
Wow. Yeah, but we knew that. We knew that already. Yeah, we knew that already.
Up until it's gone now.
I got
this
one
season,
for you.
This season I lost that. I was like, okay, enough with this guy.
I got
until
one.
this season.
Uh-oh.
I liked Phil Rivers.
Oh, that doesn't count.
That's
Everybody
stupid.
liked Phil Rivers.
Yeah,
That doesn't count. That's not
such
even
a
a game.
stupid addition.
Broncos fans,
Get
Broncos
out.
fans didn't like
Get
Philip
out.
Rivers.
Get out.
Broncos
Get out.
fans hated Philip Rivers.
Get out of here.
I rooted for the LeBron Cavs his second go-round, but that I feel like a lot of people did,
So
so
did
that's
I.
not one.
I
That's
wanted
not
the
one.
Cavs to win it.
Yeah.
You're so right. It's all about, like, who are you playing for? What is your message? What are you carrying? You carried the city of Cleveland, born losers, and you carried
How
them
about
to
this
a
one,
title.
Moj? Texture says, I would have to say rooting for Carmelo after he left Denver.
Good for you.
For what, though? What, they didn't have a chance to win anything. They didn't. For who? Where? They were never in position to win.
You guys don't know this.
Then the Knicks sucked.
Hang on, let's hear it.
You don't know this. But I've got a Cardinals Arenado jersey hanging in my
No,
you're
shut
being
up.
stupid. See,
I want you to actually play the game.
This is
Play the
He
game.
doesn't
I
want
would
to play
never
this
own that.
game.
He can suck it.
He doesn't want to play this game because he thinks he's above it.
Moshe, you know this.
I'm above
You
it.
know where my loyalties are, how much I hate Green Bay. The fact that I admitted I kind of liked Brett Favre when he was playing is it's a bad thing for me to admit. It's really bad. Vic just said, what did you say again, Vic?
Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes?
Not anymore, but I was for about 5 good years.
All right. You want a couple?
Yes, I want a real answer.
Criminy. Kirk Maltby and Darren McCarty aren't bad guys.
That's
you're
what
right,
I'm
though.
looking for.
You know
That's
you're
what
right.
I'm looking for, Mo.
Because you know why it's easy to admit now? If you had said if this admission, Brett, had been made in 1998,
Oh, yeah. Yep.
he would have been tarred and feathered.
But
he
there's a
makes the
statute of
admission-
limitations.
He makes the admission 30 years later, 25 years later, and when you look back at that series, it's easy to say that now. It's easy.
God, but the Red Wings had some really horrible faces on their team. I mean, McCarty was an absolute jerk, but what he did for his team was huge.
Hey, Moj, you could say like Konstantinov back then. Everybody was you hated him. Today it's Konstantinov, great player and tragic.
Well, you're thinking, yeah.
Like, I love the way this guy says it. Yeah. Sergei Fedorov wasn't the worst person to watch.
That's true.
You know what? They were great players. They were
great
those,
players.
Those were great, and they played their role. And the fans of Detroit, they were impassioned, just like we were toward the Avs. And you just hated your enemy. You hated them so much. But you know what? You also respected them.
Okay, so texters, you keep them coming. I want a few more of these. We'll give away these Nate Bargatze tickets in just a second. Stick around.
Yes, I dream of that one day. Our proud nation will measure weights in pounds, and that 2,000 pounds shall be called a ton.
And what will 1,000 pounds be called, sir?
Nothing. Because we will have no word for that.
Seems like we should have a word for 1,000 pounds, sir.
And yet we won't. Because we are free men. And we will be free to measure liquids in liters and milliliters. But not all liquids, only soda, wine, and alcohol.
Only those, sir.
Yes. Because for milk and paint, we will use gallons, pints, and quarts, God will.
Okay. How many liters are in a gallon, sir?
Nobody knows.
That whole bit is so good.
It is so random and arbitrary.
Yeah.
Some of these things we've come up with.
But for the writer, for the writer to come out and think of it that way, and then give it to Nate to deliver it that way was pretty damn good. Pretty good.
It really is true. The confusing way that we go about things.
You know what else is true? This dawned on me, and I watched a video. I think it was on TikTok. So these scientists are trying to do these AI renditions of comedy. Like, what is comical? What is funny? Humor me. AI cannot be funny. Only humans can be funny. And humor is very subjective. What we do may be hated by some, loved by others. Who knows? I don't even know if you call it comedy. But it's very subjective. And human beings own that. It's the only thing AI cannot interfere with. You can't jump in. You don't know what I laugh at, what I find emotionally pleasing. AI can't mimic that. You can try, but you can't. Go ahead, AI. Give it a shot. Humor me, AI. You can't do it.
Distance will be measured in inches, feet, yard, and miles. So 12 inches to a foot?
12 feet to a yard.
If it were only so simple. 3 feet to a yard.
And how many yards to a mile?
Nobody knows.
And that's what makes America great, man. We just do our own thing, right?
The metric system is so easy. Everything's in tens. It's so easy. And yet we say, nah. I
don't think so.
It's complicated.
Yep.
It is stupid to be proud of things that you are doing. I think we can all acknowledge it's the incorrect way to do it. But it's mine. I like it. Because I get it.
Yeah, as long as I get it, it's okay.
You know one thing I'll never understand? I'm not in it. I'm not a big Celsius guy. It's got to be Fahrenheit. When I go to Europe and they throw Celsius temperatures at me, I'm like, I don't care what you say.
Yeah, I'm in Canada.
I ain't doing that.
I'm in Canada, and I look at the thermostat in the room. It's 20.
Yeah, I ain't doing
I'm
your
like,
Celsius.
I don't know what does that mean?
Yeah,
I like to have it in the hotel room about 68. I don't do 20. I don't know what that means.
I don't do your little numbers, your little small numbers. No, we don't do little numbers here.
Aren't even
We're big.
Our outlets are different?
Yep.
That one seems like it should be universal.
Like what in Celsius?
Our outlets are way easier than the European outlets. I can promise you that.
What's 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius? Is it 36 something? What is it?
No.
What is it? 38? Somewhere in the 30s? What's 100 degrees?
37.
Yeah, I was close. I was right in between them.
So
so you're telling me it's going to be 37 on Friday?
Yeah. Every time I go to Italy and they throw those 30s at me, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the one that I always get confused by is like you'll see European weather reports, and it's like, guys, buckle up. It's going to be 25 degrees Celsius today, and it translates to like 78. And I'm like, why is this a warning to all these people? 78 is fine. What happened? You guys have been to Europe. Have you been there when it's 78? Is it that bad?
No.
What's different about it? 78's like perfect.
I'll tell you this: when we're in Italy,
it's going to be hot as hell.
It's going to be
40.
hot.
Well,
with
I know
humidity levels that are ridiculous.
A lot of people don't have AC units, but I'm like, 78 degrees with no AC is open doors and open windows in my house.
It's doable. Yeah, it's
Terry,
doable.
Terry bought portable fans, Moj.
Oh, you're kidding. Those
Yeah,
little
we're bringing, the little ones battery operated.
Yeah.
You're going to need them, especially if you take the train.
100%.
By the way, the reason we played that was Nate Bargatze on SNL. The reason we played it is because we're giving away tickets to go see Nate Bargatze on September 13th at Ball Arena. And the winner is Steve Schaefer.
Way to go, Steve.
Congratulations, Steve. Any
Hey,
relation
put
to
me
Ashley?
down for 2. Put me down for 2 of those, by the way.
He's a funny dude.
That sounds kind of like just a bland dude, Steve Schaefer.
Hey, Moj, you know where Easy and Bambi are going tonight? And I was hoping that you could take them. You know where they're going tonight? Tonight's their greatest night of the year.
What's that?
They're going to see our boy, at Ball Arena. Your boy. Nelly, you know your boy. They don't get out much anymore, but they're going to go see your boy tonight at Ball Arena. Who's your boy, Moj? Who is this boy? Boy turned man.
I don't know, man.
One of the greatest voices.
I know Will Ferrell sang this
Tony
song.
Bennett, he's dead.
You don't know who sings this song. You call yourself a man of music.
Dean Martin is dead. Tony
You
Bennett
don't know
is
the
dead.
man, this voice that you're about to hear right now.
Pavarotti?
Oh,
he's
my
dead.
God. I swear to
Pavarotti's
God.
been
Turn in your music
dead
card
a long
now.
time.
Turn in your music card. Turn it in. Turn it in. Turn around and go home. Andrea Bocelli's in town.
Bocelli.
Is he the blind guy?
Yes,
Okay.
the blind guy. He's the greatest voice on earth right now. What
Stevie
is your
Wonder, the
problem?
blind
I
guy?
I know who he is. I don't know all my opera singers or tenors or sopranos or what is he? Is he a
This
tenor?
man right here, my mom and dad live for this day.
Wow,
this
that's
man
great.
is
That's awesome.
music.
Yeah.
Right here, this part.
Yeah, Texture says what I was thinking. Catalina wine mixer at Ball Arena?
It does. That movie really,
Yeah.
really made this famous.
It really did.
Whoa, you better pump the brakes there, Speed Racer. This is the Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah. See, Textures are doing what I said, is that Will Ferrell? Is that what you're talking about? If Will Ferrell actually went on a concert tour doing these songs, he'd probably crush it.
Well, watching what's his face? Riley, John C. Riley, but what's his character's name? It's Step Brothers. What's his
Dale?
I forgot
Dale.
his name. Dale.
Dale and Brendan. Watching
Damn it, Dale!
Watching Dale
Ruin the story!
Watch him in the back with the timpani. He's doing all the timpani stuff on the drums and whatnot. It's hysterical.
Yeah, it's a bonita fish.
What's this guy's deal?
It's a trophy fish,
So
so yeah, pretty big.
Can I?
I'm sorry.
That song, though.
I'm sorry
that
for Dale
song.
ruining the conversation. Probably the evening.
Was Brendan's brother such a jerk? That
He
guy
was the best.
Oh, he's such a
So
good jerk.
that
isn't he?
guy's the guy that plays in that Apple series Severance,
Correct.
right?
Yeah,
That's the same
correct.
guy.
Yeah, same guy.
Wait, Nelly, go back in the memory bank. Who are we talking about? It was like a post-game press conference where we thought he sounded like him, where he was going like,
Adam Scott. His name's Adam Scott.
It was me. It was the Cube
He's named
Super
after
Chef
the
Bobby
golfer?
Flay. It was actually insane. Who was that?
I'll have to think about that.
Wait a minute. That dude's named after the golfer Adam Scott.
Yeah, he's named after the golfer Adam Scott.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He does play. I think the best scene in that movie that you guys are overlooking is when he and his family are doing a cappella in the car.
Oh,
And
yeah, of course.
He berates his wife. He berates his wife because she
Yeah.
couldn't pick up her.
You're so flat. You're so
good.
flat.
God, that's what an Oh my God, great movie. He's showing up in the Land Rover,
And then he almost
oh my
kills
God.
his family
Yeah.
going in the other lane. You remember that?
Yeah, hysterical, dude.
They did finish though. They finished with a really, really great harmony.
You know who was very underrated in that? Rob Riggle.
Well, he was just playing Rob Riggle.
I know, but he was very so good.
Vic, we found an impression you could do. That was actually a pretty good
one.
pal.
Good job.
That was good.
Are you saying pal?
All right, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Brett and I got a lot of stuff wrong about the Rockies and their upcoming drafts and the Major League Baseball draft lottery, but Vic and Moser, since you guys couldn't care less about that, I'll go with this instead. We were talking old minor league teams in hockey, and one of our texters pointed out that there used to be a team in Georgia that played in the Central Hockey League that was called the Macon Whoopie. In Macon, Georgia.
Yeah,
and that is an actual team from 1996 to 2001, the Macon Whoopie.
What's the old game show dude that said Macon Whoopie all the time? What's that?
That was
his name?
The Newlywed Game.
Newlywed Game, right?
Yeah, but what's the guy's name?
Oh, God, what was his name?
Bob.
Don Newberry? Don. Don.
Come on,
Bogdan, Big Don.
What was his name?
Bob Eubanks.
Bob Eubanks. Was he the same guy on Family Feud?
No, that was Richard Dawson.
That was Len Dawson. Don't you ever
did
confuse
you say
Len
Dawson? His name's Richard Dawson.
Richard, whatever. Shut up.
All I remember is he was making out with everybody's wives and daughters.
Kissing
It's like,
everybody,
calm
right?
down over there, bro.
That dude picked up, man, on the set.
All right, is that your wife over there? Come here, sweetie. Mwah. All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love
Is
you.
this your
Bye.
16-year-old? Hey, gross.
Goodman, who homered against Irvin in the first inning, their top homer and RBI man, steps in to lead off.
And this ball is lifted to left center field, deep. Got a chance. It's gone. He's done.
A playoff gem from Jalen Williams. Tyrese Haliburton, the Pacers, a strong comeback, but the Thunder had the answer. It's 3-2. OKC in front here in the NBA Finals.
Welcome to a 2K Tuesday version of the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. A whole bunch of stuff to give away to you guys today, including some tickets to go see Nate Bargatze in the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour live on Saturday, September 13. 3 p.m. at Ball Arena. We're giving away tickets for you guys to go see that. We've got an announcement for our Core 4 giveaway as well, presented by Revitalized Health. You can win all 4 signed jerseys: Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, AG, MPJ. All of that starts on Monday. We had a 19 strikeout no-hitter in the College World Series yesterday from Arkansas's Gage Wood. 71 combined points from Williams and SGA yesterday, and it feels like the NBA Finals, it's all but over. It feels like it's all but over.
No, it doesn't.
They walk off of that floor yesterday, and Tyrese Haliburton is limping and is injured, and you think that Indy has a chance? Get out of town.
Indy,
don't start counting.
I can start counting all I want, even though I'm fighting with myself because my initial prediction for the series was indeed OKC in 6. My initial just gut reaction. And then after game 1, I was like, oh, I want to see 2 game 7s. That prediction's not looking too good these days, but
you have an opportunity. It's just 2 game 6s. You need 2 wins. That's all you need.
Yeah.
There's a greater, how's this? I'll put it this way. There is a greater chance that Edmonton wins tonight.
Are you on the road?
On the road in Florida. There's a greater chance that Edmonton wins on the road tonight in Florida. And by the way, you can tune in for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, starting at 6 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, powered by Mountain Hyundai. Get to the opening of Mountain Hyundai, Colorado's largest Hyundai dealership, locally owned and operated in Colorado Proud, located at the Boulder Turnpike and the Denver Mousetrap. Again, Game 6, Stanley Cup Final tonight, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You have a greater chance of Edmonton turning to Stuart Skinner on the road tonight and forcing Game 7 than you do a hobbled Tyrese Haliburton and the Pacers beating OKC in Game 6.
I disagree, and here's why. I think the Indiana Pacers, anytime that somebody's doubted the Pacers throughout the regular season, in each of the playoff series that they played, they just seem to show up and do something big.
They just seem to show up, but it also just seems to show up because Tyrese Haliburton's the guy dropping 35 or burying a last-second try. He's done it 4 times.
I think
it always seems like the Pacers are there to win when Tyrese Haliburton's on the floor.
Hey,
always seems like the Nuggets are really good when Nikola Jokic is on the floor, but when he's not.
In 2025, can you save this, like bookmark this conversation? We can come revisit this here towards the tail end of the week. We okay with that? Because right now, Raj is making me. He's honestly, this is bullying, Raj. You're bullying me about your Tyrese Haliburton take. What has made the Pacers so special this year is the depth, is the variety of players that can score and go off at any point in time. They're going to be in their home building. They're going to have Caitlin Clark in attendance.
If Caitlin Clark plays, they can win.
The Pacers are undefeated when Caitlin Clark is in attendance at Bainbridge, Gainbridge, whatever the heck it is, Fieldhouse.
Get that girl open from deep 4 times. She's going to knock 3 or 4 in.
Is there any precedent to be able to do that?
No. You can't. She's not under contract.
How fun would that
How
be?
awesome would that be?
So good.
That would be such a crazy way to actually have the data behind the argument. So if you own both teams, like the Fever and the Pacers, you own the contracts of all players. And now you can just make it a 2-way contract. And you go, I need Caitlin Clark to just launch a couple of threes. She's not going to be able to play on the inside.
Did you watch her this weekend?
If she gets 5 feet of space, she can launch something up there.
Okay, so I was watching. She was on. My wife and I were.
She's a freak.
For Father's Day, we were at some random brewery, and the Fever game was on. And I watched her nail a logo 3 and just like a dribble, and then right down the very next possession, dribble down, back out, and it's like from 38 feet. And I said, is this a highlight reel?
It's just the middle of the third.
It was just real basketball playing. I'm like, this gal is off the charts. She would win the game for the Pacers.
I see what you're saying about Indy. I get it. But you now have to hang your hat on another 30-ish point effort from Pascal Siakam. Again, he was very good last night. He was efficient. So you have to have the same effort from Siakam last night coming up on Thursday. But you also have to add in like Benedict Mathurin has to put up 25. He's done it before, but he has to put up 20 plus now. You have to get like 15 from Obi Toppin. You have to get something like 15 from Nemard. You can't walk into that game and have a single-digit effort from Nemard. You can't walk into that game and get 8 points out of Miles Turner. Like, everyone is now required to step up. And that's the reason why I think this is a really difficult hill for them to climb.
This puppy's going 7.
I hope it does.
It's going 7. I don't think Edmonton and Florida's going 7.
You see what Florida's doing this morning?
No.
They've kept a couple of players out late this morning at skate working on individual stuff because, like, you can't really kick guys off. So I've seen videos of Carter Verhaeghe. He's just chilling out on the ice. He's a big-time goal scorer for Florida.
Yeah.
Carter Verhaeghe's just been chilling.
So what are they doing with him?
Just doing individual work. He's the only guy on the ice. And Edmonton can't get on the ice.
What's the thought process?
Just mess with you.
Oh, I love
game
it.
within the game.
Gamesmanship.
You guys want to get on the ice? I'm still working on faceoffs. You guys want to get on the ice? I really have to work on my individual zone entry.
Have you seen what the weather forecast for South Florida is? Don't forget, man. Sometimes that ice it's a little soft.
Yeah, a little
down
soft.
There. Well, down there. I mean, you get a 112-degree day down in South Florida.
Isn't it insane that it's 2025 and we can't have uniform ice surfaces?
There really aren't. I know everybody thinks I'm laughing and joking about that.
It's a real thing.
It really is different. Like when you have teams like Winnipeg in the first or second round of the playoffs versus a team that's based out of the southeast of the United States. They're two completely different surfaces.
Yep.
Because you can't keep every single door completely closed in a facility at all times.
You need like airlocks. So at the Carrier Dome, I don't know what it's called now, like the RCA Dome or something now in Syracuse. The Carrier Dome it was airlocked.
Actually, the RCA Dome, for those of you listening right now, what stadium was that?
The RCA Dome?
Yeah.
No idea. Couldn't tell you.
I played in a state championship high school football game in the RCA Dome. How well do you know my story? Do you know where I went to high school?
Did you finish your college? You didn't finish your high school football
Sophomore
in California.
and junior year. I finished in California. Sophomore and junior year, my dad was coaching at Notre Dame. RCA Dome it's the house that Peyton Manning built.
Now I feel stupid.
That's the RCA Dome.
Now I feel dumb.
Yeah. It's funny, man. Now it's what is it? Lucas Oil Field.
Lucas Oil. Now I feel really stupid. Because that is a piece of my childhood that I remember.
Yeah, RCA was
before
great.
Lucas
It was a
Oil
fun
got
building,
erected.
man. You know who he played in that state championship game? Rex Grossman in Bloomington South.
Rex Grossman, Super Bowl contestant.
Cool.
Rex Grossman.
Cool. He was actually
against Peyton Manning.
Wildly, Rex Grossman, really good runner of the football in high school.
I mean, Rex Grossman
could
was a solid
roll.
He wasn't the savior for the Bears. They obviously got to that Super Bowl and lost in the rain to Peyton on the back of Brian Urlacher. And was Peanut Tillman on that defense? He may have been on that defense, may have been a little bit too early.
Bears?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he was.
But they obviously get to that Super Bowl on the back of the defense.
2005 or 6, right?
It was
there?
2006 is my guess.
Yeah. Right.
But he was solid. Like Rex Grossman was a solid quarterback at Florida. He just wasn't the next coming in Chicago.
No.
And they haven't seen it now until what they hope is Caleb Williams.
Was that the last functional starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears?
Jay Cutler?
Yeah, he was. Statistically put up some decent numbers.
Just a scratchy guy. But Jay Cutler was a delight to watch.
He could spin that ball now.
He could spin the football. A delight to watch.
There's
such a different...
How about this? Jay Cutler, also from the state of Indiana.
Where did he go to college? Vandy?
Vandy, but he's from Santa Claus, Indiana. How about that? Grossman.
Jay Cutler.
Bloomington.
What if he were to have stayed here in Denver? If he didn't get run out of Denver, is it the same story? The same Jay Cutler story?
Yeah.
Just not all
Denver-
there, not completely
Denver-
invested in the full athlete.
When you have icons at the position like you have with John Elway and with Peyton Manning.
And it was just Elway then, right?
Right. You need these lulls. You deserve lulls in the action. Like, think about the Chicago Bears. They've never had an Elway or a Manning. Never. Jim McMahon wasn't either one of those two cats. Won a Super Bowl on the backs of an unbelievable defense, but that's a bit the tax that you pay for having that good of a player. It's just like what's going on with New England.
And if you have those types of legends in your franchise's history, you have to pair it up. Like, the heir apparent has to have the want to be one of those guys. And I don't think Jay ever had that.
Also, Peanut Tillman did play.
He did play on that team.
Yep, Super Bowl XLI.
Yeah, Super Bowl contestant. He was a contestant. He got to the Super Bowl.
Help me out with an XLI in Roman numerals.
41?
All right.
Question mark? 41? I think it's 41.
God, they won't tell you on Wikipedia.
I don't know. That's my guess is Super Bowl 41.
It was in 2007.
XLI is 41.
41, yeah.
Really good, Raj. Tell you what,
So you
man.
take the X, right? Or sorry, you take the L, which is 50, and that was supposed to be the Broncos, but they obviously didn't like Super Bowl L because it looks like a loser, so they went Super Bowl 50 for the first time in history, not using Roman numerals. So you take the L,
so the X
and then
is
you
the
put
10.
the X before, and you subtract the X from the L to get 40, and then you add 1 on the right side.
It's really hard.
Really dumb.
It's kind of like
But my stupid frog brain works like that.
The Romans are similar to Nate Bargatze's skit about the United States of America and the measuring systems that are in place.
We'll tell you guys how you can win tickets to go see Nate Bargatze on the other side, as well as how to win the Core 4 jerseys. We are giving away, this is nuts, 4 signed Nuggets jerseys starting next week. And all you'll have to do is listen on the 20s. You'll have like 60 opportunities to text in a keyword next week and get your hat or your name in the hat. Every single time you text in a keyword, that's another entry for you. It starts on Monday. Every hour on the 20s, you'll listen for your keyword. You'll text it into 303-504-0925, and then we will give away. It's just one prize. It's not like you're winning one jersey and someone else wins another. You walk away with all 4 of these things that are sitting in our studio right now.
You can see them right now on my @Coach Sanford _2.
Selfish plug. Selfish.
Go ahead and give me a follow
plug.
while you're there.
Subscribe.
All 750,000 of you listening currently. I'm going to be 1 million subscribers. I'm going to be rolling. But you can actually see the Sanford boys, Gunnar and Griffin, in studio today, showing off the Core 4 jerseys. They're beautiful.
The Core 4 score is presented by Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalized-health.com. If you want an opportunity to go see that guy, Nate Bargatze, Big Dumb Eyes World Tour, and the additional show that has been added on Saturday, September 13th at 3 p.m., all you have to do is text the word golf, GOLF, that's golf, to 303-504-0925. One more time, golf to 303-504-0925. Include your first and last name so KJ knows who you are. We'll give that away in about an hour and 25 minutes from right now. So you have the entire show to get in there. You can enter once. One more time, golf to 303-504-0925.
One of my favorite Bargatze bits right there. Because he continues to tell the story that he actually tells his wife, all right, fine, the compromise. Just hand me my driver, give me a golf ball, you go drive the cart, meet me up there on the fairway after my first tee shot. He ends up playing the first 4 holes with his driver.
She's just gone.
Yep.
See ya. Later.
She meets him at hole 4, and all he's had is his driver.
It's my wife's favorite comedian. Again, one more time.
Who's yours?
My favorite comedian? I love John Mulaney.
Okay.
I think John Mulaney is an absolute riot. I grew up on Robin Williams and his Live on Broadway. Like
So
that was a DVD that my parents kind of kept from me because it's very raunchy for like a 10-year-old to go listen to Robin Williams and his Live on Broadway. And that was like one of the first ones that I like went into my parents' DVD collection. Back when we used to have stacks. You guys remember we used to have books in stacks of DVDs in actual like hard cases? So I went into my parents' room. I found it.
You remember how obnoxious back in the 90s, how obnoxious CD cases that were like displayed? People used to
in living rooms.
In living rooms.
Look at my stuff. Isn't it neat?
And it's just like a compilation of just plastic. Gosh, that's a lot of plastic.
10
right
years
there.
later, it's just dead.
Gone.
Game over.
There's not even
or
one.
The Blu-ray versus HD video.
Oh yeah.
You had some Blu-ray houses, some HD, and that was PlayStation versus Xbox.
It was very short-lived. Do you remember the massive CDs that were?
You mean a record?
No. There was a very short era. There were massive CDs for movies. But they were not compact discs. They were essentially discs. I gotta look into that. If you're listening right now, help me out.
Large CD. I remember mini discs.
You would put like what was almost the size of a record, but the technology of a compact disc.
That sounds
because
dumb.
they hadn't had the ability to
compact it
for video.
No,
I think they were called like laser discs or something.
I think you're probably right.
Laser discs.
I remember mini discs. Like that was very in vogue. So the Walkman then made its way before we got to MP3 players. Did you ever have a mini disc player or ever see those things?
I can't.
So they were half the size of CDs.
But then weren't they encased in plastic too?
Yes.
Like so they were protected.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't get scratched.
Worthless after
Terrible.
18 months.
Yeah, they were so short-lived.
Pointless. How did I get here? I was stealing Robin Williams Live on Broadway from my parents'
I found
room.
it. It was yes.
Is it a laser disc?
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Developed by Philips and Pioneer and MCA.
Oh, people! The text lines. There's 50 of you that are texting in about laser discs.
Pull it up right here. Just look how large and massive this shiny, rainbowy looking disc. It's unreal. Okay, so this was.
You had to have a rich ass nerdy dad to have a laser disc.
Look at these. Look at these guys right here. Look at the laser disc revolution right there.
Gigantic.
The laser disc revolution.
That is insane. If you brought your boys, so Sanford's boys are here just hanging out.
Being really good kids.
Being really good kids, turning the place into a daycare.
They're being good boys.
They're being good boys. If we brought the kids
Who's
in
a good boy?
and asked them to tell us what this is, would they know, like, generally what this would accomplish?
Zero chance.
No chance.
Zero chance. Have they? I'm trying to think if they've ever had a disc for Xbox. Yeah, they have. That's the only thing.
They still make discs for games. Yeah,
they do. That's the only thing that gives me.
You can save like storage on your console now.
Yeah, and they've had various iterations of Xbox and whatnot, so they have played on it. What looks like that.
They will never know they'll never know the pain of being either halfway through a movie or halfway through a video game and it all stopping. And there being a big blue screen saying, please insert disc number 2.
Do you remember when that would happen during an inappropriate scene in the film?
It's just frozen on there. You're trying to get there before mom and dad come downstairs.
Mom, I don't know what happened.
You're watching Euro Trip.
What happened? It's not my fault.
I didn't mean to. I thought it was Barney.
This was supposed to be Power Rangers, Mom.
Pink Power Ranger, maybe. Oh no! We're giving away 4 Nuggets jerseys coming up on Monday, June 23rd. Keywords every single hour on the 20s for the ultimate prize package: an autographed Joker jersey, an autographed Jamal Murray, an autographed AG jersey, and an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey. All next week, starting at 6:20 a.m. on Monday, all the way through 5:20 p.m. with Kreckman and Lindahl on Friday afternoon. We will announce our winner at 9 a.m. the following Monday, June 30th, on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Every single entry that you guys have is an entry into the grand prize drawing. You're not just winning one of these things. You will win all 4 in the collection. The Core 4 score is presented by Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com. Did you see the pitching performance yesterday from the Arkansas Razorbacks?
Stupid. Our guy here, our resident salesman, Brandon Evans, who loves his Arkansas Razorbacks. Have you noticed he's standing a little bit taller today? His posture is a little bit better than it's been the last couple of weeks and months.
Yeah, but his accent's a little thicker, too.
It is. He got it. Yep, it is. He's like Nate Bargatze would say. He says oil, not oil.
Oil. Roof.
Motor oil.
Motor oil. That was...
Hey, KJ, how do you pronounce what you need to change in your vehicle probably every 3 to 6 months? What do you call that in Mississippi? What do you call that, KJ?
Is it called an oil change?
Oil change.
Oil change.
Oil change.
Oil change.
What we saw out of, was it Gage, what was his last name?
I don't know. Everybody just said Arkansas pitcher.
Gage Wood.
There you go.
No hitter, 19 strikeouts. The only batter that he hit was in the 7th inning, and he snapped a curveball like 2 inches too far to the inside on a left-handed batter. It hit his back left foot, right off the toe cap. The guy gets to first base. He does not go anywhere past first. Almost faced the minimum. That it was one of the most dominant pitching performances I have ever seen.
So this didn't completely come out of left field, pun intended.
No, he's got like the most live fastball in college baseball right now.
Pitched 119, hit 98.6 miles per hour. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
He is the number 50 overall draft prospect this year.
Number what?
Number 50, 50.
Come on
according
down.
to MLB.com.
Hey. Come on down.
I'll see you in round number 2.
Come down to Blake Street.
I'll see you. Do the Rockies have a competitive advantage or compensatory pick?
I thought the Rockies have the 10th pick.
No,
or they can get in the top 10. They can't get in the top 10.
What's weird about Major League Baseball is that their draft happens like in the middle of the season. So we're talking about this year's draft, which is dependent on last year's standings. So the Rockies were very, very bad last year. I don't know what they're picking, but they are inside
But there's
the top
an anti-tank 10. Rule in Major League Baseball.
Next year. For next year. So in next year's, the 2026 MLB entry
so
draft.
The Rockies can be are they going to be a top 3 pick?
I would assume.
Probably, right?
According to Moser, they are currently number 4.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Right. So how bad they are this year does not matter for this year's draft.
The whole key
it matters for next summer's draft.
The one thing I like about this Gage Wood character is he's already performed in a big moment and he has the actual tools to do it. Why wouldn't the Rockies want to get a player like that has already done it in a College World Series, 98 miles an hour on his 119th pitch? The question on him, on Gage Wood, would be the timing of when he's going to get his Tommy John. Has he already had it? Is he going to have it again? Because we all know every Major League pitcher, all these big-time guys, they're going to have Tommy John. And it's all about when and what it's looked like in the prognostication. Because Tommy John's the new PEDs. Is it not?
Well, kids are having Tommy John at like 16 now.
They're just voluntary. It's elective surgery for some. Because it's
like a preventative surgery. So I always heard that about ACLs growing up too, is that like you blow your ACL out, you get it reconstructed, and it's stronger than it ever has been.
Yeah, I don't think
and
so.
I always thought that was snake oily.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But
Tommy John, we saw it in the 2000s movie Rookie of the Year. Or was that more 90s Rookie of the Year? When he gets his surgery
The kid with the Cubs.
Yeah, and he comes back and he's just throwing gas. Like 127
Did he get
miles
Tommy
an hour.
John surgery, or are we just making that up?
I think he was the OG. He was the first person ever to get Tommy Johns. And everybody just copycatted that movie. Grew up watching
Rookie of the Year was made in 1993.
Gosh, I'm old. What did I say, 2000s? Jeez.
1993, yeah. The kid lasered like 104-mile-an-hour fastball from center at Wrigley.
At like 12 years old?
Yep.
And then he's pitching in the bigs.
So like 104 probably wouldn't get there from 400 feet out.
You know where you can catch Rookie of the Year? On a laser disc. It's a great
What do you think the
combination.
boys' answer would have been to that? If you show your children a laser disc in one of those behemoth VHS/laser disc/DVD players, what do you think their answer is? This does that. Is that? Do they think that's an internet modem?
It's going to be.
Is it a computer?
It's going to be pretty interesting. I think during the break we should test it out.
I think we should.
I don't
test it
think
out.
we should do it over live air because, unfortunately, my two children have heard my degeneracy in my lifetime, and they might say something into an open mic that is not compliant with whatever governs us.
Well, I want the Rockies to draft Gage Wood somehow this year, likely in the second round. Hunter Goodman was sensational yesterday.
Again.
That's a guy like
you hold on to Hunter Goodman.
So that's the question, right? He's
Cost
young
control
enough.
player, man.
He's young enough and cost controlled at 25 that you probably should. But is he not the most valuable player on your roster right now?
Probably value right now, it's probably Jake Bird still. Just because a team is going to be in desperate need
How do I get out of that? How do I get out of this for the Rockies for the remainder of the year that anytime someone gets hot or looks good, my immediate reaction is, how can we trade him?
Mm-hmm.
How can we get value for him?
Yeah,
do I have to have an age? Is like 27 my age cutoff? Anyone under 27, you get to keep him.
I think it's 26.
Okay, I'll take
26 or over. Let's start dealing.
I will take that.
It's kind of a little bit like what was the horrific show Handmaid's Tale, where we just make a decision of who's going to fall into what camp, and we're just going to terrorize them. So if you're 26 years or older, you're gone. Get out of here. We don't want you in Rockies land anymore. 25 and younger, you're part of the beloved.
Just the Leonardo DiCaprio.
You're the beloved.
That's who should be the new GM of the Rockies.
Me?
Leo.
Oh.
Only 20-year-olds.
Speaking of which.
Anyone north of 21, get out of here. You're too old for me.
Raj, friend of the program. Speaking of general managers, friend of the program and former assistant general manager Tommy Balcetis, no longer a Denver Nugget.
We will get into that on the other side. Who's going to be the GM of the Nuggets? Will they have a GM by the time that we have an NBA draft? It feels like they don't care. More Nuggets news on the other side.
Hey, Colorado, you looking at tackling some of your real estate needs? Then look no further than the all-time leading tackler for the CU Buffs in the history of their program, and that is Barry Remington with one M at the Remington team, WK Real Estate, based out of Boulder, Colorado. Barry and Cassie, his daughter, have worked together for 7 years and have the best 1-2 punch of giving you great experience. This is 40-plus homes per year are sold by Barry and Cassie, so they know what they're doing. They know what they're looking for. I just spoke recently to Barry, actually on the air. We've been sharing some of those clips from the audio there. And right now it's a buyer's market. So if you're looking to buy a home or potentially upgrade, maybe downsize, maybe move areas, get into a better spot for you and your family or just you and your partner, if that's the case, it's the perfect time for you to start looking. And I would recommend going to barryremington.com. He's got more inventory than he's had in 10 plus years, which is huge for buyers. You can't underestimate just how much sellers will do to make it worked to get the deal done. Sellers can even help buy down the buyer's interest rate to make the monthly payment more affordable. This is a great opportunity for buyers, but you need someone who knows how to take advantage of it without losing the home that you want. At the end of the day, it's all about finding the right home for you, the buyer, and getting the best deal possible. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. That is BarryRemington.com with 1M for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
You know, you can make a case for both, honestly. You know, well, we have these amazing games sometimes. Sometimes we do struggle a little bit. I mean, there's we always try to make the team better. At the end of the day, that's our jobs. Transactions are not easy to do. I mean, when you think about 99.999% of transactions do not end up materializing. But there are conversations had all the time. And, even with the limited moves that we're able to do, there's still probably something we could do. But at the end of the day, I think we're happy standing pat if that's what we end up doing.
We've got 8 days to go until the NBA draft where the Nuggets, don't have a pick, so I don't know how much it actually matters, but the Nuggets have decided to not renew the contract of that man, Assistant General Manager Tommy Balcetis, friend of the program. You heard him on with us back when we were doing the Special Olympics of Colorado broadcast a handful of months ago. Yeah, it was awesome, and then I showed you guys how bad I am at shooting threes. He's not here. And I heard the morning show talking about this in terms of speculation with regards to who's going to be the new GM. And the first thing that they said was, well, this means that Ben Tenzer's probably got the job. And I thought it's the complete opposite. Now, interim GM Ben Tenzer, he's part of the old regime. And doesn't it feel like they're kind of getting rid of that from a front office perspective?
But Ben Tenzer's role was a little bit more with the G League affiliate initially, right? So he wasn't boots on the ground here in Denver year round. He was a part of the G League. It was at Grand Rapids at is that where the Nuggets G League team is it? And so he worked his way up by way of, I think, apparently Ben Tenzer, big time analytics guy, big time, for lack of a better term, math nerd, right? Kind of the Nate Kreckman of the station.
You need math nerds with the Rockies right now.
It wouldn't hurt.
You need a few of those guys.
So do you think Ben Tenzer doesn't make the final cut? If he doesn't survive the purge, do you think he ends up as the general manager of the Colorado Rockies?
Dude, I'm telling you, if you get the job, I think what's very clear, what you're waiting for is that you are continuing to interview guys. There might be GM candidates currently playing with Indy and OKC.
You know what would be a really good Josh Kroenke move here? Just be like, hey, you know what?
I'm the captain now?
No.
I'm the GM now?
We're going to let Ben Tenzer handle this draft, and I'm going to evaluate him based off this draft, of which you have no picks.
Well, how do you evaluate
and then
that?
You get through it. There's no picks. You're like, tell you what, man, you killed it.
You either did perfect or terrible.
You did really well not getting any picks that we didn't have. It's perfect. I thought you really evaluated it well.
What does this tell you? Does this tell you that they're going outside? Does it tell you anything?
I just don't know what data points you're getting right now that you didn't have a month and a half ago from Ben Tenzer. To your point, are there any data points? I mean, could it be just running the department? How does that look? Were there potentially some inner workings that were less than copacetic inside the building, and now you have a new face, hey, let's see if you can create some unity, some good communication, because clearly that was not the case with Calvin Booth and or Michael Malone and however it all went down.
Are you waiting for Bob Myers to finish up what he's doing on TV right now?
That feels like it's got a chance.
Now, if that was the case, though, because he is so entrenched with everyone at ESPN, wouldn't there have been a leak already?
Not necessarily.
Everything gets leaked in the NBA. Shams knows everything months before it happens.
But if you're really good at it.
We're tipping draft picks 5 minutes before they're actually
Raj,
made.
Do you want to know how these
unwatchable?
I know this from the whole college football coaching carousel world, which is notorious for being the worst in terms of leaks. Do you want to know who always leaks those things? It's the person that's going to get the job. You control that. You do. You control the ability for the information to go out. And you know why a majority of these people allow a guy like Shams to get on those types of leaks? Is because they're all freaking narcissists. And they love when their name is just occupying the ticker on ESPN. The bottom line, right underneath the ticker. They love it. Bob Meyer, chance that he doesn't need that in his life at this time. If he wants to, he can remain as tight-lipped as he possibly wants to. I got to the point later in my college career where I was like, I want to keep this thing leaked. I want to keep this thing so tightly sealed that the first time that it becomes public information is the actual press release from my new employer.
You know who's like that, man? Better than any team here in the state.
Broncos.
I think the Avs.
Oh.
The Avs are a steal.
No, you're right.
vault.
Broncos, because Who's the guy who's the leak? Who's the leak in
the guy
Broncos?
who loves to be on Kay Adams' show?
He is the leak. And who are the people he leaks it to? More people that look and act and operate like Kay Adams. They don't look like Shams.
Sean's a good-looking fella.
Yeah, I don't know if Sean's
He's a sharp-looking guy. I mean, he's not Kay Adams, but he's a sharp-looking fella.
I don't know if Shams is the apple of
like
his eye.
Sakic is. You guys don't let anything out of there. They don't.
I don't know if our guy Shefty, friend of the program, I don't know if he's one of the inside elite guys for the Broncos. I think they'll give him something every once in a while just to keep him from going rogue and being negative anti-Broncos.
You know who George Payton's guy is.
Who we got?
Tom Pelissero.
Oh yeah, Tommy P.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy P's a good dude. Big Tommy P guy.
Yeah, the Avs they're locked up. That is tough to get a legit leak out. Because think back to what happened with Brock Nelson. Remember all the reports, Brock Nelson ain't coming. He doesn't want to sign in Colorado. He wants to go back home to Minnesota. He wants way more money. He wants to go to Minnesota.
Was that the internal, opposite smoke screens given by the Avs? Sometimes that works too.
Maybe. But the exact opposite thing happened. You're right. Stayed here. You got out in front of the market with Brock Nelson. Whether or not you think the deal was solid, yeah. I still think it was good at 3 years, $7.5 million. I still think the Avs are on their way to making some more moves with internal pieces, trying to move some salary out and getting a little bit more flexible, a little bit deeper on the back end. You don't have a lot of space, and that means you have to say goodbye to a few people. They don't have the draft capital this year to make those moves, so you have to do actual current roster players.
All right, prediction time.
What's up?
Are the Nuggets going to end up drafting anybody?
No.
KJ. Will the Nuggets draft anybody? I know, obviously, everybody out there that is aware of the situation knows that the Denver Nuggets do not currently have a draft pick in the 2025 NBA draft. Are they going to draft somebody?
No.
I don't think it means that they will be completely silent on draft day. I think if you hire a GM in the next 7 days, there's a very good chance that when they're on the floor there with all the GMs, this is the crazy thing about the NHL this year too, they're having a decentralized draft. Just drafting from your homes like it's COVID. It's ridiculous.
The NBA's doing that?
No, the NHL is.
NHL.
It's crazy. So the NBA GMs are actually in the same place. Like you're able to wheel and deal.
I kind of like that model.
Being in the same place?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's exactly
the
how
NFL
all
doesn't
drafts
do that.
Oh, no, they don't, do they?
They're all in their war rooms.
Yeah,
they have a representative that just literally just runs the pick in, I believe. But it's not somebody who's high up in the food chain.
I think a centralized draft is awesome, organized chaos.
The NFL should do that.
Yes.
Is it almost too big, though?
It's probably too big, but imagine watching NFL. Imagine watching George Payton and John Lynch talk to each other 15 minutes before the 49ers have a pick. Imagine how much fun that would be. Not just hearing that they're having conversations, but you have a camera on the room and they're having conversations and they're a little bit hush-hush. They're turning their backs to the camera. What could they be doing? They're talking about dinner. Are they asking how their kids are doing, how the wives are doing? Or are they trading Bo Nix for Brock Purdy?
NFL centralized draft where all GMs and we'll say the top 5 decision makers from each organization and the head coach are all on the same floor together. Who would be most likely to get into a physical altercation when tempers were running high and the stressors were getting very, very serious? Do you have any candidates for a possible WWE type of confrontation between 2 personnel members? Could be head coaches in the National Football League.
Campbell.
Okay, Campbell and who?
Vrabel.
Oh, like it.
That's a heavyweight fight.
I like it.
Those are some haymakers.
I got one for you.
All right.
Battle of Los Angeles. Sean McVay, all cute with his perfect little coiffed hair.
He's a short guy too, isn't he?
But tough guy, like
self-proclaimed. He's built. He's a thick boy.
He's an ILS guy, right?
ILS.
Imaginary lat syndrome guy. Right?
Don't bring that out again. Tyler will Kool-Aid man his way through the door.
He's got the little man's complex, does he not? I can imagine Jim Harbaugh just being like, that guy's just a big, whiny baby. I want him. I'm going to go confront this guy.
How big's Harbaugh?
He's my size.
Large guy?
Bigger than me. 6'4", probably 240, 250.
He's got that dad grip that when he grabs your forearm, it feels like it's going to snap in half if you do something wrong.
Just full Andy Lindahl.
Yep.
He would, and he still believes he would whip your ass.
Well, he's also got, it's not a screw loose. It's many screws loose.
He is.
You don't want to fight a dude with screws loose.
No. Jim Harbaugh would be a guy that, now he'll probably get injured in the process. In fact, he actually broke his hand.
He'll be bloody and bruised, but he's the guy who gets up and goes, you should see the other.
Do you know he beat up Jim Kelly?
No.
Yeah, back in I think it was the 90s. Jim Kelly was a broadcaster on one of his games, and he was talking trash about how Harbaugh just embellishes everything. It's dramatic. So Harbaugh saw him in the production meeting and called him out about it. They ended up going to straight blows.
Just Ernie Els in the middle of a net jet.
And Harbaugh broke his hand.
You ever heard that story about Ernie Els?
No.
So sweet swing in Ernie Els, like just the smoothest swing in golf. He's a gigantic South African. Multiple major championships.
Bit of a bag of milk, though.
Yes, but a behemoth.
Correct.
And
dad strength. South African dad strength.
And like the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
But
he's a guy who wears a khaki floppy hat and you're like, oh, Mr. Rogers.
Uh-huh.
What a guy.
He would extend invitations to other guys on tour that like didn't think they knew their name. Guys who were ranked in the 150. Ernie Els is a former number 1 ranked golfer in the world.
Is this a swinger story you're telling me about?
No,
okay.
it's kind of a swinger story. Kind of. different type of swinging. They would get hammered, pass out on the jet halfway through like a 7-hour flight. And then you'd wake up and Ernie Els would be standing over you, piss drunk, and just goes, now we fight. And would beat the living crap out of you in the middle of his private jet. And then just get off the jet and go, great flight. See you tomorrow. See you qualifying.
Do we know any victims of this behavior?
Yeah, there's a few guys. I'll get the names in.
That's
in
the
break.
wildest thing I've ever heard.
It is a true story corroborated by multiple PGA Tour players, and now we fight. But at least you got a PJ ride out of it.
Tell you what, man, Raj. And now we fight.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint as we wave goodbye to longtime listener Steve, hanging out, dropping off some kicks to Coach.
Knows the key to my heart, man. I
Kicks.
love some kicks.
You are a sneakerhead.
I'm a sneakerhead and a ball cap guy. Big ball cap guy.
Do you need
In fact, actually, did you see the Major League Baseball All-Star Game hats that came out?
Yes, I did.
They're pretty sporty.
So-
They're doing the double, what's it called? The double panel or whatever, where it's not
a 5-panel hat, right?
Yeah, it's different, but
Something is
like
it a 6-panel
there's a
hat?
company that makes hats called Melon. You know Melon?
Yeah, MELIN.
Yeah, and I, like
the moisture wicking hats.
correct. And so new
$60.
New Era is basically doing the same thing now with their Major League Baseball All-Star hat, and it looked really sharp.
What's
I actually
sweet-
saw the Rockies one in red, white, and blue yesterday with the star behind the CR. I'm like, I know the team's bad, but that's a sweet looking lid right there.
What's sweet about Major League Baseball this year, for the first time since 2019, they are going back to, on All-Star Game Day, they're going back to players wearing their own team's jerseys.
So cool.
So like during the home run derby, they're going to wear the weekend All-Star jerseys, the ones that are made up every year, that are inspired by the venue in the state. But in recent seasons, the last 5 seasons, they've worn that jersey in the game. So you have no idea who's on first. You have no clue who's pitching. Finally, they're going back to when you see, let's say Hunter Goodman is the Rockies representative, or Bird's the representative for the Rockies.
Be like, oh, wait, that guy plays for the Rockies. There's a bright purple jersey.
There you go.
That's pitching in the 7th inning.
Makes sense.
That seems like it would make too much sense.
Like Jaron Duran's run around the outfield last year for the AL, and I'm like, who are you?
I know in baseball it doesn't really matter because it's not like a sport where you're passing to each other. But generally, there it is.
That's a good looking hat,
about
man.
that lid right there. The Rockies. So what is that, like a dual panel, double panel?
I don't know. It's sweet. It would not fit my head. The crown is far too large for me. I have a very small head.
They have like low profile version of it. They have all kinds of different things going.
It's a sharp looking hat for the Rockies.
Tell you what,
Red
man.
bill, a
I
very
like
good
that.
royal blue hat.
I kind of like the 2 stars at the top of the pane too. It's kind of nice. But Raj, back to it. So
The rating for the Rockies
will there
this
be
E
year,
like
2 stars?
will the National League be like in dark versions of the jersey in the American League in like the lighter or gray?
The National League will be in their whites because it's in Atlanta this year.
Okay.
And
they're
then
homes.
the road team will be the AL in their grays. That'll be it.
So there's no like the Rockies purple.
I don't
show
think
up?
so. I think it's white and gray. I'm almost
I think,
positive
don't
it
you
is.
think it should be more that white and gray would be a team and then darks? Because I think everybody's got a dark jersey, do they not?
Yeah.
Did the
I mean,
Yankees?
The Yankees are there City
I think
Connects dark?
are they just white pinstripe and then gray for the road?
No, don't they? I think they have like a dark City Connect jersey. I think so.
I don't even think I've seen
Like the Red
Yankees.
Sox, have a City Connect jersey that is now green. It looks like the lettering on the
M. What is it? The M train or whatever, the Metro train.
in Boston.
Yeah,
The T.
the T. There you go.
So
That's the lettering.
Yes, yeah,
Correct.
yeah. That's the lettering. It's supposed to look like the Green Monster, stuff like that. The Diamondbacks play in those beautiful purple and teal Serpientes jerseys. The Marlins have the awesome, like Miami Vice. Chicago plays in the ones that are like the Jordan era Bulls.
All the navy blue Yankees jerseys that I see for sale are all Mitchell and Ness, meaning that it's a throwback to an era where they allowed them. The Yankees historically have either been grays on the road or they're iconic pinstripe home jerseys.
It's kind of like the Montreal Canadiens, where it's like we play in the jerseys that we've always played in. Don't mess around with any of your reverse retro crap, and they kind of did a little bit, but those teams with history just they stay there. They stay with the old Jeter gray. With
As KJ pulls up the gray with the Rhodes New Yorks.
It's a good jersey.
But he pulled it up with big and tall. I think he's trying to tell me something.
The morning show was talking about teams or players that you were embarrassed that you were rooting for internally, that you never told anyone about that you were rooting for.
That's a really good topic.
And the one that I was thinking about this morning was I was rooting heavily for the New York Yankees last year. Just because you're going against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to let anyone know. I hate the Yankees. I've always hated the Yankees. I was a born and bred Met fan. My father was not born and bred, but when he moved to the States from Finland, like, he was a Red Sox fan. So I was raised by two people and two groups of people that hate the Yankees. I was rooting and clawing tooth and nail for them last year.
Yeah.
Because the Dodgers are now my evil empire. That's the only team that I've ever been like, I don't feel great about rooting for them. There's nothing that's happening in the Stanley Cup final that I was never going to root for Dallas. I don't feel some sort of affinity toward them because of Mikko Rantanen. I've never felt the need to root for Kansas City. I hate them enough.
Trying to think of what mine would be. Most of it has to do with college football.
You know who mine was when I was growing up? And they were a thorn in the side. They weren't the rival of the Broncos, but you could never get past them. And anytime that you met up with them in the postseason, they would beat the wheels off you. It was Peyton Manning's Indianapolis Colts. Every time they got to the postseason in the mid-2000s, I was pulling heavily for them.
I got one.
And I never wanted to let my friends know because anytime they met up with the Broncos in the playoffs, you get beat by 40.
2025, are we still canceling people?
No.
Okay. So I'm okay. I'm not going to get canceled here on Denver Sports Airwaves.
I'm not going to cancel you. The people listening might. Take your chance.
Does that hurt our ratings pretty bad if I get fully canceled?
Yeah. But that's okay.
Okay.
I'm willing to take the chance.
My mantra is never hide and run from your emotions as a sports fan. Because your emotions are going to tell you something. A lot of times you can't control those. You think going in that you're going to be able to control those. I don't know what it was, Raj. I was rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs over the
Vic
Eagles
said he was too.
in the Super Bowl.
Why? There's nothing to hate about the Philadelphia Eagles. There's something to hate about Philly sports fan.
I think it's just there's something to me about a dynasty, like a real deep dynasty that you just almost, it reminds me a little
There's
bit
a reverence
for me
for it.
Of how everyone was rooting for Tiger Woods. When he was on a generational run, you just wanted more majors, more this, more that. And I know that that's the dumbest thing to say as somebody who lives in the state of Colorado and actively roots for the Denver Broncos.
See, I never got there with Brady in the Patriots, though. I eventually succumbed to, I'm watching greatness, and I was just, I was okay with it. I was apathetic toward it, but I never rooted for them.
I don't know what it is. Every Super Bowl that Tom Brady played in, I rooted against him. And that doesn't make sense either because I'm talking about dynastic teams.
Mark goes, I'm offended.
You want to know what it is? I think it is. I, as somebody who has lived in the world of coaching and know a lot of these coaches, Bill Belichick is a flaming a-hole. And I knew that from anybody who's ever worked for him. All you got to do here in Denver is look to what was his little pupil
his
like?
Progeny?
Was his pupil a fun guy to be around? Did the Broncos love playing for
ask
him?
the guy who sits in your chair in 50 minutes from right now.
Correct.
Tyler hates the guy.
Bill Belichick is an unlikable figure. As good as he was, as dominant as he was
talking about Josh McDaniels, by the way.
Correct. Andy Reid. My dad clinicked with Andy Reid 35 years ago.
You're canceled, Sanford. What they all scream.
Andy Reid's a lovable character.
He is.
And he's a ball coach, man. He's just a ball coach. That's a real thing. You know when somebody's a ball coach. Hey, Raj, for a while, I didn't know that Sean Payton was a ball coach. And I say that as an ultimate term of endearment where it's like that guy knows how to communicate football, and that's the most important thing to that human being. I didn't know that until training camp last season. I thought he was always caught up in the narrative chasing, spinning things in the national media, all these types of things until I watched Sean Payton at training camp pontificate for 11 minutes during a walkthrough about the exactness of a bubble screen. And every single detail of a bubble screen, I'm like, ball coach. When you know, you see it, you can just call it. Andy Reid's a ball coach. And I kind of like the guy, man. Sorry. I apologize, Denver.
What do your emotions tell you about this?
Ultimately, the best place for him, if Phoenix were willing to do it, is to send him to the Denver Nuggets. And I would even trade Jamal Murray to make that happen. if I have Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Kevin Durant, I'd first try to see if I could make a deal built around Michael Porter Jr.
Sure.
But if they don't go for that, I would deal Jamal Murray if I could get KD, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, because Jokic is he's kind of my point center anyway, right? I can play through him, and the idea of having KD and Aaron Gordon working on both sides of the floor off of that, I can fill the rest of the blanks. And I would, if you put KD there, I look at that team, and I think they can contend with Oklahoma City right now.
Rick Bucher on with the Jason Smith Show talking about, now this isn't something that feels plausible, but if Kevin Durant is in fact leaving Arizona and going elsewhere, why not Denver? KD, I feel like got, I wouldn't say a bad rap, but when he went to Golden State, a lot of Nuggets fans went, I'm done with you. Can't follow you. Can't root for you. You're going to that team. You lose Andre Iguodala. They're essentially the reason why you don't go on a run early on. What do your emotions say about a possibility? Again, it is a minute possibility that he were to ever be traded here. It seems like he's going to be a San Antonio Spur.
Slam.
Would you say yes?
Dunk.
Yeah.
Slam dunk.
Now, it would not help the main issue, the main reason why you didn't get through this year.
What was it?
Depth.
You know,
It would hurt your depth.
What it does
It
help,
would
though,
decimate whatever depth you have right now.
what it helps, though, is clutch shooting.
Yeah.
Which you lack right now.
Dead-eye three-point shooter. That's a guy who averaged at 37, 27 this year.
Take KD in New York friggin' second.
He would look awesome. But also KD, for a guy,
He's so good.
he's
man.
36, right? So he averaged
So good,
27
though.
at 36.
He does things as a scorer that you think are impossible. Even when you look at his frame, he looks like he's gonna break at all times.
You wonder when Father Time's going to come. You also wonder if Father Time already has come for Kevin Durant and his injuries and the fact that he hasn't been on teams that have seriously contended in the past couple of years. He would be a perfect fit. I don't think it would be possible, and I don't know if Phoenix would want to make that trade, right? Because you're sending Jamal, you would likely be sending Christian Brown, is my guess, because you don't have draft picks to send unless you want to send a package of younger players like Strother and Peyton Watson to bring Kevin Durant here. You would have a terrifying starting four. Absolutely terrifying. But your bench would be worthless.
Again.
It would be the best starting five that we've ever seen here in Denver, though. If I'm Phoenix, I don't make the trade.
The Nuggets aren't even currently listed as a team on the odds.
No, well, he's also said, KD's camp has come out and said, I want to be in San Antonio or I want to be in Houston. Those are the two places. And what that also screams to me is if I'm going to make big money, I don't necessarily want all of the expectations. And KD has also come out and said in his past interviews, he's not a guy that is self-motivated right now to go win championships. He came out and said, I'm about money and girls, man. Money, girls, and the pursuit of my own happiness. He's already got his title. He's already a shoo-in first ballot Hall of Famer. And what you would want out of him over the next 2-3 years, which is what that window would be until he's 39 or 40, even if he stays in the league that long, because we expect that to be the actual window for Nikola Jokic, you would need him to be intrinsically motivated as much as Russell Westbrook is to win a championship. And you're never going to get that from KD. So while the excitement of having that special version of a player on your team is oh, that's awesome on paper, I think you would have the same frustrations with Kevin Durant that you do when Jamal Murray's in the middle of the regular season. Going, does he really give a damn? And imagine trading away Christian Brown or Watson and Strother and a future first-round pick in 2031 for a guy that you go, does he really care? That would kill Nuggets fans. In a video game world, I say yes to it immediately. In real world, in non-fantasy land, you can go to Houston, brother. You can go mess up what San Antonio is doing. Be my guest.
All I know is that the 7th leading team on Bovada to get the talents of Russell Westbrook Hapoel Tel Aviv.
All right. NFL Notes is next.
Oh, my God.
I have to ask her every time, as if her family invented the microwave. How long do we microwave this for? And she's like, do it till it's hot. It's like, but I know you know a number, just say the number. I'm either gonna call my mom or you're gonna tell me the number.
As our 2K Tuesday rolls around, you guys can win a pair of tickets to go see Nate Bargatze, the guy who you just heard, in his Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. An additional show has been added on Saturday, September 13th at 3 p.m. There are limited tickets still available, but if you want to win some, we're giving away a pair in 20 minutes from right now, and all you have to do is text the word GOLF, G-O-L-F, that's GOLF, to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name in the text so KJ knows who you are. One more time to win a pair of tickets to go see Nate Bargatze live. Text the word GOLF to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. If I can get my hands on a pair of tickets, I'm supposed to have a kid like that day. Caitlin's supposed to, give birth a couple of days after that. So maybe we're not going to Nate Bargatze. So I won't get in your guys' way. I won't steal these tickets from you. How's that?
Yeah, if you listen to Nate Bargatze right there, he brings up a really interesting point. I still don't know how long anything needs to be microwaved. Like
the microwave game has always been and will always be a field game.
Is it even harder for somebody like myself that is, first of all, very rarely ever home because I'm working and coaching and doing whatever, and also has lived in like 17 different homes with 17 different microwaves?
They're all different watts.
It's vastly different. Like my wife laughs at me because we'll have leftovers and I'll have, say it's chicken breast. How long do I put this in, hon? You don't know? How do you not know? Well, because I've done it like once in the last 7 months. That's how I don't know.
Well, at least the opposite happens with me. My wife eats things out of the microwave that are molten lava hot. And her answer to me when she is physically in pain with, a piece of broccoli that's 250 degrees Fahrenheit. What are you doing? She goes, food is meant to be eaten warm. And I go, yes, warm. Not like it's coming out of Mount Haleakala.
All right, I'm not going to get too into your private, behaviors of your marriage. Have you ever asked your wife to keep the shower on so you go in next?
Scalding hot.
My
insanity.
Goodness. I've actually had,
but God forbid
blistering.
The thermostat gets below 67. It's too cold in the house.
Doesn't make any sense.
I don't get it. I don't understand you people. Never will. It has to be a commonly held thing, right? Without a doubt. But the microwave is a touch and feel basis. That's it.
Do you not know how time works, Coach? From the Shop Mazda text line. You don't need to have a specific brand of microwave to know how to hit the one button for 1 minute.
That is true. Also, do you ever actually punch in the actual number? So if you need 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the microwave, are you hitting 230 or are you hitting the
30,
add
30?
30? Yep, you hit the add 30 seconds button until it gets to 230.
I love hitting the add 30. And I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea how close it is to 230 or not.
That's it. That's the only way to do it.
You know when I am pretty good with the microwave?
If you actually punch in the actual time instead of adding 30 seconds, you're a psychopath.
I'm pretty good on a microwave. Recently I had the Velveeta shells and cheese, like quick warm-up things, and I was making them for the kids because that's about all I can cook for my children. Sorry. I suck at cooking. I'm good at smoking meats. I like when they tell you how long to put it in there. Like, fill the water to the line and put it in for 120 seconds. Or 2 minutes. I can do that. I don't know when it's just some random food that I'm reheating. I have no idea. I'll figure it out.
The popcorn button never works. Nonsense.
I think we have some NFL notes to get to, dude.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that, KJ.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Again, text the word golf to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name for a chance to win tickets to go see Nate Bargatze live on September 13th at 3 p.m. Golf to 303-504-0925. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. It's 11:30 on a Tuesday. KJ, what's up?
9 News Broncos insider Mike Klis put out his best and worst case scenarios for the Broncos in 2025.
Dude, just looking at this story right here is like one of the funniest things. It just, look at it.
Yeah, go ahead. Why do you believe that, Coach?
Record, best case scenario, 3-2. Worst case scenario, 2-3. That was a deep dive there, Klisser, was it not?
I disagree. The best case scenario after 5 weeks.
It's 5-0.
Oh, well, sure.
It is.
You're not going to Philly and beating Philly.
You have the best defense in the National Football
You're not
League.
going to Philly and beating
But
Philly.
I'm saying best case scenario. Best case scenario isn't 3-2.
Best case scenario 17-0 after 18
Correct.
weeks.
Yes, it is.
Okay, but in,
Love you, Klis.
in actual real
Klis,
land.
are you losing your fastball? Is your sinker a little bit flatlined these days,
Come on.
Klisser?
We-
3-2 best case scenario,
Okay,
worst case scenario 2-3.
what is the best that you
Come on.
What is the best that you think, Coach Sanford, the Broncos can go through 5 weeks?
Undefeated. They have the best defense in football. Bo Nix takes the next right step. Come on.
The correct answer is 4-1.
All right.
You should smash Tennessee. You should smash Indy on the road. LA and Cincinnati are tough games. Those are two playoff, if not borderline playoff teams. I think the Broncos can beat both of them. The game on the road at LA is harder than the one at home against Cincy in a really bad defense, especially if they don't get Trey Hendrickson back into the fold. The best case scenario in Klis's thing here, it's actually 4-1.
It's 5-0.
Oh, ye of little faith. And the worst case scenario is 0-5.
Yes. You could be 0-5.
Dude, what happens if they were to be 0-5? What happens if you're 0-2 after Tennessee Indy?
Then you're probably going 0-5.
Oof. Something
Woof.
crazy has happened if that's the case.
Woof, Buzz, your girlfriend. Not good. Home Alone, pull. Solid.
Worst case for me, I don't see you losing week 1 at home with the best defense in the league to a rookie quarterback. A win. I don't see you going to Indy. Who's starting week 2 in Indy? Is it Daniel Jones or is it Anthony Richardson?
Daniel Jones is your starting quarterback. AR5, he's either a tight end next season or he's done. I'm talking about 2026.
Worst, I agree with Klis.
Guy stinks.
The worst possible record I see the Broncos having after 5 weeks is 2-3. I think you would beat Tennessee, beat Indy.
At Indy, Danny Dimes, I'd say that they can go 5-0 or 1-4. That's best case, worst case. They're beating Cam Ward and the Titans.
They're also beating
Indy's
not a good team, man.
Raj, last year you had Indy at home and it required AR5 to do some of the stupidest things with the football I've ever seen done on a football field to have a chance to even win that contest, to ensure that you're going to make it to the playoffs. Playoffs. I said it. I don't know, man. I have these weird images of Danny Dimes having a resurgent season.
I hate this for
with Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts with Jim Irsay's daughters just on the headsets running the squad.
That would be pretty badass.
Pretty cool. Talk about a band of misfits.
Who's it? Carly Irsay?
There's two of them, right?
It's one of the coldest photos I've ever seen. Is her with her like pantsuit, but a flat bill Indy Colts
makeup
hat.
did,
and she's got
coiffed hair,
big old cans on the side of her ears.
Whoa, pause.
Side of her ears, on her ears.
This is
what we call the headphones in the business. Cans.
I've never heard that. You said a big old set of cans.
Big old set of cans.
Okay,
that's the headset.
Raj, I'm with you, bro.
I knew what I was doing.
Jeez.
Cold photo of her, though.
That's pretty good.
Pretty sweet.
Knower of ball.
KJ, what's next?
Playoffs. In an article from Cal Odegaard of cardplayer.com Former NFL quarterback Rex Grossman
we just talked about earlier today.
We sure did. Talked about Bo Nix, and this is exactly what Rex had to say about Bo Nix. Quote, I think Bo Nix is awesome. He's not going to make mistakes. He can run better than people think. He's pretty accurate. If you put him on the trajectory that everyone gets better their second, third, fourth year, by the time he's in his fifth year, he's going to be a monster, end quote. On the trajectory that you guys see Bo Nix potentially taking, how does his second year affect his ability to, quote unquote, become a monster?
Well, I think that just the next right step for Bo Nix, which we've been seeing in his offseason. You're not seeing Bo Nix traveling the world and going to all these, various places that baller quarterbacks go to after they feel like they've arrived as a quarterback in the NFL. Bo Nix is working. I think it's the right thing for him. He's got to be the player that outworks his competition in order to outperform the expectations. And I think he's doing just that.
I think what's going to help is that for a long time, almost his entire career, there's going to be a very large amount of media members and people within the game that think he is at best the third best quarterback in his own division. I think there's a built-in chip on his shoulder that he's going to end up looking at Justin Herbert. And obviously, Mahomes is
Are there not? Would you say most of the analytics right now would say that he is the number 4 quarterback right now in the division? Just in terms of preseason rankings of the quarterbacks, like PFF, I believe, has Geno Smith above 19, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, I would put Geno below Bo. But there's going to be a long portion of his career. And again, I'm taking Mahomes out of it because he's just a different stratosphere of quarterback, almost like unattainable version of quarterback. For a long portion of this guy's career, people are going to look at Justin Herbert and go, well, that guy's better. That guy's more talented. He's bigger. He's faster. He should be better. I think there's going to be a little bit of a built-in chip on his shoulder that's going to keep this. I'm just going to outwork you.
Yep.
I'm just going to be Robot Bo, outwork you, and I'm going to, at the end of our days, I will have 10 more head-to-head wins than you do. What's next?
Playoffs? Well, Coach, I have quite the treat for you because the local bishop has decided to stop by, and he has a word. He has a word from New York, man. Listen. Elder Derek Carr has stepped down. Bishop Jameis Winston has stepped up.
There we go.
Here's what he had
Bring me
to
that
say
word.
on Sunday.
Bring me the word.
With things that you haven't prayed for. How many times has he lifted you off your feet when you didn't ask him to? That's how you know you deserve it. That's how you know that you are worthy. That's how you know that Jesus died on the cross for our sins and gave us the victory. He already gave it to you, so receive it. Pastor already gave it to us, but you got to receive it. Pastor already did an amazing job with discernment, but you have to take it upon yourself and chew on it. You have to eat it, okay? We are called not to be lukewarm. Let's be hot. Let's be on fire for Jesus.
Hot! On fire! Hot fire there, KJ. You remember about a year ago when we were just simply hearing Jameis Winston talk about W's in his Campbell's alphabet soup? I said he's a megachurch pastor in the making. Was my prediction accurate or not? Because at that time he wasn't slaying like he is now at the pulpit. KJ makes me want to go to church.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. If you missed it this morning, a huge announcement for our Core 4 Score giveaway that starts on Monday morning at 6:20 a.m. Monday, June 23, all the way through Friday, the 27th. On the 20s, you will hear a keyword. And all you have to do is text that keyword in with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. You'll have like 60 opportunities to get your name into the running. And it's for a chance to win all 4 of these signed jerseys that we have hanging up in the studio right now. Joker, Murray, MPJ, and Aaron Gordon. They're all signed. We will have one winner walk away with all 4 of those jerseys. That starts on Monday at 6:20 in the morning. Core 4 Score is presented by Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Visit revitalized-health.com.
Hey, Colorado, Vegas right now, it's seeing the Florida Panthers as 1.5 goal favorites tonight to wrap up this series and get their second consecutive Stanley Cup trophy that they will be hoisting. I think Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl are going to have something to say about that. So right now, the Oilers are plus 133 on the Circa Sports money line. You need to download the Circa Sports Colorado app today. So whether you're looking for continued playoff odds, golf odds that we've been seeing, more events coming up this summer, or just your favorite players and more, you got to download the Circa Sports Colorado app, and it's got you covered. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
2K Tuesday rolling to a close here on the morning sprint. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Take us wherever you want to go. Let's hear it, J-Lo.
J-Lo did music at one point, didn't she?
J-Lo has some hits, man.
Has she not done music in a while?
No, not like big time. I think she had a couple of hits like 3 or 4 years ago, but she doesn't need to. She can live on the green dress that she wore to the Oscars back in like 2000 for her whole life.
Have you ever seen the In Living Color J-Lo, the backup dancer on the 1990s absolute hit comedy live act performances where Jim Carrey was discovered, the Wayans brothers were?
I don't think I have.
Do you remember In Living Color?
No.
Oh my gosh.
That's before my time.
You need to get lost in that. Fire
Lost
Marshal
in that sauce?
Fire Marshal Bill?
I got to turn up the laser disc?
I want to hear from you. Twitch, Safeway Twitch feed, Shop Mazda text line. Let me know if you watched it in living color.
Yeah, it's before
and you know
my time.
anything about Fire Marshal Bill.
I don't know who you're talking about. She had a hit called...
Or Homie Don't Play That?
She had a hit called On the Floor with Pitbull in 2011. That was a banger.
It's a long time ago, Raj.
I mean...
Raj, 14 years ago, you were 18?
I was 18.
Yeah.
2011, I was a senior in high school.
And now you're having a kid.
Sure am.
Yep.
Soon enough. You guys still have a few more minutes to text the word golf with your first and last name. That's GOLL or GOLF golf to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win tickets to go see Nate Bargatze on September 13th. We'll give away that winner in about 7 minutes from right now. As always, you guys can take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. And if you are looking to listen to the Stanley Cup Final in Game 6, you can do that right here on Altitude 92.5. Thanks to our friends at Mountain Hyundai. The Oilers are going back to Stu Skinner. They are moving away from Calvin Pickard, the former Avs netminder who has been shaky, but all goaltending is shaky in Edmonton because they don't have the money to pay those guys. You're obviously going up against a team that Florida feels inevitable.
Yep. Florida's going to wrap this thing up.
I don't think they wrap. I think they win it. I don't think they wrap it up. I think they win Game 7 on the road. Something about McDavid going out in 6 this year doesn't feel right to me.
Well,
after the success of the Four Nations tournament, after him dragging them back from 3 games down last year in the final to force a Game 7, 6 feels premature.
Well, if Connor McDavid, if this ends up ultimately being his last opportunity to win a Stanley Cup, and he loses as arguably the greatest player of this current generation, back-to-back years, and then say the Colorado Avalanche end up winning a cup next year, that would clearly cement, in my eyes, Nathan MacKinnon as the best player of this generation.
So I think when you look back at at Crosby and Ovechkin, that was the thing that separated them for so many years. Sid always won in the playoffs. And even though he got there against Detroit and they lost, they won the next year. And then even though they went almost 10 years without winning a cup, they won back-to-back before Ovi wins his first. That was always Ovechkin stays healthy, and he's the greatest goal scorer to ever play the game of hockey. Crosby he's the more rounded player, and he's the winner. He's the consummate winning professional. You will get that if the Avs find a way to get a second cup before McDavid and Draisaitl get one. That will be part of the conversation of, while he's the best player in the world, and there were a lot of people that thought Ovechkin was a better player than Crosby. I have a bone to pick. I think Crosby's the better hockey player. Ovechkin is the better goal scorer.
Yep.
The conversation of who's the best in the world between McDavid and McKinnon, Nate will have a feather in his cap that McDavid likely won't be able to do anything about. Now, we've had this conversation before in the past of in the NHL, typically, the greats get their one cup. There's not that many Joe Thorntons out there. There really aren't. Most of the all-time greats find a way to get their cup. But if Edmonton doesn't get it done this year, they have to sign Bouchard to a big-time deal. And a team that's already in a cap crunch and a team that doesn't have any depth and doesn't have goaltending, that gets worse for them. They look like the Nuggets.
Raj, you knew who'd look so good in burgundy and blue on the ice here in Colorado.
That's
the next
currently
3
playing
years,
right now?
Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah, Leon Draisaitl would be awesome. He's so good.
Is there any world that it could happen
Nope.
in the next 3 years?
No. Things would have to go so far south in Edmonton that both of those guys are like, get us out. And I don't think those two players are so good. And Bouchard is good. While he's up and down defensively, he's a guy that has one of the best slap shots, best one-timers in the league. He's always going to put up points. They have so much talent on that team that I don't think it'll ever be a dumpster fire. It would be almost attrition that would have to get to them, where it's year after year after year of being in the conversation and putting up 120 points respectively as those players in the regular season and then bowing out in the second or the third round. It would have to be attrition that gets to them. I guess never say never, but it's pretty close to never as you can get. He's like my favorite player. He's one of my favorite players. Draisaitl's awesome.
A non-Av and non-Sidney Crosby. He's got to be.
Yeah, he's a delight to watch. Barkov in Florida is a delight to watch. The Tkachuk brothers are awesome. And now what kills me is that, like, I think Brady Tkachuk is kind of. Eichel's fun to watch. Good player. What kills me about Brady Tkachuk is that I think Ottawa is never going to get there. They're never going to break through for some reason. I just don't feel it. I feel like that core is the Vancouver core that I fell in love with about 7 years ago. And it never turned into anything special.
Wild that Brady Tkachuk's only 25.
Right. I think Ottawa is Vancouver. And what that tells me is that Ottawa is now going to have the same situation with Elias Pettersson and Brock Besser, with guys going, get me out of here. I don't want to be here. Even their captain, Quinn Hughes, has literally told the franchise, I want to go play in New Jersey with my brother. They're going to lose the second best defenseman in the world because he wants to go play with his brother. I look at Brady Tkachuk going, that's the perfect Av. And I don't think you have any chance of getting that guy because I think he's going to go to Florida and play with his brother. Mm-hmm. And the Panthers are going to be here for a long time. That's not going away anytime soon. Thank God they're in the East.
Is there any way we can get Brady here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Brady Tkachuk. I think he's the perfect Av, but what I just said was I think when he decides to leave Ottawa, because Ottawa's not going to
wants to go play, bro.
I think he wants to go play with Matthew in Florida.
And just go wreck shop. And just look to decapitate humans.
For a decade, I'm going to be the Bash Brothers.
Yep, broing out.
We're going to play in the Olympics two or three times
together. You have your
together.
Bash Bros shirt.
It's downstairs in my office.
Yep, pretty solid.
I will be wearing it come Cortina 2026. Mm-hmm. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, I do think McDavid gets it done tonight. They have to score first. They have not scored first enough in this series. They have to find a way. Congratulations to Sean Skolout. Is that how you pronounce that? Skolout? Sean Skolout. You're going to see Nate Bargatze in September. Congratulations. If you guys didn't win tickets with us from Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, you can win tickets with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac coming up from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy will have an opportunity to win from 3 to 6 as well. And again, you can listen to Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, courtesy of our friends at Mountain Hyundai. Get to the opening of Mountain Hyundai, Colorado's largest Hyundai dealership, locally owned and operated. They are Colorado proud, located at the Boulder Turnpike and the Denver Mousetrap. I'm jealous of him.
I am too.
There's got to be another player that you can get on the Avs that feels like.
I don't think it's going to be before the year, though.
No, you don't think they're making moves?
Nothing that's substantial.
Not a type of player that is an impact top 4 defenseman. You have to move on from a player that's been here for a long time in order to get someone like that.
You might have to move on from 2.
Might have to move on from 2. My dream of Vladislav Gavrikov is dying by the minute because his stock just keeps rising. But my dream of Jonathan...
You want to know why Gavrikov's stock keeps on rising?
Because I didn't keep him a hush-hush secret?
Yes, it's because of you.
I know.
The entire NHL world tunes into the morning sprint to find out
Damn right they
the
do.
apple of Alex Ryanemi's eye.
You know who the apple of my eye is right now? And that dream is growing?
Talk to me.
Jonathan Taves.
Yeah? Yeah.
There are reportedly 3 teams in the running for Jonathan Toews, and the 2 top teams are the Winnipeg Jets and the Colorado Avalanche.
I think he wants to be an Av.
I think he wants to be an Av. You, at the end of, I know he's from that general area.
Yeah.
You want to go there? You want to freeze your tuchus off for a team that never finds a way to get it done?
Boy.
Come hang out with Nathan McKinnon. We have beautiful weather
Where
out
the
here.
beer flows like wine and the women flock like the salmon of Capistrano. Oh,
I think Jonathan Toews has a family, but
Aspen, Colorado, nope, California, beautiful.
We just need you to be the free agency pitch coming up on July 1.
I've recruited before.
You sure have.
I'd love to do it again.
Chris McFarland, give him a job.
Come on, C-Mac.
For that guy, for the Avs recruiting director.
I'm already on the KSE kind of roster. Be an easy.
Same team.
I've already
same
gone
umbrella.
through the background check. Come on now. Come on down, baby.
For Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Don't miss your chance to win tickets to go see Nate Bargatze. That's coming up with PhD. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10. We love you. Goodbye.
All right, I'll see you later. Hey, another reunion. There we go. What's going on, man? It's good to see everybody. Good to see old friends. We're on the air now. Love you, though. See you, pal. The migration continues as we lock it in for today. We got all the that's the core four there giveaway there, Tyler.
Wow, that's a giveaway.
That is a giveaway. It's starting next week. But yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Joker, Jamal, we got MPJ, Aaron Gordon.
Okay.
All autographed, all going to one person.
And they're all going to be here next year. So
Yeah,
go ahead and win these.
That's
because they will all still be here.
That's the next game, isn't it?
That's happening, buddy.
Which of these guys is going to be here next year? You think they're all going to be here?
All of them.
Yeah, you think so?
I do. Yep, even Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
The news of the day, why am I drawing a blank on the guy that was relieved? Help me out here.
Tommy Balcetis.
Tommy.
I think it's Scott will know. Scott's catching up with an old friend here. He'll be in here in a second. Yeah, I saw it. I didn't really know. I think it's Balcetis. Balcetis, maybe? Something like that.
To me, this is just screaming. We've got everything we got done. We've got our GM. He's in the building. We've already hired him. We just haven't told you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the NBA draft in, God, what is it, like 7 days?
Is it that soon?
It's coming up quick.
Let me just look it up.
I think it's next week.
NBA draft. Come on now. When are we going? It is Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Next week, next Wednesday. Week from tomorrow.
And you don't have a GM officially named yet.
No.
But you do. But you don't.
It's a weird one, of course, for us here in Denver because right now you don't have a first or second round pick. You got nothing. So it's a little bit low on our radar
yeah, I guess
right
what
now.
do you need a GM for this year anyways? You don't have a draft pick.
You don't have a draft pick. So, I mean, unless there's, I don't know. I mean, usually at this time of year, we are dialing in on NBA mock drafts. I mean, we can't get enough of our mock drafts. But
Scotty's favorite thing.
Hard to do when you don't have a pick. And we've been like that with the Broncos. So which of these guys? Oh, they're all here, huh? You think they're all here? So this is a hell of a prize.
I do. I legitimately believe you will have the same starting five next year as you have right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's
I think that's a little bit disheartening, if I'm being honest. But I really feel like you just read the tea leaves and they are screaming, running it back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny just to see the jerseys lined up here, and you think about it, like, will there really be a change or not?
Well, if they're going to make a move, they got to do it within the next 6 days, within the next 5 days, because you would like to think that it's going to happen before the draft.
They made a move today.
I know. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's screaming they're running everything back.
Why don't you talk to us?
How do they run them back if they make a move like that?
Because they got their GM in the building. If they weren't just moving forward with the GM that's already in the building, they're not going to let go of a lower tier guy. And they've got everything they want right now. They've already told us that their goal is to make it work with these guys. And I do believe if you're going to let go of a lower tier guy, that means you've already got your GM hired inside the building.
So your assistant GM's a lower tier guy now.
Well, what in comparison to the GM, yeah.
Compared to the head scout?
Well, he'd be higher than the head scout.
Well, talk to us. You know, Tommy. About Balcetis?
Balcetis, yeah.
Balcetis?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw Tommy
wonderful
a ton.
Man.
I don't know him at all.
Yeah. I think he's a wonderful man. He was hired 5, 6, 7 years ago when Brett Baer was still alive. Baer.
He's been with the organization 12 years.
Well, so maybe it was longer than that. Time frame.
Okay.
I've been there 30. So I mean,
okay.
5 years, 20 years. I don't know.
Okay.
But Brett brought him in as an analytic dude.
Okay.
Because they wanted to push up the analytic department and all that, and worked his way up and became assistant GM.
I think.
What does an assistant, before we get to that, what does an assistant GM do?
Well, I'd ask Tyler. I think if Tyler's the GM and I'm his assistant, I think I'm doing a lot of legwork for you that you need done. You probably are still going to be invested in and doing your own legwork too. But you also want another guy that's in ears and eyes that can work with you, that can, hey, I'm going to the Portsmouth tournament. I need you to travel with the team this year. Keep an eye and tell me what's going on. So to me, you're the bag man, if you will, for the GM. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Whatever the GM needs, you do. But also, and I've always said this too, even when I was a head coach in high school, my assistants have got to have a voice. I never got to the level as a coach that Sean Payton is, and I don't know if his coaches have a voice or not. I don't know. There have been, and you know this, some head coaches that don't, do what I tell you, period, that's it. I want guys with opinions. I want guys with ideas. So to me, assistant GM, if I were the head GM, I want a guy that's saying, listen, no, this ain't right. It's not working here. We got to think about something else. And I may disagree, and the buck stops with me, but I got to have a guy that's at least got a voice. I don't know, in my personal belief, and this could be completely off, I think he's a great analytic guy. I don't know if he's a great assessor of talent, and I think those are two different skill sets.
Okay. So why do you think they didn't renew his deal?
Because I think what's going to happen is now I'll go back into Tyler's camp. I think that Ben Tenzer will be the GM, and they're going to look for NBA guys to kind of fill around him.
So you think Ben's got the job?
They got to make some changes, right? But in the big picture, they're relatively small changes. Even when you look at David Adelman, I guess in the big picture, that's a relatively small change. If you're making a change at the head coach position, promote from within. If you're going to move forward with Ben Tenzer as your GM, that's about as small of a change as you could possibly make by swapping out your GM because you're just promoting from within. So they're going to make a few changes within that coaching staff and within the scouting department as well. But they are making this thing scream, run it back with the entire building.
Well, I say this. I think, and I'm just going to go on different words we've spoken over here since the end of the season when all this came down. One, I still say this for Josh Kroenke, that was a gutsy move to do it when they did it, and I would say it worked out. You're about ready to see Oklahoma City a game away from winning the NBA championship, and you pushed them. I mean, you were right there. If I'll ask you guys this. This is my one big question I was going to ask you guys. If the Nuggets had Indiana's bench, would they have beaten Oklahoma City?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so too.
To answer that question, you have to think of where they could have done it and where it would have impacted them. And it would have been holding on to leads in games 4 and 5. And then being able to finish things off at home in game 6. I think if it goes 7, you lose no matter what you have. So could you have won? You probably could have won game 4 at home if you did. So I guess, yes. I'm just trying to think through it a little bit.
And maybe even 5. But I think they could have.
5, that was in their joint and, whatever. But you would have had a pretty good shot, and you would have been up 3-1.
Right.
I think the Pacers have done a great job, but Haliburton's hurt or something, and it.
Well, you make it a game for most of the game, and he didn't score a field goal.
Yeah,
and yet you're still in the game.
You were in the game. I guess you were in the game. Yeah,
it was 5 or 6 points at 7 minutes.
They could never get over that hump where they could take a lead. You see that a lot in the NBA. Guys that they down 15, get it to 4, goes to 7, get it to 3, goes to 9. That is actually more common than you're down 15 and you win the game and you take the lead. It's that
sort of yo-yo.
Yeah. So I think Indy probably does win game 6. And then I think Oklahoma City wins by 30 in game 7. I think it's, kind of the same deal. So we'll see, but what's your point with that? Where are you going with that?
Well,
they had the bench.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the first and foremost thing that you got to fill out and figure out. Can you do that with what you have at stake. If Tyler's right and they stay packed, I'm still not sure they do. I'm
not sure they do what?
That they stay packed.
Yeah,
I think one of those behind us might be collectible.
Well, if they do, it's they're
That's the
good.
question.
That was my prediction is that whoever wins this, congratulations, because you're gonna have the same guys out of the core next year.
Yeah.
Now, if they are going to make a move, they got to get creative. It's going to have to be a 3-team deal. They're going to have to just be a part of some sort of salary swap deals because they're going to be the second tier or the second or third party of that deal. They won't be the primary focus of whatever deal gets done.
I'm reading Ohm here, NBA reported to the Stars. They did bring a couple guys, and Nuggets did for workouts over the past few days. So,
who'd they bring in?
Arizona guard Caleb Love, Kansas center Hunter Dickinson, Bradley Ford, Darius Hannah, Indiana center Umar Ballo.
So they're looking at guys that probably aren't going to get drafted.
Is that what you think it is?
Maybe, or there's somewhere they could swap a second-round pick for
These are incoming rookies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're still going through that part of the process. You're right about that. They could sign guys like anybody, undrafted free agents.
So
you can do that.
Well, what was your guy that you liked? Was he from Notre Dame or Iowa? The big backup center guy.
The guy I liked was the 7'1" guy from Iowa, right?
Was it Iowa or Nebraska?
Vlad. What the heck was his name? Golly darn it!
Bill.
What's that?
Bill.
It's the Russian kid who's 7'1". Oh my God!
Was
that's
it
ridiculous.
Iowa or Nebraska?
I want to. Oh man.
I mean, that's
he was a real stud. Clearly,
he was. I'm just forgetting you're killing me. He's got like kind of a American sort of name, but he's not American. He's Russian. Gosh darn it, Russian college kid, 7'1".
Iowa.
I'll guess Iowa. I think you might be right. Vlad Golden. Vlad Golden. Good man.
That is sort of an American. That is sort of an American. You're right.
It is. Michigan, not Iowa. Close.
Yeah, Big Ten school.
Big Ten school, pure center. That's it. Nothing, no outside, nothing like that. And he right now is predicted as like a late second round guy. So to me, that's like, that's kind of interesting to me. Can you get a late second round pick? Is that they're working out center, so he might be in that mix too.
And you lose the veteranship of DeAndre, but you got $5 million. So now if you could pick a second rounder up or even a college free agent that could give you 10 minutes, and you're going to pay him $800,000, you just saved 4.2 on that cap, right? So that's good too.
Yeah, you got Durant home still also, so you got a lot riding on him.
The truth is, and I was listening to Vic and the boys in the morning, they were talking about the top picks from this past year, and their point was, they really don't play in the playoffs. Not really. Even the highest rated rookies, even the top 10 guys.
Well, the highest rated guys, a lot of them didn't even make the playoffs.
Correct. And those that were on teams barely, if got off the bench whatsoever.
Well, it's like Cade Cunningham wins most improved player, and he was the first pick in the draft 3 years ago? Two or 3 years ago.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And now he's the most improved? Well, you're the first pick.
You should be pretty good.
I mean, you're the first pick in the draft. That means you probably weren't real effective.
Right.
As anything else until last year.
Who was that kid from, I think he was the second pick, the kid from the Washington, from the Wizards, who was unbelievable, 19-year-old guy, center. Gosh darn it. You remember that game? I mean, he was incredible, but that's a great example. They're not making the playoffs. I'm having a hard time remembering his name, and he was a total stud. So when we talk about these young guys anyways, these aren't the guys that are going to help you win a championship.
No.
I'm not 100% certain the starting lineup we saw in the Oklahoma City series will be on the roster on day one.
It's one of these guys then, huh? Or
We
is
have
it
all
Christian?
5?
We do not have all 5.
Christian Brown's the only one we don't
The
got.
core 4. Christian's got some work to do to be in our next giveaway.
Too young. Hasn't made the cut yet.
Who's it going to be, Scott? Why don't you tell us who? Coming up next, it's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They've got the best prices. They've got the best customer service. And once you buy that new vehicle, you'll probably become a customer for life, just like I did ever since I bought my first vehicle my rookie year. I keep going back because I value relationships. Phil Long Ford has got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams the second you step on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
got a couple of things to play for you here, but I do want to go back to Tommy Balcetis. Now, he wasn't fired. He wasn't retained, so it sounds like his contract was coming up and they had to make a decision.
Well, it's the same thing with the GM too, right? He went
with Calvin. Yeah, I guess
Calvin's
so.
contract was up also.
I guess they just told him, hey.
Yeah, so I don't know about you guys, but I've been in that situation. That feels like I got fired.
Yeah. I've been there too.
Yeah.
It's I've been in both.
Hey, we're gonna let you hit free agency.
Yeah. I remember I had a great job with the Sabres, and no, we're doing something else. Oh, really? Okay. Well, it's.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather be an Avs fan than a Sabres fan?
Oh, yeah. I was looking to. It's the girl broke up with me before I broke up with the girl. Trust me. Still kind of hurt, though. On this one, why do you think the decision was made? I mean, why so long to make this decision?
I'm not sure. I think it's only long in media terms.
Okay.
As far as knowledge by us.
Yeah, but wouldn't there be? I mean, the draft is 9 days away, not less than 8 days away, right? I mean, wouldn't there be a lot going into it?
I'm with DMac. I mean, it feels like things are in slow motion right now, which is why the only thing that makes sense is that they're not in slow motion.
There's been a decision made.
It feels like it's slow motion to us because there's not been public announcements. But in reality, Ben Tenser's your GM.
Yeah.
And they're just moving bodies around and doing things that they're doing behind the scenes because they haven't made a public announcement.
Well, there has to be some sort of decisions that have been made behind the scenes if we're deciding this and it didn't happen already.
Right.
Like there were 4 assistants, including Popeye Jones, that were just like, hey, it ain't happening. We'll see you later.
Again,
but that happened after Adelman was hired.
But it was also, again, their contracts were up.
Okay. And they were part of the coaching staff, and Adelman was hired, and then there was change. I guess this really supports your point there, too, Tyler. Those changes happened once a decision was made somewhere else. So perhaps has a decision been made somewhere else, and now we're getting more decisions?
Sure feels like it.
I think, and this is pure speculation, I did talk to one individual today. Trying to navigate the landmines.
I'm not getting in your way.
This was knowledge. This was knowledge for a while.
Okay.
We got the knowledge today.
Okay.
Okay. I think there is more knowledge out there that we don't know.
That would make sense.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about this. I do think Tenser will get the job. And again, why else would you send him down to be a general manager of your G League team for a year? Send him to Grand Rapids, Michigan. And spend the winter. Hey, if you think winter's here, if you get tired of winters here, go live in Grand Rapids, Michigan for a year and enjoy that weather right there.
Yeah.
You ever been to Grand Rapids?
One time.
I my college roommate was from Hudsonville, which is right next to it. Been to Grand Rapids a number of times.
So in the summertime, it's beautiful.
Oh yeah,
summertime's phenomenal. Wintertime,
no thanks.
I have not been that lucky.
Michigan in the winter. Do you want to spend another Buffalo winter?
Dude, I get it.
Yeah.
I've been to.
Yeah. Well,
nice,
you know what I'm
nice for 2.5 months a year.
But again,
I get it.
I mean, in the writing on the wall, they sent him down there. I think that's to garner some experience. And Tins is a good guy, man. He's a really, really good family man, good father, good guy.
Does that matter?
No, but it helps to cheer for him.
Oh, okay. Well,
so for me,
I'm not cheering against anybody, but I want the best basketball.
For me, it helps cheer with him. But I do think, and I think he would acknowledge this. Now he's got to put NBA guys around him. If in fact he's a GM, who knows? They may end up just making him the president, let him see the business side of everything, and put basketball guys in as the GM and assistant GM, and
that's what the Avalanche did.
All that
basically.
Stuff. So, but I think I think they are more under control of what's going on.
What do you want to say that you're holding back on?
Well, I don't know. Nothing really, I guess. I don't think this is randomized, and I don't think this is like I think everything is running smooth over there to what they want to do. It's just no one has the knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, if you don't have any drafts and you can't garner any draft picks, I have heard they've been working the phone to possibly get into the draft.
I've always felt like they've never been in a rush to do pressers. They've never been in a rush to meet with the media. whether it's a coach gets fired and then Josh waits 4 or 5 days to have the presser, you get to the end of the season, you wait 4 or 5 days. It just feels like they're on their own timeline, which is fine.
And you're not getting a bunch of leaky stuff, which also says to me maybe some of the people that have been, we're not going to rehire you or bring you back, were some of the leaky guys.
Okay.
Because wouldn't they've leaked that they're not coming back if they were leaky?
Well, not if they were holding out hope.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. Listen. I'm. It is what it is. I still think that to run the back purely back is what the team had. You're a second round team.
All right, let me give you some different things here then. Perhaps this is Vic Lombardi this morning talking about what he's hearing or a possibility for the Nuggets.
Here's the deal I saw. I saw this prospective deal, and this included some trades. The Suns eventually would send Kevin Durant to the Spurs. The Spurs you have to have a third team involved, and it would net the Nuggets Harrison Barnes, Grayson Allen, and Royce O'Neal. They have to give up Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji to make the salaries work.
For what now?
It's a 3-team deal. And these things, again, these are far-fetched. You put them in the trade machine. The Nuggets are part of a 3-team deal to make the money work. And the crux of this deal is for the Spurs to get Kevin Durant. Suns send Kevin Durant, Spurs set Kevin Durant. The Spurs would then have to wheel and deal and send the Nuggets Harrison Barnes, and the Suns would have to send the Nuggets Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal. So the Nuggets have Harrison Barnes, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal.
We have to have Grayson Allen on our team?
Okay, there's that. That's for KD. Let me give you one other thing for KD too. Rick Bucher on a podcast.
Because I think ultimately the best place for him, if Phoenix were willing to do it, is to send him to the Denver Nuggets. And I would even trade Jamal Murray to make that happen. If I have Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Kevin Durant, I'd first try to see if I could make a deal built around Michael Porter Jr.
Sure.
But if they don't go for that, I would deal Jamal Murray if I could get KD, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, because Jokic is he's kind of my point center anyway, right? I can play through him, and the idea of having KD and Aaron Gordon working on both sides of the floor off of that, I can fill the rest of the blanks. And I would, if you put KD there, I look at that team, and I think they can contend with Oklahoma City right now.
All right. Reaction to that?
So, saying you'd probably have to give up Jamal and Michael Porter Jr., correct?
No, he said initially he said I would try to deal Porter.
Right, but we all know that ain't
chance it would have to be Jamal. Money-wise, Jamal fits.
Okay, would I trade Jamal Murray straight up for Kevin Durant? That's the question.
Basically.
Yes.
And I think that was Bucher saying too.
Yes. What's the question?
Well,
how quickly can we do it?
I guess that's the question.
Here's the bad thing. They're going to get stuck with, what was the guard they got from Washington? They're stuck with his contract for another 3 years. No one wants to trade for him. He's a little older. This contract is basically what KD is making. So are they trying to get lower or just younger? That's the question.
Let me ask you this. You have to make these deals. Now, the draft is next Wednesday. Free agency begins on July 6th. So it's different than in the NFL, where free agency is actually quite a bit before the draft.
Well, but you can start negotiating and talking on June 30th.
Okay.
You can't sign officially anybody until June 6th or July 6th.
Okay. So big deal or not a big deal that trades happen before the draft?
Well, you heard the big trade that's gone from Memphis to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Not consummated, but it's out there.
Right.
So those things are probably being discussed right now.
Okay, but to get Kevin Durant, do you have to get it done before the draft? Or not, because free agency is later?
If you do not have a draft pick,
which they don't right now,
from a PR move, that'd be a hell of a PR move.
Well, it feels like before the draft, you got to do one of two things. You either got to accumulate a draft pick or two, or you need to make a move to justify not accumulating a draft pick or two. So, yes, I do think that it needs to be done before the draft. So you got about 6 days here.
What was the cornerback that got traded to Jacksonville for all the draft picks?
Jalen Ramsey.
And now he's holding out this year.
Jalen Ramsey's was traded from
Dolphins.
He's been traded twice, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you remember the haul that they got when they traded him the first time?
Jacksonville was unbelievable. They got like a couple of first-round draft picks, but the second time he got dealt, it was like for a third and a fifth.
Well, and go look what Durant got, dealt with first, and now what people are just talking about now.
How much is Jamal making again?
I think his extension kicks in next year around 50.
Okay, well, that's actually pretty close. I mean, Kevin Durant's making 48.5, so that adds up, actually.
Would you want Kevin Durant?
Yes.
Without Jamal?
I mean, the real question is not Jamal for Kevin Durant, because that's not going to get it done. Kevin Durant for Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., my answer would probably still be yes.
What about the core four? What are we doing with that?
It'd be more valuable.
It would be collector's items, like you said.
Item.
Yeah, like what's it going to be?
Well, I mean, if you could do a Zeke Najee, a Jamal, and who else they put in there? Maybe a Durant Holmes because he's a young guy.
Let's put the Tooth Fairy in there too.
Well, and Durant Holmes for KD and the guy that Moser hates, Grayson
Allen.
Yeah, they could use a little Grayson Allen.
Yeah,
Jamal Murray's making more money than Kevin Durant next year.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
Yeah. So would you trade Durant Holmes, Zeke Najee, and Jamal Murray for Kate? And then we'll throw it out to the people on Twitch for KD and Grayson Allen.
So I know that I forget who we were listening to there was talking about, well, we've got a point center, but who's going to be our point guard?
Well, Grayson Allen, if you got him in that trade, could play a little bit of that. He could bring it up. And then, listen, you still got Jalen Pickett.
You got Jalen Pickett.
I mean, what's the little backup point guard
ready for
Indiana? Would you mind having that guy?
McConnell?
Yeah.
I love McConnell.
Gillespie's in Phoenix. Maybe he gets thrown in on the deal too. I mean, can we look for our short white slot receiver? Could Gillespie come in there and play TJ McConnell?
Hey, I recognize this conversation. This is what we do around with the NFL. We just start spitballing things left and right that probably don't even exist in reality. This is what we do. This is what happens now.
Well, I know Rick Bucher well. In fact, I could probably call him and see if we can get him on.
Just get him on.
I think in fact I know he loves Joker.
Okay, well, all right.
So,
add him to the list.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That's a bold step.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
People like Joker.
Well, I say this because Rick's been a national guy since I've known him for 25 years.
He has stood up. He was the most adamant national voice about Joker winning the MVP this year. No doubt about it. He said it every single time the whole year. He was one of the guys that said, we are going to look back on this year and be amazed that he didn't win it. And he said that for a long time. So it would be good to get Bucher on. He's got a high belief in Joker, and if he thinks KD would work out the best here, so be it. But I'm just checking that we've got the parts in place to make the deal happen in case it can happen. And I guess Tommy Balcetis was just not going to be part of that in the future. And to me, Tyler, that does indicate that they've figured something out. And Scott, you're kind of hinting down that path too. It's just not really been announced, but it feels like it. It feels like we're good. We know what we're doing, and now we've made some decisions.
Unless you're waiting on Bob Myers still for some reason, which is not happening.
Yeah, I've heard that I heard that a lot today and yesterday, and I don't quite get the concept. Why,
what are you waiting for?
Yeah, why would a TV job be more important than being a GM?
It would not. It would not. And even if he wanted to finish out the TV job, he still could. There'd be nothing preventing him from finishing out the finals here and coming over in 5 days.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one. That does not make sense to me. And frankly, if we're waiting for a guy to get done with a TV job, is that the guy we really should be that focused on anyways?
To me, it wouldn't really add up with promoting David Adelman from within either.
I don't think the Bob Myers thing makes any. I don't think the waiting for the TV thing makes sense. I don't think it makes sense, period. With everything that's going on, I think it makes no sense. I think what they're doing right now actually makes total sense. If Ben Tenzer perhaps is elevated to the president of basketball, and then they bring in like another operational scout GM sort of guy. I mean, it would be a GM with less hand. But when you look at the Avalanche, I mean, Joe Sakic made a firm statement at their end of the year press conference. The buck still stops with him, that he's involved with all of it. And and I respect Chris McFarland, but when Joe was at that press conference and said that, I believed him.
Yep.
And it just seems hard for me to believe when you've got what you feel and has been a pretty successful formula on one side of the building, when things go sideways in a different way, it's natural to think you would just try to replicate what has gone well. So Tenzer moving up to some sort of executive president of basketball, and then somebody else, maybe a name we don't even know, right? Somebody in the scouting community, somebody that they're comfortable with, that Adelman has some sort of relationship with, that everybody likes, could be somebody really off the charts that we haven't even heard of.
Well, you look at the benches of Indiana and OKC, you say, well, is there a guy that's ready that's backing up,
Exactly.
The two guys?
Who's the assistant GM of the Pacers? I don't know. Do you?
No.
OKC.
Kevin Pritchard's your president of basketball operations, who, just a little FYI trivia.
Okay.
Once attended the Scott Hastings basketball camp in Independence, Kansas.
Made him everything he is, huh?
How was he as a camper?
Got him a scholarship at KU. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
He did. He played at KU.
Well, you got him there.
Well, yeah.
According to you.
I was, you know what? I was
Just a small part of the story.
I was a pebble on his path.
Okay. We have we got to put we got back-to-back game shows. Yeah, another challenge for you today.
Really?
I think we got to have a game show about every single day for the next 6 weeks.
Well, we got a good prize for it. Plus, interesting day with the Rockies, guys. Yeah, if you don't know anything about it, even the better.
It might be time to bring back Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Details coming up next. All right, I'll give you a Rockies update here in a second. Kind of interesting.
I watched some last night.
What part did you see?
I saw him tied up 4-4.
You saw Hunter Goodman hit a home run.
I did.
That's the top of the ninth.
Yeah.
Did you turn it off after that?
No, but I was doing a TV hit at the View House, and I had to start doing TV stuff, so I missed the I don't even know how it finished.
Fancy pants.
Yeah.
Out there with Romy?
Yeah. I legitimately don't know.
Well,
I saw them tie it up 4-4.
I'll just get to it here because it's funny you saw that and you didn't see the rest because the rest happened later in that inning. So Hunter Goodman, who's been on a tear.
He's had a good year.
He really has had a good year. I'm not trying to overhype things with the Rockies, but he probably is the all-star for the Rockies. The Rockies recently are up there with like the Red Sox or some other team for like extra base hits in the month of June.
The only problem with Hunter Goodman being on a tear is that your catcher should probably not be your best offensive weapon.
Well, he had 2 home runs yesterday, which was huge. And then the Rockies get a couple outs, and then Mickey Moniak hit a 2-run homer also in the top of the ninth with 2 outs to give them a 6-4 lead.
Oh, wow.
And they were facing this pitcher, Finnegan, I believe his last name, who hadn't allowed a home run in 44 2/3 innings. And the Rockies hit 2 home runs off of him. The guy is 3rd in the league in saves, but he does have 5 blown saves. The Nationals, are you ready for this? That was their 9th loss in the row. The Rockies haven't even lost 9 in a row.
Right.
They lost 4 in a row, or 8 in a row 4 times.
Yeah, but never 9.
They have not
Sucks
lost
to
9
be the
in a row.
Nationals.
So the Nationals are the Nationals just got swept at home by the Marlins. I know this is going to sound crazy, but there's a certain spirit going on with the Rockies right now who have won 3 of their last 5 games. And you see other teams that have this kind of, empty slate sort of feeling. I mean, it was a misty day there in Washington. The crowd, there was nobody really there. But yet somehow the Rockies, who were leading most of this game until they gave up a couple home runs.
Scott, you know how many wins the Nationals have, the team that DMac is balking right now?
23.
Twice as many as the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, I get it.
So keep going.
I get it.
30.
I get it.
We're mocking a team with twice as many wins.
But have lost 9 in a row.
The Rockies, there's something. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me just get it right. We're talking the Rockies. We'll just get it right for you. Why wouldn't I, right? 13 of Colorado's last 20 games have been decided by 2 runs or fewer. Now, the Rockies are only 6-14 during that span. But they are playing closer and closer games, and now they've won a couple of these. Where it's not enough just to, be close. They've actually won it. Listen. If you want to just use season stats, the what they started as is so horrific. You can use that for the rest of the year and you'd be justified. I'm just pointing out there's a little something going on that's kind of cool. That's all. You do with it what you want.
So no law. What's the coach's name?
Warren Schaefer.
Back on the Warren Schaefer.
I'm back calling him Warren Schaefer.
You guys think about something about Mary when you hear Warren Schaefer?
So he's doing very.
Frank Van Bane.
He's made some changes. He's made some lineup changes. Michael Tolia came back after doing get your head together, and he played pretty well. Made a couple of great defensive plays. They changed their closer. It was Agnos, and he shaved his thing and mustache and out, and they're using Halverson, who does throw 100 miles an hour on the regular. So, again, I'm not trying to overhype the Rockies. I'm just letting you know there's a little something going on.
From the start they had at the end of the year, what would be considered a successful season for you?
they are not the worst team ever in history. They got to get to 42
they're going to
wins.
get that.
I think they're going to get that in a landslide.
You think so? Really?
Meaning they're going to be the worst team by a landslide.
Oh, okay. Well, that to me would be pretty successful. They get to 42
I think
wins.
they get above that. What's his name, Schaefer?
Hold on. 182 games,
Schaefer.
right? How many games have we played?
162.
162, sorry.
Yeah.
How many games have we played?
I think they're 15 and 57 right now. I'll double check, but I think they're 15 and 57, so that would be 72.
72 games.
72.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll double check, though. Whew. Oh, yeah. Not easy to get to 42 wins at this point.
So what's the math come out to? 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3?
Well, I think it's basically 1 out of 3. And they're doing that right now. So if you can pile it on, like you got 3 more games against the Nationals team that has lost 9 in a row.
Yeah, no, they are definitely not going to win 1 out of 3 moving forward the rest of the year. That ain't happening.
That's why you got to play the Nationals and get 3 out of 4. And then play another bad team and get 2 out of 3.
That's right.
And then when Shohei comes in and
and that's they have Arizona at home, and then yes, the Dodgers. It's like the Dodgers and the Shohei. By the way, it was a weird appearance by him yesterday.
Well, they didn't pitch an inning.
1 inning, he was kind of that opener sort of role. He wasn't really hit hard, but the hits dropped. He gave up a run, but it wasn't really bad. It was good to see him out there, though. I'm a Shohei Ohtani fan. I'm not a Dodgers fan, but I love Shohei Ohtani.
That was the plan, to just pitch an inning?
Yeah. Yeah. He hasn't pitched in a couple of years, whatever it's been. It's been a minute. All right, I'm just seeing what the Rockies are. 15 and 57.
How many pitches you get in an inning? 25? 30?
You'd like to get out of an inning under 16 pitches.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you can. That'd be a really good inning if you can do that. But, it is what it is. 16 would be like, that's good. We got it dialed in. You're pitching well if you can get out with 16 pitches. Just do that math.
I was just curious how many pitches he threw.
Oh, yesterday. Hold on, I can check for you on that. I bet it was. I'm sure it was more than 16.
23.
We're playing a game here. 28. So that's a heavy inning. In all honesty, that's not great. 16 strikes. So that tells you his location probably wasn't as good as it could have been. Got a little unlucky. A couple of bloop sort of hits. Wasn't hit hard. It just is what it is. Didn't walk anybody. Didn't strike out anybody.
Did they end up winning or losing?
They did win 6-3 over the Padres. Good game. Good, solid game. And they pitched up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dudes pitched for the Dodgers. So they're just putting it together. The Dodgers are 44 and 29. They're one of the best teams in baseball. Rockies got them coming up. So we'll see. Anyways, that's your Rockies update, man. That's all.
And is it in Coors Field?
No, they're on the road. They're home against Arizona for a couple games off this road trip, and then they're playing the Dodgers and you're killing
Giants.
Me. It's something like that. Yeah, it's like along those lines. But I was doing the March Towards Destiny on the old digital. You could see me all like fired up, see me all like yay when it was happening. Like going crazy.
Next week, Tyler. I don't
Yep.
know if anybody's informed you, but.
DMac
Sausage Head over here is off all next week.
I am.
Okay.
We will not be doing.
No, we probably will not.
You're not going to be. Wait, what?
We won't be.
What? That's it? It's the end?
We won't.
That's it?
But we'll get an update when you get back.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll watch it all.
I'm sure you'll be in Butte, Montana watching the Rockies on your phone so that you can do your, self-glamorizing on TV for.
I did hear Brett Kane this morning doing his best DMac. He was trying to hype up the Rockies. He was trying to hype them up.
He
Here
was
we go,
telling
boys.
you the truth.
They're coming.
Well, Brett's been on it because Brett knows baseball. And Brett is.
When anybody agrees with you, do you ever notice that you always go, they know that sport?
You just pulled the card that you get so pissed off when we pull the card.
Well, Brett played the game. You guys didn't.
Here we go. I'm pulling that card from here on out.
I don't know.
Out of respect to you, because you made such a big deal. If that card does get pulled, I don't pull that card. Now I'm going to pull the card.
I'm not even talking about myself, which I did, but high school level. But Brett played real baseball.
Did you play Legion?
Oh, yeah, I did all that. I wanted to keep playing. It's the craziest thing. To this day, it's so ridiculous. You think about like what you should have kept doing, and what if this?
Well,
what
after
if
our
that?
conversation yesterday, I told you my Legion coach calls up Norm DeBryan, who was a longtime coach at Arkansas, who had just taken second place. They lost to Cal State Fullerton in the College World Series Finals. Calls him up and says, hey, listen, you got a kid. You don't have to pay him anything. He's already got a scholarship with Arkansas. You got to get a hold of him and lay him walk on. I'm telling you, this guy can play some baseball.
Okay.
And I heard that from coach. First of all, you know this, Tyler, when you come in as a freshman, your head's spinning anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about playing one sport, let alone go play two.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I did find myself gravitating in the spring to go watch them work out. And it was cool.
Your boys had a hell of a day yesterday, I'll tell you that. They got to play later tonight, too. And Oregon State's about to get going. Their game got delayed a little bit. Root for Oregon State. There's a kid,
they've had some rain. No, I don't want to.
Well, there's a kid, Dallas Macias. I've known him since he was 5 years old, and he plays for the Beavs.
He can play good, but Oregon State knocked us out of a championship a couple years ago.
Is that? Well, because you guys couldn't catch a pop-up.
Yeah.
They won the national. I don't know if you knew that, Tyler.
Yeah, that Vaseline.
There's no Vaseline. You guys could not catch a pop-up with 2 outs. Arkansas blew it. That was one of the most exciting College World Series games of all time. That's it. Winner wins the whole kit and caboodle, and they had Ashley Rutschman on that team. They had Nick Madrigal on Oregon State. They had some ballers. And you guys were owning college baseball. Pop up, first base side. They just drop it. They win a national championship. Boy, how do you think those kids, oof. You imagine living with that for your entire life?
Right.
Oh, my God. On a different note.
His car probably got set on fire.
We have Nate.
That's just quarterbacks.
Yeah. Nate Bargatze tickets. You guys know who Nate Bargatze is?
Just from the internet. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give you a second, but we'll roll out because it's up to you now. You are the game master. You are the game show host with the most. You are all of them. You're Bob Barker, Gene, 2 and 2, Chuck Woolery. You do it all. How many other game show hosts can you name? Bob Eubanks? You're all those guys together.
The Walking Dead guy's about to host a game show. I don't know if you saw that.
That guy, Pat Sajak, Trebek.
Did you ever say Bob Barker?
I said Bob Barker. I led with Bob Barker.
You got it, don't you?
Price is wrong.
Woolery. What was the
2 and 2? We'll be back at 2 and 2. Love Connection. I mean, it's technically a game show.
Was it Chet Woolery?
It was Chet Woolery. Yeah, what'd I say?
Well,
Chuck Woolery.
Chuck
Woolery.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll figure out what Scott and how he's going to decide how we're giving away these tickets.
So are we actually giving them away?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you are. We're just following your lead. I can't wait to see what you got, what you come up with.
All right.
Find out next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer is here. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. A little cool tonight, so maybe, I don't know, maybe a little loving tonight. But if erectile dysfunction can ruin all that, yeah, that's no good. You don't want your intimacy feeling stressful and destroyed because of performance issues. Hey, you're not alone. Here is the help that you need. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more, so find out for yourself. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, let's get it going here today. Hey, real quick, do you guys? I mean, it's hot, and it's gonna be hot.
Not today.
Well, it was hot as snot yesterday.
Do you like days like this in the summertime that happen every once in a while?
Oh, absolutely.
Just like a little bit of a break,
dude. Yes, yesterday was so hot. Like it was uncomfortably hot at times.
Yes.
But we haven't had a day like that.
Right.
That today I get up and I'm like coming to work and I'm like, dude, I had a hoodie in my truck. I said, okay, I put that hoodie on to come in.
Yeah.
I kind of like the hoodie weather.
I'm going to tell you right now, accidentally, maybe the best thing ever happened to me. So I'm in a rental house right now, and my upstairs is easily like 12 degrees hotter than the rest of the house. Right?
Heat rises.
Yeah, heat rises. Turns out. So I'm like, but it's like brutally hot up there, like sweating. So you know what I did? I went out and I bought one of those window air conditioners for my bedroom. I've never slept better in my life.
Right,
This thing is freaking amazing. My room is set to like 65 degrees. It's like I'm in a hotel every single night. It's got the nice little humming noise.
That's fantastic.
I got the background
I
noise.
sleep great in hotels with that noise.
Oh, I do too.
I mean, this might be the best purchase I've ever made in my life.
That's fantastic.
You got ceiling fans?
No, I don't.
Because you got to reverse them right now.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I'm sorry. What I got to do?
You got to make them go. Change the direction.
Why?
Because
Are you serious?
No, I'm totally serious.
Because one direction, if it's going clockwise, it pushes it down.
Yeah.
If it goes or is it opposite? Counterclockwise pulls up.
Yeah, one way pulls the heat up, the other one pushes the heat down. So you want the heat to come down in the winter.
Yeah.
I never even thought I do have. I have a one above the bed.
So there's just a little switch. You just gotta flip the switch.
It's a little button.
I was.
You've got your whole life. You never know this about ceiling fans.
I was this years old when I found that out.
He doesn't know where there's that special button in the bedroom.
Hey, all I'm telling you, buy a freaking window air conditioner. It is the greatest investment of all time.
I grew up and just put a big fan in my window growing up.
No, we used to stick your tongue into it. One of them big,
dude, we were dark. I guarantee you when they came up with like Chewbacca and Darth Vader, it was all those guys doing the fans, right? When they were kids, right?
Oh, yeah.
What if we just did a...
we had the stupid... It was plastic. It wasn't a metal fan. It was just plastic. You could just...
Oh, yeah.
We'd stick all sorts of things in there. We'd mess with them left and right. This is ridiculous.
I've got... You asked me to do this because we got...
Yeah, well, let me explain what we got.
You say the guy's name.
Nate Bargatze.
Who blew up on...
I got a couple examples.
All these guys have done this by going on Instagram and TikTok first, and then they blow up.
Listen, he was doing really well. He was always doing well. But when he went on Saturday Night Live twice and he did the George Washington skit, it exploded for him.
Right.
This is the guy.
General Washington. Sit, please. You need your strength for the fight ahead. We fight for a country of our own, a new nation, where we choose our own laws.
Here. Said, sir.
Choose our own leaders.
Yes, sir.
And choose our own systems of weights and measures.
Oh, it's this guy?
Weights and measures, sir?
Yes. Yes, I dream of that one day. Our proud nation will measure weights in pounds, and that 2,000 pounds shall be called a ton.
And what would 1,000 pounds be called, sir?
Nothing. Because we will have no word for that.
Seems like we should have a word for 1,000 pounds, sir.
And yet we won't.
It goes like that. It's funny as
that
hell.
Skit is one of the most epically funny skits of all time.
Yeah, and they've done two of them like that. And then they did another one like a live performance. It's really funny. It's really funny. So his Big Dumb Eyes World Tour is happening on Saturday, September 13th is what we're doing for tickets. Limited tickets are available. So we do have a pair of tickets to give away for Ball Arena. He's playing Ball Arena.
Huge.
Wow.
What day?
Saturday, September 13th. So, okay, Scott.
I came up with
you did a great job.
4 trivia questions involving very famous comedians.
Oh, okay, so you want to just do it like we did yesterday?
We can do it a little bit like we do yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
because I felt like you guys played along a little bit too.
There's no doubt about it.
So this isn't necessarily him. It's just any comedian.
Oh no, this is like famous world comedians.
All right, so you got to kind of know your comedians for this one.
Yeah, and all of them are American except 2.
All right, well, we'll do this at 1:30. So
Maybe 3.
At 1:30.
I have 4, actually.
We'll play Scott's game. And, Cole, you can dress it up however you want. We'll see how you do on that one, and we'll have some fun.
Music and laugh tracks.
Okay, Cole, music and laugh tracks.
Or the Benny Hill theme song.
You know what? You could get together with Cole and just...
that means I got to talk.
Yeah, that is right. You'd have to...
communicate.
I love how you started the show yesterday. Dan's not here.
Dan, that looks just like you.
Well, I mean, you know how I should have the first recognition that I knew it wasn't Dan? Facial hair. I mean, Dan's never had more than like 2 pubes grow off his chin.
Wait, your first recognition that it wasn't Dan wasn't me telling you Dan's not here?
Is Dan doing his steamboat camping thing right now?
No, that's later in July. He's doing, he's doing something else now. But he's doing his steamboat.
Dude, he's sitting on lawn chair in his living room playing Call of Duty with a doobie.
It's something. I don't think he had a big plan for this week, but he's off.
Well, that's good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that time of year. All right, so at 1:30, we'll play Scott's game. You got a name for your game, by the way?
This one right here is called Know Your Famous Comedians.
Know Your Famous Comedians. Okay, 1:30 for Know Your Famous
This
Comedians.
isn't a question, but one of them could be, and I don't want to.
This is a bonus question.
What famous? This is a bonus question.
Just see how,
but it's like
see how
this.
the game's gonna go.
Yeah. What famous comedian?
Yeah.
Starred in Me, Myself, and Irene.
That would be Jim
Oh,
Carrey.
come on. That one's too easy.
No.
These aren't.
Okay. I
got to watch that movie again. That's a good movie. That's a really good movie.
What famous comedian starred in Wild Hogs?
Tim Allen, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, I guess he
from
was,
where?
Tim, where is he from?
Denver,
Colorado.
Is he from Denver? I didn't know that.
He had a dad and a
Is that
brother
right?
who were doctors or surgeons in town. Yeah,
I did not. There you go. I thought he was from Michigan.
Once had a house in Grand Lake, Colorado.
Is that right? See, these are all fantastic questions. And Rockies talk was boring, but we're good on this.
Wow, really?
I'm just checking.
I mean, hey, put down everybody else's fun, would you?
No, I'm just teasing. Last night, what'd you think of that game last night, overall? Seeing Jalen Williams, he was a stud.
I'll say this. I still say this. And just so that I'm always fair, I still think the NBA has refereeing problems. I just don't know how you can't have
what was
better.
presenting
I
itself
don't
last
know.
night?
I felt like the last 2 games, I don't know. I just don't like referees. So
what was pissing you off about last night?
Well, I mean, there's like stupid calls that you don't need to make, and then there's calls that you're like, come on now. But I will say this, to Indiana's fault, if you go back to last year's Eastern Conference Finals, and the Pacers were giving the Celtics everything they could handle for a while, and he's a good player. Is it Neesmith?
Yeah. He had that putback dunk that was unbelievable.
But he had 2 giant turnovers in the fourth quarter, just killed him, and he did the same thing against the Celtics in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
But it'll be interesting.
Is this series
Is
over?
it over? I don't think so. Everybody's saying it's over. I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, my prediction was that they'd split the first 4. OKC would win 5, and then OKC would end it in 6.
I think the Pacers are about to do what the Clippers did and what the Nuggets did in Game 6s at home. I think it's going to be everything. Absolutely, positively everything. It's going to be the crowd. It's going to be the emotion. It's going to be everything. And they're going to win. And they're going to have nothing for Game 7.
That very well might happen. But I tend to agree with you that I think it's going to get to Game 7.
Yeah.
Their star players hurt, but they're not playing Game 6 until Thursday.
Exactly. Unless he's, you don't think he's wussing out, do you?
Well, no.
You believe he's hurt, right?
Well,
wussing out, man. You wussing out right now. You got some serious mental problems.
Well, I'm asking I don't think he is, but I'll just throw it out there.
He's had that. What's that called? Tape? The tape that they put on people to stretch their muscles.
Voodoo tape.
Yeah, the voodoo tape. He's had that on his calf for 2 or 3 games.
That stuff doesn't do jack squat. I've done that stuff. That stuff doesn't do anything.
The lady that invented it made her a lot of money.
I'm sure it did. A lot of voodoos made a lot of people a lot of money.
Made Zombies.
Remember the
come alive, too.
titanium necklaces?
Ooh,
When I was a kid, when I was playing baseball, we used to wear like 12 of those things. The Fightins or whatever they were.
You know, I think I had one time too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so he's faking it or not faking? He's really hurt.
No, I think he's hurt.
No, he's not faking.
Okay, I agree. And Thursday, you're right. They don't play till Thursday.
See, they just show that play. Great move by Williams that makes the shot. It's an offensive foul. Call it.
Wow.
And I will say this.
Okay.
From this series and this year with SGA,
Yeah.
I guarantee you there will be discussions next year, this summer, in the league meetings with the officials is we got to stop letting the offensive player rearrange the set possession of the defensive player, which they addressed 5 or 6 years ago anyway. But now, like Williams, that big bucket he made, I think it was 5. It was 3 or 5, and he put it back up to either 5 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
He runs right into the guy, knocks him off 3 feet. Now he's got a clean look and a little bank shot.
Do you think the Nuggets are better than the Pacers?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
You don't. Why?
No, that's a complete basketball team. Nuggets got 5 starters.
Why do you think the Nuggets are better than them?
Well, they beat them twice fairly easy in the regular season.
Well, the Wizards beat the Nuggets twice in the regular season.
Not easy.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
I'm just pointing something out. That's all.
Good point.
But
well, the Wizards game they all took for granted, and about three starters decided not to play in that game.
I got you. I was there.
And well, I'm talking the one in Washington where
the road game,
61, 20, and 20 or whatever he had. The 61-point triple-double, I think, was that Washington
They were
game.
both ridiculous. Losing 2 games to the Wizards was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
That's the mindset of the team not being in the right direction.
No. That was one of them moments right there. That listen, you want to lose a goofy one on the road. I mean, shizzle happens, okay? Losing that game to the Wizards at home was really seriously one of the lower moments.
And after you lost the Wizards, there was a 5-game road trip. I don't remember if that was the first or second, but then you went and won 3 in a row.
I gotcha.
So, I mean, you kind of made up for it, but you're right.
Sort of. I mean, what choice do you have? You got to still try to win games here.
Right.
But you lost that one? And it was Alex, what's his face, the big, rookie kid, 19, had a great game and all, but come on. Ugh. It was a wild Nugget season, just to look back on the Nugget season, because there were so many great moments. They were so amazing. There were a lot of really incredible, amazing moments in Jokic, whatever. But
yeah,
boy,
which is why it's so tempting, and you understand why we're probably running it back, because there is a lot of good stuff that you look at, and you're like, okay, that's too good to just walk away from.
I gotcha, but that same crew is out there for some real stinkers too.
Is this the same mentality the Broncos are taking?
No way.
I mean, they're kind of running it back, aren't they? Least turnover of any team in the NFL.
Yeah, but I mean, the Broncos went out and made some serious additions.
Well, they've been building. They
brought in Talanoa Hufanga. They brought in Evan Ingram. They brought in
great
Drake Greenlaw.
acquisitions from the free agency. I agree 100%. But their core, they said our core is fine. So let's run it back and add some pieces.
Nah, I think it's totally different.
I don't think they added pieces. I think they changed their core.
I think the Broncos are just finding their legs.
Talanoa Hufanga, Drake Greenlaw, Evan Ingram. But that's significant.
No, I agree with you. But
I wouldn't refer to those guys.
They didn't replace any core guys.
Well,
I guess that's true. I mean, they replace guys that they're better than.
Javonte Williams isn't a core guy?
No.
I mean,
if you're a core guy, you're still here.
Well, all right, but he was their starting running back.
Yeah, they improved that area.
I mean,
so what if the Nuggets they stay with the core, which I still don't think they will, but say they do, but they're able to improve 2 or 3 spots.
Well, hey, we're open for the suggestion box is open.
That's true.
And the Nuggets did make a move. We can get into that. We have Nate Bargatze tickets to give away. No dumb questions, as well as PhD on 92.5. All right, on the text line here, we have a question. By the way, I think we could easily go with some are a dumb, and you can just ask us a dumb question anytime. I really think that'd be an easy thing to
I think we can start it today. Some are a dumb.
Some are a dumb would be fine. My Alexa playing PhD, best sports show in Colorado.
Duh.
That's not even.
Yeah, that's just brilliant.
That's just a fact these days.
AI, even AI loves us.
Apparently. It's delayed about 20 seconds. How can I win tickets without having to sit in my car? Well, you just call us, and then we put you on hold, and then you're all set.
Yeah, then you'll hear the question live.
Yeah. We're doing the contest at 1:30, but, I mean, if people just want to hang on, I guess you could call right now. Texter, anybody?
303-504-0925.
That's right. Nate Bargatze tickets for the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour on September 13th at Ball Arena. But we're not going to do the contest until 1:30. But if you want to get in the mix and line it up, Cole, we can use up to 5 people. Your odds, well, you'll see how it goes.
Are we going to still do, you got to get all 4 answers, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, we're going to do it the same way. Yeah. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I mean, it's your call. Tyler, who's your favorite game show host of all time? I want to make it relatable for the millennial generation.
It's a good, what is a millennial game show? What
you tell me. You tell us.
Survivor.
That you make an argument.
Is that a
about
game
that.
show? I don't think that's a game show.
Well,
that's a reality show, right?
There is a prize.
Like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was big growing up.
Okay. Yeah. Regis Philbin then.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Who was the lady that did it for a while?
Slumdog. Meredith Vieira.
There you go.
Yep. But Scott and I grew up in the time of the really cheesy
concentration.
I mean, Bob Barker was still huge when I was a kid.
All right, so Bob Barker's your guy?
Well, Bob Barker transcended and became a whole other generation from the Happy Gilmore
franchise
too, right?
And I bet that's as much to do with it as anything.
See my wife smooching him.
Does anybody Drew Carey? That's still going?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Drew's funny doing it because you can tell.
Is that an everyday show?
Yeah. I know how they do it, though. What they do, because we did it, my wife was on it, is they do 2 shows a day. They record 3 days a week, 3 weeks a month. And they just pile the shows up.
They got them in the can.
They put them in the can.
Pretty solid job.
And when they record it, it's taped. It is taped, but they don't like doing editing. It is like, here we go. We're playing this thing out. So an hour-long show is an hour-long show.
So we got tickets for one of the big comedians of today, and it's in September, but we're going to give you tickets now. And if you don't, go to ballarena.com or altitude.com. You can probably find a way to buy the tickets if you don't want to try to win them. But speaking of comedians, did you see what franchise they're bringing back? Talking about reaching a whole new generation.
Who's that?
Naked Gun.
Oh, I get that with Liam Neeson.
And there's a lot. There's a lot of tiebacks.
Yeah,
and Liam Neeson is the
part where the dude looks at OJ's photo. that had me cracking up.
I only saw the first preview of it yesterday.
The OJ joke is funny because all these younger guys are looking at their dads who were cops,
right?
And all of them have tears in their eyes about "I miss you, Dad." And they cut to theoretically OJ's son. He's like, not so much.
Because OJ started the movie.
The first time I saw that preview is when I went to go see Ballerina, and the entire theater started cracking up when that dude was looking at OJ.
Well, the cat that he's passed away that played, was it Drummond?
Oh, you're Dremel. Oh my gosh, Frank
Drummond.
It's not Drummond. But it's close. Dremel, something like that. Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen.
You
he started off as a very serious actor.
Okay.
And kind of turned into this comedic actor.
Well, I said Liam Neeson started as a pretty serious actor.
I was going to say the same thing, though. So Liam Neeson, pretty serious actor. Now all of a sudden he's.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's a comedian. I just saw that yesterday.
By the way, a buddy of mine, Mark, thanks for listening, Mark, out there in Hollywood. He's a Hollywood guy.
Florida or California?
California. He's a Hollywood writer, producer.
Well, the guy we met at the remote
yes. Big CU guy.
I see you sporting another Father's Day shirt today.
I am. Love this one.
It's good looking polo.
It's gonna start getting annoying with the CU gear.
See you loaded.
DMac would be rocking way more CU gear than I've got.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I'm going up for orientation Friday. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Especially 55.
We were looking at apartments.
You know what?
Oh, but if we were looking at just
I am
staying
just
in
so
Boulder.
fascinated about what you're going to do at orientation.
Yeah, I'm
fascinated why you're at orientation.
I have no idea. I think it's really for 18 and 19-year-olds, and my kid's 22.
Well, but
I have no
think
idea.
I went to orientation when my kids were 18.
Yeah. I think that's when everybody does orientation.
So I got one more.
Well,
there you go.
Got some stuff coming.
Go make sure they go to a flat university.
We may as well do this game show now. So go ahead, Cole. We got any music? Go ahead. You gotta hit it. That's good music.
Oh, good music.
All right, so 303-504-0925. Nate Bargatze. This is perfect music. He's at Ball Arena on September 13th. We only have 2 people on hold right now for these tickets. These are big-time tickets.
And so if nobody gets all 4, whoever gets the most correct,
yes,
we'll win those. So if no one wants to jump in
Well, we got some room. Do you want to give it a little time, or do you just want to?
And you might be better off being the 3rd or 4th caller anyways. So call in.
Yeah, we got room for a couple more. But we can start right now. We'll see if we get
It's
somebody
up to
here.
you.
All right. I'm just like that.
Yeah,
that. It's like magic. All right, so let's start with.
By the way, best
Riley.
game show host of my lifetime, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
He did Jeopardy. Remember that? Remember when he's going to quit football?
Yeah.
Who's the Jeopardy host right now? What's his name?
Oh, I don't know.
He's one of the big winners.
He's one of the big winners. Who is he?
I have no idea.
No, I have no idea.
Ken Jennings.
So I'm going to give you a local game show host, Tom Green.
But Tom would be a perfect game show
No, he
host.
did. He hosted this sports trivia show on ESPN for a couple of years.
By the way, do you know Scotty Gange on 9 News?
Yes.
Sports guy. I guarantee you he's the next Ryan Seacrest game show superstar.
What are you talking about, Connor?
Connor's time, I think, is...
He was made for it.
He is made for it. He is, but he's a little long in the tooth at this point.
Oh, okay.
Riley, you're on Altitude Sports Radio 925. How are you, Riley?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. I'll hand it over to Scott.
All right, Riley, we're going to go. Do you know your historically famous comedians? And all of these transitioned into movies, which seems like all of a sudden actors or comedians have started doing. I think Robin Williams probably made it the most successful, the first one, right? He won an Academy Award. So here you go, longtime comedic genius movie. There was 3 comedians that starred in this movie. Can you give me at least 2 of the 3? The name of the movie was The Three Amigos. Can you give me 2 of the 3 comedic stars in that franchise?
Chevy Chase, Martin Short.
That's
Steve
2.
Martin.
And
That's
Steve
it.
Martin, all 3.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Chevy Chase. So, by the way, if he didn't get this question, we would go back and repeat. So if you're online listening and you didn't know that, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Chevy Chase. This is going to be a little harder. You ready?
Okay. Yep.
What comedic genius did Richard Pryor star with in the movie The Toy?
Jackie Gleason.
Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
I thought you were going to go with Gene, Willy Wonka hair.
Gene Wilder?
Gene Wilder.
They did do a couple movies, too.
They did, like Stir Crazy, I believe.
But I wanted to make it
How
hard.
the hell did you get that, Riley? That was impressive.
Riley, that's impressive.
Wow.
What comedic actor starred in the franchises, and there was multiple movies in this franchise? What comedic actor was the star of the Pink Panther movies?
Oh, Peter Sellers?
Peter?
Jeez. Holy cow.
Are these?
Wow. No, these are not easy. These are not easy. That is hell of impressive. There's no way Tyler knew that one.
No.
And I did not know Jackie Gleason.
I thought for sure.
I knew Peter Sellers.
Yeah, I thought for sure that the second and third one would be Stumpy.
Holy cow.
I thought it was Steve Martin.
Riley, this is going to be...
No, seriously, was Steve
Martin did a remake of
He
it.
may have did a remake.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But
Okay.
Peter Sellers, Inspector Clouseau.
Yeah. Riley, for you to win this game, being the first contestant would be unbelievable.
Yeah. And I now I feel bad because I thought I
have
made.
been pretty tough, so maybe the fourth one's not.
Well,
It's not supposed to be. The fourth one's supposed to be the hardest.
Well, see,
theoretically.
I made 2 and 3 the hardest, and I thought the fourth one.
All right, well, hey, Riley's earned it as far as I'm concerned.
Right, give me the 2 comedic actors who starred in the hit TV or the hit movie, The Blues Brothers.
Oh.
That'd be John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd.
Wow, Riley.
Congratulations, Riley.
Wow.
Bang.
Wow.
Wow, that was
Dude, Riley.
That is crazy.
All I know is you must be best friends with Scott Hastings.
Well, first of all, hey, Cole, did you know any of those answers?
I knew the first 2. I did not know the last 2.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
There's no way you knew Jackie
Cole's
Gleason.
27.
I wasn't talking to Cole. I was talking
Riley,
to Riley.
how old are you, Riley?
44.
Okay.
But
I
your
mean,
age.
pretty much my age.
Yeah?
Well, you've lived in a box for a few
Yeah,
years.
really.
That's absolutely a fact. I can't argue it.
Yeah, you really have.
Hey, for Rob, Rodney, Preston, who are on hold, I'm sorry. That sucks, but
And I don't have anything else to give.
Earlier.
I mean, yeah, way to go, Riley. That's really, really impressive. And you win ticket. You got something else?
Yeah,
Riley?
Riley, your favorite comedic movie of all time?
My favorite comedic movie of all time, probably Old School or The Hangover.
It's good.
Yeah,
Hangover's good too.
I like both of them. I like Hall Pass a lot too.
Hall passes. Hall passes.
Basically
Okay.
because of the sneeze scene. Though.
The scene in Old School when they play Metallica and they grab people with the van. Even to this day, I laugh at when they play Master of Puppets and they're snatching guys off the street. Old School, Old School is a great movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
All right.
Frank the Tank.
Frank the Tank was great. Was going streaking.
We're going streaking.
Snoop Dogg.
Was that his first real big one? Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell? That's a good question. I'd have to go. I don't think so.
That was Monster.
I think he was. I don't know though. That's a good one though. You know, oh, you're a senior. Oh, where? In college? High school? Luke Wilson. Earmuffs for the kid. Like, there's so many, like, classic, like, little moments in Old School. All right. Hey, Riley, hang on. I think. All right. Hold on. And Cole, get your info. All right, Cole, you can take the music down. Usually we budgeted the rest of the. That game kind of ended quick.
Blades of Glory was, let's see, A Night at the Roxbury was 98.
Oh, that's a good one.
With
And
Chris
Old
Kattan.
School was 2003.
I was like, Emilio!
What were Will Ferrell's movies before 2003?
So I just groped it.
Okay.
And it says his first big hit, breakout role,
Was
in Austin Powers. It was a
I don't even remember him.
a short but memorable appearance as Mufasa.
Oh, yeah,
I thought he was the.
Oh, he was also
Mustafa.
He was also in Ben Stiller there, the
But then
Zoolander.
But then it
yeah.
does say his true breakout role came in Old School.
Old School. Okay.
Yeah.
Frank the Tank was great.
Elf was the same year.
Elf and Old School were the same year?
Yeah, both
Holy
2003.
cow. Wow, he was dropping the hammer that year. 2003, big year for Will Ferrell. Where'd he go to college?
USC? I don't know.
That's right. No,
Is
that's
it?
right.
I just
yeah.
knew he's a big USC fan.
He's a big. He was at USC like acting school or whatever.
Here's how about Anchorman 2004.
That so he
Yeah,
went
he
from,
went on a freaking run.
Man,
Yeah.
he went from Elf to Old School to Anchorman.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. No wonder he still lives
Damn.
in L.A., right? He can afford it.
That's a nice
I
run.
just watched a Will Ferrell movie 2 nights ago. Get Hard. You seen that?
That's Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
He's going to jail. He's got to figure it out.
Yeah.
It's a
You know the
funny
best thing
premise.
that movie though is when they do the bloopers at the end of it. It's pretty funny.
He's been in a couple with Wahlberg too, where it's like daddy daycare, but
Yeah.
the other one was like their cop buddies or whatever.
Oh, that's a great one.
It is I'm forgetting the name of it, but that's a good one too.
Oh my God. They made 2 of them.
Yep.
What the heck is the
They
name
made
of
2
that?
of the daddy daycare ones too, and the other one has like some John Lithgow and Mel Gibson in it. We're going down the wormhole there.
Semi-pro?
Comedians. Yeah. Here's a little bit more of Nate Bargatze, by the way.
Our dog sleeps in our bed, and someone told me you're not supposed to do that because you lose dominance over the dog. And I asked him, I said, what year do you think it is? These are all doodles. They're barely dogs. It's a person. They're people. This guy acts like it's 1980 when you kept a dog outside all year. Those you needed dominance over. You had a wolf in the backyard. Friends come over. You want to go outside? I wouldn't.
All right, good stuff. No dumb questions coming up next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you are starting to notice you're losing your hair, you got a bald spot, thinning hair, or receding hairline, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're going to get you fixed up. They're going to do it right. They're going to do it one time, and you are going to be satisfied. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you will have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is fantastic. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is just the best of the best at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we're open for business on No Dumb Questions. A lot of people want to chime in with the It's the Other Guys, is that other movie that we're thinking of with Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell.
Yeah, I think they did 2 movies together.
Oh, Daddy's Home.
Daddy's Home and
Daddy's Home. Yeah, and
that's where
the other guys.
Yeah, like
Was
the ex-husband is Wahlberg and the wife is some.
Will Ferrell in that new Mark Wahlberg movie, The Flight Risk or whatever?
Oh, God, I don't know that one.
I haven't seen that one yet.
That's a serious one though.
Oh, it is?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like a bad guy in that one, I think.
Oh.
I thought Mark always did like comedian, or I don't know.
No Dumb Question, and open for business again on Twitch, YouTube, text, however you want to get to us. Now that we're in this summer sort of season, and we do have tune in for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, starting at 6 o'clock. Might end tonight.
Could end
in
tonight.
Florida. It's presented by Mountain Hyundai. Get to the opening of Mountain Hyundai, Colorado's largest Hyundai dealership, locally owned and operated, Colorado proud, located at the Boulder Turnpike and the Denver Mousetrap. What sporting event are you guys looking the most forward to that's in the non-traditional Big Four coming up in the summertime?
Gosh, can you help me out here?
It's up to you. If you don't know anything, you don't know anything. If there's nothing, there's nothing.
Ryder Cup.
Technically, that's in the fall. I don't want to rain on the parade here, but that will be during football season.
No, I can still look for the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, but I'm looking for something that's happening
before football games start.
Before football really starts.
The Open,
British Open.
Can you give me multiple choice?
Well, British Open. I don't think so. Hold on. That's a whole nother thing. Is there nothing on your radar whatsoever? Like you can't even think of something else?
Well, I'm asking you for help, so clearly I guess not. I mean, what is on the radar in the next 6 weeks?
Well, you got Wimbledon coming up. You got the.
I almost feel like we shouldn't help Tyler on this one. Okay. I almost feel like I'm actually a little surprised that you can't even think of other sporting events that are from now until football.
I guess not.
You got nothing.
Okay, do you want me to say it a different way?
Yes.
I mean, how many times do you want to ask me the same question?
Let me give you one.
I've asked for multiple choice.
Let me give you another one.
All right.
Let me give you another one that's happening in this time before football that has turned into me one of the most disappointing events, which as a kid growing up was my favorite event. I couldn't wait to watch it every single summer.
Okay.
Now it's turned into one of my most disappointing moments that I'll ever get into. Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
Really?
I thought you said non-traditional.
Well, is baseball turned into non-traditional?
I would think baseball is pretty traditional, yes.
Yeah, but is it turning into non-traditional?
Well, baseball's still there.
Well, okay, so it's not, but I'm just saying it's not football. You're right. It's not what it's part of the Big Four. But I used to love MLB All-Star Game.
Not so much anymore.
And I've absolutely, it's turned into a farce to me now.
I'll give you some choices and tell me what your interest level is. You ready?
Sure.
Well, the British Open, let's start there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
100% watch it all.
Okay. Tour de France.
I will watch the highlights of the intriguing legs.
I'll tell you when the Tour de France is really interesting, if you can time it out right. Because it does, for us, you can watch it live in the morning. So for the three of us, it's actually pretty good. Because every stage ends around between 8:30 and 9 a.m. So for us, it fits. If you can just figure out how to watch like the last 15 minutes of a stage live, it is actually pretty exciting. Now, who in the world is going to watch 6 hours? And
who's the most famous cyclist, active cyclist in the world?
Oh, Pogacar by far. Tadej Pogacar has won it twice in a row. But he's the most famous guy.
You ever heard of him?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different things. If you've heard of him or if he's the most famous. But if you haven't heard of him, I get it. But he's it right now. Young guy, probably will win again this year. He's stunningly unbelievable. I think you would get into it if you just time it out right. Because just to watch the end of a stage is an exciting thing. You don't want to watch 6 hours of it, but you'd watch 15, 20 minutes, right?
I haven't watched, honestly, since Armstrong. And back then, like the time trial stuff, I used to always love the time trials. Or the stage that was a time trial thing.
I'm legitimately trying to think of summer sporting events. The only one I can think of is Wimbledon.
Wimbledon's another one. Yeah.
You haven't given me very many options after mocking me.
Well, it's
you mocked me.
It's the Open, it's the Tour de France, it's Wimbledon, it's I don't know if there's any other sort of rugby thing that's on your mind.
Rugby?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have
what
the
is there
specific
rugby?
events. You know, it might be a small list, frankly. You know, I mean, it's could be tiny, could be small.
You know, it's coming up. You don't want to miss.
I got it. I got it.
Is the Ferrari Challenge?
Okay,
which is at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I don't know if you saw the breaking news. Just came out yesterday. Joey Chestnut's coming back.
Okay,
he's coming back.
That's another one.
He's going to break the record.
Will you actually pay attention to that?
No.
Are you guys curious about Banana Ball, Savannah Bananas, that is coming to Coors Field August 8th and 9th?
The warden tried to get tickets and
Good luck.
And got shut out.
I too tried to get tickets, and I was shocked that it's not available and it is expensive.
Yeah.
How about that, huh? I think Banana Ball is stupid.
Yeah, I do too.
And I was a big.
You know what?
fan
I honestly think that they've got about a year or two left of this.
Yeah.
It probably was a mistake that they couldn't help but go on this world tour and fill up all these events.
They had to do it.
They had to do it because it's so much money.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the end of them.
To me,
it's probably going to be a one-hit wonder.
Once you see the shtick, it's like, okay.
Well, it's like, but how long has the Harlem Globetrotters been going? Is the banana ball now the new Harlem Globetrotters for baseball?
Well,
I mean, 'cause that shtick's been going on for 60, 70 years.
Probably. And the Globetrotters now, like, they go to Ball Arena, they may get, 5,000-6,000, maybe?
I think they sell the lower bowl for sure.
Okay, well, what's that? 8,000?
10,000?
Globetrotters getting 10,000. Hey, man, if the Globetrotters are getting 10,000, God bless them. I mean, that to me is a stretch, but there was a time the Globetrotters were, selling out big basketball arenas all the time.
Well, and remember they'd have them on ABC one time of summer, and you never missed it.
Curly Neal was like my hero, and Goose or whatever his name was, and Meadowlark Lemon, and all those guys. But they were a big thing. I think Banana Ball is going to go in that direction too. By the way, I think it's okay. But it certainly isn't baseball.
No, I actually think it's fantastic. I just think it's got a shelf life on it. And now that they're filling out these giant stadiums, where do you go from there?
Not to be Billy Buzzkill, but I thought Banana Ball was going to be like, hey, there are some significant cool ideas to improve baseball. And then it just turned into a clown show.
Well, you know what they remind me of? And you'll remember this. Some of the greatest entertainment pieces in baseball always came out of the minor league system. And to me, they felt like they were a minor league circus that traveled around here and there, put on a game before a real game in a minor league park. Now they're going to Coors Field.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
they're playing in football stadiums, Scott, with 70,000 people.
I still think that there's rules that Major League Baseball could look at. I do. I think that the way that they score is fascinating. It's about how many innings you win.
You get points, not runs, and you just play per inning.
Right.
I like that. I love that, actually.
Talk about speeding up a game. Talk about making every inning matter.
Yep.
I think that's a cool rule that baseball should look at.
Traditional baseball, I would have a hard time with it. But I'll tell you this, because I've been part of a lot of summer baseball, it would be way better if
I don't know why you need to have mound visits. I think that's a cool rule. You don't know mound visits. It's pointless. Why do you need that?
Yeah, there
to
are
waste time to warm up your bullpen.
That's
true.
Major League Baseball, that is the real reason.
Major League Baseball did put restrictions on things. Like you do have to, for example, in Major League Baseball, you put a reliever in, he's got to pitch to 3 guys. So you can't. Pitch clock, by the way, the rule changes in Major League Baseball have made baseball way better. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not. But hey, man, we're putting a runner on second base in the 10th inning. That makes the game so much more interesting and so much better.
They've also got a bunch of goofy rules that are, like the stealing first base on a wild pitch or what is
walk.
it, or on a walk.
Well, it's not. What is
I thought
that
it was
rule?
a wild pitch.
On a walk, the ball has to go around and touch every infielder so you can run to second on a walk.
Yes.
The steal at first base,
If
think
a
that's
fan catches a foul ball, it's an out.
It's an out, yeah. it's just not real baseball. It's a kind of a form of it. But hey, listen, man. Hey, I
They
can't
do
argue.
have a pitcher on stilts.
Hey, listen, the Warden tried to with two different devices try to get in and got tickets because they're playing 2 days, aren't they?
Yep.
And shut out on both days. And they cut the middleman out, so you know what? They goes, yeah, they're cutting the middleman out, but their price, cutting the middleman out so they can take all the fees themselves. That's
Listen,
what they're doing.
I can't blame the dude who came up with it. And what it started at, the Savannah Men's, they were just on a really high level summer league collegiate summer league team, the East Coast League or something like that, which is a really, really good league.
Yeah.
Like you've heard of the Cape Cod League. Well, this league was like that. And nobody was showing up for these games. However, these are pretty high-level college kids that are playing at this level. So it was part of its own thing. But they got so successful, they were just like, well, forget it. We're just leaving the league. We are going to pay these guys, and we're just going to go.
I watched the documentary, and it's a great documentary. It's cool to see the guys that they originally started playing there because, yes, they were all competitive, high-level guys that wanted to play in Major League Baseball. And then they're like, wait, we can make tenfold the money playing for the Savannah Bananas than we can bouncing around in these lower-level leagues, so we're just going to stay here.
Yeah. All right, well, hey, good. Everybody have fun going to it. I have no interest in going to it whatsoever.
You wouldn't even go to it one time?
If I got
in that event, you got to go to one time.
If I got free tickets for it, but I would not spend money to go see the Savannah
Like I went and
Bananas.
saw Cats one time. I think you probably got to go once.
I saw Cats too.
Yeah, once.
Once was enough for me, brother.
Thank you, right?
That
although
was like, oh
Steve, you
my
agree with
God.
me. I about fell asleep in the first act.
Dude.
The second act was the least better.
I thought Cats was so freaking boring. And it was just like one of them plays like, oh, you got to see Cats. And I go, okay. And we were in New York, and the theater was right across from David Letterman's theater.
Yeah, but you've seen the Cats show in Vegas 12 times.
The Cats show in Vegas is so much better than the Cats musical. I can't even tell you.
So, Cats or Phantom of the Opera?
I've seen both.
So have
I've
I.
seen Phantom of the Opera, not seen Cats.
I thought Phantom of the Opera was way better than
I did
Cats.
too.
But
I
I'll
did
tell
too.
you this, the best musical I've ever seen in my life was Book of Mormon. It was
That was hilarious.
Oh, my God.
I saw Wicked on Broadway. That was pretty cool.
Wicked was good?
Yeah.
All right. Any dumb questions left? Or are we
I
done?
saw a Woman of the Year musical with Raquel Welch as the star.
Oh.
This guy on the text line, I got banana tickets.
Back when she was Raquel Welch.
5 tickets for $200.
Wow.
$40 a pop? That's not bad.
No, that's pretty good.
I thought they were like $80 that I was looking at.
Oh God! I don't know. You know what? You know what's going to happen?
You're going to get tickets and go.
The hype on it is going to be too much. It's going to be unbelievable.
Be nice if we could do the show there, get a couple of guys in the studio during that week.
You know what? I shouldn't poo-poo it because it probably is going to be an awesome event and a great spirit, and it's great for kids. And yeah, okay, it's just ain't baseball, but okay, whatever.
Listen. You think it's okay to say it ain't baseball, but for all of us to think putting a guy on second base isn't baseball either.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, baseball is just. I don't know if you guys go with me on this or not, but I think baseball is so much better now. We're just stuck with the Rockies. But baseball is actually pretty damn exciting.
See, I never thought baseball was bad, so it never bothered me how it go. Saving 10 minutes a day to watch a baseball game, I don't care about.
It's gotten better.
I tell you, if you wanted to increase interest in baseball, I can fix it in 2 seconds.
How would you do that? Fix it. Go ahead.
I'll do it on the other side.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Boom.
All right, well, before we get there, go ahead, Scott. You teased it. Go
Well,
ahead.
real fast, I got to throw this
Pay it
out
off.
there. Have you noticed the baseball swing has changed from our youth where you strode into the ball to where now it's basically a wider stance and it's all hip flexion?
Some guys use that. Yeah, it's a little combo meal, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but there's less step,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's more of a wide, and it's that right hip if you're right-handed batter coming through the.
Well, the guys are way stronger than they used to be.
Yeah.
Lifting weights and that strength. So really it's just about making contact more than using momentum with it. But the Japanese approach to it is still the flow of the leg kick and all that. However,
They got the yin and the yang of the baseball swing.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani, who's 6'5" and change, he puts his 2 feet in the ground, and here comes the ball, and there it goes. He barely lifts his feet at all, his front foot at all.
Yeah.
But it sort of depends on your body shape and what you do. But there's just more in baseball, more mashers, even at the college level, that are just huge
Just
dudes.
crazy.
Yeah.
Say baseball.
Yeah.
And can I say this? No matter all the rule changes, pitch counts, pitch clocks. I hate the starter comes in. I liked going lefty to righty, righty to lefty. I had no problem with that. Oh, we got to switch. Okay.
Slow the game down massively, but go ahead.
Or how about this? Bring the guy in. He's been warming up. Just come in and get him the ball and go. You want to save another 30 seconds.
That's a good point. Seriously, why do we have to wait another 5 minutes for these guys to warm up on the field?
You've been warming up. Why do I need to take 10 more pitches once they come out there?
That's a great point.
And you just jog, so just,
You've been warming up before. Why you got to warm up again?
Yeah.
Flip him the ball, go for it.
Flip him the ball, and you got to go.
No,
Never mind.
Tell him why he's wrong. I totally
Because
agree
you
with that.
haven't pitched from that mound. You're pitching in a bullpen mound, not the mound that you're pitching from.
But if you're
It's a
Major League
freaking
Baseball,
mound.
then make this mound the same.
You know what? I never played in L.A. until I played in L.A. I didn't get a warm up rep on that field.
Okay, so you guys are against 9 warm-up pitches.
So let me ask you
That's
this.
what it is, like 9
when you
warm-up
watch
pitches.
the U.S. Open, were those guys out practice putting on the practice screen? Why? It ain't the same green. Why don't they just go on the first hole? You should be allowed to go out there and practice
No dumb
more.
question.
Yes.
Are the regulations of the mounds different in different ballparks, or is
They
it?
probably are. They probably shouldn't be, but they probably are.
It should be an all standard size. It's
They
supposed to be.
should be, but they probably aren't.
If that's true, if there's a significant difference, maybe I could understand that. But if they're standardized, then what the hell's the difference? It's a freaking mound.
Like I said, they should be standardized, but I guarantee you it's, I don't
But
know
still,
if that
if you want to save 2 minutes, 3 minutes, there you go.
Yeah.
You warmed up in the thing, boom, 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 here you go.
See, this is why you're an idea guy.
That's
There you
I'm
go,
an idea
man.
guy. That's a good one.
Get the ball go.
Now, if you want to say baseball, the sport,
Okay.
more use. And probably could go basketball that way also.
Yeah.
Maybe volleyball, who knows? From my youth to now, guess what kids can't do? And I don't even know if you
In
did.
baseball?
Go outside.
Go outside and just have a pickup game.
Okay.
I had a neighborhood.
Holy cow. This is
That
get
there was
off my lawn moment right here.
No, there was enough vacant lots that you could go out and play baseball. Use your imagination. No left fielder. But it goes across the road. You have to stand a second. All these different rules.
I don't think my kids would even know how to play Ghost Runner.
But there you go. But there's no lots. And if you live in Highlands Ranch, you ain't got no yard.
I actually have a serious answer. I've thought a lot about what you're saying.
Okay, well, good.
Go
Keep
ahead.
that up. But it's the same thing. And even these fields that are playing, we used to go down and have a game on the Little League field. Guess what? Can't do that anymore. Why? Because cities get sued if a kid goes there and breaks an arm.
Mm-hmm.
There's no place for kids to just go play. And so now what do? They start from the age of, and you would know, 9, 10.
Oh, way younger than that.
8,
5,
playing club
6.
teams.
Oh, by 8, there's travel teams.
So travel teams, 8, 9, and guess what?
Crazy, but yes.
It's stupid. That's absolutely stupid.
Yep.
I would do away with travel baseball. I'd do away with travel basketball until like maybe the age of 14.
Oh,
travel
really?
soccer. Yeah, I do.
I've seen some pretty good 10-year-old baseball teams.
I don't care. I would do completely away with it.
How would you do
No,
away
but
with?
I think
you're not
I think
going
what
to
Scott's
now.
saying is it's doing these kids a disservice in the big picture. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's some fantastic 10-year-old teams, But at what cost? At what cost of the development of these kids as athletes? At what cost of the well-roundedness of them as an athlete? At
What cost of the parents?
Of the literal cost to the parents? I totally agree.
Well, you guys have kids that are all playing sports. You guys all participate in it. Why do you guys participate in it?
You know why? Because there's no other choice.
Well, I don't want to be a jerk here, but you're the parent, aren't you? I mean, couldn't you just lay down the law? You ain't doing this?
Yeah, I guess we could.
So why don't you?
Well, we have.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, it's up to the parents to regulate it.
Well, define travel ball. Like, I don't know that my kids don't really participate. Like, I guess my daughters go to one swim meet a year outside the state. Is that travel?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah.
One?
Yeah, a little bit. Not a lot, though. You could go way crazier than that. I'm sure there's swim clubs that swim all over the place.
Now, swimming in the state is more or less travel because you got to drive all over the place. I mean, you got to drive 2-3 hours to get to a swim meet.
Now, it may be different in baseball. I don't even want, this is not to pick on anybody because the system is what the systems are, and it ain't going to change. They do it in basketball. They do it in volleyball. They do it in baseball. They do it in soccer. I'm here now. They do it in swimming, I guess. So it's not going to change.
Okay.
But I did talk to a coach recently, and his thing, and it made me happy because this is what I preach. And guess what? I coached for 7-8 years club teams.
Right.
So I understand that. But he has similar philosophy that I have. He said, ain't no one going to recruit a 10-year-old. I don't know if it's baseball the same way.
No.
So there's no reason for these kids to be going out and traveling. There's enough talent in state or probably around us that you can find plenty of teams and leagues and stuff. But he said, that's fine. He said, but ain't nobody going to a national tournament, a 10-year-old in Las Vegas.
No.
Ain't no one's recruiting you. And yet the parents are cashing out $5,000-$6,000 a summer.
Yeah, and they're dumb enough to pay for these recruiting services at 12 years old.
And he said,
12's different than 10.
No, it's not.
This guy
12
said,
years old? Come on, dude.
This guy put it
I'll
at
tell
14.
you why specifically. 14 is way different because then you go to the big
I
field.
agree. 14, we're getting in that ballpark.
Yeah.
12?
This was his thing. At 14 is we'll worry about recruitment and being in front of people when you're 14.
Yeah,
I thought it was refreshing.
I agree with you on that. In fact, my advice for parents, because once you go to 60-90 and you use drop 3 bats or BB core bats, which are drop 3, which means it's 3 ounces less than its length. So if it's a 33-inch bat, it weighs 30 ounces. But when you're a little kid under 14, you're playing these different size fields, you can go do like a drop 10. Oh, you swing a drop 10, then you're having some fun. I mean, that ball is going to travel a little bit, but that's fun. It should travel a little bit when you're 10, 11, 12, 13. I'd put off the BB core heavy bats, bigger fields as long as you can. Puberty changes everything. Certainly like for football and basketball. It's for all the sports, right? Bryce Harper went to Cooperstown. Cooperstown has the biggest rip-off tournament in the world for 12-year-olds. It's only for 12-year-olds. Bryce Harper just went for these select elite teams. He spent the whole summer at Cooperstown. He just picked up on one team after another and spent the whole summer out there. And some kids do that. So when you say 12 is like too young, crazily, guys, it's not. To be recruited would be highly, highly unusual at 12. Really, 14 is where it can start. But it gets serious, though, at that age. Like,
you're
it's
talking
like
about for
crazy.
baseball.
And I'm telling you, if you don't have your kid trained up in baseball by 12, the likelihood of him succeeding later on, it's not great. It's not like you can just pick it up and replace all those missed reps.
But you're assuming training means going out to all these tournaments?
No, I agree with you there. And in fact, sometimes if you just play too many tournaments, you're going to get worse.
Yeah.
If you're not practicing and developing 100%. The right way.
We call that game slippage.
Here's what we did. We trained in non-traditional times to keep things at a cheaper rate over the winter, and it was unbelievable with the right coaching and training how much better the kids got. And it wasn't because of playing in tournaments. You're right about that. The tournaments are the reward, the fun part of it. And you do need to play games to get better. But the problem with baseball, in all honesty, is it's become a rich suburb white kid sport in America. Yeah. And that's a shame.
Unfortunately, almost every sport has. And, there's very little getting around it. I despise it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. And it's what I love about where I'm coaching right now at Ponderosa. I heard the head coach tell the kids this, and I could not believe I actually heard a high school varsity coach say this. He said, "Look, boys, we're gonna have summer practice. Quite frankly, I hope you're not there because I hope you're playing a different sport. You're not playing a different sport, we'll be out there every day. Come on out, right? But the idea is I want well-rounded athletes. I want you playing every sport. So I'd prefer you are actually developing in something else, and we will now turn that into a skill set when we get our hands on you.
And I heard a coach in the same vein. Here's our days. And if you show up, great. That's great. We're here for you. But if your family's got vacations and you're going to go see your aunts and uncles, and you got things you want to do, you got a concert, you got a birthday party, go do those. Be kids. Be kids. We'll be here when you get back.
That sounds good to me.
And I think, to me, it was a breath of fresh air for me because that was always my approach. So what
age would you say a kid, if he was serious about it, has to be like, okay, that was fine up until then, but if I'm really going to be whatever I want to be, what age do you think that is?
Well, I think that starts happening around 12, 13 years old, but I think I might disagree with the way you're saying it. I think you become serious about becoming an athlete and not necessarily about becoming specific at something, but you become serious about becoming an athlete. I become serious about training. I become serious about getting in the weight room, about getting better with my agility and all those sorts of things. But I don't think that means I have to become serious at a specific sport.
Well, like at one point, Missy Franklin had to give up everything else just to be a swimmer.
Well, be cool to ask her.
Yeah, I mean, she was a teenage star.
But DMac, I think those kids, the decisions are made just because of who they are.
Because they're so good?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are such anomalies that when you realize you've got such freak ability at something, it happens. You're going to specialize. Yes, the best of the best in the world are going to find you. But keep it real. That's probably not your kid. And so just turn your kid into an athlete.
Yeah, we used to have that saying with my baseball kids. I used to tell all my parents, your kid ain't Bryce Harper. That was actually a little slogan we had because it can get like that. You compare yourself sort of to those type of kids.
But there are a number of clubs in every single sport that preach that as the rule and not the exception.
Well, we're in Colorado, man. Training is no joke here. There's kids in every single professional sport that were high school stars or younger here in Colorado. Like almost every single club in every single sport can point at somebody who's probably been through their club who is now excelling at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not realistic. It happens actually in Colorado a lot. So it's a little carrot on the stick, however you do it. By the way, I think baseball can get better real quick. I think it's a shame that more major league teams don't build facilities for young people in the neighborhoods they have their ballparks. I think the Colorado Rockies, forget about building fields out in Highlands Ranch or up in Westminster. Forget about that. You should put a turf so you can use it all season, some sort of accessible field near your ballpark so kids that are in your area where you make all your money can also play your sport. Ian Desmond of the Rockies talked about that. He's from the Tampa area, and he was like, he's one of the few African-American major leaguers, with fewer and fewer, unfortunately, because the access to play doesn't exist.
Right.
And he went back to his old field, and it was just a rat's nest, and he couldn't do what you're suggesting. And I don't know why major league teams, Dick Monfort, another one for you.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Build fields.
Because around the fields around, or the land around where they play is too valuable to give away to kids.
Ain't that a shame?
Yeah. No, and that's true. And the fields that are available, you're not allowed to play on unless it's an organized, everybody's got their waivers signed and insurance papers bought.
So your kids would never just go out and play?
What do you mean?
Going to get some friends. We're going to go out and play.
Well,
we're going to play something.
I know this. My daughter's grabbed me, and we've gone out and shot baskets, and we got an unlevel, which I think is great. Like the corner on one side, you got an 8-foot basket. On the corner on the other side, you got 11-foot. But I think that all works on depth perception and figuring stuff out. We don't have a flat yard anywhere in our house, but we got a bigger front yard. I got a hockey goalie out in my front yard now. We'll go out there and kick the ball back and forth.
All right. Well, the kids in the neighborhood come over and play street hockey?
No, because they don't play street hockey. We play soccer.
I don't know.
That's what we did growing up. Street hockey every single day when I got home from school.
That's what I did too.
Dude, I played football season, into basketball season, I played tennis because we didn't have a baseball team.
Tennis all the time.
Until school went out, and then I was in Little League or Babe Ruth or Legion, and then right back to football.
Yeah, we wouldn't. I mean, this is definitely a get off my lawn, back in my day sort of thing. But we kind of wouldn't stop playing something.
Yeah, you're
all
always
day.
Yeah.
Like we would just go from one thing, and some was organized, some was like it was a little league practice. But after that was over, there was a basketball hoop at the park next to Little League, so we go do that. I used to play
That's what I did.
tennis. I have tennis with my friends all the time. Courts for free.
We would drive to the baseball game. And there's a basketball court right by the baseball fields. I would put my bike in the back of my folks' car, have my baseball uniform on. I'd have gym shorts on underneath it and a T-shirt, tennis shoes in the car, get done, take off right there. I remember doing it in the trunk, taking off my because back then we had leggings. Remember the leggings you had to wear?
Of course.
Take off the leggings, take off the cleats, take off the pants and jersey, hat, throw it in the back of the car. Boom, 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 put on my tennis shoes, my balls back there, carry my bike or ride my bike, a block and a half to the basketball field, and then I'd stay there till dark.
All right, let me ask a dumb question here. Do kids or people still, because I was going by the rec center the other day, and there's 4 basketball hoops, and it's kind of a nice court. It wasn't super fancy, but the nets were fine. The court was good. And there were like 2 people out there. Do people still play pickup basketball outside?
Competitively, I don't
just for
see
fun.
it.
Do you just have pickup games that happen? Do kids just play pickup basketball outside?
I've seen one in the last 4 or 5 years.
It's got to be the easiest thing to just sort of pick up.
There's a nice field, and I don't know where it's at. It's soccer fields, and there's a park for little kids and a really nice basketball thing. And my kid practiced there twice or 3 times, and every time there was pickup games going on the court. But it was probably guys that got off work and they were all probably in their 20s and 30s.
We've
pickup basketball.
We've got one in our neighborhood, and there's always 2 to 4 kids out there, but I never see like a full run going on. But I will say at the gym I work out at, every freaking day, there's crazy pickup games going on.
Yeah.
But that's another thing. Kids nowadays,
But you gotta have a membership to the gym. You gotta that's not free. You gotta pay to get in there.
But kids nowadays don't know about outdoor rubber balls playing on asphalt. They all want leather balls in the gym. They want an indoor facility.
All right.
My dad, I can literally say I can go back to Naismith. My dad lived in a little double-wide trailer out in the country. And I think it was in Thayer, Kansas. Just literally, you turn the corner and you miss it, right? It's down the highway. And he had a big light pole out back, and we got this big cardboard drum that had metal rings on it. Cut it up, nailed that out there, put a piece of plywood up for a backboard.
Holy cow.
And it was a dirt underneath the light.
All right, Larry Bird, peach
I would
basket.
shoot baskets on this thing out there.
My guy, last little story here. I played so much wiffle ball as a little kid.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, my guy, Jay McGilvery, who lived next door, and you made up your own rules, and the ball goes out here. We could just play one-on-one wiffle ball just because the nature of the backyard was kind of quirky with trees and fences and houses. Broke windows and stuff, and if you could actually hit it in the right spot between the tree and the house, and we actually had a fence that left out to the marsh, we'd just make up our own rules. We'd make up, we would have fights about our own rules, which is weird, but we would literally just play wiffle ball like all day. It was crazy, and we didn't think twice about it.
Wiffle ball's a great sport.
Let me ask you guys a tough question because I'm not in this thing anymore. Would you let your kids go somewhere without a cell phone for more than 3 hours?
Without adults?
Without adults, without a cell phone?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Can't track them. They don't have a cell phone. More than three or so hours. Because we used to do that all the time.
Oh, all the time. Our rule was be back by dark. Yeah. I probably would not now.
You probably would not now.
Yeah. In fact, my daughter for her 11th birthday got an iWatch just so we could
there you go.
track her and
of course.
And call.
Of course. There you go.
But she's going to camp.
But nobody's got that problem, DMac, because they all got a device.
Well, that's right. That's right. So it's kind of a weird thing. Like, you kind of pine for the way it used to be, or wouldn't this be better? But yet, I mean, are you really going to give up the conveniences and the safety and security of your kids is more paramount than, the way things used to be? And by the way, things aren't the way they used to be anymore. It is a little scarier out there. I agree with you on all that. I'd do the same exact thing. No doubt about it.
I got similar yelled at. I let my daughter ride her bike. She had a basket in it and pick up Subway. And she didn't have to go on any main streets. It's through the neighborhood. And there's a back way behind the car wash. And Subway's right there.
Yeah.
Third of a mile.
Subway probably called the police on you.
a third of the mile maybe was the thing.
Subway ratted around?
Yeah. Subway's like, who's this kid?
When she went to pick up, hey, who wanted this meatball sandwich?
So it's sandwich for her and I. And so I let her go on her own.
And pay for it? You give her a card or something?
No, I ordered it on the app. And so it was all paid for.
So just had to pick it up?
Just had to pick
Hastings.
it up, put her in a bag, boom, 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 drive back
Order
home.
for Hastings.
Now, about 5 minutes in, I'm getting a little nervous, and I started to walk out the door to catch the corner to see. And sure enough, could see her running down. So I go in the house, so I trust her.
Yeah.
It made her day. It made her feel
I bet.
so big.
Yeah.
Well, boy, when the warden got home, did someone get a new butt?
All right, we'll leave it there. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer is in full swing. Sun's out, nights are warm. Everything has a little bit more taste to it. And you should feel good at this time of year. Really good, confident, connected. And if you're worried about ED, that is not the way to spend this summer. So thank goodness for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Here's how I get you going with this. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've treated tens of thousands of men. Your initial visit's only $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in your office, the visit is free. It's their office, not yours. That might be weird. They have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations near you, somewhere. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm going to go flip that button in my bedroom later tonight. I promise you.
You want it to go counterclockwise in the summer.
I got you. I got it. I want to be Australia. I'll be Australia in the summer. Get that done. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance.
That would be weird. See a toilet go the wrong direction.
The other way, right?
Yeah.
Right? Flush down under. Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. All right. First story. Go ahead, Cole. Hit that little. There you go. A couple of mini camps are going on, guys. The Giants mini camp. I guess the Broncos are just on a different schedule. I thought everything was wrapped up, but no, there's a couple teams that still have mini camps now. Giants mini camp. Who wins that job and why? Jackson Dart or Russell Wilson?
I don't know why Russ would win it. Unless Brian Dable has to win. Does Brian Dable have to win, or did he buy himself some time with Jackson Dart? That's the question, right? Because if he bought himself some time and he's not worried about his job, then there's zero reason to play Russell Wilson. If you're coaching for your job, well, most coaches coach scared, and they end up playing the vet.
Russell Wilson's job to lose. I think he'll start. I mean, they paid him $21 million. Right?
It's crazy, yes. It's a lot of money.
I think if he plays well, and they win, he'll be there.
The quarterback room money is the quarterback room money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to budget a certain amount no matter what. You're going to play the best guy to give yourself a chance to win. I mean, there's a bottom line to all of this. So
you know what? Knowing just like the Russ evolution, usually when he first gets there, you kind of fall in love with the dude. You kind of like the guy. You're like, hey, it's pretty nice to have Russell Wilson here. We haven't had a real quarterback here in New York in a hot minute.
Right.
It takes him a little bit of time to wear out his welcome.
Daniel Jones, is he going to work out in Indy?
I think so.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, I don't know what that means, working out. Do I think he's going to win a championship? No. But I bet he looks pretty decent.
I do too. I think it's funny looking at some of Daniel Jones' numbers because you just think of him as terrible, like awful. But when you look at his numbers, it's like, oh, that's kind of all right. So that's not incredible, but it's not like god awful either. Right. And it does make you wonder, just in a different sort of situation, if that guy couldn't flourish. What are you laughing at?
Well, I just looked at his last 2 years. No, he barely played. He barely played. So, but 8 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 2,000 yards in 2024.
How many games?
I don't know. Not many, clearly.
Right.
Yeah. And then the year before that, 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Well, that's pretty god awful.
Oh, dude, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
He had one good year. 2022 was a good year for him. 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 3,200 yards.
Yeah, that's
the year
what I was
before that.
about.
10-7, 11-10.
Yeah.
Well, the year he had the big year was the rookie of the year for Saquon, wasn't it?
Sounds about right.
I think.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe he'll just be garbage in Indy. Who
I
knows?
don't know.
I don't know.
No, I agree with you. I don't think he's a garbage quarterback, and nor do I think he's going to be garbage in Indy.
He played in 10 games last year, 6 games the year before.
In 10 games, he only threw for 8 touchdowns and 7 interceptions?
Yeah.
Oof.
That is pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
Now, the last year he played all the games, 22.
That was a good year, kind of.
3,200, 15 and 5.
You know what's interesting? It is the same team that decided Saquon Barkley shouldn't be there anymore.
How did Justin Herbert play last year?
Great until the playoffs.
Yeah. Herbert is, I still think he's a high-quality quarterback.
I do too.
I take him a 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
I would take him in a heartbeat, even over our own guy.
And I believe...
I would take Herbert over Bo Nix, too, by the way.
I believe he only had 24 touchdowns.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's not overly shocking. I mean, knowing who Harbaugh is.
You know how many picks he had?
6?
3.
3?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, he's a high-quality guy. Well, again, let me get on to the next story here. Go ahead. The Chiefs are in minicamp right now. Who is the best team if the Chiefs were finally going to lose the AFC West, set up to win the AFC West? Broncos, Chargers, or Raiders right now?
Chargers.
Because of Herbert and Harbaugh?
Well, I think Herbert's bought in. And then you went and got a dynamic running back.
The Chargers would make the most sense, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Who are their wide receivers? Who they got these days who are their guys there?
Gosh, they got rid of Keenan Allen. They got rid of who? Oh, you know who it is? It's Lad McConkey.
Okay.
Who had a great year last year.
God, who's the other one? Oh, Mike Williams.
Mike Williams, right.
They got Mike Williams, Quentin Johnston, and Lad McConkey.
Okay. Well, I'll take the Broncos receivers over those guys right now, to be honest with you. Ain't bad, but...
Well...
You know what I'm going to be fascinated? I am going to be so fascinated about Omarion Hampton after finding out the Broncos had, no interest in him whatsoever. The Broncos were just out on him no matter what. And for him to get picked up a couple of picks later, and for us to now have J.K. Dobbins and them just say, no, Omarion Hampton's our guy, that'll be fascinating to see how that works.
Well, you know who their backup running back is?
The Chargers backup right now? I don't, actually.
Najee Harris.
Okay.
So their thought probably was...
Why did they let go of J.K. Dobbins, man?
Maybe they thought Najee Harris was much better.
Okay.
Yeah, they got him in free agency. Najee Harris is a free agent this year.
Oh.
All right, is there a little red flag about J.K. Dobbins then for us? I mean, is there something about a team that knows him better than anybody?
Well, the red flag is injury concern. He's always had injuries. And yes, anytime a free agent becomes a free agent and goes to a new team, well, somebody's given up on that guy.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Well, it'll be fun.
I'm not overly concerned with it. I mean, the film with J.K. Dobbins is flat out good.
No, it's not costing the Broncos an arm and leg. They're
It's
not
nothing.
Yeah.
What is it, like a 2.5 deal or
exactly,
something?
up to 5, whatever, with incentives. Yeah, it's really like nothing.
He's making less money than Javonte Williams is making down in Dallas.
Yeah, how bananas is that? Yeah, and look how late they got him, and after free agency opened up. There's no real huge risks here.
I am going to be fascinated to see Omarion Hampton, though. I mean, John Harbaugh knows a thing or two about running the football, and when John Harbaugh picks a running back, you tend to notice. You're like, okay, well, we could have had that guy. Harbaugh likes him.
And Jim Harbaugh, too. John and Jim.
What did I say?
You said John twice, but that's
Whatever.
okay. I knew what you meant. One last one. Is Mike Tomlin on the hot seat for his job if it doesn't work out with Aaron Rodgers? I'm seeing a lot of news here about Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers, that sort of thing. Is this a make-or-break job year for Mike Tomlin?
I would say yes. I would say a firm yes. He's been on the hot seat now for a couple of years. He was unhappy with his contract. It looked like he was going to walk away from the team. What was that, just last year? They did end up giving him a new deal. But he has officially entered, what's the guy's name from Cincinnati that went to the playoffs every single year? Lovie?
Lovie Smith?
Lovie Smith, right?
No. Gosh darn it.
The Bengals coach that went to the playoffs every freaking year.
He went to ASU as an assistant coach. Not Herm Edwards. Oh my gosh, I can see him. It's not Lovie Smith. Gosh darn it. I can see him. I can see him in my head. It's not Lovie Smith. It's oh my god.
I can picture him too. What the heck is his name?
Marvin. Oh my god. That is ridiculous. Help us on
Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis.
Yeah.
That's it. Marvin Lewis.
Yeah. But that's the territory that now Tomlin is in. We go to the playoffs every single year. We lose the first round every single year. We're pretty damn good. We're the definition of stability. At one point, the Bengals were actually the definition of stability, believe it or not.
Yeah.
One of the cheapest organizations in the NFL. All they did was go to the playoffs every single year.
I think Tomlin's fired unless he wins a playoff game or two.
Yeah, I was going to say it's getting into that George Karl territory a little bit. And, George did get fired after winning Coach of the Year. But, I'll go back a little bit. Do you guys think it was the right time to move on from George Karl when they did?
Well, they were about ready to start over a little bit. And I think at the time you either had to extend him for 4 or 5 years or move on. And then that's when they went in with Brian Shaw, right?
Yeah, listen, just because they get rid of one guy, they replace you with somebody else doesn't mean that's the right guy, and Shaw clearly wasn't. But that's two different things. Like moving on from a guy, and You can make the right move because it's time to move on from him and then make a mistake by hiring the wrong guy. It doesn't mean you made a mistake by moving on from that guy. And I love George, so I hate to say anything negative about George at all because he's such a great guy and I love him. But it just was, it like with Tomlin, it just feels like, hey, man, you better do something here or it's your time. We just got to do something different around here.
Well, and sometimes it's time to get a fresher start somewhere else with somebody else.
I just Googled NFL coaches on the hot seat going into the 2025 season. It's amazing to me. I don't think this is wrong, but there's 9 coaches on this list. And I think they are all on the hot seat. Brian Dable, hot seat. Yep. Shane Steichen, hot seat.
Sure.
Zach Taylor, hot seat. Brian Callahan, Mike Tomlin, Kevin Stefanski, Jonathan Gannon, Todd Bowles, and Mike McDaniel.
Mike!
Mike's on. Yeah, he's on the hot seat.
Yeah, you're
as much as I love my guy, he is absolutely on the hot seat.
Why is Sean Payton not on that list, huh?
No.
And look at us here in Denver. Stability, kind of boringness, bringing back the whole staff for the most part. Solid everywhere.
Have a sub
kind of crazy, right?
Have a sub 500 year. Miss the playoffs this year.
Missing the playoffs this year would be bad.
Missing
the playoffs would be bad this year.
I bet they'll be looking at it.
I would agree. You think that's in the realm of possibility?
Listen, no reason you're on the head side. 2 reasons you're on the hot seat. One, you've set a standard that it's tough to break, or you've just stunk.
Yeah.
Listen, injuries can impact everything, right? But come on. All right. Can you imagine, barring some sort of catastrophic injury to some key players, the Broncos not making the playoffs this year?
Sure.
Really?
Am I predicting it? I predict the Broncos are a wild card team. That's my official prediction. But when you're a wild card team, you are 3 fumbles away from not going to the playoffs. That's it. I mean, you're 3 fumbles that you don't recover away from missing the playoffs entirely.
Barring some sort of big injury, I'll be stunned if the Broncos miss the playoffs this year.
Well, okay. I mean, do you have them as a wild card team, or do you have them as winning the AFC West?
Oh, I have them as a wild card team.
Well, then it ain't crazy to not make the playoffs.
Stupid Chiefs.
How many wins?
I think 11. I'm going to stick with 11, but I think 11's going to be a wild card team.
11 can be a hot wild card hosting a game, though.
No. All the home division winners get to host the game.
Oh, that how it plays.
No, they're going to have to go to like Baltimore, or Buffalo, or, Kansas City. I mean, they're going to have to go somewhere like that to win one of those other divisions.
Hey, if there's ever a year to win the AFC West, it feels like this would be it.
I tell you, I know. How long can the Chiefs keep this up? Seriously.
Well,
they got to blink at some point.
Probably another 7 or 8 years. If you're really asking me that question.
That is so depressing.
Probably 7 or 8 years.
All right, it's PhD on 92.5. We got a little college baseball World Series update. Louisville 4, Oregon State 3. Again, I'm rooting for Oregon State. Dallas Miscellaneous.
No, Louisville's got better bats.
That's true. I guess they got that going for it. My guy, Dallas Miscellaneous, he went to Regis. He was the Colorado State Player of the Year. He comes off the bench for the Beavs, so I hope they can.
What's he play?
Well, they've moved him around quite a bit. He was a shortstop infielder. They put him out in left field, and he's coming off.
Trades.
Yeah, a little bit of that. He's a really talented kid, awesome family, and they're playing right now. So I hope he gets in the game, and hopefully he can contribute. It's a close game right now. This is an elimination game too. The concept
is college baseball ever going to go to wooden bats ever?
They should. That's a really, really good question. It's embarrassing they don't.
How is it not a death? It feels like it should be a death sentence.
I can tell. Well, no, because the bats are called BB core bats, and the way they are produced, there is not the trampoline effect that they once had back in the 80s.
Back in the first
when
aluminum
they
bats?
would kill you.
Is
You're
it different
right.
than a high school bat?
No, college BB core bats are the same as high school BB core bats. They use the same thing. The reason why they still use metal bats in college is because the bat manufacturers pay the colleges. And because the baseball programs just are not funded the way football, basketball is, really, in all honesty, the bat companies hold them hostage. And that's why all these kids, by the way, all these kids that play at this level also play in highly competitive summer leagues, all wood bat. Cape Cod League, Alaskan League, East Coast, all Pacific Coast League, all wood bat. College, high school summer leagues are all wood bat.
So let me ask this.
It's kind of crazy that they shouldn't be using metal bat. It should be wood bat. It's a really good observation.
And I made the joke a while ago because it used to be the Louisville Slugger, right? The wooden bats.
Still, well, they got yes, they have Louisville Slugger metal bats.
So they've gone into the BB core bats too. Then
yes.
So
everybody has. Yes.
How are they not? They've got to be the automatic sponsor of Louisville.
That would make it. Well, let's see what they're swinging. That's a great question. That is an awesome question.
So a college baseball player cannot choose the brand of his bat because the team chooses for him?
Correct.
Well, unless he gets an NIL.
No. You're
That's a double.
My son went through this. You can get your own brand of that bat if you want, but usually you get it for free. So whether you're Easton or DeMarini or Louisville or whatever, the school will have a bat deal. And yes, you have to use the bat that your school has. That is true. That is what you got to do.
And it used to be when I grew up, we had the same thing. You had to wear the shoes that the school did, but the coaches got paid for the shoes. Like there was Nike coaches, Adidas coaches.
Right.
And those shoe companies paid the coaches and gave your team free shoes, and you had to wear those shoes.
Oh, even my kid playing in Northern Colorado you got to wear the shoes. You got to, even in Northern Colorado, there were deals for all that stuff. They had to wear all the whatever you're supposed to wear. Gloves, bats. You got to wear the corporate stuff. These schools, these baseball programs, they have no money, guys. This is the top level stuff. This is Omaha. This is different. There's like 500 other schools out there that are just barely scraping by on all divisions from D2, D3,
and let's
D2.
be honest, the reason the CU doesn't have a team.
Well, Title IX is the reason why CU doesn't have a team.
Yeah, Tyler's right about that, and it's...
No, that's what they use for an excuse.
Well, Scott, how does Tyler, Washington State, and Utah figure it out, and CU doesn't?
Because of the money.
You mean to tell me Washington State?
No, it's not complicated. If you are not going to be a revenue-making men's sport, you're not going to exist. That's what it comes down to.
Then
so if you're gonna be a men's sport, you got to be revenue making because you're not making revenue with the women.
How does Washington State do it? How do they have a baseball team and a softball team?
I don't know. Is it a different culture out there? Like, is it supported? Does the community like baseball more? I don't know.
Does Washington State have much elitists there?
Dude, where is Washington State? Can you even name what town?
Wazoo.
Pullman.
No, wait, what's Wazoo?
I don't know. Who knows?
I thought it was Wazoo.
It's right by Walla Walla.
There's no way you can convince me that Pullman, Washington is a bigger baseball town than Boulder, Colorado. Zero chance you can convince me of that.
I don't know.
Zero.
What sports do hippies like?
Hippies love
well,
baseball.
they don't like baseball in the mountain area.
I guess so.
I've seen that there is the Collegians. The Boulder Collegians is a high-level summer collegiate baseball team. They play in downtown Boulder. It's awesome. There's a very cool park down there. It's a great atmosphere. They play all their games at night. They get like 1,000 people out on a Tuesday night because it's a fun thing to go to summer baseball.
Summer baseball is fun to go watch.
Yeah, the Boulder Collegians are great, and I believe me, it would work.
Dude, I grew up in a small
frustrating
town.
as hell for me.
I grew up in a small town. Obviously, parents always go to games. But if it was like a Friday or Saturday or whatever night and you're having a Babe Ruth game, you're liable to have a couple hundred people out there parking around the fences and on the sides.
Yeah.
Just watching a summer baseball game.
Yeah, I
have the Royals in
great.
their AM radio there in their car.
Yeah, and Colorado misses out on that, and it's sad, I think.
But they're cheap.
Who's they? Who are you talking about? CU?
Yeah.
I really don't know at this level, at this point, why they don't have softball and baseball at this point. I think it is a Title IX thing. I think Tyler's
No,
right.
they use the Title IX thing, but you get away with it by having softball and baseball. And so when people bring it up, then they go, "Well, what's the cost?"
By the way,
and they said they're not going to generate any revenue.
By the way, it's embarrassing too for CSU. I don't want to let CSU off the hook. There's plenty of Mountain West schools that have baseball as well in cold climates. The Summit League is made up of North Dakota, South Dakota, St. Mary's up in Minnesota or someplace. Horrible places for baseball, and they have Division I baseball teams. Northern Colorado has a Division
And we got
I
Metro
baseball
State.
team.
They got a great baseball team.
They are. They're Division II. They're in the RMAC. But you're right.
Our guy Ryan, is he still coaching there?
Ryan's a great guy. He is, and they're really, really good. And so is Golden School of Mines is a good RMAC team and has a great facility. There is good baseball in Denver and Colorado. It's just on the D2 level, not the D1 level.
Speaking of Washington State, did you guys touch on this, that their track and field team, did you see this news today?
No.
They have a track and field team at Washington State because of now having to pay athletes because of the House settlement. They are, I kid you not, dropping field.
Wait, what?
I'm not making this up.
So they're doing track,
What?
but none of the no shot put or
Here is
They can't afford Brock Lesnar's daughter.
I will read the tweet. Track and field becomes track only at Washington State University. This despite 20 of the school's 45 track and field Olympians have been jumpers, throwers, and multi-event athletes.
Let me ask a dumb question.
Is anybody?
But they're not getting any league revenue anywhere, though.
All right, hold on. How many field athletes would you have in a track and field program? You just named some of the sports,
Again.
but how many athletes are we
You'd
talking
have shot,
about here?
disc, and javelin, hammer if they still
hammer
have
throw,
it, jump, high jump,
Pole
long jump,
vaulters,
pole vault,
6.
Triple
steeplechase.
jump.
We've been seeing
7.
Steeplechase would be
No, that's a track event.
Yeah, is long jump and triple jump track or field?
That's field.
That's field.
That is field?
I think it is.
It's inside the track.
Yeah, but you're running.
But it's inside
But
the
then
track.
you're jumping.
But you're not using a field.
Oklahoma drill.
That's not a track.
Which one is it? I technically don't know.
Wait, what is long jump and triple jump? Is that are you track or are
That's
you field?
field.
Dude, I don't think so. I think it's a track inside of the field. You run on a track. You don't use
Well,
the
that'd
field.
be pole vault too then.
By the way, speaking of pole vault, we
Yeah?
were just discussing this the other day. This was an off-air discussion.
Gonna say we were.
But we were talking about the importance of having a transcendent athlete. Pole vault has a transcendent athlete right now.
His name is Andy Lindahl.
Mondo Duplantis. You guys know about Mondo,
Hold
right?
on. The best pole vaulter is Duplantis.
Mondo.
Like, I'm going to duplant this pole?
Mondo Duplantis. He went to LSU.
Wow.
He sets world records like every single time there's an international competition. I think he competes for Sweden. Like his parents.
Oh, his parents were both Olympians.
Yes,
or something like that.
and his
I do
parents
remember
are.
I
that.
have seen
I
this
do
guy.
remember that.
Yes, Mondo Duplantis. He's
Yes,
insane.
he doesn't compete for the United States.
No.
Let me go. Let's go to history.
That's a little jerky move, by the way.
He's a Swedish pole vaulter.
Yeah, but he's American.
He is.
And he competes for Sweden because his parents, I remember
Right.
the story.
Right.
His parents didn't like the coach.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
wanted to coach him. The Americans refused to do it. So he said, up yours, I'm going to Sweden.
Yes.
And he keeps
And then he
winning.
hired Jerry Seinfeld to wake him up
to make sure.
Do you guys remember the Russian pole vaulter?
Jean Paul.
And this would be probably in the 70s, early 80s.
Okay, Russian pole vaulter.
And kept setting world records. And it was like every meet, he'd set another world record by a quarter of an inch.
Okay.
Having it. And they finally figured out, and I remember watching on ABC or something, they go, and this is when everybody was amateurs, quote unquote.
Right.
Every world record, he got a bonus. So instead of jumping 19 feet and blowing the record by 18, he would go 18 in a quarter in this meet.
That's smart.
And then the
Just
next meet, he would go
slowly-
18 and a half. Oh, yeah. And he did that for like a couple years, I believe.
Is this Sergei Bubka?
Sergei Bubka.
Sergei
that's it.
Bubka, whose alma mater, by the way, I'm looking at his Wikipedia. Get a load of this alma mater. The Ukrainian Academy of Pedagogical Science, the Kyiv State Institute of Physical Culture. Is that like where Drago was training?
Hey, let me say that.
At the start of Rocky IV?
That's no basket weaving.
I don't think so.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. What's on your radar? Why do you think they let go of Tommy Balcetis?
We were just talking about this.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You got any fun theories?
Overhaul?
Somebody's responsible for all these player options. That's all I got to say. And maybe it wasn't all Calvin Booth. I don't know.
Is it that they're going to do the sexy thing and Bob Myers and his sweet hair are about to show up in town here? That doesn't feel terribly likely, but
I don't think
Would
so.
we do a Bob Myers show if he shows up?
Pontificate.
Remember how Elway did all the shows for a while when he was GM? And
I'll do the Bob Myers
would
show.
you do the Bob Myers show? Can we interest you in a Bob Myers show?
I just want hair
tips.
tips.
I think the Bob Myers show.
I'd like to talk to Bob. What do you?
I just want to talk to Bob Myers.
I think he
in
looks
general.
like an arrogant jerk, but I don't know.
Is it because his hair is so good?
Kind of. He's got that
because
look.
he's tall.
Can I tell you this, man?
I love his hair.
The ESPN basketball coverage is brutally bad.
Oh.
And we are so used to the good TNT and even in NBA TV. Holy cow. I guess I don't watch enough of ABC and ESPN basketball coverage. Maybe I should. Well, I'm not going to watch more of it. Am I rowing my own boat on this, or does it stand out to you guys how bad
TNT
it
was
is?
far and away better. I've always
Like, there's no
loved TNT.
chemistry with like Perkins and Myers and Stephen A.
Why
and
are the
these
Morris
guys.
brothers involved in anything is what I want to know. Now, I don't know if they ever bleed over into some of that coverage, but you got Markeith and Marcus Morris as now the authorities.
This is what kills
I just think
me.
it's brutally bad.
Is they had Zach Lowe, who was fantastic, who's
Got rid
now
of him.
doing a podcast with Bill Simmons, and they have Tim Legler, who is also fantastic, and they completely underutilize him. I guess because they think he's like too dry.
Oh.
He's not takey. He just sits there and talks about, the basketball game that he just watched and breaks down the game for you. Like that serves my interests as a basketball fan, but apparently they think that Kendrick Perkins is better TV.
Well, but they don't even have a postgame show, so they go straight to Scott Van Pelt, who I love. I think he's very, very good. But I want some talking heads right after the game. Their shows inside basketball during the week are horrible.
It's terrible.
I'm not even sure. I'm not a big fan of their broadcasters.
Who's on the games?
Well, it's Richard Jefferson.
It's
Breen,
it's Breen, Jefferson,
You're
and
not
Doris.
a Breen fan?
I think Breen's very good.
Breen's great.
Doris and Richard don't have chemistry.
They have
together.
no chemistry.
It's very
chemistry at all.
awkward.
They
Like,
don't.
and she doesn't talk. Like, they don't play off each other. Just play
No.
off each other. But
Yeah,
I have
like-
a problem with the 3-man booth. But she won't talk
Right.
for a while, and then he won't
Like
talk for a
Stan
while.
and Mark Jackson.
They had it. They had it.
Would argue.
They were at times a tough listen, and I am not a Mark Jackson fan. But they did have chemistry,
Right.
And there were roles, and they were characters, and they played off each other.
They make fun of each other
Wasn't
a
there a
little
story?
bit.
Aren't they shoving Doris out the door? Isn't there something going on there?
That was the rumor that came out before the start of the finals, and then Carlisle went to the. By the way, Rick Carlisle so far in this finals has defended Doris Burke and Scott Foster, the two people that like NBA Twitter hates more than anybody else. And Rick Carlisle's like, I got their back right now. But yeah, no, I agree.
So wait, is she getting moved out or not?
We don't know.
It's the rumor as of right
Okay.
now. Yeah.
That'd
They
be fine
can't
by
make
me.
up their mind.
But
on
it's
that
like
thing.
they've had it. They've since they got rid of a booth that they had for like a decade plus that worked really well. They've had a new booth every year by the time that we have got to the best time of the year, and so like nobody is finding their footing. Like sometimes, I mean, we know this as talk show hosts. You also know this on a broadcast crew. you got to iron it out over time.
Sure,
You got to let
sure.
it happen a little bit. They just kind of keep changing it up right now.
All right, I just didn't know if I was the only one on that one. Like,
You're not off there at all. Did J-Dub do enough, Scotty, last night to get himself into the Finals MVP conversation? Because that was epic.
Yeah,
his
he's
performance.
very good.
Yeah,
I mean, he'll be votes, but I don't see how if they win it in Game 6. I don't see how Shea doesn't win.
I mean, ultimately, like Shea closed Game 4, and Game 4 was the series.
Yeah.
That was it. If Indiana could have hung on to that one, they might have had it. But God, Jalen, that's an all-time great Finals game last night. Jalen Williams.
Didn't Shea average over 30 the first 4 games?
Yeah. He's also right now he's at like almost 2 steals and 2 blocks per game as a guard, which is pretty damn special. They just, like Wiggins is making threes, Case and Wallace is making threes. Freaking Lou Dort is banking into 3 last night, but he's hitting big threes in crunch time. That game,
as he did as all those guys did against Denver.
That game got really fun for a minute, and they cut it to 2, and Siakam had him kind of rolling a little bit. Again, we're back to talking about T.J. McConnell again, who was, to me, the story of that second half, at least
Especially
for Indiana.
Third quarter, especially.
Third quarter, he was elite, and J-Dub just kind of slammed
But
the
see
door.
if you remember this, and I think he's a heck of a talent. I wouldn't mind having him come off the bench here.
Mm-hmm.
But Neesmith, to me, in that fourth quarter, had 2 massively big turnovers when you had a chance to cut it from 5 to 3, 3 to 1, I think, on one of them.
They kept turning it over like in the backcourt and just like giving them fast
he had
breaks.
2 massive turnovers in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And if I go back, and he was the same guy I got on, and I don't remember if it was Game 7 or what it was against Boston. Was it last year in the Eastern Conference Finals? He did the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he had one game, he'd blow up and have these great scoring game, and then he had these ugly, dumb turnovers.
Nembhard had 4 turnovers last. That's just it. Like, Oklahoma City's they're enough of a bastard to deal with, and then if you're going to give them turnovers.
Yeah. It was like 17-5 at one time, points on turnover. Let me ask you this. I asked these guys in our show. If Denver had Indy's bench, would they have beaten Oklahoma City?
Yes. You only needed 1 or 2 more plays. Okay, how about we loop you into what we asked yesterday? With KCP getting traded again. Had Denver had KCP in the Oklahoma City OKC series, how is it different? Do they get past it with just KCP? Because now all of a sudden you've got someone to bother SGA a little more.
I think you win either game 4 or 5, and that changes the series.
Yeah, you don't blow an 8-point lead going to the fourth quarter, most likely. Yeah, one of the things that I'm kind of wondering about right now as I'm watching this series, and it's taking a page out of the Thunder's book. So when Oklahoma City takes Shea off the floor, their offense, it bogs down.
Right.
It gets a little clunky. Even as good as Jalen Williams was last night, it's still a little bit clunky, but they don't get killed because their defense is freaking incredible. They can put Caruso out on the floor, and they can work it that way. As we have attempted in this town and discussed ad nauseum, how do you find combinations that don't destroy you in non-Jokic minutes? Okay. The 2 best defenders on the Denver Nuggets right now that are not named Aaron Gordon, who's obviously, he's going to keep his role.
It was hurt in the playoffs.
Yeah, and he was hurt in the playoffs. But Christian Brown and Peyton Watson. The Nuggets have always gone to a second unit that is anchored by Jamal Murray and others. It was Jamal and Westbrook this year, but it was always Jamal and others. What if your second unit was anchored by your best defenders? If you ran out, and I know again offensively this is going to be brutal, but if they built it around lineups that were Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, and Aaron Gordon together on the floor, you mix in maybe a Strawther and a Porter with that lineup,
a downhill Strawther that can make some threes,
and you put a couple of shooters on the floor. Again, like, it's not going to beat anybody, but what if the emphasis was changed to, let's just try and stay even in low-scoring minutes?
I don't disagree with that. And you go back to when they won it, when those guys were off, you would have Christian Brown and Bruce Brown on the floor, and sometimes an Aaron Gordon, because they went small ball with Aaron as a 5, and Jeff Green, who was a pretty good defensive guy also. So that kind of was a formula they did. in the year they won it, wasn't it?
I don't think we're ever going to live in a world, guys, where they can win non-Jokic minutes.
Not consistently.
Just not with the way that their salary structure is built. But what if they just simply said, let's build lineups that are built to do another thing rather than let's put just like whatever mishmash of guys we can with Jamal Murray and hope that he can win the game on ISO possessions, because that doesn't work.
Well, I said this on our show, and I don't hate that idea at all. But it goes along to me with this addition that Julian Strother's the key to this team. Depending on what you do, free agent, whatever, doesn't matter. Looks like you lose Russ. He's shown that he can be a downhill player. He's got to learn. He's got to learn a little bit of the SGA, create the contact, finish, not feel the contact, fade away, and hope I get a call.
Right.
Because that's the college way, and you just don't get that call in the NBA. But if he becomes a finisher and a guy that's consistent downhill, giving you 14, 15 a game, which I think is very capable.
It's the very number we talked about.
Then all of a sudden, with that lineup, there's your guy.
Yeah.
There's your guy. And then maybe you find another guy in there that who knows? What does Durant Holmes turn into? Can he be in – give me a guy that crashes the glass on every single time he's in the game and he gets 3 putbacks a game.
Sure.
In 20 minutes. He gets 6 points just on putbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You probably get a couple free throws on that also. Now you give me 8.
That always helps.
Coming off the bench,
sure.
Backing up Joker.
It's basically what you're describing is a very poor man's Isaiah Hartenstein. He gets a lot of just mucky, kind of ugly buckets for the Thunder. And I don't mean to take anything away from him. He's developed a very well-rounded game. But, again, give me the poor man's version of that. It's almost like a guy that used to play here named Mason Plumlee.
Let me ask you another dumb question watching this. And I wouldn't say an argument because I was right. And you can only have an argument if you're going to be wrong. I think Chet Holmgren's a fabulous player. I think he'll be a fabulous player for a long time.
Yep.
I don't think he is ever going to get bigger and stronger. I think what we
Body
see.
type
I think he is. My argument was he'll never be a great player. And maybe my standards of great is different.
Sure.
I think he'd be really good for a long time. He ain't great. He's not a great
No,
player.
he's got that game that I don't think you like either, that you've talked to me about a number of times, where he's like the swoop in guy. He never wants to face you straight up a lot of times. When he tries to, he gets back down. Like you said, you don't think he's going to get thicker. He comes in after someone's already maybe D'd the guy up, taking a bad shot, swoops in, grabs the rebound, stuff like that. And that's not always your favorite type
guys
of player.
in the NBA, and T.J. McConnell tried and got called for travel early in the fourth.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's tiny compared to Holmgren, and he just went right into Holmgren's body. And if they don't call travel and he gets the ball up on the basket, and I just think with that body type, you can use that body type and take him out. Now, coming off ball and everything, he can block shots, good on the glass, nice touch. I think he's, and I'm not trying to dog him, I think he's a really good player.
You know what?
I don't think he's ever going to be like an all-star great player.
No, he's gonna be all defense. He might win some Defensive Player of the Year award simply because he'll rack him up on block shots and
got to stay
rebounding
healthy,
numbers,
which he hasn't done.
That's another challenge that he's up against right now. I agree. His offensive game is a little clunky. Like, what's so good about the way that he's sort of getting a little bit incubated on that team, I think, is offensively he's got 2 stars that he's playing alongside, and Shea and Jalen, who I think J-Dub's become a star. That he's a phenomenal player. And then defensively, like, he gets to play with Lou Dort and Alex Caruso. So to your point, he does get to be a little bit of that swoop-in kind of guy.
And Wallace, even Wallace, who no one even talks about, that's a heck of a defensive guy too now.
I completely agree. And so he's just like, in many ways, he's sort of the perfect complement to put around these guys that are just freaking dogs on both ends of the floor. And then it's like, oh, by the way, we've got this 7'2" freaking tree that can jump out of the gym flying around in the middle of everything that we do, so he can get offensive rebounds and tip-ins, he can get downhill and get to the cup, and he can throw down dunks, and defensively, he will show up and either alter shots or block shots. He is on a perfect team right now, but to your point, is Chet ever going to be a number 1 on a championship-level club? I don't think he really will be. I agree with that take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to give you more pushback. You made good points.
That's why I said it's not an argument.
Not to give me a name, just trying to tell Bennett that. But anyway.
All right. That's the great Scott Hastings, everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We will take a quick break, and when we come back, forget everything you just heard about the Nuggets building their second unit. What's this going to look like? Not if, but when they acquire Kevin Durant. We'll tell you next. Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hope you're all having a delightful Tuesday afternoon. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we'll chat with our pal Tyler Maun, MILB. I don't know, everything else. He's going to tell us how to fix the Rockies, Andy. No problem. We're going to fix him.
I'm glad we found the guy.
In one 15-minute segment, we're going to fix the ball club. We're going to completely repair it. It's going to be easy. No problem whatsoever. So Tyler Maun to do that. Jeff Legwald at 5:30 for football talk, because we always do football talk. Even when it's June 17th, we'll do all kinds of football talk. By the way, June 17th. So today would be, 31 years since the White Bronco chase, I believe? 31 years ago today?
True?
Yeah, June 17th. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was all on the same day, by the way, June 17th. It was, let's see, Arnold Palmer's last round at the U.S. Open was that day. I think Griffey homered that day.
Okay.
94. That was the strike year. They were on their way. There was a Rockets Knicks NBA Finals game that was split screen, and Bob Costas giving the play-by-play, the White Bronco chase. And I believe the New York Rangers had their ticker tape parade in downtown Manhattan after having won the Stanley Cup
season.
Yeah. June 17th, 1994. I hope I have the date right.
You know who I believe they swept to start that playoff run? The final run of the Quebec Nordiques, I think.
Was it really?
I think.
Ooh.
Might be wrong, but I think.
Oh,
because that was a shortened season too, I thought.
Okay.
I might be off a year, but
June 17th, 1994. Yeah, it was a 30 for 30, by the way. There was also World Cup games played in the U.S. that day.
Okay.
And it might have even been the start of the World Cup that year, the Copa Mundial. All right. It's a good 30 for 30, though. Check it out. So, Kevin Durant. He's on the market, Andy. I don't know if you've heard. Okay? He's out there. And Rick Bucher goes on the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon and talking about possibilities for Durant. And here's some audio of a possible deal that maybe the Nuggets could swing to try and acquire Kevin Durant. Can they get in on the sweepstakes? Roll it, Spring.
Because I think ultimately the best place for him, if Phoenix were willing to do it, is to send him to the Denver Nuggets. And I would even trade Jamal Murray to make that happen. If I have Jokic, Aaron Gordon, and Kevin Durant, I'd first try to see if I could make a deal built around Michael Porter Jr.
Sure.
But if they don't go for that, I would deal Jamal Murray if I could get KD, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, because Jokic is he's kind of my point center anyway, right? I can play through him, and the idea of having KD and Aaron Gordon working on both sides of the floor off of that, I can fill the rest of the blanks. And I would, if you put KD there, I look at that team, and I think they can contend with Oklahoma City right now.
Woo! I agree with that sound right there. Contend with Oklahoma City right now. I'm interested.
Well, I am too.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Who on the Thunder guards Kevin Durant?
Chet.
Maybe.
Maybe. But Chet would drive on him, so I don't know.
I don't think they have a good matchup for him right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
How about on the Wolves?
Right now?
With Jokic, if Durant's up top.
I mean, they got to bring, theoretically, it would either be Jaden McDaniel or Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but again, one of them is there's always a size mismatch. That's the thing that Kevin Durant gives you, is he's 7'1" and can shoot over everybody.
If Durant's up top, you cannot send three at Jokic anymore, right? That takes away their little crash Jokic.
I would agree with that. It's okay. So they bring up try a Porter trade first. Spring, your trade machine proposal, that was a Porter trade, right? Yeah. I saw this one on Yahoo of just MPJ, P. Watt, Strawther, Hunter Tyson, your 2031 first. Don't forget that. And probably Zeke going to a third team, and that scored you Kevin Durant. Again, you need Phoenix to say yes to this. But that would keep Jamal. If I'm Phoenix, I have who would you rather have, Jamal Murray or Michael Porter? Wow, the Jamal hate runs deep
No,
with you.
but no, stop. I love Jamal. That's not the case.
Uh-huh.
If we're just talking about the player, I want Jamal.
Yes.
But if Phoenix is looking to get into rebuild because it's only a 2-year contract,
Shorter
then you
contract.
take Porter.
Fair.
That's not Jamal hate right there.
But as a basketball player.
As a basketball player, you want Jamal.
Yes. Okay. All right. Durant here. What different element does he give your basketball team if he's on this team? Because the Nuggets they're still like, you can keep this starting five together and it's still going to be a top 5 offense in the NBA, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They're going to be phenomenal.
Jokic is there. He's the ultimate make everybody better.
As long as you have Nikola Jokic, your offense is going to be better. And Kevin Durant is an elite offensive player, and so you might look at it and go, well, why are you just flip-flopping for strength on strength? I think that shortchanges what a deal like this could do in transforming the Nuggets, okay? And this is all hypothetical. Is there like a 1% chance the Nuggets would get Kevin Durant? Yeah, that's probably it on a generous end. It's sports talk radio.
We got to do something, folks.
We're dreamers, okay?
It's June.
We're allowed
All
to
right?
dream. Let me tell you why I'd love him here, okay? I want to talk a little bit about what Durant is, but first I have to tell you a little bit about what Nikola Jokic is. Nikola Jokic, heard of him? Andy, last year, Joker played a career-high 37 minutes a game.
Too much.
That's a lot of basketball. Not only was he playing 37 minutes a game, he took a career high in shots, a career high in threes, career highs in scoring, assists, steals, all of those things. 30-year-old Nikola Jokic is doing more on the basketball court than he's ever done before. And he's got that darn 3 in his age. That's not great, all right? I looked up on NBA.com some of the hustle stats. He's 3rd in the NBA in deflections. He's 4th in the NBA in screen assists. He's 7th in the NBA in box outs, okay? Again, I know that's his job description. He's compensated very well for it. But, like, those plays are body blows. You know, those are the plays that could potentially shorten a career or shorten a prime for Joker. He's doing everything on this basketball team. This has been my biggest issue is it's really easy to pull up like the Nuggets offensive rating and say they wouldn't be any better with Kevin Durant. I don't think their offensive rating would be better per se, but they would be a different, I think, more varied offensive basketball team. Because what does Kevin Durant do? He is an elite, all-time great isolation player. Even at age 36, last year, Andy, Kevin Durant, as an ISO player, I want to make sure I got these numbers right, averaged 4.5 ISO possessions a game, 1.16 points per possession. Both of those top 10 in the NBA. In fact, 6th in the NBA in ISO scoring per game. That's still what he is at this age. The Nuggets don't really have any ISO players. Jamal does a couple of ISO possessions a game, and he's not nearly as efficient as Durant. Porter never ISOs. They don't really have an ISO player. The only guy they do have is Jokic, and he doesn't really play that way. The ironic part being, I thought some of the Nuggets' best offensive periods that they had against the Thunder was when they just allowed Jokic to ISO. They'd put 4 on the opposite end of the floor and let Joker go to work. Because then he can go one-on-one against a Hartenstein and he actually would have room to be able to operate, right? They don't do a ton of it. And I don't even know if Jokic necessarily likes playing that way all that much. Kevin Durant can do that. Wouldn't you like to live in a world where Nikola Jokic could just go stand in the corner for a minute?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yes.
It sounds good, right?
Here's the thing, all right? I don't want to take away from your speech to the Galactic Council here.
I'm fixing everything right now.
It's not, all you had to say was, do you want Durant on your team? I don't need to know how. Here's what I need to know. How do we get the trade done? Who do we need to convince to do the trade?
Well, that would be the Suns. Yeah, you'd have to convince them. And that's going to be the hard part. This is the part where you stop and you go, the Nuggets assets kind of suck.
Well, let me ask you this: whether it's Josh, whether it's Tenzer, whether whoever it is that may be making this call, is it tough for them? Because let's focus on Murray being part of the trade because that's a bigger contract number to make it all line up easier, right?
Sure.
Is it tough to think about giving up a Murray when this guy's in his prime too for a guy that you may only use for a season or two? If you're the Nuggets, do you have to be talked into even offering Murray to them?
I think so. It's a hard conversation to have, right?
Yeah.
Because really, here's the first question in this conversation. How long is Nikola Jokic's prime? How many years of prime do we have left? Well, he's 30. Durant is 36, and he just scored 27 points a game this past season. I would argue Kevin Durant is still a top 10, 15 player in the NBA. Jamal Murray's a great player, but he's a top 25 player in the NBA. It's not the same stratosphere. Durant, he lives in a different world. So, yes, it would take Jamal, and it would take the convincing part. The Nuggets don't have 1,000 draft picks.
Right. They don't have 4 like Orlando just gave up.
Orlando did. Right.
I mean, they do, but they're in the 30s.
Like
It'll be the roaring 30s.
Siakam trade, the Mikal Bridges trade. But then again, it's like, I don't know. Is Ishbia patient enough to want all those draft picks? I don't know. Maybe he just wants a player that he thinks, okay, I can put this guy next to Devin Booker, and this will just help me win right away.
All right, let's say you give up Porter. Let's go the other way. Let's say you give up Porter. And again, look, I think Porter could be...
I would.
I think Porter could be attracted to Phoenix for the fact that you still get a pretty good player right now, and that contract's up in 2 years.
Yes.
So again, if it's about trying to remake the roster, and look, I think for that reason it's a little bit attractive. I would think from the Nuggets end too, because after this year you could keep Durant, or you could have some money back to go do other things finally, right?
Which would be fun also.
But if you have Jamal Porter, or if you have Jamal, Joker, and KD, you're not probably gonna have much bench left, right? You're still you're trading another. Okay. I think it's a more consistent 3-point shooter for Porter by far. Is that fair enough? KD's still hitting the 3 pretty well, right? I haven't checked the numbers.
Durant this past season.
What's he compared to Porter?
43% from 3. Porter 39.5%. Durant's a better shooter than Michael Porter.
So you still would have a different version of a core 4, but probably still only playing 7 guys, right?
You're starting 5.
Because who else you getting rid of? You got rid of Strother, right? You got rid of who else is going in that? P-Watt.
He's got to go.
Yeah, most of your bench is now gone.
Oh, yeah.
Deron Holmes better be something, because that's what you're going to have coming off the bench.
Okay, so this is the thing, is basically what the Nuggets would be doing in this scenario, all right? If this year has taught us anything, okay, depth matters, right? The Thunder have depth. The Pacers have depth. That's why they're the last 2 teams standing. The Timberwolves had depth. The Knicks had no depth. But I guess they get to be the anomaly.
The Clippers had depth they didn't use smartly all the time, right? I mean, allegedly, they look like they were 10 deep.
I like their bench. Yeah,
I'm not complaining.
I would have traded that.
We'd have traded benches.
Yes. You want to give me a Bogdanovich? I'll take him.
It'd have been like a rec league pickup game.
Right.
We just have a couple of your guys.
Yes.
So we have enough people.
Yes. You want to give me Nick Batum? I'll have Nick Batum.
Yeah.
I do love Nick Batum.
We'll give you a Saric.
So you'd be going to battle with a Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Kevin Durant, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic starting 5, and then you'd be praying after that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the non-Jokic minutes might still be an issue. But maybe less of an issue, because you never have to have a lineup that doesn't have either Nikola Jokic or Kevin Durant on the floor, 2 generational offensive talents. So that's pretty good, right?
Look, I'm into it. I'm ready to do it. I've been ready to do it since the season ended.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about, do you flirt with it at the deadline? Remember that?
I do.
Because they said, we all knew Kevin Durant wasn't hanging around in Phoenix by the time January hit.
I think one of the ways that the Nuggets have to approach this right now, and this is why I brought up the question of who on Oklahoma City guards Durant, or how do they deal with Durant? How do they deal with Jokic-Durant lineups if such a thing were to come to pass in this fictitious world? The Minnesota Timberwolves were built to beat the Denver Nuggets. and the Nuggets were the team at the very top. Well, now the Thunder are the team at the very top. You have to be built to beat those guys. So, like, again, like my dream of a true ISO scorer on the Denver Nuggets, this doesn't stop at Kevin Durant. Remember all of our Zach LaVine conversations?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, his ISO numbers also very good. Like, if you want to beat the Thunder, what's a good way to beat those guys? Stop passing the ball so much.
Yeah.
They deflect.
Yeah.
They come up with steals. They get out and run. How many possessions last night where there were the Pacers, just like, whether it was Nembhard, it happened to Haliburton once, where it happened to McConnell once, where those guys would just, they'd be at the top of the key, they'd have the basketball, and then a little bit of pee-pee would go down their leg, and they would just cough the ball up, and suddenly there's J-Dub or there's somebody just charging the other way for a dunk.
Wasn't Nembhard the one late in the game? Or maybe it was
horrible.
Where he had the pass out of the paint. It got deflected.
It was to Dort, wasn't it? Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
It was just awful, but like that's just it. Like I thought some of the Nuggets' most effective offense when it was just like, hey, clear out for Joker and let him go to work. The more you want to move the ball against the Thunder, the more you almost just like play into their hands. They're a bunch of giants with hands in every single passing lane.
Like an octopus.
They are. They're just arms everywhere. You know, like ask Miles Turner how that's treating him right now. Ask Pascal. And Siakam, I think, is having a great finals. Haliburton last night, every time he tried to get into the paint, it was just like elbows and arms and it just getting knocked into everywhere. One way to combat that, one of the Nuggets' biggest problems was just how do you feed the ball to Joker in the high post and let him go to work? It was hard. They struggled with it.
Well, and again, look, you tire them out. You got to have shooters that matter.
That too.
Because they like to get up in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
They like to get right there, get in the space. They don't lay off guys. But you got to have guys worth getting out on.
This
Nuggets don't have enough of those.
This is why, like, the Nuggets have this five-man lineup that they have right now, and all five of these guys were here when they won an NBA championship. And when it's clicking, it's a beautiful brand of basketball. I just think the Thunder can muddy it up too much, and I don't know how you beat it without the gravity of a guy that can just flat out score. And like, I know there's an easy comeback of it. Well, Anthony Edwards is that guy and they killed him. Fair enough. Anthony Edwards, number one, doesn't have a Jokic. And number two, doesn't have the size of a guy like a Durant, who I think is just the great human mismatch in that sport. I think the Nuggets, if they want to get this done, I'm not saying it would be impossible with the group that they have right now. I don't think a big trade is the only option that they have. But what if they decided we're going to alter the way that we do this a little bit to give us a puncher's chance against an absolute behemoth that's not going anywhere?
Yes, again, I'm all in. That's the problem. You need someone to scream and yell and say, keep it together and run it back. The problem is the further we get away from the championship, the more I start to wonder, when does the core change to go get that second title?
Yeah.
The Broncos didn't win 2 Super Bowls with Manning, but the core changed around him to get to the second one and ultimately win it. I think you need to do that.
What you need to do is you need to tune in for Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, starting at 6 o'clock, powered by Mountain Hyundai. Get to the opening of Mountain Hyundai, Colorado's largest Hyundai dealership, locally owned and operated, Colorado proud, located at the Boulder Turnpike and the Denver Mousetrap.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low testosterone. Have you heard about this? I'm sure if you listen to sports radio, you have. With summer being here, vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with the people you love, all of this is a reason that you want to have all the energy that you can. You want to feel alive. But if your testosterone is a little bit off, if you're dealing with low T, a lot of your drive and energy can be off. It can lead to you wanting to take naps in the middle of the day. That's not what you want to do. It's summertime. It's time to be outside, getting things done. Maybe you're hitting the gym and it's not giving you the same results that it once did, or you're firing up the grill, trying to spend the day in the sun, and you're just kind of tired by the end of all of it. Don't live this way. You don't have to, because all you need is to go talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic about the low testosterone treatments that they offer. So go ahead and make your first appointment. I'm going to borrow a line from our friends over there, or my friend Mark Moser. Your first appointment is just 99 clams. He likes to throw the clams out there. He also talks about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you got 99 clams, you can go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's what happens. They'll draw your blood. You have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the results. And again, it's only 99 clams. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, no clams. You keep your clams. You can have them for dinner a little bit later on your high testosterone. What do you think about that? Just go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. No need to wait. 5 locations throughout Colorado, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A pizza party is my nightmare. I'll have friends over for pizza, so I'll be like, all right, we got to order pizza. And she goes, how much? I go, order the most. I don't want to run out of pizza in front of my friends. And she goes, just call and ask them. I go, I can't call these 40-year-old dudes and just be like, how much pizza do you think you're going to eat tonight? They have a family. They work in a building right now. And you may just call them back, do you have big lunch today? No, I would try to save money, so I need to know exactly how much pizza you're going to eat in 8 hours.
We have got tickets to see the Nate Bargatze Big Dumb Eyes World Tour coming up at Ball Arena in September. That's September 13th at 3 p.m. Limited tickets are still available. Today at 5 o'clock, we are going to tell you how you can win a pair of tickets from us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, to go see the great Nate Bargatze at Ball Arena in September. 5 o'clock today. You'll want to be tuned in.
I love that guy. I'm listening. I got the book on audiobook.
Look at you. The audio
Big Dumb
book.
Eyes.
Well done.
Well, I told you I read the Mark Hoppus book.
Mm-hmm. Reading's not really your thing.
I got a reading one that he's got in there. We got to see. Do you want to play that for him now? Do you have the reading one I sent you? You're going to love it. I thought of you. We might have to use this.
Okay.
Because Nate does something about this too. Nate Bargatze.
Sure.
Hey, listen, here's his thoughts. And I thought, you send me these big stories sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how I feel when I heard this.
I want to do it. I like the idea of reading. I even buy books. But these books are the most words. And it's every book. You just open it, and you're like, what are you talking about? And they don't let up. Every page, just more words. How about you put some blank pages in there? Why don't you let me get my head above water for 2 seconds?
Some of your stat articles, that's how I feel. So, yeah, I like to read.
They're articles. They're not books. They'll take you 4 minutes to read.
I guess sometimes when you said something, right, is there not an expectation? I don't know. It's not what I really miss about the paper.
I know you don't read them when I send
No,
them.
I read a lot of them. You'd be surprised. But what's funny is like when I miss about the morning paper, not to go old guy is, you could see the column. I knew what I was getting into. There it is. It's all right there.
Dude.
I got an idea. Do I have enough time to read this right now, or do I have other things going on?
You know what's really funny?
And in an online article, I don't know. I don't know till I'm already in it.
So check this out. So The Ringer, where our friend Lindsey Jones works, okay, they just started putting this on the website, okay? And this would actually be interesting to find out. I haven't actually timed it. But on these stories that they post, they put underneath the headline how long it will take you to read it.
Giving you well, how do they know? Everybody processes different, and
that's what I'm saying. I want to time you out against the expectation.
All right.
Like right now, I'm looking at the Ringer, and like here's a story on Shea, and it says 5-minute read.
Okay.
Here's a more in-depth story on the Red Sox and the Rafael Devers trade. That's an 11-minute.
Here's
read.
what we're gonna do tomorrow. I think you and I will be around the office.
Yes.
Because thanks on the work of Mark Springer, we won lunch.
Hell yeah.
From all the hacks in this place trying to do that golf contest.
That's right.
We'll go to lunch. We'll come back, and I will read and let you time it out.
I want to find this out.
And we'll deliver results tomorrow.
I will see what their recommended reading time is, and if you can come in under the wire or not.
So we'll give it a go.
I think you could do it.
But then once
I
upon a
believe in you.
time, I would leave. I used to love the Rocky Mountain News in part. Look, to all my friends that wrote for both papers, it wasn't anything against any of you. But I used to what did they call it? The tabloid style.
Sure.
Where it wasn't the Post was great.
The broadsheet.
But the Post was big,
Yes.
Sometimes in some of the stalls where you did your reading, you have room to fold the whole thing open. You know what I mean? Give me the smaller version. and it's just a little bit easier to get it in. But there would be certain articles where, I mean, literally, when it was Broncos season, I was in high school.
Continued on page 8C.
And you got to find that section, go.
Right.
But like there'd be articles where you would go, okay, this is massive.
Sure.
I'm going to wait till I'm not in a rush to read it.
Well, I mean, right now, like one of the things you can do, here's a helpful hint for you, Andy. Like, I'm on the Post website right now.
Yeah, I don't ever do that. There's no need. I'm not signed in. I'm not paying the money.
Here's a helpful hint for you if you want to read.
I don't want to be helped, Nate.
If you want to read the internet, okay, is you just sort of start scrolling, and if you look over at the little bar on the side, the little thing that tells you, you can kind of gauge like how far down it's going to go. So if it gives you like a really tiny one, that means it's got to go way down the screen. That's going to be a long read.
Sure.
If it's got like a bigger sort of bar on the side, you're just like, hey,
but
short
read. Some of these sites we get linked back to, stuff starts appearing, things go here and there.
Well, yeah, the Denver Post website sucks. Let's be honest. It's got ads that pop up that are moving around that suddenly become the entire screen and everything else. Yes, can't believe that paper's gone downhill as hard as it can. It sucks because the coverage is good, the reporters are good, their website absolutely it's just awful.
If you weren't, if it wasn't $2,000 a year, I'd buy your paper.
That too. My God, yes, not cheap to get that thing.
So anywho, we'll
Reading,
give away.
Andy, you can do
we'll
it.
Give away tickets.
I believe in you.
We ought to keep something with the most words. So anyway. Yeah, we'll give away tickets to see Nate.
5
It's
o'clock.
September 13th.
Nate
is
Bargatze.
the show.
They're not giving away tickets to see me. They're giving away
Well,
tickets
maybe
to
they'll
see
let you introduce him.
Nate Bargatze at Ball Arena in September.
And it's for his book, Big Dumb Eyes.
Big Dumb Eyes, the
He's got
World
like
Tour.
100 different specials.
Yes. Everybody knows who Nate Bargatze is by now. Like the SNL thing, right? That was the That's when he hit crossover
We got
appeal.
a couple more of his actual I love his stand-up stuff. The George Washington thing is hilarious, but his stand-up is just so everyday guy relatable. I think it's funny.
Nikola Jokic. Again, Andy, how much longer can the Nuggets keep this up? Because this is an NBA Finals. You watched that game last night, and it's like, sure, you could say, J-Dub had a Jamal Murray type of game, right? Okay, but like, Shea was good last night. He wasn't phenomenal. They let somebody else carry the show. That doesn't happen enough right now for the Nuggets. That to me is the thing they've got to be able to find this upcoming offseason is they need to find an off-speed pitch, so to speak. And they've got to find somebody else that can carry the load every now and then.
But we can dance around this all we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you and I have. Because I get torn. My gut tells me not a lot's happening. My gut feels like
it's not even just the gut, Andy. Like, look at the payroll.
Right.
Not much is going to happen.
Right. Well, and like you said, you end up making a trade that just brings back more bad than good. You don't want that either. It's not like Porter's not playable. You got to get good value for the guy. And we all know how durable he is, but people keep saying, you're not even sure he could pass a physical and this, that, the other. All right, whatever. The reality, though, is whenever you describe one of the problems that absolutely has to be fixed, and you talked about surviving the non-Nikola minutes and finding a guy that can actually get his own shot, that guy doesn't feel like he exists on the roster. I don't know who you're magically turning into that guy.
They don't have him.
So...
they don't have
you're going to have to make some kind of move of some magnitude to make it happen, aren't you?
I mean, a part of what has happened with this team is that, like Jokic was better than he ever was this year. But if the Thunder series taught us anything, if what Minnesota, the way they've been able to play the Nuggets in recent years, it's that like they've kind of gotten solved.
Well, yeah, and here's part of the problem. If Nikola gets even a little bit fatigued near the end, you're in trouble.
It speaks to the greatness of Jokic that he's able to overcome these things, but like there's not many surprises left in the Nuggets two-man game, right?
No, I'm with you. Well, Nate, the other problem is I said it yesterday, and I was being serious. At some point, we're going to have to expect he doesn't have the greatest season of his career anymore again. He doesn't top what he did, which was MVP caliber from the year before.
Given that you're right about that. Something I was just thinking about. Mentioning the Nuggets two-man game. And teams have gotten better at playing it, right? Without a doubt. Teams have gotten better at being able to defend the Nuggets two-man game and the pick-and-roll game. How dumb was everybody in the NBA in the 90s? They could never solve Stockton and Malone.
It's a great question. It also was helped that any going near them was a foul. You know that from the Bulls series.
Sure, but two all-time greats.
Yeah.
There's no denying it.
In an extremely physical time of the league's history.
But, they rattled off 50-plus wins every single year. Stockton was a 12-assist guy every season. Mailman was a, 28, 29, 30-point-a-game scorer every single year. They had one play. Is it just that, nobody watched film back then because they were all out just, doing coke all night?
Well.
Was it that there no analytics
pizza?
Existed? There was no second spectrum data, so nobody could solve the brilliance that Jerry Sloan was just so much smarter than everybody?
I don't think dealing with Karl Malone on the pick was a good time.
I'm sure it wasn't.
That was a solid human being.
I don't think running into Jokic is a real good time.
After a while, you don't want to deal with it anymore. And look, Scott Hastings has said it. John Stockton was low-key one of the dirtiest players he's ever went against.
Yeah. Two all-time greats, to be sure.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
But I just think they played a kind of game that wore you out.
Mm-hmm.
I think Minnesota has a touch of that going on.
Yeah.
They get real physical.
Without a doubt.
Especially when it comes to the Nuggets, it might as well be half football that they're playing out there. I think a lot of teams do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I feel like sometimes I think Gordon and Jokic are both up for it quite often, but I'm not sure every guy on the team always is because the answer is they were more physical with Nikola Jokic, and I feel like the officiating allowed all year for teams to be more physical with him than they've ever been.
We have got Nate Bargatze tickets again. We'll give those away coming up at 5 o'clock today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We fixed the Rockies with Tyler Maun coming up at 4:20, so keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, so here's the update from Shams. Tyrese Haliburton has suffered a strained right calf, will undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain. Hey, he's done.
Yeah, that's not good. They need him. They need him if they're going to win.
Had that weird fall, but no field goals last night.
Well, and they talked about, it was an interesting kind of debate on Get Up this morning because Haliburton really has kind of been quiet till the fourth quarter. He's sort of been the guy. He's sort of the anti-Jokic. He just kind of shows up when they need him at the end. Isn't necessarily there from the beginning.
He's not his team's leading scorer.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and they asked the question aloud, why wasn't McConnell finishing the game? Because clearly Haliburton was not himself.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. If you watch, he was still making the right plays generally. It was just he was no threat to score.
When you have a defense, and we saw it firsthand, when you have a defensive team like Oklahoma City, all your guys need to be threats. Period. And he couldn't be his normal threat.
By the way, here's a weird Haliburton thing that I heard today. He has not made a field goal from the left side of the floor in the series.
I don't know what that's about. From the series?
In the series.
So it's not just some weird thing in Oklahoma's building that may be bugging him.
No, he has not made a field goal from the left side of the floor in the series, which is really, really weird. So Spring sent an interesting tweet over today. It's a story from Awful Announcing. NBA Finals game 4 least watched since the 2020 bubble. Game 4 was great. Fantastic game. It was tightly contested. It was the Pacers up going to the fourth quarter, and then the great finish from Shea. But the game did not have a good television rating. Averaged 9.41 million viewers on ABC. It's so funny when they give you TV ratings. I'm like, is that a lot? I don't know. It's a lot. It's the most watched game of the series so far, but continues a poor trend from a historical perspective. Friday's game was down 2% from the Celtics-Mavs game 4 last year, which was a 38-point rout. And again, least watched NBA Finals game 4 on record, barring the COVID bubble year.
Okay, I find this interesting because you said a couple things there. First off, it's another down game, but the most watched game of the series thus far is what you said?
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Means that, not surprisingly, with two minuscule markets, I believe this is 2 of the 4 smallest markets in the entire NBA, the others being Memphis and New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's it's the smallest market finals, like the combined small markets that we've ever seen.
But you had the story earlier on in this process, or we talked about it. I think it was even maybe even just last week, where it'll be next year where maybe Oklahoma City, the ratings are up for them. Now that we know them as a nation, watching them in the finals. Through this playoff run, maybe SGA becomes more popular. Maybe Caruso, I don't know if Caruso, I'm telling you, I feel like Caruso's he just looks like the dude you'd run across at the rec game. And I think that hurts his likability. But maybe I'm wrong.
Just a bald white guy.
But anyway, just, Jay Williams and all those, we'll know this crew next year. They'll probably see better TV ratings overall because of it. Or is it, here's the one thing I would say for Nikola Jokic. I think, and we hear the older players talk about this all the time.
Sure.
Okay? There's something about the team mentality of his game. Did you realize that Shea, wasn't there the stat last night was the first time all finals he had 10 assists? Wasn't that his highest assist game last night? I thought they had said that this morning.
I had not heard that stat, but I'll take your word for it.
He's a scorer.
He did have 10 assists last night. He scored 31. He had 10 assists.
So he's a scorer.
Yeah.
He's a guy that looks for his shot. I do think there's something from the old school viewer that likes that when the Nuggets won, and I know that wasn't necessarily a highest rated final either, I think they play a fun team game. We used to talk about it here. We would talk about with ESPN. Why aren't you into the style of basketball that they play?
Sure.
The ball moved around. Everybody got their shots. Not one guy was looking for it all the time. And Nikola, when you're around him enough, you realize he's a lot of fun. Is there going to be that kind of discovery for this Oklahoma City team, or does everybody just get nuts because SGA is a foul hunter? And I don't think when you're rooting against it, it becomes all the more frustrating to appreciate the talent that this guy constantly creates contact. And then, whether you like it or not, there is a talent to the way he then finds a way to balance himself and get a shot off and usually make that
He's phenomenal.
shot
He's
for an and one.
He's an all-time great scorer.
But I think it drives people nuts. So I don't think this is a superstar they're in love watching it. Could that be part of this? Because look, small market, big market, you said this. If it's a good final, I don't care who's in it, I'm going to watch it.
Right.
I'm not worried about how big the market size is. I don't need New York and LA going to battle to make it interesting in Denver.
That's what you say, okay? And I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm saying the general public is lying.
Oh, okay. Well, the ratings would say they are.
And I mean it in this way, all right? What did we hear about after, well, it started with KG and Pierce and Ray Allen in Boston. And then it continued and took a whole other life of its own with LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh taking their talents to South Beach, right?
Right.
I hate these super teams.
But you watch them.
Michael Jordan would have never left a team. I don't like this. I'm sick of LeBron James.
Everybody needs a villain.
Right. They watched it. That's just it, though. Like, we are decidedly in the post-super team era of the NBA. Because the collective bargaining agreement has basically told these teams, that's what you have to be. And I think it's hurting the product. I don't think it's hurting the product on the floor because I'm tuning in and I'm watching it. I think this finals is magnificent. We had a 2-point game last night in the fourth quarter before the Thunder. I mean, they
close how they close.
They choke.
They've done that.
They choke you out.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Okay, but it was still a tight game late in the second half. So I think what people are telling us is they're full of crap. They do want a super team. They do want to watch a bunch of big-name superstars out on the floor. Andy, I don't think it has anything to do with the aesthetics of how they play basketball. People want to look at LeBron James. People want to look at Steph Curry. People want to look at Kevin Durant. Those are the people that they know, that they love. Your average schmo that's just like, I want to watch a game tonight. Who is this Shai Gilgeous-Alexander guy? I don't know who this is. Who is Tyrese Haliburton? Is he named after a construction contractor from the Middle East? What the hell is going on right now? I don't know who the Pacers and the Thunder are. I don't want to watch this stuff. I think people love to complain loudly about things, and then they cannot stop looking at it. Let me give you another example of this. Wasn't last year's Super Bowl where all I kept hearing was, oh, a rematch. The Chiefs again. We're so sick of these guys. And it did like the biggest number ever because people want to watch Patrick Mahomes chase history. People complain loudly about things, and I don't believe a word they're saying.
I do think what helped last year for the Super Bowl example is the villain was getting cooked, okay? Luke was winning the saber fight, if you will.
Sure, but like people had to tune in to find out that was going to happen.
You're right, but you know.
I read this interesting interview recently with, do you know the pop star Sabrina Carpenter?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's big mad at her about one thing or another.
Right. And they're mad at her because like her shows are
too sexualized from
sexy.
Where her roots came from.
Exactly.
I know the story.
It's offensive to people. And she did this interview with Rolling Stone, and she made this point. And she goes, look, those are the songs and that choreographed part of my show where I do a bunch of gyrations and whatnot with dudes around me that everyone's complaining about the loudest. But those are my hit songs. Those are the songs that when those videos go online get the most views. She's like, I do ballads. I sit there with my acoustic guitar and sing slow tunes, and nobody gives a crap. It's the sexy stuff that everybody complains about the loudest, but ultimately they watch. And that's what I feel like is when I saw this story today, that's what it made me think of. Is I got nothing but years of complaining about, oh, it's Cleveland and Golden State again. It's Boston or it's LA again. And yet those are the series that do massive television numbers. You put Patrick Mahomes back in a Super Bowl, and everybody is tuning in to watch. Complain loudly all you want, but people are full of crap. That is what they want to watch.
You got to have a villain, man. You got to have a villain, or else you have to have the great underdog story. I don't think you have either. The Oklahoma City Thunder are not an underdog story. Maybe their first finals.
The Pacers are a pretty big
dominated the
underdog
league
story.
for 2 years.
They have.
Yeah, but I mean, Oklahoma City, I think once you're done with the series with them, then you're kind of sick of those guys,
Sure,
right?
sure.
You're annoyed with Caruso and everybody else, and, getting away with the fouls and all that kind of stuff. But you're not when you're in the midst of it. Look, why you want to know why I think the new Star Wars ones kind of suck? There's no Vader. Again, I need a villain. You need the big badass villain to root against.
You telling me Adam Driver doesn't do it for you?
Yeah, helmets on, helmets off, helmets on, helmets off. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing here, pal?
Right. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Again, complain about it all you want, but people can't look away. And that's it. You got two fresh new teams with exciting young players in the NBA Finals, and nobody seems to give a rip.
It's the classic. We hear this in the media all the time, frankly. It's too violent. It's too bloody. It's too much bad news. Every time they try to do the good news segment, nobody watches.
Exactly. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are the water skiing squirrel of sports talk radio. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Tyler Maughan joins the program, and he's going to fix the Rockies. It's not that hard. He'll do it for you next. Yeah, back-to-back dubs. Look out for the Rocks, everybody. Andy, only the second time this year the Rockies have posted a winning record over a 5-game stretch. They're 3-2 over their last 5, now 8-24 under the old Skip Warren Schaefer. So look out for the Rocks, everybody.
No, we're going to get it. No, this is terrible.
No.
It's not good.
Hunter Goodman, couple of bombs yesterday.
No.
Carson Palmquist.
No.
Budget Kyle Freeland. You like him?
No. Well, I got no problem with him. This is nothing against anybody personal. We'll let our next guest weigh in.
That's right.
This cannot happen. this needs to be it needs to be a blaze everyone can see from all around.
Joining us right now, MLB Pipeline, broadcaster of every sport known to man. He's a big lax guy, Andy.
Yeah, he's awesome on DU lacrosse.
That's right. Our friend Tyler Maughan joins the show. Tyler, how you doing?
I'm good, fellas. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Are you enjoying this new Rocky summer? It was Brad's summer last year. It's now Rocky's summer after back-to-back victories.
You know, as they used to say in the MLB world, catch the fever. That's the 2025 Colorado Rockies. Catch the fever, baby.
Yeah.
Comes with a lot of other unfortunate symptoms.
You get a rash and everything else with it, too.
It's not good. Win number 15 coming there yesterday. All right, Tyler, before you fix the Rockies, take a quick peer into the rearview mirror. How did it get this bad? How did they go from being just like a lousy team to historically awful, chasing records of futility?
Well, you know, the biggest problem has been that for the last 20 years, they've been a draft and development organization, and the development part has just started to fall apart for the Rockies. The guys who they relied on to sort of be the big names by this point have not turned into that. You look at the pieces that they got back in the Nolan Arenado deal, those did not go as expected.
Hey, Gomber was good the other day, man.
Yeah, Austin Gomber being
for
a
one
piece
start
of
this year, yeah.
Of a major league rotation. The prospects haven't really developed from that. They have not done the things that they've needed to do in order to retain some level of competency, maybe not even contending, but some level of, not being on pace to be the Cleveland Spiders of 1898, because they've had a lot of picks that, have not developed. And that's what was the saving grace in seasons past for the Rockies, was you could generally figure that even if they weren't going to be a team that was going to make the playoffs, that season, they were probably going to have a window opening up within the next 5 years. That has not been the case. I mean, you look back at some of their past drafts and guys who, just really never got it figured out. And that's been the biggest differentiator, I think, between, a 75-win team that's going to get beat up a little bit and probably going to finish in fourth place or last place in the division to, potentially the worst team to ever play on a baseball field in the modern era.
All right, before we let you fix this, as Nate said, because Tyler, I'm sure you can't. Frankly, Tyler, Hastings wants a shot.
Ye of little faith.
There's a few people I'd
I
let
know
take
what you're
a
talking
crack
about
at this
fixing.
thing.
They won 2 straight.
Yeah,
They're
you're
above
right.
500
Hey,
the last
it's
5
all
games.
good now.
What sort of fixing is needed here?
What is it going to take? You've been around the organization. You've seen the minor league level. I've heard from former players. You need to start by having a singular philosophy when it's pitching, hitting, whatever, that goes all the way through the system, right? What is it going to take for them to change the status quo? Because frankly, in most organizations, we all know it would have changed already, Tyler. This is why I root. I don't want the players to have to endure the misery. I'm not anti-player or any of that stuff.
They're fine.
But seriously, Tyler, if it's not the worst ever, I don't know what is going to cause the change. Will the worst ever or close to it cause actual change in your mind?
I think the situation as it sits right now for Rockies fans is that you are caught between this, this rock and hard place where you obviously, like you said, you're not cheering against these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. Warren Schaefer, the new manager, is one of, if not the nicest, most gracious guy that I've ever come across in baseball. You're not cheering against those guys in any way. But there is some semblance among Rockies fans who I talk to that if this is ever going to be changed, the only thing that seems like maybe it will change it is if they lose 130 games, because they've never ever bought into the idea that they need to do things differently, despite the fact that the results generally have not been there. I mean, this is a franchise that's 35 years old, that's made the playoffs 5 times. They've won a grand total of 2 playoff series. I mean, this is not a franchise that you can in any way dissect and find a whole lot of successful metrics. And, certainly you don't want to, call for anybody's job or anything like that, but they have to try something different. And the fact of the matter is, you've gone through, especially the last, 20 years of franchise history, with 3 different GMs who were just successively the next guy down in the front office who got handed the GM job. And that's what frustrates so many people, is there is no sense that there has ever been any real serious thought of changing or looking at doing things different. And Nolan Arenado said that to The Athletic a couple of weeks ago, that, they need to change things completely, but that's not something that Dick Monfort likes to do, which was more than what Troy Tulowitzki said, which was, quote, I don't comment on that organization, unquote. So it really, on the one hand, there's this, they're never going to win in Coors Field. It's impossible. The Dodgers spend so much money, blah, blah, blah. On the other hand, what have they ever tried? They at one time did the 4-man rotation with the piggybacks and all of that. And they did the humidor, which Dan O'Dowd has also said he thinks now is one of the biggest mistakes of his career, because it removed, the fun element from Rockies baseball, where you could go see a game that was 16-14 and at least it was exciting. Other than that, they haven't really tried anything. They don't do the analytics stuff. They are light years behind of every other organization in Major League Baseball in terms of information available to players, the player development philosophies. And there just does not seem to be a whole lot of cohesion. There are a lot of really good people who work in that organization, but they don't have the resources to be competitive. And when you talk to people around baseball, they're like the North Korea of Major League Baseball. Nobody knows what goes on behind the public face. No one knows how to dissect what goes on behind the public face. Even the limited glimpses of the public face that you do get are baffling. It's a franchise that is really, really difficult to discern any sort of cohesive future pathway or philosophy for.
We're trying to figure out the Rockies right now with our buddy Tyler Maughan, MLB Pipeline. So let's lean into that knowledge base a little bit. The Rockies do have the number 4 overall pick in the draft. We're heading in that direction, coming up on July the 13th. So we're under a month away. I'm assuming Ethan Holiday, yet another Holiday, is not going to be available by the time the Rockies select at number 4. Who is available that Rockies fans could hang their hat on and say, maybe this guy could give somebody some hope?
That's the scary thing right now is if you're a Rockies fan, there is not anybody who you look at in the draft who you think, all right, that's a quick riser. You can get him here quickly and fit him into a piece where maybe not in 2026, maybe 2027, they're going to be competing for a playoff spot. I don't really see anybody right now who could jump immediately into that role. There are certainly guys who I think you could grab, who are collegiate products. I know right around those spots in our MLB Pipeline draft rankings, we got a lot of collegiate pitchers who could theoretically fit as a pick for the Rockies. But, again, the Rockies are a team that in recent seasons, they've taken a lot of collegiate guys who have not panned out. And so it's a risk now in do you go for somebody who might have a little bit less of an upside but could get to the major leagues quicker and help your big league product faster? Or do you take somebody who's going to need, a longer pathway to develop? I know the most recent projection we had at MLB Pipeline was a right-handed prep pitcher out of California high school named Seth Hernandez. Seth Hernandez is a really, really good talent. He's the number 2 ranked talent, according to MLB.com in this draft. But if you take a guy like that and he's not going to be in the big leagues for 5 years, how many people are going to be sitting around waiting to see what Seth Hernandez's major league career is like? Because right now, I don't know a lot of people who are sitting around waiting to figure out what Charlie Condon's career is going to be like, and he was their first-round pick last year. So that's always the tough thing in baseball with draft and development is it's not the same as the NFL where you take a guy in April and he's going to be starting for you in September. In baseball, best case scenario, you're going to get a guy out of the draft who maybe can factor into your bullpen, let's say, the following year. But the Rockies, I mean, they don't have a lot in the system right now. They're, essentially three major prospect ranking services, MLB.com, four, you could say, Baseball Prospectus, Fangraphs, and Baseball America. The Rockies are a bottom third farm system in essentially three of those four. And there's
Why
just
are you
not
laughing?
a lot right now. There's not a lot right now to be excited about. There are a handful of guys who I think you can see something fun coming from. Charlie
Sure.
Condon, thankfully, is healthy after he was hurt last year toward the end of the season, got hurt in spring training this year. He's been crushing things in Spokane. He could be there relatively soon. But, behind that, I mean, even the guys who I think you were formerly excited about, those guys have kind of fallen off, whether it's, Zach Veen, who is still young, Benny Montgomery is still young. But a lot of these guys, I remember they took a first baseman out of a high school in New Hampshire named Grant Levine, who everybody was really excited about the potential for somebody like that who could develop as a big time power prospect. Grant Levine has kind of vanished off the landscape. Back in the draft where they had Brendan Rodgers as their first pick, they took Tyler Nevin. They ended up trading him away. Mike Nicorak, who was a draft pick they took in the first round, retired from baseball. Riley Pint retired from baseball before coming back. So it's that right now is what has turned the corner from a mediocre to bad franchise to what is at risk of being the worst team to ever exist, because the developmental piece has fallen apart for them. And that you can't risk that when you spend money once a decade and it's on somebody like Chris Bryant. If the developmental pieces don't come along, then everything else goes by the wayside too.
But it's funny.
It's prospects that have disappeared off the face of the earth, and Chris Bryant, who might as well not be on the face of the earth.
But it's funny because I know half the guys Tyler's talking
I know.
about. And I can
remember
remember
those
when I was
names.
at the other place, I was doing the Rockies post game, and we had it every year where they trot the big pick in, and and that's the other thing. If you draft this prep pitcher, Tyler, are you sure the guy's even gonna sign with you? The way this thing is going, is he even gonna sign with you?
And the thing that really sucks is when you're somebody who loves prospects and you love the developmental piece and all of that, like me and some of the nerds I know, you are excited by those players.
Sure.
And then you think about, all right, well, what if this player had been taken by the Cleveland Guardians or the Tampa Bay Rays or somebody
Milwaukee
else?
Brewers,
and you look at the careers that those guys may have had. And unfortunately, Mike Nicorak, I remember having, a 30-minute conversation with a couple of years ago and talking about just what it was that forced him to the point where he got to just say, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to play baseball anymore. That's a guy who was a first-round pick. And within like 4 years of graduating high school, just had that life sucked out of him. And that's sad. I mean, that's a lifelong dream for somebody that just gets crushed in the wheels of, a lack of philosophy, a lack of the tools to be able to develop the way other organizations develop prospects. And so that's frustrating because you see these really, really talented guys come into the system and then all of a sudden they're just lost. And the end of the road comes a lot more quickly for a lot of these guys than where it does in other organizations.
What about our guy Gage Wood? College World Series, first no-hitter since 1960 yesterday for the dude from Arkansas. Everybody's fired up about Gage Wood right now. Where do you see him going in the draft?
Gage Wood is the type of guy who could jump into the first round, or if you're the Rockies and you have a pick that is in the first round and you want to go, reach for someone like that, you could lock up a Gage Wood by giving him early first-round money, or you can risk hanging around. The Rockies have the 45th overall pick also. There's a chance that he's still there. I would imagine probably after this week, he's probably not sitting around at 45. But we've got him right around there in the MLB pipeline draft rankings. The benefit of drafting college arms is there is less of that developmental piece at play. And theoretically, you'll see those guys get to the big leagues faster. Jaden Hill is a success story right now for the Rockies, who's been, up and down over the last couple of years, but putting together really good numbers in Albuquerque. He's had some good major league time. Former LSU guy, could have been the number one overall pick if not for Tommy John surgery that he needed before his draft year. So those guys can get there, but for every Jaden Hill, there's a Ryan Rollison, who is somebody who the Rockies felt like maybe the ceiling wasn't high, but if you can get a 3 or 4 or 5 starter out of the college ranks and get him to the big leagues in 2 years, that's a good element to have. They're in a really tough spot right now because the developmental pieces have started to disappear. They just don't have what you need in baseball when you're a draft and development organization is a wealth of prospects. You have to have a high propensity, a big crowd of prospects.
Because you're going to miss a lot. Automatically, you're going to miss a lot.
That's just the way it is in baseball. It is the most difficult sport to project from draft to major leagues. And when you don't have that big quantity, then you're looking at, you need a really high percentage of these guys to hit. And that just doesn't happen, especially when it seems like your developmental structure is not bearing fruit. Michael Toglia is another one who came back up this week. But,
RBI single last night. He's cruising now.
They won 2 straight.
Yeah.
But a first-round guy, elite defensive player who it really seemed like, all right, that is a stable corner guy that you're going to look at for years to come. You're not counting on optioning that guy back to Albuquerque in 2025 and replacing him with, a player who I really liked at one time in his major league career. But when the choice is to go for Keston Hiura to be a piece of a major league squad, or even somebody like Mickey Moniak, who's a guy who I've always cheered for to figure it out.
Homered last
Mickey
night.
Moniak,
2-run bomb.
Yeah, homered last night. He's put together some really, really good games. Mickey Moniak, a first overall pick who that was probably a reach to take him 1-1, but a guy who, again, good dude who I've always cheered for. When you're picking somebody up off the scrap heap the last few days of spring training, then he's one of the integral parts of your lineup.
They did it with Jay Cave last year.
Right.
Tyler,
exactly.
they do it every year. They find some old guy that's just itching for a shot, and he becomes way too important to piece. Are you kidding me? You're not drafting a development crab.
Nick Martinis and Kyle Farmers, and it's just like you can't simultaneously be a team that doesn't have enough at the major league level and also does not have a ton of young guys who you're turning to. You got to be one or the other. And they've just, over the last several years, and this even goes back to the Jeff Bridich era, but they've always found themselves in this spot where, all right, we really like these young guys, we're excited about these young guys, but we don't trust them to play them all the time. What's the point of having them then? You're not winning this division. You're not going to the World Series. Let them see if they can sink or swim at the big league level.
And then they don't trade anybody. Then they overvalue their prospects, won't trade anybody.
Don't
when
collect
they
prospects.
Don't collect prospects. But other than that, it's all going swimmingly.
That to me is going to be the big indicator of what 2026 is like and beyond, is if they get to the trade deadline and they do the standard Rockies thing where they get offered, 5 prospects in exchange for Ryan McMahon, and it gets nixed because people like Ryan McMahon. That to me, you are sentencing yourself to another 100-loss season next year, and maybe more to follow if they don't make aggressive moves. And the other thing that's really rough right now is you don't have a lot of guys with a ton of value. And the guys you do have who have value are guys who you want to hang on to. They want to hang on to Hunter Goodman. They want to hang on to Jordan Beck.
Tovar,
Tovar, obviously. Those guys are not the pieces that you want to part with. But by the same token, those are the only attractive pieces right now. So there are a lot of really difficult decisions that are going to need to be made. And historically, they have just shown themselves to be a franchise that is just flat out not going to make those decisions. There was a story in The Athletic a couple of years ago in which other front office executives were saying, we don't call the Rockies to inquire about trades because we don't know who to talk to there. Because the front office structure is so weird. They don't return calls. They're so cagey and closed off. It is a bizarre. It's not just that they're a bad team this year. They're a bizarrely operated team.
I think what you do is you call Sterling Monfort's office and you say, is your dad home? And that's maybe what is going to work for you to get something done. I don't know. Tyler Maughan, everybody.
Do you call him on a rotary phone? Hey, is your dad there?
Is your father home? Montfort residents. Tyler Maughan, everybody. MLB Pipeline. Tyler, where can people get your coverage for Rockies fans that do want to have hope in the number 4 overall pick?
We got great stuff at MLB.com/pipeline. The minor league baseball podcast we roll out on a weekly basis. We're going to have draft preview stuff coming up. And the draft is 3 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away, whatever it is now. But you can go to MLB.com/pipeline, check out our mock drafts, the top 100 draft prospects, top 30s for the Rockies organization, all the rest.
All right.
Hey, try to get a hat if you can.
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
It's a hell of a collection.
I'll do my best.
Yeah. You got to check it out on YouTube.
I told Nate I'm going to put all my hats up now and see if we can.
I probably should have put this money into like something smart. It's the
Yeah.
Chris Bryant deal of my
life. Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
All right, that's our buddy Tyler Maughan stopping by right there. He might not have fixed it all.
No, but at least we've.
You know what he said? You know what he did? Most importantly, he admitted that they have a problem.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing.
Not a problem.
You have to acknowledge
what
the
is
issue.
going right. That's a lot of problems. Because here's the thing. You know, the analytics stuff that he talked about, the money you sink into making better players, you got to spend it all throughout the system.
Well,
you can't just spend it at the big league level. You need to spend it at all the. Again, it's something you have to do universally.
Dick Monfort, instead of spending that money, Dick Monfort wants to spend his time and efforts trying to make everybody else not spend that money.
Right.
So
craft some proposals.
We'll see how that works. Mm-hmm. Good stuff with Tyler, though. I mean, again, like we can sit here and we can, you know, pee and moan all day long about what's going on with this ball club. Like, you talk to somebody like Tyler who like knows every of one of the particulars inside the whole thing, and it's just like, no, your fears are very founded. They are very valid.
Yeah, none of that made me feel better. Seriously, not feeling good.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to tell you how you can win Nate Bargatze tickets from us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Ryan McMahon has also struck out 9 times in the last 3 games. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Get yourself signed up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Summertime, so many great auctions available. Right now, here's an auction that is available for you to be able to bid. It's going to start to close tomorrow afternoon, so you want to get on this. This is the Buy and Build Home Improvement Auction. Buy and Build Kitchen and Bath. Local home improvement store, specializes in selling kitchen cabinets, flooring, bathroom vanities, all that good stuff. This is an inventory liquidation public online auction with small and large lots. Again, we're talking inventory liquidation right here. So if you have been looking for new fixtures, new vanities, anything that you may need. Say you're going to do a bathroom remodel, and who doesn't need to do a bathroom remodel? Go to roller.bid right now and be able to get in on some of these auctions. I mean, right now, guys, I'm looking at doors, just 6-panel doors that will fit into everybody's house. Some of these are available right now. The current bids on these things are $5. $5 for a door. You're spending way more than that if you go to the local big box store. So go to roller.bid/altitude and check it out. Phenomenal inventory that is available to you if you've been looking at your kitchen, your bathroom, saying that needs an upgrade. Nah, I just don't want to get around to it. I just don't want to spend the money on it. Well, go to roller.bid because there are some fantastic items available for you to be able to bid right now. That is roller.bid.
The silent treatment is it's a very common thing. Everybody knows what it is. I think women are just born knowing it. I don't think you're taught it. I don't think it's like my mom did it and her mom. It's an instinct that's in us all, that we all just know. Here's what made me think of that. I rewatched the movie Sixth Sense. And I'm not trying to do a Sixth Sense joke. This is a 20-year-old movie. I also have to spoil it, but it's 20 years old. So if you don't know by now, I don't know what to tell you, you know? And don't be like, we were going to watch it tonight. We're going to go to Blockbuster on the way home and... So he's dead the whole time. And I don't know. I mean, if you haven't seen it, it's a pretty big part of it. But for those that have, think about when you watched it. When we all saw this movie for the first time, none of us knew he was dead. That was the biggest surprise we've ever seen in our life, you know? We just thought his wife wasn't talking to him for like a year. That made more sense to us than him possibly being dead.
Yes, at 5 o'clock, you can win tickets to go see the great Nate Bargatze at Ball Arena September 13th. You can win tickets from us. And we will tell you how you can do that coming up at 5 p.m. Spoiler alert. By the way, Rockies and Nats just underway, Andy.
We've now ruined Fight Club.
I know, right?
And Sixth Sense.
This week.
It's been quite the week.
Rockies and Nats underway, by the way.
Yeah.
Rocks trying to win their third game in a row, tie their season-high win streak.
By the way, we got all sorts of stuff to give away.
We do.
We've got the Core 4 giveaway. We'll tell you about that. We also have 4 Nathan McKinnon sticks. Now, you didn't come in there. I may have to film you in the break.
Okay.
We were trying to shoot the cornhole bags into the cornhole.
Okay.
With the sticks.
With the Nathan McKinnon used hockey.
I'm going to put a video up.
Yeah.
The spring knocked my phone down once because we set it on top of the board.
Well, that's fun.
And then I hit my phone into the cornhole. So we've yet to pot a bag in the hole, but the phone went in.
Hey, I bet you can't do that again.
No, you'd be surprised. For some reason, Spring and I are better at that.
Andy, he did bring up the giveaway there, the Core 4 score, presented by Revitalize Health. So starting on this Monday, Altitude Sports Radio, that's us, we're going to be giving you keywords for one listener to win the ultimate prize package. This is what we've got for you. It's the Core 4 score. You get a Nikola Jokic jersey. You get a Jamal Murray jersey. You get an Aaron Gordon jersey. You get an MPJ jersey. That's Michael Porter Jr., for those of you that forgot.
The Core 4.
Here's the key. They are all autographed. We're looking at all of these jerseys right now. They're hanging in our studio. Jokic, Murray, AG, MPJ. 4 signed autographs. All next week, Monday through Friday, we're going to give you new keywords every hour on the 20s, starting at 6:20 a.m. through 5:20 p.m. every single day. So listen all day long. The winner will be announced at 9 a.m. Monday the 30th with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Every keyword is another entry into the grand prize drawing for all 4 autographed jerseys. So you want to get in as many times as you can, increase your odds of being able to win. There will be 60 total opportunities to get your name in that hat. The more times you enter, the better chance to win the Core 4 score. Again, autographed Joker jersey, autographed Jamal jersey, autographed AG jersey, autographed MPJ jersey. It's presented by Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com.
Who came up with that name?
It's again, Andy, I don't think it's about credit. I don't.
Your tweet says it is. So tell me, who came up with the name?
No, I said in the tweet it's not about the credit. I'm not some credit hog. I just,
That's it. But you wouldn't mind a nod.
But
we all like a nod.
There's no I in team. There's no I in Altitude Sports Radio
There
and
is.
Kreckman and Lindahl. There's no I's in any of those things.
No, there's a couple. but
There's
there's no I in Kreckman. I'll give you that.
I did come up with the name of the contest.
I just sent a video out if you want to see them all. Did you see this? See, this is where I know you weren't in full manager mode of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Should I point this out? It might be cruel of me to point this out to you, but I'm going to anyway.
Okay.
3 of the jerseys have the signatures on the back.
Uh-huh.
One of the jerseys has the signature on the number on the front.
That's got to be on that player, right? That guy.
No,
that guy
they're
didn't.
signing 1,000 of these a day.
I was
You
gonna
got to
say,
know which way you're handing him the jersey.
That guy didn't read the instructions.
No, he didn't know. He's just like, whatever. Here, it's fine. I'll sign it. But
So-
there's one.
So he's blameless in all of this.
Well,
okay. So it's the.
he's been through enough this year. But I pointed it out to
We
you.
all have.
Have you?
Okay.
Oh, it ain't done. Have you? I mean, is it going to bug you now? I don't know. I kind of want to bug you, and yet I don't know. I don't want to.
Oh, now I do notice.
And now you won't notice it. You won't not notice it.
Can we call him and get him down here to maybe add his autograph to the back?
Don't think so.
What's he doing right now?
Is it worth more if it's double autographed? Like if there's 2, but it's the same autograph, but it's on both sides?
I would assume so.
Like, is that more valuable than just the one side autograph?
How could it not be? I would think that would only add to the value. What if it was just autographed all over?
Just 1,000 autographs.
Like a Paisley shirt,
Yeah.
but the design is all just the autographs of the player.
Get Bill's Sports Collectibles on the phone. Now I got to know.
Let's find out. We need a
like a
memorabilia
graffiti
guy
wall.
all over this.
But it's just that autograph everywhere.
I still wear my Wilson Chandler autograph jersey around. I do
Well,
like
that's
that
good.
thing. Yes,
That's good.
It's a fine jersey. And it's autographed. However, I do not draw the neck baby on my neck when I wear
Well,
it.
you've thought about it.
I've thought about it.
If you could get a sticker for Halloween, would you do it?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get an artist in here to draw you one. Washable marker.
What if I just got Wilson Chandler's neck baby tattooed onto my neck as the ultimate homage to
Our
Wilson
guy
Chandler?
Nate Stevens from Golden Pony could come by. They're not
Okay.
terribly far.
Okay.
He could at least draw it on you.
Okay. All right. It'd be weird if I got somebody else's kid tattooed onto
All
my
right.
body.
So maybe it's your kid. I don't think you need to tattoo it. Just do the drawing.
But it's the proper homage.
You know that? Remember the Michael Myers Simon bit
Like
from
to do
Saturday Night
drawings?
Live? I like to do drawings.
Yes.
Let him draw it on you.
Okay, drawer it. Nats take a 1-0 lead.
Color me shocked.
In the bottom half of the
Okay,
first.
you know what? We got to do our NFL news.
Antonio Senzatella, another shaky start, Andy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that whole let someone else take the first might be something you want to think about again. Maybe revisit that.
Yeah, more openers.
More of the starter.
Except for the part where
For
their
the starter.
bullpen is kind of always burned up anyway.
I do want to ask you something about the little stretch of baseball they're on
good.
at some point because I need to know.
Good.
I need to know from my buddy that loves baseball.
Uh-huh. If anything good is happening?
Sure. Like, is really anything different?
I'll help you. Absolutely.
I believe you told me you did research.
I did.
You did all the reading.
You know me, Andy.
There's so many words.
I do the reading with all of the words. Yes, that football news, and we'll tell you how to win Nate Bargatze tickets from us at Altitude Sports Radio next.
So there's a guy on the road with us. He's 24 years old. He's never done a wake-up call in his life. And so we were staying at a hotel, and he saw the wake-up call on the phone. And he goes, I'm going to do a wake-up call. And I told him, I go, don't do it. That's like an ashtray on an airplane. But he was like, no, I want to do it. All right. So he set it up. Next morning, his phone rings. He doesn't answer the phone. So he goes up and he starts knocking on the door. But he still doesn't answer the door. So the guy goes in the room. I swear this is real. Because look, this is two young people that don't know what they're doing. So he goes in the room like, do I have to touch this guy? But he had to touch him. I swear. That's what he told me. He woke up to another guy going, hey, buddy. It's time to wake up.
Hey, you want to go see Nate Bargatze? We're giving away a pair of tickets right now. The Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Additional show added Saturday, September 13th at 3 o'clock. Limited tickets still available, Andy.
These tickets are for that show.
Yes.
And look, I already checked. Buffs are out of town, so Buff fans, you don't got a problem.
There you go.
Now, Rammies, I guess we're going to have to double check your schedule too.
All right.
But the Buffs play Houston during the week. Their game will be done.
Okay.
I believe it's a Friday night in Houston.
Score?
September 13th. I'm sure it'll be just a comfortable temperature to watch football.
So you can be there Saturday, September 13th. Nate Bargatze, Ball Arena. Limited tickets still available, or you can win a pair from us right now. But, much like yesterday, Andy, you got to be able to name that athlete. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here
now,
we
you
go.
were very clever with this yesterday.
Yes. Name that athlete. Here we go. You text your answer into 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. This is to win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze in September.
And by the way,
Ball Arena.
CSU want to buy that week.
There you go.
So both major schools.
You have no excuse.
I don't know what Air Force is doing. You have to look it up yourself.
They're probably playing Army or Navy. Anyway.
I will look.
This athlete played 77 games for the Nuggets from 2013 to 2015. He was traded to the Celtics in exchange for Jameer Nelson in January of 2015. Name that athlete. Text your answer in to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Once again, played 77 games for the Nuggets from 13 to 15. Traded to the Celtics in exchange for Jameer Nelson, January of 2015.
All right.
You think you know it, Andy?
I think I do because I think you always... There's a synergy to everything you do. By the way, Air Force is out of town. So unless you plan on going to Utah State, everyone's got an open Saturday to go. By the way, if you got a wake-up call and some dude literally came into your room to rouse
Scared the
you
bejesus out of you.
Yeah. I'd be like, what the God?
I don't need that. I'm good. So text your answer in 303-504-0925.
Yeah.
One listener that gets it right will win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze September 13th. Spring, let's do football news. Let's go.
All right, it's time for the high five. Let's start with some rookies. How about Travis Hunter, our guy, Travis Hunter, speaking of the Buffs, his new general manager, James Gladstone, new Jags GM, goes on Sirius XM NFL radio, and he was asked, how many downs on both sides of the ball can Travis Hunter realistically play in the NFL?
Time will truly tell, and I think the thing that you can, in fact, lean into at this stage is he does not tire. He has got a spark. He has got the energy, the capacity from a physical standpoint. Just to be able to do it is certainly there. It'll be in terms of one game to the next. Where does it fit? Where does it make the most sense? Certain game plans might dictate usage differently. So time will truly tell, and I don't know that one game to the next is going to be the exact same, but putting a number on it at this stage is, I think, probably premature. But look forward to seeing how it really plays itself out here and him earning his spot on both sides. Certainly going to be an opportunity for him. Got to take advantage of it here down the stretch.
All right, Andy, he put an important caveat in it at the end.
Couple of them.
The energy thing, I don't doubt it. I am out of the business of doubting Travis Hunter.
Sure.
And his physical abilities. Like, I'm not here to say this guy can't do anything because I watched him do it all. In a Heisman Trophy campaign, he is the greatest college football player we have ever seen in this state, okay? So I am not here to say that he cannot do that part of it. It's the game plan thing. When he puts that in there, then it's like, okay. Because quite frankly, Andy, I think in order to be able to get a longer career out of him, they're going to game plan around him playing 130 snaps a game.
I'm curious to see how much they actually play around with it, at least through the first half of his rookie year.
Yeah.
Let him have some fun. Let him see what he can do. Let's be honest. Let him bring some positive vibes, positive media coverage to what the Jags are doing, especially with a rookie head coach. You never know how that's going to go. But to your point, I think ultimately at the end of games, when you need him, when you need to make sure he's got the gas in the tank, and I think it's going to be more on defense and offense to make sure that he's locking down, problem A for the other team's offense.
Sure.
And that's where I think they start to get conservative with him.
According to Pro Football Talk, so far Hunter has worked more on offense than on defense, but James Gladstone said that's more about the Jags thinking Hunter needed more time to learn his role in the offense than he'll need to learn their defense.
I was just about to say.
That's just like, go cover the guy, dude. It's not that hard.
And he needs to learn to run routes better.
Yeah.
He's not a polished route runner.
It's so funny. Like, I've talked to corners about this before, like, hey, what do you think of the new scheme? And they're just like, I just have to cover the guy.
Whatever. Am I going to get pressure?
Right. Yeah,
I'm worried about him.
Yes, like it's zoner man. It's really not that hard. So yeah, it's not like playing like edge or middle linebacker or something like that, where there's like true differences in what you do. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Well, let's talk about another rookie, 25th overall pick, quarterback Jackson Dart. His new head coach, Brian Daboll, the New York Giants, talking to the media, and here's what he had to say about his rookie quarterback.
Yeah, he's done excellent. He's picking up the information. It's really good to have Russ and Jameis and even Tommy, because Tommy's been in this system for a few years here, and kind of the head statesman in terms of that and all the adjustments that take place or the calls. He's fit right in with those guys. He's smart. He's aggressive with the football, which I like. And then, the true test will be once we start and there's live hitting and preseason games and things like that. But he's progressed, since he's been here to where he's not. He's made good improvement.
Okay, so that's all just whatever.
Yeah, that's great.
Standard football cliches, what you say about your rookie quarterback. The part of that quote that struck me was, if you're Tommy DeVito, how do you feel about being called the head statesman?
Yeah.
A little bit of a backhanded compliment, I would say.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Hey, listen, man. Nobody else really wants you. You know the offense, so you gotta teach these other guys that we brought in. We have 3 other guys ahead of you.
It's great to have him here because he's been here, right?
Right.
And we brought in literally 3 guys to replace him.
Yes.
Not only take the starting job, we're going to make sure you don't have a job.
Yeah, you will not be on the football team. Maybe this is Tommy DeVito's opportunity.
To show he's a coach.
I don't want the legend of Tommy Cutlets to die either. That's my dude. But, maybe this is the start of his Davis Webb-like trajectory.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah.
That's show us that you can coach.
Yeah. Listen, head statesman, we'll get you a headset.
I think starting that portion of his career, too, is Gardner Minshew.
Probably.
Going to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Remember, he was going to go be a coach.
Right.
For Alabama. Nick Saban was going to hire him as a coach, one of the student, whatever those quality control type of coaches are, when Washington State called and said, why don't you play a little longer?
Yeah.
Worked out all right for him.
It's absolutely a good paycheck. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, if you're a 4th stringer getting called the head statesman, I think you know how that all ends for you. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Deebo Samuel is now a Washington Commander. Niners traded him there in the offseason. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talking to the media. And he was asked about what impresses him with 29-year-old Deebo Samuel.
Deebo, I think, has been very impressive to me for maybe a different reason than I thought. He was such a difficult person to tackle that you spent so much time, how are you going to tackle this person? And somewhere along the way, I've forgotten until out here, like how fast he is. And so sometimes when you're playing against a receiver, you say, man, you better either get him at the line or you better be on top of him. With him, so many times there were so many, run after catch plays that we had a tackling plan and how would you go about it? And then I can remember one time, like he just ran by somebody down the field on a deep ball. And I was like, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, man, he's a good friggin' player. If you can have him be healthy this year, he is going to be a weapon in your offense.
Have you seen any video of him?
No.
He looks big.
Is he that fast?
No.
No?
He looks big.
Like
Russ showing up to Bronco camp and we're all like, wait a minute.
Ah.
Is this a new body type?
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, there was a tweet the other day saying he's kind of been getting grief. Just search some Deebo Samuel video. And I know it was a story last week. He looks big. So.
All right, let's get a picture of this.
Nate's looking it up. He's getting ready to consume said video. He's got a grin. He's kind of chuckling.
This is why I hate this story, okay? I would kill to look like that.
No, I get it, but he doesn't look like the Deebo. I'm just saying it's interesting this comment comes
That's
now.
when they're like, Tua's so fat
After
drinking
they
a
made-
beer on a boat. And you
get
look
it.
at him and you're just
I
like,
get it.
you look better than 99% of the population,
Listen.
and you're a world-class athlete. You'll drop it all in 2 weeks once you start training.
Half the people in the off season, we report what we see out there, and the coaches come and they attack the narrative, if you will.
Sure,
So
Yeah.
we'll see how all this looks come August? July? Late July?
I think he's gonna be fine.
Okay.
That's my take on Deebo Samuel. That's fat. Come on. It's a world-class athlete. These guys train for 2 weeks and they're fine. Give me a break. You don't think the guy can get in shape?
Usually you want to be in. How many guys looked? Did anybody look? Serious question, because now I'm trying to think. Did anybody look too big for you
at Bronco
over
camp?
Camp?
Not really. No. I thought, if anything, Audric Estime looked more cut.
I think I would agree with that.
He's one guy that I thought body type he looked a little bit different.
See, the funny thing is, our tight end wasn't as big as I thought he'd be.
No, he's a little slender, a bit of a slender fella.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll watch come late July.
Yeah, it's the same with like the Jamal Murray is showing up so out of shape. Again, these guys are world-class athletes. Give them a couple of weeks. They're going to be fine.
Okay, we'll see.
It's going to be fine. You just think this guy, is he just going to grow into your body now? What are you afraid is
No,
going
I'm
to
not
happen to
accusing
him?
him of that, but I don't have to run past an NFL DB.
You're just over here body shaming poor
No, I'm
Deebo
just telling
Samuel.
you, people noticed it Washington camp, and now we got Dan Quinn coming out. Want to talk about how fast this guy is. I just think it's funny that something goes on around the internet. And look, I'd read a couple people that were a little surprised at what they saw to Jackson Dart, and we just played Brian Dable talk about how fantastic it all is, including it's fantastic that Tommy Cutlets is still here. It's all just magical.
Old spare tire Deebo over there. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Speaking of world-class athletes.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Olympic 100-meter champion Noah Lyles has canceled his much-anticipated showdown.
Did he get too fat?
No,
Probably, because he canceled this race. Well,
Okay.
maybe. With Tyreek Hill due to personal reasons.
This guy never shuts up. And now it's time to put rubber to the road, literally, with his shoes, and he can't go out and race Tyreek Hill. Why is he canceling?
I'm sad because did you read what he was going to do?
No.
They were going to shut down Times Square, and it's yet something else that has a touch of a Seinfeld feel.
That's
Remember when
fun.
they went running
Right.
in New York?
The big race!
They did the race again.
Oh, the big race!
I mean, Jerry Seinfeld should have been there. I mean, let's really make this a fun thing, and now they're not going to do it. I'm a little surprised it's from his end. What do you think? I'd really love to know what the reasons are. Because like you said, neither guy can quit talking about it. Sounds like it was going to be cool.
What a letdown. Yeah.
I wonder if Tyreek will talk about it.
Was this
now.
going to be on like pay-per-view or anything like that?
I didn't even know they were doing it, so I hope not. I know they talked about it. I didn't know we actually had something figured out.
Well, I mean, pay-per-view, it's what, a 60 or 50 meter race or whatever
What are
it
you
is?
paying for?
50 yard.
What are you charging for that?
50 yard paying
Hey,
for
is there
3
any
seconds.
pre-race events? Do we have Andy and Nate racing ahead of time, hoping nobody blows a hammy?
The undercard.
Is that what it is? I mean, how do you fill out a guy's about to race event?
Give me a.
Does Joey Chestnut go eat some New York pizza or something?
Give me
first?
Debo versus Tua.
All right.
The two fatties got to race it out.
and then when they're done, we'll go with the two world-class athletes.
That's
Can
what they
Jamal
get in
get
there.
some of that too then and shut everything down? Who would Jamal race?
Maybe, I don't know. So one of the other Canadians. He can race Dylan Brooks.
SGA.
That'll be fun.
Dylan Brooks. We get the Morris brothers running against each other too. The Morris twins.
We'll take a break. Are we still taking entries, Spring? Should I give the clue one more
Yeah.
time? Let's give the clue.
We got a lot today.
Okay.
I mean, a lot.
This is to win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze at Ball Arena in September. You got to name that athlete. Text the answer in 303-504-0925. This guy played 77 games for the Nuggets from 2013 to 2015. He was traded to the Celtics in exchange for Jameer Nelson in January of 2015. Name that athlete. Text the answer into 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. Text the answer in. If you get it right, you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze in September. All right, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're having a delightful Tuesday afternoon, slapping the beanbag and whatnot. We've got yet another giveaway. Every show tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick to give away. His
name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
These are Nate's actual sticks.
Yeah.
Like he used them.
They were his sticks.
Yes. The Avs equipment sale is coming up this Saturday at Ball Arena. They're selling sticks, helmets, skates, breezers, goalie equipment, pucks, bags, and more. This is stuff that the Avalanche used. All of it is adult-sized. If you're just an Avs fan, you can get specific warm-up pucks for $10 or official game pucks for $20. Also, hockey socks, $10 a pair.
So I guess our guy Raj, Alex Ryanemi, who I think still plays some adult hockey, I know he coaches it. He said if you're an adult league warrior, I know I don't live too far from a couple of rinks. You like to go get the midnight league in, the 11 o'clock league in, whatever. This is great. I mean, you're using one of the great guy's sticks.
Not bad.
You could go get yourself a hockey stick, some gloves, a helmet. You'll be ready to go.
So these Nathan McKinnon sticks are going to be selling for $400 a piece. We are giving 4 of them away tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll be doing it all day long, every show. The morning fellas, the 2 midday shows, us in the afternoons. We're all giving away a Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. It's not autographed, but it's got the tape at the top. You can see the number 29 on there. These are Nate's sticks. We can assure you.
Yeah.
And we'll give them away tomorrow.
And I'll shoot out a video using them.
Right now, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see. We are just we're throwing them at you all over the place. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze September 13th at Ball Arena. We got tickets to give away right now. So here was the trivia question. Name that athlete. Andy played 77 games for the Nuggets from 13 to 15, was traded to the Celtics in exchange for Jameer Nelson in January of 2015. Andy, can you name that athlete?
And you know what's wild? The Nuggets had originally drafted Jameer Nelson. You remember that?
They did.
And then they had traded him.
Shipped
he went
him
off to
off.
have a great, I thought he was going to team with Melo. Back-to-back years, they got the player of the year. I thought it was pretty cool.
Went to the finals with Orlando.
He did.
He was a part of that great team with Dwight Howard. They lost to the Lakers in 2009. So had the Nuggets defeated the Lakers in the 2009 Western Conference Finals, they would have faced Jameer Nelson and the Magic.
It was Nate Robinson.
Nate Robb.
Here's to you, Mr. Mrs. Robinson.
Was the player in question that we were talking about. Many of you got the answer correct, but only one of you will have your name called right now to win a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze. Spring, can I get the drum roll, please? Many of you entered. Only one of you are a winner. By the way, I did not know Nate Robb's nickname was Kryptonate.
Really?
Kryptonate.
Who's he Kryptonate for? See, there's the problem with the nickname.
Getting stops. Go ahead, Spring.
Our winner is Topher Aguilar, a.k.a. Pony Danza. Pony Danza.
Pony Danza. Topher Aguilar. Way to go, Toph. How many Tophers can you name?
Topher Grace.
That's one. Got any more?
Who's Topher Grace, first off? I know the name, but who is it?
That 70s show.
Okay.
Yep.
Who wasn't the weird guy from Back to the Future a Topher?
That was Crispin Glover.
Oh.
You were looking for Crispin.
Technically. He could have been a Topher.
He was a Crispin, not a Topher.
Christopher Pin. It'll work. You can make it work.
Crispin
Who
Glover.
else do I know? I don't know. Know a lot of Christophers.
Uh-huh. Not a lot
Ain't
of Tophers,
got a lot
though.
of Tophers.
Okay. Anyway, way
You
to
like
go,
tofu?
Pony Danza. He wins a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze in September. By the way, tickets are still available. Rockies and the Nationals are tied at 1 right now. Tyro Estrada tied up the ball game with a solo shot back in the second. They're tied at 1 right now. Andy, you had a question?
Did I? I've already lost it.
You
Oh,
did.
yeah, I did have a question. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still thinking of Tophers. I'd like to know more Tophers. All right. So there was this comment, and I don't who gave us the comment, Nate, in the tweet. We had a tweeter saying basically that they thought that our guy Warren Schaefer.
I can read the tweet for you.
No, the Warren Schaefer, he basically said Warren Schaefer's getting more out of this. Looks like he's getting more out of this roster now. Which may be true. I mean, they've won a couple of games, and I know they've been better since June started. So tip of the cap to them.
Yep.
But ultimately, I look, I just feel like A, you've run into some bad teams, and B, the question I asked you guys was, shouldn't they be winning one out of every dang series game anyway? Isn't it harder to get swept than to not win one stinking game? Is this team really turning a corner, or isn't this just kind of baseball? And I know that sent you down a numbers rabbit hole.
The tweet was Warren Schaefer seems to be getting something more from this roster. They're 6-7 since June the 2nd.
But again, what if we go back to when he replaced Bud Black?
So right now, here's the breakdown. They were 7-33 under Bud.
Hit.
They are 8-24 under Warren Schaefer.
Well, there you go.
That's May 12th to the present.
Okay, good.
Okay. Well, I was interested. Warren Schaefer seems to be getting something more from this roster. Seems to be. Well, I can hold seems to be up to the light and see if that actually is the case. Like, because here I think ultimately is the question, Andy. Like, are they winning more ball games because they're playing better, or are they just winning more ball games because some of the coin flip games are like going their way now?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing about baseball. There's a lot of coin flip games.
No, I'm with you. And just again, look, doing those long seasons at the other shop where I did the post-game show, you just run into bored teams, you run into tired teams, the schedule favors you. Like,
I think without a doubt right now they're in a portion where the schedule has been a little bit more favorable. I mean, they had that run of playing an absolutely brutal portion of the schedule. And they were playing it was okay, go play the Mets, go play the Yankees, go play the Phillies, go play the Cubs, go play basically everybody was good.
Phillies, Yankees, Cubs, Mets, Rangers, D-backs are playing pretty good at the time that they met them. I've got the May schedule in front of me. They played the Giants to start the month.
They played Detroit. They played San Diego.
Right.
Like, there's no doubt they went through a very difficult portion of the schedule and they struggled mightily. But here's the breakdown, okay? You tell me if they're better. Bud Black managed 40 games this year. Warren Schaefer has managed 32. Batting average, first 40 games, they were 28th.
Okay.
Last 32 games, they're 26th.
Well, they've improved 2 spots.
On base percentage, first 40 games, 29th. Last 32, the Warren Schaefer era, 29th.
Okay, so nothing there.
Park adjusted offense under Bud Black, dead last in baseball. Under Warren Schaefer, dead last in baseball.
All right, I thought that might improve a little. So
Nope.
you a little kind of surprised me there.
The number actually did bump up slightly, but not enough to pass anybody.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of work to do. In some ways, though, okay, but we're not factoring in the Bud Black numbers there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is strictly Schaefer's time.
By strikeout rate, under Bud Black, they had the second highest strikeout rate in baseball. Under Warren Schaefer, they have the highest strikeout rate in baseball.
Yeah, the last 2 games alone when against the Braves did not help them, where they nearly hit 40.
Their walk rate under Bud Black was 26th in baseball. Their walk rate under Warren Schaefer is 29th in baseball.
So it's gone down.
So they're
worse there.
Yes. Mm-hmm. They were 22nd in the bigs in home runs under Bud Black. They are 20th in baseball in home runs in the Warren Schaefer era.
Again, marginal like the hitting.
Yes, marginal improvement. Okay, so that's just some offensive numbers. So ultimately, I would say, are they any better offensively? Not really.
No. Any place they've improved, they've fallen farther in the categories that they've gotten worse.
This one, just for the sake of simplifying it, I didn't break it down by rotation and bullpen or anything. It's just what's the staff ERA. Staff ERA under Bud Black was 5.77. That was 30th in baseball. Last 32 games under Warren Schaefer, 5.48, 29th in baseball. And they're up a tick.
But it's marginal,
yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
Not anything you're writing home about.
By park-adjusted ERA, you always got to factor that in with Coors Field. They were 26th under Bud Black in the first 40 games. They're 28th in baseball under Warren Schaefer in the last 32. So the answer is, have they been better under Warren Schaefer? No. Again, like, this is just simply performance. They've won a few more ball games. We talked about it earlier. Like, there were metrics to suggest, and I dug them up, that there was some bad luck. That was good. Like, everything was going against them. And to your point, Andy, the schedule was extremely difficult. Are they a better baseball team?
No, because they don't have better players.
Yeah,
Tyler Mon laid it out in brutal fashion for us.
Yeah, they still stink.
They don't have a lot of prospects to bring up. And
right.
You know what was so...
It is nice that they're winning more.
Sure, but they should have... But see, again, I was around a number of Rockies seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And look, again, for those who don't know, I'll just be straight up. It was KOA. I worked KOA for a long time. The new to the show don't know that. And I produced Scotty's show when I was first here. I've always paid attention to the Rockies closely because it's affected my professional life most of my career. You know, they have an early game, a late game, whatever. You work around it. And sometimes, Nate, it'd be great if we get to a point where we could actually just talk baseball with this team, but it's impossible to.
Yeah.
But they always found they would always have a couple good weeks here or a good 10 days in a month or a couple of good series back to back, whatever it was. They'd come home and be good at home. Maybe they'd struggle on the road, but nothing like what we're seeing. And what has been so amazing to me about this, and I don't care who the manager is, frankly, Nate, it just is amazing to me, like I said earlier to you and to Spring, I can't believe that in most series they can't even get a game sometimes. They've been swept. How many times was it since last year?
I think so far this year, the number's at 12.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't get one win out of a series.
It's kind of incredible.
Most teams don't have three good pitchers to throw at you all the time, especially if you start with the 4 and 5 guy.
Right. Yeah. So again, like it's we'll look for more modest improvements along the way. Hunter Goodman looks like a play. He can't be the long-term answer at catcher. He's just got to be a DH. Or they got to figure out if he can play first.
Yeah, he's the one everyone's run on, too, right?
Although Tolley is good defensively at first. I mean, last night, wasn't it was it C.J. Abrams that I think stole 2 bases in 1 inning?
Yeah,
like, come on. What are we doing right here? What are we doing?
Who pitched last night? Was that Marquez?
Last night was Carson Palmquist.
Oh, that's right. You told me that.
By the way, Michael Tolia.
Back up.
Just hit a 2-run shot.
Well, there it is.
Rocks up 3-1, top of the 4th. Hey, the Schaaf dog sticking it to us. Hey, that's maybe they're creeping up those home run charts. Andy, they've hit 2 so far today.
Well, that improved those numbers.
It's good to see.
That's it.
That's it.
I want to make it clear. I'm not rooting for these guys to suffer in misery all summer, but I just don't see how anything changes unless this is a bottom-out kind of stuff.
I totally want to see the record. I totally do.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Just run-of-the-mill bad baseball doesn't do anything for me.
And
I want historically bad baseball.
And you know what I don't want at the end of the year? I don't want to hear Bill Schmid tell me, well, guys made some improvements, so we're going to just stay the course because that's what we always do. Because a couple guys improved. There was improvement in there. No.
Yeah,
no. No.
They get to the deadline. They're like, we just couldn't move anybody. We love the way we're
some
playing
good ball right now. We want to keep the good feeling. For what?
Yeah.
For what? You're not going to be in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You have a 0% chance of making the playoffs.
0%. A 0.
Who gives us our famous zero drop? Who was that? Who was that?
That was Keenan Thompson.
Oh, there you go.
SNL. There you go.
All right.
Wasn't that the NHL awards? He was making fun of the Tampa Bay Lightning. It was the year they won the President's Trophy and then get swept. Was that what it was? Am I remembering this correct, Spring?
I can't remember the specifics, but it was NHL awards, yeah.
Okay. See?
I think you're right. How many games they win the playoffs? 0.
Yeah.
0.
And then wasn't it like they came back and won the Cup the next year? Something like that? Probably. Anyway.
Russ says, okay, we're up 3-1. Extend Schmidt now.
He texts Dick Monfort as soon as they take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah.
See, it's going great.
They're about to win a series. Would this be their first series win of the year?
No, they swept the Marlins.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget that?
Yeah.
That was just the start of June.
They still got that going for. Hey, 6-7 over the last 13 ball games.
Sure.
You don't factor in a 5-game losing streak smack in the middle of it. It's fine. Anyway, are they better under Warren Schaefer? The answer is not really. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Again, make sure you tune in tomorrow. We're giving away Nathan MacKinnon hockey sticks all day long. These are McKinnon's used sticks. They would be selling for $400 a piece at the Avs equipment sale at Ball Arena coming up on Saturday. Well, you can win one from us right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They're pretty sick. It's a nice item, so make sure you tune in all day long tomorrow to find out how you can win one of these hockey sticks. Andy, the latest from the NBA Finals, Tyrese Haliburton has a calf strain. He will undergo an MRI. He was injured and ineffective last night in Game 5. No field goals. Which I didn't watch any of the Stephen A. Yell and Scream shows this morning. Was it all about, like, is Tyrese Haliburton a superstar and a referendum on whether or not he's actually a good basketball player?
As you well know, that's been the conversation for a bit.
The guy hit a buzzer beater to win Game 1. He has been absolutely elite this entire postseason, but because he has a bad game when his calf hurts, we're supposed to be like, nah, he actually sucks.
Why? Yeah, he does suck. They had to trade him. Nuggets ought to maybe call him, see if they can't slip a Najee for Haliburton trade by him. No, it was more about should they have played him down the stretch because he was clearly compromised.
Sure.
And should they have kept TJ McConnell in because he was having a pretty good game up to that point?
I knew Haliburton wasn't making shots. I didn't think he was playing poorly.
Well, that was kind of...
You're still a better offense when the ball is in his hands.
I don't know that you're going to feel good about this, but that was the Morris twins take. They said that you got a star like that, you got to let him play if he tells you he's okay.
People are always telling me I have so much in common with the Morris brothers.
You and Markeith in particular.
Yes.
You feel the exact same about Jokic. Hey, I got good news for you tonight.
Ooh, I like good news.
Nothing awkward should happen this evening. You know, I know.
Okay.
Nick Castellanos is going to be out of the Phillies lineup. Apparently, he got a little lippy with his manager yesterday.
Oh, no kidding?
It was labeled, according to Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies, an inappropriate comment after he got pulled.
Wow.
So Thompson says his punishment will be to not play today.
Wow, for an inappropriate comment.
For getting yanked from the game. So there you go. So that ends, though. How about this? This has got a little bit of... a little bit of a Cogliano feel to it.
Yeah.
It's going to bring to an end Castellanos' consecutive game streak of 236.
Isn't that over 2,000 fewer than Ripken?
Yeah. But still, I'm sure Castellanos isn't psyched his streak's
Hey, he's got a consecutive games played streak. Yes. Last game he played September of 2023.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
I don't know if I'm going to be on this mic again. All right.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
Yeah, there you go.
Uh-huh.
So,
yeah, aren't you you're a man of God?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Uh-huh.
By the way, another little note for you.
Okay, keep throwing notes at me. I'm ready.
We've got UCLA and Arkansas going at it here in the College World Series.
Okay.
I think UCLA just got screwed trying to steal home. I think their guy got under the plate. Or under the tag, I should say, to touch the plate. He tried to steal home.
Is there no review?
No, they did the review, and they said, it looks to me like he gets the tip of the fingers on the plate before the tag was applied because the tag was not applied to the hand. There was a batter in the box, and he stole home on a pitch.
Was there not conclusive video evidence?
I don't know. All I know this is, if you steal home, you're getting punched in the schnoz, aren't you? I mean, The guy trying to steal home took a tag right to the face, basically.
Are the Oilers really starting Stuart Skinner tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Got to change the mojo. The mojo.
Why are they doing this?
I don't know.
I'm not again, not necessarily that he was the problem, but what are we doing? What are we doing now?
Well, what's easier to do, I guess?
Yeah. You got to find new mojo. Change the mojo.
Let's say, who's our other guy that
Calvin Pickard.
If Pickard goes in there and stinks,
yeah.
Does Skinner pick up the team the way that Pickard would? I mean,
Skinner!
Pickard's already come in relief with no warm-up. He kind of knows the drill. He was very good for you.
That's true.
I don't know that Skinner would be the same. And you got to just hope. Like you said, everybody said Skinner did not deserve to get pulled when he did.
Kind of feels like they're flinging some darts.
How about this, too? This is the first time I saw in one of the headlines. This is the first time that